Chapter 1. Disappear. I suppose I could say it started when I was born. Or maybe if I want to be fair, I could say it happened a long, long time ago, when God invited all the animals to a banquet, and only 13 of them showed up. Foolishly. 13? No, the Zodiac has 12 animals, you might say, and you would be correct. But in my Zodiac, the one that I grew up in, the cat was always part of the Zodiac, one of the most feared creatures, more fearsome than the dragon or snake or tiger. The cat never left the side of the god, the most feared above all the Zodiac. In my Zodiac, every animal had some sort of power that they were born with. Rooster could take down other animals with different frequencies of his voice. Bunny could heal others. Tiger could see the future. Dragon could erase others' minds and even see in their minds. Snake could create illusions, and so on. Not all the powers were known. Most of the humans burdened with a Zodiac spirit lasted 12 years, sometimes 24 if they were lucky enough. For my Zodiac was brutal, full of death and punishment and fear. Our spirit was passed to children by the death of the human hosting the Zodiac spirit. If a child was born in the year of the sheep, for example, then the human hosting the sheep spirit would be slaughtered before the child's birth, so that the child could host the reborn spirit of the sheep. Terrible. Horrible. I hated it. And growing up, you were God's property. He or she did whatever they wanted, and there were punishments, torture. That was called schooling or teaching. For instance, for the tiger hated cages and fire, so inevitably if the tiger was bad, it was forced into a cage, usually too small to hold it, and surrounded with fire. Similar punishments were held for other animals. Every few years God would allow a period where human hosts didn't have to be slaughtered. Instead they could marry and have children, strong children, that would naturally be born with their spirits. It would make the animal spirit stronger, being born from two fellow Zodiac spirits. I happened to be in one of those lulls. I was 17 when the marriage pronouncement was made. Marriage, what a dreadful word. Us girls would line up in front of the boys. If there were more girls than boys, it usually meant that the unchosen girl or girls could marry village boys. But if there were more boys than girls, then the unchosen girl was forced to bear as many leftover boys as there was. They would choose, one by one, the one they wanted. What do you know? That girl was me. 3 boys to share me. I hadn't realized my life could get any worse than it already had been, but once I realized I was last chosen, I realized things would get worse. 3 years passed. The lull ended. Our years were coming up. If a child was born in our year, we would be slaughtered. Another year passed. My year came up. Someone got pregnant. I knew what it meant. It meant my life was over. I was to be slaughtered. So I ran. It had not been easy. For one thing, I had to escape my bonds. The boys, men, who shared me, were not lenient to letting me free when they were not around. So like most of the other girls who were married, I was tied to the bed before their return. I was lying there, shredding my bonds with my claws. Stupid, really. They should have known to put me in metal bonds. But though dragon, snake, and cow were rather fearful and strong animals, they weren't particularly smart. God would be so angry when he found out. I had to make sure I got out of here. If God caught me before I escaped, I was worse than dead. Dead would mean no more pain. God would torture me until the unborn child came for my spirit. The ropes fell to the floor with soft thumps. I wasn't wearing anything and quickly grabbed a long t-shirt that was snakes to cover my body and ran. I carried a pair of black boots in my hands. Money was tucked into the shoes along with vinegar. The village was still light out, and so, though there was no cover, this was when work was busiest, and the men would stay in the buildings. Most buildings had no windows, so there was no fear of being seen. I knew Dog would soon be on my heels if I didn't cover my scent soon. I used a flask of vinegar, pouring it as I ran, then backtracked and took a different route out of the island. Dog couldn't smell through vinegar, just as I couldn't smell through alcohol. Every animal had a smell they couldn't stand. Dogs had a lot of smells they couldn't stand. Vinegar was just the easiest to use. I found myself near the edge of the beach, hiding up on top of a hill, hiding in the trees. There was a strange energy in the air as I watched the men start pulling in the boats. I felt my breathing quicken. These were not Zodiac men. They were normal men, some native, some captives. Our people did not let anyone who came to our island leave. Some were slaughtered, some married into the Zodiac, some just lived happily or quietly like these fishermen. Our Zodiac spirits were no secret. Everyone on the island knew the 13 children, almost adults now because of the law, turned into animals. Sometimes when we were younger and were allowed to go down to the village, the other kids would hug us to watch us turn into animals. I never did anything to the children, who oohed and awed over my lovely fur and liked to pet me. It was one of the few times that I assumed I might be loved, but the others, like Dragon or Dog or Boar, they hated it. Dragon, of course, didn't turn into a real dragon, but he turned into a Komodo dragon, and everyone feared him. There were different types of dragons, I heard through stories, many different forms that the dragon could take. Sea dragon, dragonfly, Komodo dragon, bearded dragon, Chinese water dragon, black dragonfish, common flying dragon, and on a very, very rare, very special occasions, an alligator, or something called an axolotl. Depending on the feelings of the human host would depend on the spirit of the dragon. Nice dragon hosts usually turned into sea dragons or dragonflies, sometimes a dragonfish or common flying dragon. Mean-spirited hosts were Komodo dragons, Chinese water dragon, bearded dragon. No one knew what type of spirit was required for an alligator or axolotl, but apparently there hadn't been one in over 500 years. I turned my attention back to the fishermen, working peacefully, talking to each other as they worked. But they were not working without watchful eyes. I could see 2 guards standing up on the rocks to stop the men from leaving. The boats were for fishing only. I shivered in the cold. I judged from the sun that I had maybe 20 minutes before dragon, snake, or cow discovered I was missing. Maybe all 3. Then 3 minutes before they let God know, another 2 minutes before Dog was told, and then the true flight would begin. I waited in patient anxiety as the men started to put boats away. I would have to destroy all but 1 boat so that they couldn't come after me. Destroying boats would waste time, unless I set them on fire. My nails dug into my skin, drawing blood. I hated fire with a passion. I quickly wiped the blood on my, Snake's, shirt. I couldn't afford to leave a blood trail. Dog would find me quicker. Another thing about us Zodiacs on this island. We don't know each other's names. Knowing each other's names was a powerful thing. Names had power. So we called each other by our animals. Everyone called us by our animals. Normal people didn't have to worry about sharing their names. Sometimes I listened with envy to people in town, when I was allowed in town, else children called out to friends by their names. They seemed so human. Unlike me, I was not human. None of us were. The fishermen started up towards the rocks, and the guard turned their backs on the beach. Within a few minutes they were gone. I wasted no time, pulling on the boots, feeling the money against my toes, and sprinted down the sand. I broke the padlock with a swift punch before pulling out a boat. I hesitated, looking at the other boats. Then, taking a deep breath, I took the flint out of the shirt pocket. I couldn't waste time, and I had to face my fear. I quickly flicked the flint against the wood, and a fire started immediately. I nearly threw it as far from me as I could. Instead, I managed to controllably toss it into the first boat. The fire started to grow. I dragged the boat with me till I reached the water, putting the canoe in the water. I pushed it out the sea, climbing in. I had braved fire, now I had to brave water. But to be fair, my animal spirit had no particular fear of water. I just didn't know how to swim, at least not in deep waters. I could swim, but not strong enough to try and brave the entire journey swimming. Plus, if I got lost, I'd be on the open sea for days, maybe even weeks. I started to row as fast and strongly as possible, heading away from the mainland. I had no idea how far from this island was from any other civilization. We were in what the captives of the island called the Bermuda Triangle. I didn't know what that meant, just that apparently planes and boats that came around here never returned. Very true. God made sure to sink and crash anything that could even possibly see our island. That way we would always be a secret to the outside world, so that no one would come and bother us. I also knew nothing about the outside world. We didn't learn anything about the other world here. We learned 2 languages that teacher called English and Japanese. We learned something called math and something else called science. And of course we knew how to read, but that was about it. We weren't expected to live more than 13 years, the period before our birth and the next time our year came up. In my knowledge, however, we weren't the only civilization in existence. Obviously, these other people came from somewhere else. But I also had no idea what awaited me on the other islands. What if it was just as bad as the place I was leaving? But at least I thought there would be no God to control me. No more God, no more snakes, or dragons, or cows, or dogs. I'd miss Bunny, though. She was sweet. Bunny was the only one I could have called friend. She was a sweet girl, birthed from the previous sheep Zodiac host, and a mundane man from the mainland. Silk black hair and large brown eyes. She was so sweet. She'd even gotten a decent man, Monkey, who, for a man, wasn't half bad. But she was still a man, still brought up to treat women like property. That he was much better than us, but also, as Gad liked to tell him, that the monkey was a rather useless Zodiac animal. Gods could say such cruel things. I could hear the alarms blaring back up at the main house. So I had been discovered, or rather, I had been undiscovered. It just gave me the urge to row harder. I didn't even look back. I didn't want to see how close I still was to the island. But I had to risk it. I had to know, and I looked back. There was no one on the beach yet, but I was only a mile or so out. If Dragon and Dog rowed one boat, if they hadn't all burned, or Cow and Boar, I was screwed. I sped up rowing. The only thing I could hope for was that they wouldn't check the beach first. I had a big mouth. I couldn't stay out of trouble, and even though I had been taught not to talk, to keep my mouth closed, I usually wasn't able to, so I seemed stupid, but God knew I was intelligent. What I was hoping to happen was that once Dog ran into the vinegar, they would assume that I had used the vinegar to cover my tracks, so then they would automatically think that they should follow the vinegar trail, because that was obviously how I had escaped, follow the vinegar. The trail would lead them to the other side of the island, which was less busy with less boats, but it was rumored to be closer to the mainland, as some of the captives called it. They would assume that I took the closer route. Of course, if they discovered that I was coming this way, they would take the boats from the other side of the island to use them to get to me. I continued to row. Though I had never rowed a boat before, and though I wasn't particularly fond of water, I'd fell into a rhythm. Up, slightly back, then down. Up, slightly back, then down. I started to row faster in a more controlled way. The next time I glanced back, though the sun had set, I could see I was a good 8 miles from shore. Though I had a wonderful nose, amazing eyesight, and intense hearing, I could not tell if there was anyone on the beach, but I could tell that there were no boats on the water. It felt too easy, something that didn't feel right with me. But I didn't stop. I continued to row. I would not stop. I could not stop until I reached more land. The sun set, the moon came up. I continued to row. The moon faded, the sun came up. I continued to row, fueled by nerves, anxiety, anticipation, and a slight feeling of excitement. My back, shoulders, legs, arms, neck, everything was sore. I took my hands off the oars for just a moment, stretching, cracking all my joints before looking behind me. My heart stopped as I sat back down quickly, hands gripping the oars again, and I started rowing with a new, furious intention. Behind me on the calm water were at least 10 boats. I suppose the fire hadn't destroyed all of them, or they had indeed gone to the other side of the island. They were far back, maybe 7 miles back, but they also had more people to row in the boats than I did. Even my inhuman strength wasn't going to be enough to pull me through. If I got desperate enough, I would jump. I would start swimming. I was not going back. If I went underwater and had to drown, so be it. I wasn't going back. The chase went on for 3 days. They didn't catch up, but they didn't fall back either. I thought they might have caught up. They had more rowers, but they had made the same mistake I had. They hadn't brought water or food. I suppose they had thought they would catch me right away. So now, with lack of food and water, they were slowing. I had the advantage there. The tiger inside of me liked fish. On the time I gave to catch a fish and eat it, it gave me new energy and pulled ahead by a little. My sleep disappeared for just a bit, and I was able to push through. On the 4th morning, even my energy was running out, my body almost dizzy from a lack of food, but I could see land ahead of me. I ate 2 fish raw, feeling a slight stomach ache at the raw fish. Luckily, my animal side could handle it. There were even more boats out on the water in front of me, and I knew the men in these boats behind me would hurry up, because they couldn't risk losing me in such a crowd. There were even people swimming in the water, people laying on the beach in brightly colored outfits, showing more skin than necessary. It looked amazing, and my heart started to beat faster. So many people to disappear into. Crowds stood in lines in front of strange-looking vehicles that sort of looked like very small homes on wheels, windows open, wearing strange hats. I could smell food, and there were so many buildings built up on the sand. There were piles of brightly colored boats, looking to fit only one person, piled up in neat stacks on sides of wooden buildings. A new burst of speed went through me, and I pulled up to the land. I hopped into the sand, stumbled, and ran. Now that I was on land, now that I was running again, my sleep disappeared again. Glancing over my shoulder, I saw the boats had hesitated in the ocean. If they came now, they had to deal with all these people. The thing about these people, I noticed as I ran across the warm sand, was that they barely gave me a second glance. Worried-looking women shouted caringly to their children playing in the surf. Other people had hats pulled over their faces, hiding them from the sun and people. Other people walked by without giving me a second look, food in their hands, and others laid on their stomachs, reading, sleeping, or talking with other people. Laughing, shouting, talking, looking happy. I couldn't hear crying. No one looked sad. It looked like paradise to me. Another shocking thing was the amount of old people. I had never seen anyone over the age of 50 before, and some of these people were obviously older than that. Only God was allowed to live to 50 before even he was killed to birth a new God. And the average age for those on the outside of our estate was probably around 50 as well, though I wouldn't know. Another glance over my shoulder showed me that the boats were starting to pull up to the shore, so they were going to come after me anyways. I watched where I was going, careful not to bump into any boys. It was hard as it was incredibly crowded. I had forgotten that these people weren't used to a strange girl who was black-haired, orange-eyed, and transformed into a strange animal. Suddenly, the crowd that I had wanted to use to disappear into seemed more like my own obstacle. I darted behind one of the shacks and saw that there was ice in a bucket. I scooped up a few cubes, popping them into my mouth. Water. The vendor's back was turned to me, facing people who were buying things from the truck. I snatched one of the drinks and the ice and darted off. No one called after me, and I heard no sounds of pursuit. I sprinted off the dune hills, coming face to face with a vast area of hard black ground, with strange metal things on them. The strange metal things seemed to stretch for ages. So these were cars, then. They looked a bit updated from the textbook. I pulled off a boot, pulling out my money. There was a long vehicle that many people were getting onto, giving the driver money. I got into line, climbing up the stairs, when it was my turn, and handing the man money. He took it without batting an eyelash, giving me change. It was comforting to know that my money worked here. I took a seat by the window, alone. No one sat next to me. It took a moment for dragon, snake, cow, dog, boar, and God to come up looking around. Strange that God had left home base. Dog looked rather overwhelmed, and Snake looked sick. I suppose the smells were too much for him. Dragon looked like he wanted to scream. He wasn't a mind reader, but he could pick up waves from everyone. I supposed it was overwhelming. Boar and even God looked nervous. Only Cow looked at peace, but he probably wasn't in a black mood anymore. I sunk down in my seat, hoping that no one would notice. The bus started to move, my heart lit with anticipation. I glanced behind us and saw that Dragon was pointing in the opposite direction of the bus. A forest stood there. The trees looked rather inviting. Of course, that's where they thought I would end up going. The forest was the closest thing to home. They didn't know I had money. They started to run towards it. I turned back in my seat to look at the back of the next black seat in front of me. I closed my eyes, drifting off to sleep, though not too deeply so I didn't have nightmares, and I didn't wake up screaming and scaring anyone on the bus. I finally smiled, though I had no idea how I looked. I had done it. I had disappeared. Chapter 2. Changes. I traveled to many different countries in my attempt to put as much distance between myself and the others. It didn't really help that no one knew where I came from. They told me that there was no land south of Sri Lanka, so essentially I came from nowhere. I guess it made sense considering that anyone who came to our island wasn't allowed to leave. Therefore, it had never been put on a map. The massive land that I had landed on was called Sri Lanka. Neither my English or Japanese was much help there. I discovered that there was also a Zodiac group there with only half the animals and no god. But even without the animals, watching from a distance, the Zodiac was even worse than the one I had left. I steered clear. The humans were not too bad either, but still a bit uncomfortable. I traveled a few more countries, making my way steadily north and east at the same time. India, then Burma, Thailand, Cambodia, Philippines, Taiwan, and then Japan. I had made a fair amount of money in my time in each country, getting a quick job, picking up languages, learning more for school, and then moving. Each country that I went to, I was drawn to certain cities, and found that Zodiac people lived there. Some of them were nice Zodiacs, with a loving community that genuinely cared for each other. Others were as cruel as mine, or crueler. In some of these Zodiacs, they went with a different version of the Zodiac banquet story, and the cat was seen as an animal to have missed the banquet, rather than the animal who didn't want to live forever, as mine believed. Some Zodiacs didn't even turn into their animals, simply hosted the spirits. Some did turn, but not because of hugging the opposite sex, and so on. Some Zodiacs knew that others existed. Some were completely unaware that there were other Zodiacs just like them. Some Zodiacs had powers or enhanced gifts due to their animals. Others had no such special gifts. It was so strange, seeing how different every Zodiac was. But as far as I could tell, my Zodiac still remained the only one that didn't let the animals tell each other names. But there were similarities between all the Zodiacs. All humans who hosted Zodiac spirits were handsome with good looks. They all also had strange hair colors and eyes. They all were extremely rich, with a rather large family, a main family, and insiders than outsiders. And in every Zodiac with a dragon, the dragon could always erase others' minds. I never stayed for long at any of the Zodiacs. They weren't what I was trying to escape. They weren't what I wanted to be. When I reached Japan, I felt like it could be my first real home. I felt drawn to a rural area in Tokyo, so that was where I went. Though I was 18, I enrolled in Kagura Municipal High School as the sophomore, as they called it. I also changed my appearance slightly, having gotten used to looking different. I changed my hair to a lighter brown and wore brown contacts. I had never really liked my pitch black hair, and my orange eyes always seemed to unsettle others. I lived in the forest of unused, though owned property in a tent. I had put the tent high in the trees where I was most comfortable, tied down tightly with rope and bungee cords. If I looked out the tent and tilted my head, I could see the house that hosted the Somas. 2 of them anyways. One of them was much older than me, and the other was younger than me, though I was pretending to be the same age as him. I had to work, mostly to keep myself from going hungry, and to pay my fees at school. The rest went into a special box, so that I could eventually buy a house. I was one for long-term goals. School wouldn't start for a while, so I wasn't all too worried at the moment. I had plenty of time to make lots of money, and I was actually excited about starting school. It meant that I could meet normal people, make friends, learn, and most importantly, be happy. I had no idea what happy meant. I had never experienced happy before, but looking at everyone in town, happy looked like a good time, a pleasant thing. I also studied the 2 Zodiacs in the house near me. The younger boy's name was Yuki. He had silver hair, almost purple eyes, a fair face, and a pale complexion. He was the rat. I could sense it about him, could tell by his hair. The older man's name was Shigure. He was in his 20s, and he was the dog. But unlike the dog I had grown up knowing, he seemed to have no sense of smell, only a connection to wolves and dogs. The fact that it was just the 2 of them made me wonder if they were the only Zodiac animals born in their family name. After all, not every Zodiac was completed, though I had never come across one with only 2 members. The least amount was in Sri Lanka, with 5. I suppose, though, that each one was very different. They seemed rather happy. Shigure seemed like a happy, annoying person. Yuki seemed rather stoic, sad almost, but nice too. The changes in my life seemed so big to me, but they must have seemed small to others. But they were the biggest things in my life. I had never had a job before. I had never gone to school before. I had never been free before. I had never gone so long without being punished, without being shoved into some sort of contraption meant to terrify me. I had never gone so long without dragon roaming my mind, without sheep putting me in sleep and giving me realistic nightmares. I had never gone so long without seeing fire. I had never gone so long being alone. Alone was nice. I had never gone so long not talking. I didn't have to talk at work, as I was doing a simple night cleaning routine at a large office building downtown. School started. I got dressed in my tent, looking at myself in a hand mirror. I liked the changes to myself. I liked my brown hair, how my brown hair looked, now that it was lighter. I liked my brown eyes. I liked the way blue looked on me. The uniform was a short blue skirt with a white shirt and blue jacket over it, knee-high black socks and black shoes. I had tied back my hair with a blue bow. My eyes looked so big and sad in the mirror. I tried smiling, but it didn't look right on me. I picked up the light pink backpack that I had bought with some of my savings, putting it on my shoulders. "I'm going to school, Bunny," I whispered to nothingness. "I wish you were here." I unzipped the tent, climbing out onto the branches, zipping it closed again. I leaped from the top of the tree, landing on the ground. I started to walk, avoiding the house, and making it to the high school. I hesitated, looking at just how big and overwhelming the place looked, now that it was full of students. "Hi," a bright voice said behind me. I turned to see a girl who looked similar to me, though a little younger, standing there. Her brown hair was tied back with pink bows. I opened my mouth to say hi, but nothing came out. I hadn't realized I was so shy. "I'm Toru Honda," the girl said, still sounding quite excited. "Are you new here?" I nodded my head, still unable to talk for some reason, but I didn't have to worry. She did almost all the talking. I found that we had the same class together, so I followed her to the classroom. The school was rather big, with long wide hallways, a courtyard, and large windows. So much light came through the windows. The doors to the classroom were green, metal, and sideways. In the classroom was what was called homeroom. Toru introduced me to a tall girl with blonde hair, whose name was Arisa Uotani. The other was a black-haired girl, who seemed rather calm, looking at me peculiar. Her name was Saki Hanajima. "You have very interesting waves," Saki said quietly. I blushed, confused, not entirely sure if she was criticizing me or complimenting me. "Ah, and here we go about the waves again," Arisa said with an eye roll. "What's your name, kid?" Being called kid by someone younger than you isn't entirely a compliment, but I still didn't seem able to say anything. So I wrote it out. "Elizabeth Rao," Toru said, seemed so exciting about my name. "That's foreign," Arisa asked, standing and stretching. She was much taller than me, taller than Toru and Saki. I was about the same height as Toru, despite the age difference, and I wondered if they were all going to get taller than me. I hoped I didn't stay this short forever. I'd have to eat better, probably. I nodded. "Do you know Japanese?" Toru asked. I nodded again. "Oh," Toru said, seeming a little confused. I looked away, blushing again. And then he entered the classroom. I looked up, sensing the rat's presence. Immediately, 100 admiring girls were goggling at him. "Ah, and the Princess Fan Club is at it again," Arisa said in what sounded like an exhausted sigh. "Can't they ever drool over someone else? His waves are also strange," Saki said, looking at the prince. "Like Elizabeth's, inhuman." I felt my heart pounding. I hadn't even been in the school for one day, and already someone suspected me of being Zodiac, of being an animal. "Hana, that's just rude," Arisa said and smiled at me. "She doesn't mean it. She just relies on her waves quite a bit." I smiled hesitantly and then dropped it, remembering how awful the smile looked on my face in the mirror. But as the days passed, and days turned into months, I started to smile easier and even laugh. There was a lightness in my chest. I was sure that was what was called happiness. Toru started working at the same place I did, and we got the cleaning done faster than ever, the 2 older women letting us take over. So many changes, but the biggest change of all was that I had stopped talking. Chapter 3. The Move. In mid-September, I left for school, taking another route and coming across Toru, standing up high on a cliff, overlooking the ceiling. She turned, hearing my footsteps at my arrival. "Elizabeth, hi." I smiled at her easily. "Isn't it beautiful?" Toru asked. I saw what she meant, seeing the city splayed out in front of me like small, shiny boxes. I nodded earnestly, wondering when my voice would come back. I suspected God had put some sort of curse on me, but what curse I wasn't sure. Or maybe I just couldn't speak now that I had found happiness. Suddenly, a chiming noise grabbed her attention, and we both looked to our right to see that the wind was blowing a little chime above the Soma house. The house was rather large, at least 2 floors and lots of windows. It had a nice front garden with a water feature and a stone bridge. I had never learned what the chime thing hanging from the rafters was, but it was cute too. I'd seen many of them in the windows of the houses, so I assumed it was a Japanese thing. "A new discovery," Toru said, and started towards the house. Reluctantly, I followed. I was afraid of getting too close to another Zodiac family, but at the same time, it didn't seem they had the power to sense me. We were in the front of the house, and Toru stepped in front of the deck where something had been set out to dry. Painted and set up on a small box were 12 Zodiac figures. They were oval-shaped, painted on rocks. The first one I saw was the bunny, painted pink and adorable. The tiger was in front of it. It was equally adorable. They all were, except dragons, painted in ugly green with dark green-gray stripes. I could hear footsteps approaching from somewhere and the ruffle of a newspaper while Toru exclaimed, "How cute!" over the Zodiac figurines. I pushed my hair out of the way, hoping to get a good look at who was coming before they surprised me. It was Shigure, his black-gray hair spiked down in front of his eyes. A newspaper was in his hands, and he was wearing a dark green robe. Or maybe it was called a kimono, I think? I wasn't entirely sure. Maybe it was a robe. I was fairly certain kimonos were supposed to be prettier, fancier. He was barefoot. I could sense the dog vibes from him, and I tried very hard to keep my hair flat. I pulled my blue hat tighter over my ears. I hoped my ears didn't stick up. "Well now," he said in obvious surprise. I supposed he didn't have any powers either. "It's not too often I see girls around here." Ah, great, so he was that kind of guy. Should have figured. Dogs. I was used to Toru's panicked apologize by now, to not get embarrassed by her. "Hello, I'm sorry, I was looking around without permission." She bent up and down in swift, hurried bows, looking frantic. I said nothing, bowing once slightly before straightening up to look at him. "Go right ahead," Shigure said, tucking his newspaper under his arm. He sounded kind enough. Maybe his first words hadn't meant anything bad at all. It could simply just be that the female population didn't come up here. "But wouldn't young people like you find this place boring?" "No, not at all," Toru said quickly, waving her hands. "These Zodiac knickknacks are adorable." I nodded as Toru bent to get a closer look. Over my travels, I had gotten used to people knowing about the Zodiac, and then people actually knowing about the Zodiac. "Ah yes, they are a favorite of mine too," Shigure said with a hint of a smile in his voice. I smiled too. "These sets never seem to have a cat in them, though," Toru said, and I looked at her in surprise. Of course, I knew every Zodiac treated the cat differently, depending on which version of the story the other Zodiac members grew up hearing, but in other cultures they thought the Zodiac myth only. There truly was no cat, period. 12 months, that was it. "Cat?" Shigure asked, sounding surprised, and then quickly exclaimed, "Oh, are you talking about the cat from the old Zodiac folk tale?" I wondered how he thought, addressing himself as a folk tale, but I supposed whatever one must do to keep their secrets, they must do it. "Yes," Toru exclaimed with a smile. "My mother used to tell me the story all the time." I knew, from my visions, that her mother had passed away in May. She had been living with her grandfather up until about a week ago. I felt bad for her, knowing that most people were sad when their parents died, not relieved. But I supposed I would always be different from the others. I wasn't human, after all. Toru repeated the story, saying, "A long time ago, God invited all of the animals to a banquet, and he said, 'I hereby invite you to a banquet I will hold tomorrow.' But the cat, who loved to play pranks, lied to his neighbor, the cat, and told him the banquet was the day after tomorrow. On the day of the banquet, the rat rode on the ox's back, then leapt down easily to arrive there first. After him came the ox, the tiger, and all the others, and they all feasted merrily until dawn. All of them except the cat." She drifted off for a second and then said, "I decided to stop being a dog and become a cat." My, Shigure said when she was done. I wonder what he would say if he heard that. So the cat was already born too. But of course he must live separately from the others. I thought that might be lonely. If the dog and rat were already living alone, though together, the cat might be even lonelier. "Pardon?" Toru asked, confused. "Anyway, you were born under the year of the dog," Shigure asked, getting closer to Toru. "That makes me feel so close to you. After all, I'm a dog." Suddenly Yuki appeared from the door, dropping his bag on Shigure's head, cutting off his speech. "Two," Shigure finished squeakily. I actually smiled. "Lay off the inappropriate flirting," Yuki said with a sigh, slipping his book bag into his back. "Are you all right, Honda-san? Rao-san? Did my cousin pull any funny business?" I learned that there were many different ways to address a person in Japan. So many different names to add after the last name or the first name, and nicknames. It all depended on how close you were to a person and such. "Oh, that really hurt," Shigure moaned, rubbing his head while Toru flushed and bowed again. "Soma-kun, good morning." "Did you put a dictionary in there?" Shigure continued. "Two, in fact," Yuki said. I smiled again. Then Yuki smiled at both of us and said good morning. Despite the fact that I knew all Zodiac carriers were beautiful or handsome, Yuki's face still sometimes took my breath away. "Oh, do you three know each other?" Shigure asked, looking at Yuki while rubbing his head. "This is Honda-san and Rao-san," Yuki said to Shigure. "They are in my class." "I'm Toru Honda. It's a pleasure to meet you," Toru said, bowing again. She nearly dropped her bag. I nodded, feeling shy all of a sudden, which was unusual for me. I was quiet. I didn't talk, but I wasn't shy either. "Oh, well, I'm Shigure Soma, Yuki-kun's cousin," Shigure said, smiling. "Say, what brings you two by here?" Yuki asked. I live near here," Toru said, blushing fiercely. "You live near here?" Shigure asked in confusion. Of course, they must own all this land, so they would know any neighbors. I thought of my tent high up in the trees. At least they wouldn't find me. Toru, on the other hand, probably had her tent on the ground. I could almost foresee them finding her soon. He looked at me. I quickly signed to Toru, and she said, "Ah, Rao-chan was just walking with me. Well, we better get going." We turned to walk away when Yuki called, "Honda-san, Rao-san." We turned back. "Yes?" Toru asked. "Since you're here, why don't we walk to school together?" Yuki asked. I blushed. So did Toru. As we walked, Toru stayed silent. So did I. Not that I seemed to have much choice. Yuki was rather quiet, too. The stairs down were long, many, but it was nice to be on flat ground after that. "So you don't talk?" Yuki asked me quietly. I blushed and signed to Toru. "She says that she used to, but she doesn't anymore," Toru said quickly, unable to meet Yuki's eyes. "Oh," Yuki said. I blushed, looking away. I was happy to get to school, leaving Yuki behind. Toru and I headed up the stairs to where our lockers were. Almost immediately we were cornered by some of the Prince Yuki fan club members. I sighed with annoyance. The only noise I ever made besides laughing. These people. "So what do you have to say about this Honda-san, Rao-san?" Black-haired, gray-eyed Minagawa said. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Prince Yuki's second-year representative, Minagawa Motoko." "Ah, Prince Yuki," Toru said nervously, holding her hands up in front of her face. I just stared at the four girls standing in front of us. I supposed anyone else might call them bullies, but I thought they were too foolish and stupid to be considered bullies. "They are core principles," Minagawa said rather grandly. "Never steal or touch the prince's personal effects," the first girl said, getting rather close in our faces. I stared back, bored. "Never invade the prince's house," the second girl said. I smiled, knowing from my dreams that Toru would be moving in any day now. "Never speak to the prince unless someone else is present," the third girl exclaimed. Toru actually shrunk back from the third girl, looking rather overwhelmed. "Prince Yuki is the club dedicated to praising, loving, and protecting the prince who has graced our school with his presence," Minagawa said grandly, putting a hand to her heart, closing her eyes. I rolled my eyes. "Honda-san, Rao-san," Minagawa said, pointing a long finger in our faces, "you have publicly signaled your revolt against our well-disciplined club. Now let's have a clear explanation why you arrived at school with Yuki today." I laughed out loud. Then I signed the word, bitch. Toru hesitated, deciding not to tell them what I had signed. "It was a coincidence," Toru said, smiling with her hands raised in surrender. "If coincidence was good enough, we wouldn't need the police," Minagawa said, while the other girls chanted, "That's right, what she said." "Hey, don't make up crap and pick a fight over it," Arisa said from behind the other girls, making them panic. Arisa's gang behavior and the black waves that Saki gave off were enough to make anyone afraid, but not me. All the girls darted off to the other side, hiding behind Minagawa, who waved her finger in Arisa's face and shouted, "Well, what's your problem? You delinquents think threats solve everything." "I'll use evil waves to make you." The words weren't even out of Saki's mouth before the four girls ran off, screaming their heads off. "Uo-chan, Hana-chan, you saved me!" Toru thanked them while Saki continued to stare after the girls. I could almost see electrical sparks flying from her eyes, and I signed to her with my fingers, telling her she did a great job. She smiled a little at me. "You poor thing, that was some bad luck," Arisa said, throwing her arms around Toru's neck. "Hanajima, don't actually do the wave thing." Saki calmed down, relaxing her shoulders. To my surprise, Arisa threw her arms around me too and said, "I hope they weren't giving you a hard time, were they?" I shook my head no. We moved as the bell rang to home economics room. It was basically like a cooking class where Toru and I prepared the food while Saki and Arisa ate it. I hadn't had much of an appetite since my speech disappeared. I ate every few days, but nothing more. I didn't mind, though. I found that I actually really loved cooking, and Toru was very good at it. I gotta say, though, you don't usually come to school with the prince every day, Arisa said. I signed to her that Toru had only come to school with the prince once, and probably wouldn't happen again. Aye, good point, Arisa nodded. It made me nervous, Toru admitted, stirring the pot of stew while I sprinkled herbs into it. She closed her eyes, blushing. Soma-kun is too beautiful. I grinned. He really was, but I was used to seeing such beautiful people. You know, Toru, Arisa, and I looked over at Saki. His waves are quite strange, Saki continued, a large knife hiding half of her face. I looked downwards, grinning. She looked completely evil doing that, but I knew she wasn't even trying. Other students, on the other hand, were backing away from her, even though they weren't working with her. She just radiated electrical energy. I thought she would have made a good dragon, if she had hosted a Zodiac spirit. Here comes Hanajima's wave report, Arisa said with a slight roll of her eyes while Toru tasted the stew. Strange in what way? Toru asked as Saki slid the knife back into its case. That's the thing. I'm not sure. Saki said, I remembered back to the first day of school. She had called the waves inhuman. True, he is a little mysterious, Arisa consented as we all turned to look at Yuki at another table. The people working with him were letting him cook, looking over his shoulder in awe. When a second year confessed her love to him a little while back and tried to hug him, I tensed, knowing that if he had been hugged, he would have transformed. He sent her flying, scared the heck out of her, Arisa continued. So he'd pushed her away? Perhaps not the most gentlemanly act, but I supposed if the dragon wasn't born yet, there was no one to erase her memories, so they had to act in secret. I didn't know that, Toru gasped. I realized the three of them were still staring at Yuki, but looking around the classroom, they weren't the only ones. Nearly all the girls were staring at him, and the boys he was working with were still looking in awe as he worked. I noticed, on the other hand, that a lot of the boys' glances were at me, though they never looked long, perhaps fearing the wrath of Arisa or Saki. Of course, I had a few boys approach me, and it had been awkward as I hadn't been able to convey that I wasn't interested in them. Half the boys weren't even bad, but I couldn't stand the idea of being with a boy, letting them touch me in any way, even holding my hand. I clenched the wooden spoon in my hand as flashbacks rushed into my mind with dragon or snake or cow, sometimes all three, in bed, clothes off, touching me, hurting me. Elizabeth, are you okay? Arisa asked. I looked up at her and nodded. Anyways, Arisa continued as we all sat down, Saki started to spoon rice into bowls. I'm going shopping with Hanajima after school today. Do you two want to come along? Sorry, I have to work today, Toru said. Right, you promised to pay your own tuition, didn't you? That's rough, Arisa said. But you work almost every day, Hana said, spinning rice into a bowl for me and handing it to me. That shouldn't be necessary for just tuition, surely. I put my bowl down in front of me, picking up a pair of chopsticks and breaking them apart. I'd like to start living on my own after I graduate, though. I have to start saving now, Toru said, looking determined. Saki handed a bowl of rice to Arisa. You're going to make me cry. Eat up, Toru. Build your strength, Arisa said, slamming her hand on the table. I laughed. Arisa turned to me. Do you have work to do? Too? I shook my head and signed that I would come with her and Saki to go shopping. All right, awesome, Arisa said, looking pumped. School passed, homework was doled out, and I closed my locker, going outside to join Arisa and Saki. They led, talking and laughing. I laughed with them, signing when I wanted to say something. Toru knew my signs better than anyone, but Arisa had gotten the hang of it, and Saki could read my waves and usually figure out what I was trying to say. Or I just typed words out on a phone. Phones were an amazing thing that I had discovered. Simply extraordinary. I had even found an app that I could text my words and it would speak for me. And music! Never had I heard anything like it. And knowing both English and Japanese meant a diverse amount of music to explore. What store do you want to go to first, Elizabeth? Arisa asked as we finally came to the shopping mall. I hesitated, looking at all the different brands, stores, food courts, and everything in between. Finally, I pointed to a store called Beams Japan. I had been meaning to get clothes, but that wasn't a school uniform or work clothes. I wanted regular clothes. Arisa and I shopped. Nothing was black enough for Saki. In the end, I had 2 pairs of blue jeans, 1 blue skirt that was plaid and striped with white, and 2 blouses, one red and another black. We went to a few more stores, some clothing where I found cute hair accessories, some makeup where I found a new lipstick, or food where I let Arisa and Saki order whatever they wanted and then smooched off them. I found a cute bunny charm to add to my backpack in one of the other stores. Arissa asked if I wanted to get my ears pierced, something I didn't really understand. I didn't understand why someone would let a needle go through the ear just to put another needle through it with something on it. I nodded my head, though. Another difference. Another change. The studs that went into my ears were red. I liked them very much, though I would have liked blue better. But when asked for my birthday month, I'd said July, and ruby was the birthstone of July. Arissa and Saki each bought me one pair of earrings, giving them to me as a gift. "It's the first thing we've ever gotten you," Arissa said, giving me a hug, "to cement our friendship." I felt tears pull up in my eyes, and I quickly turned my head so they wouldn't see them. I had never been given a gift before, and I was touched. Saki hugged me too, and at the next door I bought them each a little charm, offering the dolphin to Arissa and the black cat to Saki. I signed "to friendship." Arissa almost started crying at that, scooping me up into such a bone-crushing hug I thought I would pop. But I smiled all the same. I put the orange cat charm for Toru in my bag, a slight smile on my face because of it. His name would be Kyo. He was an orange cat. I headed back home soon after, avoiding the Soma house and climbing right up into my house. I set my bags aside, pulling out the clothes and examining them. I couldn't wait for a day to wear them. I woke up in the middle of the night to a wolf howling. Far away I could hear dirt sliding, a mudslide, something had caved. I sat up from the thin sleeping bag that I called a bed. I listened harder, closing my eyes. I could hear 3 sets of footsteps rushing towards the site where the dirt had slid. I wondered what that was there. I could briefly hear voices, perhaps a girl and 2 men, but they were too soft for me to make out whose voices they were. I opened the tent quietly, hopping from the tree. I made my way towards where the cliff had caved in, and saw Shigure leading Toru away from the mudslide. I could see the edge of a blue tent poking up through the dirt. Yuki followed behind them. I waited for a moment, unsure of what to do. Then I thought of how Toru had welcomed me so nicely into her friend group. I made up my mind. I called for any tigers to come, to help me. 2 showed up, both male and absolutely gorgeous. We started to dig, to carefully move the dirt away from the tent. I would excavate the tent. A few minutes later I heard footsteps. I banished the tigers from my mind, and at the same time they were gone, running back to wherever they had come from. "Rao-san," Yuki's voice said from behind me, but had not startled me. I stood up slowly. His eyes were glowing in the moonlight, quickly fading as I turned to see him. "I came to free tent," I signed to him, and then realized he had no idea what I was trying to say. I picked up a thin stick and wrote the same words in the dirt. "But how did you know?" Yuki asked. I hesitated and then wrote "a dream." "Do your dreams always come true?" Yuki asked hesitantly. "Almost always." "Oh," Yuki said. I turned back, dropping the stick, continuing to move dirt away from Toru's tent. "Are you afraid of rats?" Yuki asked. I thought back to Rat, who was a timid young girl with gray hair and purple eyes. I shook my head. I was not scared of rats. Immediately, a couple 100 rats were there, scraping dirt away. I didn't even blink. So he had the power to call his familiar animal to him as well. Interesting. After an hour or 2, the tent was free. Yuki and I pulled it free, pulling it to the yard. He was being very careful not to bump into me. I guess that was the good thing about me not being able to sense his spirit. I didn't care if our bodies met. Dragon on top of me, one hand on my neck. Snake, his lips on my breast. Cow, his fingers inside of me, clutching. I stumbled, squeezing my eyes shut, leaning against the tent. I gasped for breath. "Raw-san?" Yuki asked in concern. I picked up the stick and wrote, "I'm fine. My name is Elizabeth." My hands were trembling as I unzipped the tent. I wrote with the stick, "I'll hand you the things. You put them in bags." I climbed inside the tent. There was a bookshelf inside, somehow, where all of her books were, a cap in the table. A black flashlight dangled precariously over her sleeping spot. I started to hand him the textbooks, flashlight, mother's picture, and all the other things out of the tent. He put them dutifully in paper bags that he had brought with him. We worked in silence, something that I hadn't realized was bothering me until I looked at him. I grabbed my phone and typed out, "What's wrong?" The voice sounded in the air, making him jump. I gave him an apologetic smile before typing out, "Sorry." "It's all right," Yuki said, picking up the bags as I crawled out of the tent. I started to fold it up. "The voice scared me. I thought you were talking." I smiled at him and typed out, "I wish." "I apologize, it was insensitive," Yuki said quickly. I shook my head. I don't mind. If you come back with me to Shigure's house, I can walk you back to your house. It's dangerous walking out here late at night by yourself. I smiled at him and typed out, I'm okay. I live nearby. Don't tell me you're living in a tent, too, Yuki said with a small smile and tilt of his head. I averted my eyes from his, not wanting to get captivated by his eyes. Don't worry. I might be homeless, but I'm not staying on your land, the voice from the phone said. You're homeless? Yuki asked, looking hesitant. How about you stay at our home tonight? You can stay in the same room as Honda-san. I hesitated, then thought of Kyo coming. It would be best if Toru had someone who could understand there to help her. I nodded quietly and then followed Yuki back to the house. Yuki showed me to the living room where Toru was sleeping soundly. I sat behind her, my back to the wall. Yuki was leaning against the wall. Do you know everything she's been through? I wasn't sure if it was supposed to be an accusation, a test of our friendship, or if he was just seeing what I knew. I nodded my head. She's lucky to have friends like you, Yuki whispered softly. I looked up at him in surprise. Was he lonely? He didn't seem lonely at school, always surrounded by boys and girls who liked him. Are you lonely? The voice on my phone said. Yuki was silent for a moment and said, I don't know. I'm lucky to have a friend like Toru, the phone voice said. I'd never had a friend before, not really. I had a hard life, cruel parents, abuse, the likes, I guess. So I never had friends. I was a freak. I moved away, ran really. Toru was the first person to willingly reach out to me. I'll never forget it. I reached out, brushing a curl away from her mouth. I truly loved Toru like I had never loved anyone else. Get some sleep, Rao. Elizabeth, Yuki said. I smiled up at him. You too, Yuki-san. He disappeared, and I looked up at the ceiling until morning came. I watched as Toru stirred, her eyes blinking open before she jerked upright. She looked like she was going to panic, so I stepped in front of her, handing her mother's photo to her. Rao-san? Toru asked uncertainly, looking down at the picture. Ah, good morning, Honda-san. Elizabeth, Yuki's voice said from behind me. He bent down to pick up the paper bags that contained the rest of Toru's belongings. I'll take these upstairs for you. You can stay here until the renovations are done. And Elizabeth, you're welcome to share a room with her, if you'd like. I blushed. I hadn't wanted Toru to know about my situation. Not yet. Huh? Toru asked. Yuki turned to look at her with his penetrating purple eyes. I know it's a bit of a mess, but we have a spare room on the second floor. I couldn't possibly! Toru almost shrieked. The bedroom doors have locks on them, Yuki said uncertainly. I snorted, knowing that, if they really wanted to, either of them could knock the door down with a single punch. That's not what I meant, Toru said, blushing and shaking her head, her mother's picture clutched to her chest. Shigure slid out of the living room behind her and said, Toru-kun, do you like chores? Like cleaning and cooking, for example? He looked into Toru's face, an unusually serious look on it. Yes, I do, Toru said, leaning back from him just slightly. He continued to stare at her for about 4 seconds in seriousness before leaning back, raising his fan, and with a silly smile on his face said, Welcome to the Soma household. He walked past her, still being cheerful, saying, Your room hasn't been aired out, so open a window, okay? Oh, and I better get you a copy of the house key. Well, they were rather persistent, weren't they? Toru looked at me guiltily. I know, you were staying in a tent. You should be happy here, though, my phone said. Toru blushed and looked back at Yuki and Shigure's backs. No, wait, I can't do this to you. It would be causing you too much trouble. We don't consider it trouble, so just accept the offer, Yuki said kindly to Toru and nodded to me. You don't have anywhere else to go anyways, right? I bristled at that comment, even as he turned and continued to walk away from us. Oh, what do I do? Toru asked. You could live here, my phone beeped. I think you should. She ran after Yuki. I stayed on the front porch before dipping back into the living room. I was glad that Toru was going to be living here, but I most certainly wouldn't. I couldn't stand the idea of living in the house with boys. Dragon, tying my hands to the bedpost. Snake, sliding my shirt off my hips. His cool wet tongue on my already bare stomach. Cow, clenching my hair in his fists. I sunk to my knees, overwhelmed. I was the tiger. I should be stronger than this. Suddenly I heard a crash upstairs. Toru. I jumped to my feet, dashing out of the front porch, skidding around the front door, darting inside and up the stairs. Yuki-kun? I heard Shigure's voice further down the hall. Was that Kyo I hear? I darted to where Shigure was cowering slightly in the front doorway. Toru's room was a mess. Wood was splintered everywhere in the room, a gaping hole in the ceiling. Toru was on the floor, kneeling over a bunch of clothes. I'm so sorry. Are you all right? Toru said, sitting up and holding up a bright orange cat. Yuki had a hand over his face in annoyance. Oh boy, Shigure said, a hand cupping his chin. He turned, Toru started. That idiot, Yuki said, not even looking at the orange cat in Toru's hands. Into a cat, Toru finished. Toru immediately panicked, shaking the cat furiously. Is this my fault? I hit him wrong somehow and turned him into a cat. Okay, the thing is, Shigure started behind me, scratching his cheek and looking guilty. I stared impassively into the room. Yuki walked past her, towards me, gauging my reaction. Normal? My phone asked. He needs a hospital, Toru continued, turning. A piece of falling wood slammed into her head, knocking her dizzy. Toru-kun, Shigure said. Honda-san, Yuki said. She fell into them, and they turned into a rat and a dog. Chapter 4. Animals. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Toru went to speed down the hall, but I blocked her path. Stay here, my phone said. Don't worry, them turning into animals is normal. I'll get the package. Normal? I heard Toru ask weakly as I headed down the stairs. I signed for the package and brought it back upstairs. Toru had fallen to her knees, having released the animals. I knelt in front of her. Are you all right? I signed. They're animals, Toru finished weakly. I sighed, picking up my phone and started to type furiously. Zodiac animal spirits like to go into human hosts. Yuki, Shigure, and Kyo just happened to be possessed by the rat, dog, and cat spirits, respectively. Anyways, this is quite normal for them, although, admittedly, you weren't supposed to find out. Every Zodiac family is very different. Some keep their existence a secret, some don't. The Somas are one of the Zodiac circles that keep their existence a secret. Other Zodiacs? Yuki asked. They talk, Toru whispered. Yes, other Zodiac spirits. I grew up in a town on an island south of Sri Lanka where the Zodiacs ruled like a king. I was on the inside. I know you know what that means. We turned human after a while, Shigure said. At that moment, 3 pops of orange, blue, and green appeared, and there they were, naked. I closed my eyes. Buck naked, I'm afraid, Shigure continued. Toru nearly screamed, facing away from them. We regrouped in the living room. I was standing leaning against the wall near Shigure's study. Yuki and Shigure stood in the living room as well, fixing the collars on their clothes. A wooden table on the floor separated them from Toru, who was kneeling, her back to the outside. Kyo's back was to her, facing the outside. Sorry you had to see that, Shigure said, finally fixing the collar on his robe. Are you feeling calmer now? I've mostly processed things, Toru said, still staring at her knees. I could feel Shigure and Yuki continuously looking at me, but if they had questions, and I was sure they did, they didn't ask for them. Not now, anyways. Not in front of Toru. Shigure sat down at the brown table and said, Man, Kyo, you're such an idiot. Such a trained martial artist to be so easily for a girl to sneak up on. Shigure teased. You really have eyes for no one but Yuki-kun. I could practically see the hair standing up on Kyo's arms. I wondered if his ears ever perked up when he was anxious or anything. I made sure my hat was still over my head. I didn't need them to see my ears if they perked up. Don't make me sound creepy, and don't blame me, Kyo said, turning around angrily, his fists red. His dark orange eyes glowed with hate. What the hell are girls doing here in the first place? He pointed his finger at Toru, his hand was shaking. Be quiet. It's none of your business if we have girls in this house, Yuki said. You're an outsider. I saw Kyo start at the words. Despite his arrogant attitude, I knew deep down he was a good person. The want to be in the Zodiac would never be something I understood. Not to me, not someone who was trying so hard to get out of it. Yet here I was in a Zodiac house. Again. But not really. Shut up! Kyo started and punched the table. It split in half, both sides rising upwards before he turned his attention to where Toru was sitting. Huh? Shigure turned his attention to Toru. Toru-kun, you're bleeding. Bleeding? Toru asked, looking upwards like she could see her own forehead. I watched Kyo, saw his eyes wavering with something that might have been horror. I truly felt bad for him. He just wanted to express his anger. He hadn't wanted to hurt Toru. I watched in slow motion as Yuki backhanded Kyo across the face. I knew you were an idiot, but I didn't know you were this bad. He unbuttoned his shirt a button. I tried not to stare. Kyo continued to stare at Yuki like he was a stranger he had just met on the street. Out of respect for your sheer idiocy, I'll do you a favor. I'll fight you seriously. Kyo looked at him differently now. Kyo, don't bore me, Yuki said, raising a hand. I looked away. I didn't care much for violence. I could still hear Kyo shouting at Yuki, Toru's weak attempts to stop them, Shigure reassuring her and telling her that Yuki would win. On cue, I heard the smashing of a door and a loud splash that told me Kyo had landed in the water feature outside the house. He went flying, I heard Toru mutter. Yuki-kun, don't go breaking my house too, Shigure complained. Honda-san. I turned to see Yuki kneeling in front of her. Are you hurt badly? I'm totally, completely fine, Toru said with a smile and a wave of her hands. But what about him? I could hear Shigure crying over his broken door. I'll fix it, my phone said, and Shigure looked up at me. I'm sure he's fine, probably, Yuki said as Kyo erupted out of the water, laying his face and chest on the stones, breathing air now. It's Kyo's mess, Shigure said, crying over already. I shook my head. I want to. Well, if you insist, Shigure said. I sat down, pulling the door towards me. Suddenly, Toru jumped to her feet, saying, Oh no, school! We'll be late! I'm so sorry to just leave like this, but it's important to me to get to school every day. She bowed up and down like a puppet on a string. Of course, Shigure said with a kind smile. You promised your late mother, after all. Still, I'll have to report what happened to Akito-san, the family head. Yuki, who had gotten up and started walking away, stopped at the sound of Akito-san's name. Ah, Akito must be their god. Family head? That must be someone important, Toru said. My fingers had stopped over the door. God was someone to fear. God was always someone to fear. This Akito person was most likely evil, horrible, torturous. I understand, Toru said with a smile and a bow of her head. I'll go change my clothes now. Sure, Shigure said. Toru headed away and upstairs. I continued on the door. You're planning on having her memories changed, aren't you? Yuki asked, not facing Shigure. Just like back then. No, I'm not actually, Shigure said, smiling at his knees. We had no choice that day, because of how many people found out. I'm going to school too, Yuki said, heading past Shigure now too. At least fix the roof, stupid cat. Kyo-kun, look after things here, okay? Shigure asked and then looked at me. Don't tell Akito about me, or the other Zodiacs. Gods aren't really supposed to know that others exist. It starts war. I think you'd rather avoid that. My phone said for me, quietly enough so that Kyo probably couldn't hear it. Besides, even if Toru's memories have to be suppressed, I've known since birth, so it doesn't matter. Okay, Shigure said, putting a hand on my shoulder before heading back into the house. Kyo stayed in the pond. I continued to fix the door. I left before Toru arrived back from school, before Shigure arrived back from the main house, and before Yuki came back from school as well. Kyo was in Toru's room, fixing a hole in the ceiling. I left without a word. I was getting good at it. I headed back through the forest, climbing the tent and going back into my tent. I hadn't had sleep for a long time, but I didn't feel tired. I should have, but I didn't. I lied down on my bed, wondering about the pile of homework that was probably assigned today. With my luck, we would have been taught something new in math, and I would fall behind. I couldn't really afford that. The next day was Saturday. I snuck down to Shigure's house and found Toru knee-deep in what I supposed was the kitchen, but it looked like it had become the trash deposit as well. Without waiting to be asked or stopped, I helped carry out the trash, excavate kitchen utensils or machines, wash the floor, walls, and windows. By the time Yuki got home, the kitchen was completely cleaned, and Toru and I had made dinner. I nodded to Yuki as he passed me on the way out. Oh, are you not staying, Elizabeth? I signed quickly, and Toru said she came to help me clean the kitchen and get her homework. She's leaving now. I already asked her to stay, but she said she couldn't. Toru headed back into the kitchen, and Yuki touched my shoulder. Embarrassingly, I reacted quite dramatically, jerking away, slamming my head into the doorframe, dropping my homework. I stared at the fallen paper and signed, Sorry. My fault, Yuki said, bending down, scooping up my papers and handing them to me. I forgot. You said you grew up knowing abuse. I apologize. I shook my head. Not your fault. Are you sure you don't want to stay here? Yuki asked. I would insist, but I don't want to make you feel uncomfortable. I hesitated. I could have a home, but did I really want to intrude any longer? Yuki could sense my hesitation, and he said, Never mind. I won't press it. But if you want a place to stay, Honda-san, we'll always have a spare bed for you. I smiled in thanks and headed out of the house. I hurried away, listening carefully to make sure he wasn't following, and made my way back to the tent. The next day, I saw with Arisa, Toru, and Saki, as I watched Kyo be surrounded by girls. They were chatting around him, asking him questions. I could see his shoulders tensing. He probably felt terrified, downright scared, at least uncomfortable. Saki, meanwhile, curled mine and Toru's hair with a curling iron that she had gotten from, well, somewhere. I had to close my eyes when she did it, especially if she got too close to my face. I could feel the heat radiating from it, burning. Fire surrounding me in a cage made of iron bars. Burns up and down my legs until Bunny was called to heal me so that they could do it again. Maybe it was a blessing I couldn't talk anymore. Much to my surprise, I didn't flinch away from the curling iron. And then Kyo was on his feet, running away from the girls. One of them tried to hug his arm, and I quickly stepped in front of her, blocking her from getting to Kyo. She nearly pushed me into him before he dodged out of the way, opening a classroom window and jumping. I closed my eyes, annoyed. I exchanged a brief look with Yuki, and I knew we were on the same page. Idiot. Who in their right mind jumps from the third-floor window? The other girls were crowded around the windows, gushing about how amazing he was. I sat down on my seat, watching as Yuki left the classroom, then Toru. I sighed. School passed. I went to work. Toru was working there tonight as well, and we walked back together. But I said goodbye to her at the bottom of the stairs. I darted off a different way, racing back to my tree, my tent. I climbed up the tree, sliding into the tent and zipping it closed behind me. I laid down on my stomach, feeling overwhelmed. Kyo had almost blown it today at school. I wondered how many memories would have had to have been erased if he had been hugged by that girl. Of course, I supposed it would have been possible that he could have escaped first, probably jumping out the window again. I rolled over onto my back. I thought about how Yuki and Kyo felt like a cat and a rat. Rat would never have dared fight with cat back home. Home. What a strange word, 'cause it never really felt like a place I belonged, did it? No, never. And home was supposed to be where you belonged. The island didn't have a name, did it? So I had rendered it down to home. I would have to come up with a name for it, some fantasy name, some made-up name. I wondered if I would ever have a home. Would I ever find love? Would I ever be comfortable enough around a man to become his wife, bear his children? The thought made me shudder with revulsion. I curled up into a ball. I didn't really need that type of home, though, did I? But I did. At least, I wanted it. Carefully, I reached out, grabbing a wooden box and opening it up. A couple dozen red balls shimmered up at me. I took out one, putting the box away. I popped the candy in my mouth, sucking on it slowly. I watched all the good memories I had wash by, but I didn't really care about seeing my good memories. I was more interested at the last scene, the scene before everything faded, stopping the movie picture in my head, the scene that would show something that hadn't happened yet, my deepest wish. And it came slowly, a blinding whiteness shining from me. My hair was black again, my eyes orange, my hands unshaking in the hands of a faceless man wearing a tuxedo. Everything was white, except for a hint of pink flowers to the side of me, my hair, my eyes, the man's black suit, pink flowers in his lapel. Then it faded. The sour cherry flavor settled in my mouth. I pulled a blanket over me. I couldn't afford to get cold. I couldn't afford to turn into a tiger. And what did you know? My deepest fear was being hurt by a man, and my greatest wish was marrying one. Chapter 5. Cards. Yuki stood at the front of the classroom, a piece of pink chalk in his hand, drawing a flower on the chalkboard. There, it's official. We voted for our class to do a rice ball stand. Next, I'd like to hear your opinions on what flavorings you think we could do. Next month was something or other culture festival. I was kind of looking forward to it, never having been to the village festivals back not home. I still hadn't come up with a name. Every year around New Year's, a large party was held outside the main house gates. It was supposed to be in celebration of us, but it was really in celebration of God, though children usually had their favorite animal. Whoever's year was up for the banquet, they got to sit in the middle, lavished with gifts. The one night, none of us said cruel words to each other. The one night, nothing bad was done. Even God was kind, giving us love so potent you could feel it in your bones. I remembered my night, the year of the tiger. I sat in the middle of the group, given candies, bows, even a blue dress made of pure silk. Later, Cal ripped the dress to shreds in his hurry to have sex with me. I had cried when he wasn't looking. It was the prettiest thing I had ever owned. I remembered that I got to choose what we ate, and we'd had noodles, fried rice, and orange chicken, chocolate chip cookies for dessert, apple cider for drink. A few months later, God announced the marriage period, and so I spent nearly 4 years raped repeatedly by dragon, snake, and cow. I shook my head, clearing my mind, and tried to pay attention to Yuki. Toru raised her hand and stood up. Yes, what about tri-colored rice balls? It would be fun to have 3 fillings in one rice ball, and a good deal. That's cute, I like it, Yuki said at the front of the classroom. I smiled behind my hand. What? We should drop that idea, Yuki-kun, one of the girls in the classroom said. I remembered her, the one who helped Minagawa corner Toru and I in the hallways. I rolled my eyes. Yeah, what if she suggests a tuna, kelp, and pickled plum combo? The other girl beside her asked. Ugh, how gross, the first said, sticking out her tongue. The 2 girls laughed, probably because they couldn't stand the idea of Toru's idea being cute by Yuki, not their beloved prince. A metal pole slammed down on their desk, making the girls jump back in surprise. The only gross things here are your personalities, morons, Arissa said, leaning on the pole. Don't bring steel pipes to school, the original girl squealed, shaking her hands, eyeing the pipe nervously. How about a battle rice balls? Kyo asked from the back of the classroom, and everyone turned to him. I sighed in exhaustion. Battle? One of the boys beside him asked. One-on-one matches, Kyo said, slamming his hand into his fist. First to score a blow wins. The only rule is no killing. I snorted as he continued, standing up. Weapons are allowed. I looked over and saw Yuki standing there, his hand over his face. Arissa was still leaning on her pole, looking rather interested. People fight for their rice balls, even if they bleed, even if they lose an arm. His voice grew more and more excited as he continued to speak. I wondered if all cats liked violence. Idea rejected. The entire class repeated at him, except Yuki, me, and Toru. What's with the attitude? I'm cooperating and giving my idea. Kyo spat. What if we mix in some duds? Yuki asked thoughtfully. I wondered if he'd even heard Kyo's idea, if he was just bouncing off Toru's. Maybe people who buy 3 could choose one more for free, but some of the choices are duds. Idea accepted, everyone including Toru said. I didn't, on the other hand. Why'd you go with his idea? Kyo asked, spitting mad. Yours was too weird, Kyon-kyon, the boy sitting in front of Kyo said. Don't pout about it, Kyon-kyon, the second boy said, putting a carefree head on Kyo's head. Don't call me Kyon-kyon, Kyo argued. Don't be mad, Kyon-kyon. Look, cats, a girl in the classroom cried out. What? Everyone looked over where Kyo was sitting, a bunch of kittens on his head, lap, and hanging off his body. I sighed, closing my eyes and leaning my head back. Kyo stood up, spraying the classroom of cats. That's it, I'm out of here. He stormed out of the classroom door, kicking it down. One of the boys who teased him called after him, Wait, Kyon-kyon, what's with these cats? I opened my eyes, glancing over at Saki, who said, Very odd. Toru and I gave a start. Don't worry, you're way ahead of him in oddness, Arissa said, the metal pole swung over his shoulder. He's really hot-tempered, though, huh? The polar opposite of our prince. I looked over where Yuki looked rather sad. I wondered what he was thinking. Let's pray, rich man, poor man, Toru said, holding up a stack of cards once we had all settled back into class. Yuki was missing, though. Go to freaking Yuki for that, Kyo said, looking out the window. But Soma-kun isn't here, Toru said, sounding sad. Way to spoil my fun, Arissa complained, hand on her hip. Your skull's so thick I figured you'd make an easy mark. But if you're running away from a real challenge, then you're not even a real man. Pathetic. Well, Arissa sure knew how to push people's buttons and get them to do what she wanted through pride. I wished I could do that. Fine, you're on. Try not to cry when you lose, gangster girl, Kyo said. I was no Saki, but even I could feel the electrical storm in the air as they glared at each other. The losers got to do everyone's cleaning duty, Arisa said, making the stakes high. Ah, what a pleasant maelstrom of waves, Saki whispered next to me, eyes closed, leaning into the electrical storm. I sighed, crossing my arms, but I wasn't really annoyed. As a matter of fact, I was starting to enjoy myself. I wonder where Soma-kun went, Toru said, looking around. I decided to watch as they started up Rich Man, Poor Man, not really knowing the rules and not being able to call out card turns when they came. Revolution, Kyo called, tossing 4 cards into the stack. Jackass, what kind of sneaky move was that? Arisa snapped. That's part of the game, Kyo defended himself. Revolution turns the strong cards weak, so... Toru said, studying her cards. Saki, whose back was towards the rest of us, hiding her cards, turned, flipping her cards right side up, and said, Secret technique. Revolution reversal. Hey! Kyo shouted. I could hear faint footsteps outside the door. I was fairly certain they were Yuki's. She got you, carrots, Arisa said to Kyo. Nice work, Hanajima-san, the black-haired boy said, leaning his arm on Kyo's head. I looked up, meeting Yuki's eyes through the glass pane in the door. He looked so sad. I smiled gently at him, lifting a hand as a wave, before turning back to the game. Now he could come in or leave without feeling the need to give me a wave in return. I didn't want him to feel burdened. Looking lame there, Kyon-kyon, the sandy-haired boy laughed. Shut up, we're just getting started, Kyo said, shrugging the boy's arm off his head. The next time I turned around, Yuki was gone. Rich Man, Poor Man, huh? I know the rules, but I've never played it, Yuki said as Toru, Yuki, and I waited in an almost empty classroom watching Kyo clean up. I only learned it from Uo-chan just recently, Toru said excitedly. You should join us next time. You too, Elizabeth. Not so easy for me to play if I can't call out turns right away, my phone said for me. So he ended up the poor man, I see, Yuki said, not bothering to lower his voice so Kyo could hear. I should probably help out, Toru said, approaching Kyo rather gingerly. No, a loss is a loss, Kyo said, shouldering the mop like a sword. But I'm going to win the next time, got it? He said, turning back to mopping up the floor. I'll beat you too, obviously, he said, pointing at Yuki. Yuki stared back passively, though Toru started to look nervous again. Don't you ever get sick of saying that? Yuki asked in a bored voice. Winning against you is my mission, my goal, Kyo said, staring forward, his fist clenched. Having to deal with that is my annoyance, my misfortune, Yuki replied back. I smiled at my feet, watching. Hearing them fight was almost endearing. That condescending attitude of yours pisses me off, Kyo said, clenching his fist. I watched Toru as she tried to make peace with the two of them. That simplistic thinking of yours pisses me off, Yuki said. Where Kyo was shouting his insults, Yuki was delivering them simply, almost in a bored manner. I think that ticked Kyo more. I'm going to make that ugly face of yours cry uncle one day, Kyo yelled. Uncle, Yuki said without batting an eyelash. That ticked Kyo even more. Hey, aren't you embarrassed to just come out and say that? If the Soma's animals popped out at that moment, Kyo's ears would have been sticking up. Toru clasped her hands together in happiness, thinking about something completely unrelated to the fight, probably. I'll beat you into the ground. Get ready, you cold-hearted rat. Kyo, Toru shouted. Yuki didn't flinch. He barely moved, leaning upward, one foot kicking upwards, connecting with Kyo's jaw. I turned away in distaste, starting to move out towards the door. Might as well leave if they were going to fight. I was just exiting out the door when there was a simple thump. There was a small tap as Yuki probably put his foot down and said, Just looking at you makes my blood boil. Soma-kun? Toru called after him, but he was already walking past me. I stopped walking, watching as he moved down the hallway, alone and angry. I knew how he felt, having to reject someone he might have come to like if he wasn't cursed. I knew more than any of them how it felt to be cursed. Toru was rather quiet at work, and after saying goodnight to the other ladies we worked with, we made our way out of the building. I was a few steps behind her, thinking about my own problems, when she gave a yell. I snapped my head up and lunged forward, trying to grab her arm before she fell. I missed, mostly because she was already falling, and she landed on her knees on the floor at the bottom of the stairs. I jumped the last few steps and knelt down to her, signing quickly, Are you all right? It's dangerous to think while you walk, Toru said with a sigh. Her cheeks were red, probably with embarrassment. I could sense a Zodiac holder of the bunny nearby, and I looked around. I saw that directly in front of us was a little boy wearing red and pink. He had yellow hair and black sunglasses. I felt a longing to hug the little boy because I missed my own bunny very much. She really had been the sweetest thing. I should have helped her escape with me. The boy was giggling. "Good evening," Toru called out, and the boy jumped to his feet, approaching us carefully. He bent over Toru's spilled things and said, "Toru!" "Huh?" Toru asked, sounding slightly frantic. I supposed I would be, too, if a boy came up to me and I knew my name. I pointed to her book so she understood. "Honda Toru?" the boy asked, getting in her face. Yes, that's me," Toru said, taking aback. "Seda, Welchengluk." He took off his sunglasses, and I saw that his eyes were a warm brown with flecks of green. His ears were pierced. I saw small green studs that were almost microscopic. Do boys also pierce their ears? It seemed like a rather girly thing to do. "Schon de Konozalagen," the boy continued, spreading his arms wide. I could sense Toru's discomfort at not knowing how to respond, as she didn't know, well, whatever language he was speaking. I'm sorry, I don't speak English," Toru said quickly, waving her hands. "Not English," I sighed to her, but she didn't see me as she scrambled around to pick up her things. The boy bent down, his arms behind his back, and kissed her cheek, saying, "Zarafush." I smiled as Toru's face turned bright red. The boy turned to me. Toru completely freaked. "Thank you, goodbye!" She sprinted out the door, the flyer for the cultural festival floating out of her bag. I reached down, wanting to call after her, and remembered I was unable to do that. I turned to the boy, pulling out his phone, and brought out my phone app. "Nice to meet you. I'm Elizabeth Rao." "Ah," the boy said, looking a bit distraught. "I got so excited, I forgot to speak Japanese." I smiled at him gently. "You can't speak?" the boy asked. "Oh, right. I'm Momiji Soma." "Rabbit?" I asked. He looked surprised, and then said, "Oh, yeah, I guess Shigure told you." I shook my head. "Yes." He seemed pleased, beaming. He was loud and cheerful, very different from the bunny I had grown up with, who was quiet, timid, shy. But I suppose that was how we were brought up. "But why can't you speak?" I shrugged and then said, "I don't know. I was able to. It came on all of a sudden. I've only not been talking since school started." "Maybe Hattori should look at you," Momiji said kindly, looking into my face. "He's a doctor. Maybe he'll know what's wrong with you." "Maybe," my phone chirped as I stood. "I should get going. I'll see you later, Momiji." "All right, see you around," Momiji said, waving. I smiled and waved back. Then I headed out the door. Yuki had already taken Toru home, obviously, as I exited the building. I shivered, feeling a little fearful at the sudden cool air. I hoped I didn't transform halfway home. I decided to run, hoping that the run will warm me up, keep me from feeling the cold air. There was a slight feeling in the air that felt like it might start raining. I hated rain, though I liked swimming. Cold and rain would mean a definite transformation for me. I'd used to love transforming back, not home. I longed for the cold winter months. It meant I got left alone. It meant I got to feel like a majestic creature instead of a cowardly creature that ran when death came our way. But now with only a tent for warmth, not with so many strangers around. Strangers who would not take kindly to a tiger on the streets, even if the tiger was harmless. It would mean police and animal catchers coming after me. A chase would wear me out. Even worse would be if they caught me. The dangerous tiger would soon turn into a naked teenager. Instead of dashing to my tent, I sprinted towards Shigure's house. I had reached the bottom of the stairs when the lightning struck and the sudden rain started. By the time I reached the top of the stairs and banged on the door, my hair was heavy with water. My clothes felt like weights, and I was minutes away from transforming. "Raw-san?" Yuki's voice echoed, and then I felt a cold hand leading me inside the house. "Stay here, I'll get you a towel." It wasn't until I heard him rummaging in a closet that I realized I hadn't flinched away from his helping hand. "Elizabeth!" Toru's voice sounded excited. I saw Yuki's hand presenting the towel to me, as though not to startle me. I took it from him, signing thanks. Toru translated for me. Yuki smiled at me, and my heart skipped a beat. No worries. I used the towel to dry off my hair. "I have spare clothes upstairs," Toru said, taking my hand and leading me to the second floor. Her room was sparse but neat, and she laid out a pair of blue pajamas for me. I signed to her that I would be good from here on out, and she went back downstairs. I could hear Yuki asking Shigure about the weather. I pulled the pajamas on, laying down on the spare bed that Yuki had arranged for me, while getting a towel. I spread my hair out on the towel, drifting off to sleep. I I woke up early, the sun not even having risen yet. I got up, padding to the bathroom. I stared at the water for a moment, recollecting from my dreams. I pulled out the tap, letting hot water run into the bath. I wasn't entirely sure why I was doing this, acting like some sort of mother for Toru and Yuki, but I felt like it was something I should do. I stopped the water once the bath was 3/4 full before going downstairs. I pulled out eggs, butter, and cheese. I started to make scrambled eggs. I had never seen anyone here make them, nor had I eaten them since I left not home. I thought maybe they'd like to try it, and if not, well, I would have something extremely delicious to eat. I used all 12 dozen eggs, making large portions for the 5 of us before setting the table. I poured milk in 2 glasses and wondered if there should be anything else. Fruit, said a voice in the back of my mind. I opened the refrigerator door. The only fruit in there was a grapefruit. I took it out, peeling it quickly with my claws before setting it out on a decorative plate in the middle of the table. Toru, what are you cooking? Shigure asked as he entered the kitchen and then stopped at the sight of me. I blushed, clenching the plate in my hands. I quickly put the plate down and picked up my phone. Toru and Yuki are out protecting Yuki's garden. I cooked because I knew Toru wouldn't be in to do it yet. I thought you and Kyo might be hungry. Does this mean you've considered Yuki's proposition and will come to stay here too? Shigure asked, following me to the sitting room where the food was waiting. My, this looks delicious, if unusual. Food from my home country. I haven't gotten accustomed to making Japanese dishes yet, and I'm not sure. I am not like Toru. I don't have a place to return to. I would just be a burden. Shigure said, but didn't say any more, digging into his eggs. Oh, this is delicious. My cheeks burned with pride. As Shigure ate, I started the rice in the cooker, knowing that Toru wanted to experiment with rice balls when she got back. I put plastic wrap over Yuki, Toru's, and Kyo's meals, sitting down across from Shigure starting to eat my eggs. Tell me more about your Zodiac. First off, not my Zodiac, my phone said for me. But I told him about everything, about the power of names so they were always addressed by animal, the powers that were known, the animals whose powers were not known, punishments for different animals, the death, the carnage, the lulls, the banquets. As I spoke, his normally teasing face turned more and more spurious. Was it bad for the townspeople as well? He asked. Of course, because that was who I was portraying myself as. I wasn't a Zodiac member. I was just one of the village people. The question was hard to answer, so I tried to remember the children I had seen before. Not at first, but when you grow up, things get worse. Maybe that's true for everywhere, but not when they decide you should be sent to the main estate. That usually never ends well for the village people. So I ran, like a coward. Shigure was quiet, letting me eat the eggs and cheese. Once I stood up, taking his and mine place to the sink, Yuki and Toru entered the room. Oh, Yuki said in obvious surprise at the food on the table. I'm sorry if I overstepped. I just knew that you and Toru was out, so I thought someone should make dinner. And you did let me stay here last night, so I'm trying to repay the favor, my phone said. Well, thank you, Yuki said. I also ran the bath for you, too, so you didn't get colds, and I put rice in the cooker for you, Toru. More surprise from Yuki, none from Toru. Toru, Arisa, and Saki were aware of my prophetic dreams, as I called them, and I was grouped in with Saki with her brain wave power. Thank you, Toru said cheerfully. Yuki and Toru ate their breakfast, and Yuki went upstairs to take a nap, advising Toru to do the same. Shigure disappeared into his study. Toru and I started to make rice balls. It actually was fun, shaping the rice balls. I let her know that I thought we could make cat-shaped ones. She loved the idea, and we had fun shaping ears on the rice balls. I could hear feet on the stairs, which I knew were Kyo's. He entered the room, a blue towel over his head. What's all this? He asked, sounding crabby this morning. Or maybe he was just being loud. Are you planning to start a rice ball business? Oh, good morning, Toru said, smiling at him. I lifted my hand in a wave. I'm experimenting with them to get ready for the culture festival. You're up early, as always. I glanced over at the clock and saw that it was turning 7. No, this is a normal time, Kyo argued, draping the towel around his shoulders. His red and white bracelet fascinated me. Back on the island, the cat usually wore a necklace around his shirt. None of us knew what it was made him of to keep him from transforming into his true self. I wonder what Kyo's was made of. Were you at the farm with Yuki all night? Toru spooned fresh rice into her hands. Ow, that's hot. Then she answered Kyo. Yes, we defended the vegetables from the typhoon. Kyo made a noise in his throat, reached out and took a rice ball, biting into it. I'm particularly proud of that one. What do you think? Toru asked, smiling. He threw the rice ball over his shoulder, dashing towards the sink, rinsing his mouth with water before gasping. What were those? Chive rice balls. Did it taste bad? Toru asked. I hate chives, Kyo shouted. What's wrong with salmon or octopus rice balls anyways? Kyo asked, lowering his voice, and walked back over to our table. Forget it, I'll make my own. Kyo-kun, that's amazing, Toru said, and I quickly slipped from the room, going into the forest to avoid the love fest. I entered the room again to find that Yuki had shoved a chive rice ball into Kyo's mouth. Oh dear, I thought. The doorbell rang. Toru left to go get it. Ah, I thought, she's here. Chapter 6. Kagura. Shigure came out of his study door at the moment, a newspaper in his hand. Yuki-kun, Kyo-kun will die if you don't stop soon, he said in such a monotone voice that I laughed. Shigure looked up at me with a small smile on his face. Suddenly, a brown-haired, brown-eyed girl wearing a bright yellow dress and an orange cat bag on her back came running in. Kyo-kun! Yuki relaxed, pulling back on the rice ball. Kyo turned, looking at the girl in surprise. I saw the briefest flash of panic in Shigure's eyes before he looked up at her. His back to me, I couldn't see his facial expression. Hi there, Shigure said. Kagura, Kyo gasped out. Kyo-kun, Kagura said in a sad voice. She looked timid, sad, and absolutely adorable. Very opposite of the boar I used to know, who, though she had a fair face like the rest of us, was tall and buff, muscles just rolling off of her. She looked rather timid, like Bunny. Everything seemed to come back to Bunny. Where have you been for the past 4 months? Kagura choked out, sounding like she was about to burst into tears. Toru appeared from behind her, looking cheerful. You didn't even try to contact me, Kagura said, tears actually welling up in her eyes. I missed you, she shouted, her fist against Kyo's cheek in seconds, eyes gleaming red. I watched Toru's face go blank. I almost laughed again before Kagura's fist slammed into Kyo's. I hit the ground and he flew over my head, smashing into the doors out into the garden. Shigure also ducked his head as Kagura leaped over the table after Kyo. Are you all right, Elizabeth? Yuki asked me, helping to my feet. Good reflexes. I nodded, brushing dirt off my clothes. I was worried, you jerk, Kagura said, twirling him around like a helicopter leaf by his foot. Time to replace the doors, Shigure said sadly, and I realized why he'd panicked when he'd seen her. He hated his house getting destroyed. Why is everyone so fond of breaking my house? Toru said, her eyes glazed over a little. Oh, don't worry about it. That's just how Kagura expresses affection. You know how little kids harass people they like. Same thing here. I see, Toru said weakly. But I mean, she seems to have completely changed personalities. She gets like that when her emotions are running high, especially with Kyo, Yuki said with a slight smile. She may not act like it, but she's 2 years older than us, so she was my age. And she's part of the Zodiac, Shigure said. I rolled my eyes and my phone said, never would have guessed. I knew it. What year is she? Toru asked, leaping toward Shigure with excitement. I think you can guess if you watch her for a while, Shigure said, looking up at Toru. Right now, I can guess that Kyo-kun's life is in danger. Uh-oh, Shigure said. When Toru said the words, life in danger, Kagura pulled her fist short. Kyo fell to the ground nearly unconscious. Kagura clasped her hands to her mouth in horror. Kyo-kun, tell me this isn't happening. You're all beat up. She scooped him up into a hug. Who did this terrible thing? That would be you, Shigure said. I laughed. After things had calmed down, Kagura, Yuki, Shigure, and Toru sat in the living room-like area. Kyo sat outside on the porch, his back to us, an ice pack against his face. I remained standing, the ruined doors propped up against the wall. I was in the process of working on them. From behind me I heard Toru sneeze, and Yuki said, "It's cold in here." I shivered with his words. "Yes, it is," Shigure said. "I'm sorry. I was so happy to see Kyo-kun again, I forgot to hold back my enthusiasm," Kagura said, her voice quiet and timid again. "But it was partly your fault, Kyo-kun. You disappeared for 4 months and didn't even call me." Why should I have to call you? Kyo asked. Well, because I'm your future wife, Kagura said in a sweet voice. In my surprise, I turned around quickly to gauge Kyo's reaction. Kyo had turned back around, and I saw that, indeed, his cat ears had propped up. Self-consciously, I pulled my blue wool hat down on my head again, feeling the warm wool against my human ears. When did that happen? I didn't know you had a fiancé. How wonderful, Toru said, clasping her hands together. It must be a relief that someone is willing, Yuki said behind one of the snacks Toru had put out. Congratulations, Shigure said, also eating. I gave Kyo a teasing smile and a thumbs up. You guys aren't helping. Kyo-kun, you told me that you'd marry me when we were little. Only because you were threatening my life, Kyo shouted back. Why don't you want to? Kagura asked quietly. Marrying another animal spirit is the best shot at happiness. I had to turn around, gasping for breath as dragon, snake, and cow danced across my mind. I was shuddering, trying not to let them see. In honesty, marrying another cursed person probably was the best shot at happiness. You could at least hug and do whatever else romantic persons did when they loved each other. Not that I knew what love was. Any love back on the island was conjured for 7 days on your birth year. You'd probably be slaughtered sometime after that. And I didn't really think love was a man forcing you to be his wife. My fingers trembled and I almost smashed the door to bits under the pressure of trying to keep calm. Wow, you don't, Toru said, and I turned carefully to see Kagura's arms around Kyo, who was struggling to get away. It seemed almost reversed. Me struggling to get away from dragon or snake or cow. Now the genders were reversed, but at least Kagura wasn't really hurting him. See? I can toss Yun-chan, too, Toru said, tossing her arms around Yuki, who sat there stoically. I should have realized before. Why don't you transform? Toru asked. We don't know, but there are 2 more female members of the Zodiac, Yuki said, pushing Kagura away by her face. I turned back to face the door, and we've established that they don't trigger our transformations either. There are 2 more girls? Oh my gosh, Toru said in amazement. I tried to imagine there being only 3 Zodiac girls back home. What a nightmare it would have been for the last girl, trying to handle 6 boys after the first 2 had chosen the others. Cats never married. Want to know what years they are? Shigure teased Toru. No thank you. Would you mind if I savor the excitement of thinking it over? Yuki laughed and said, That's very you. Anyway, Kagura said, jumping to her feet, things usually don't go right when we marry normal people of the opposite sex. Right, Shi-chan? Kagura asked, turning back to Shigure. True. I suppose there might be a lot of problems, Shigure said genially. It's difficult for us to have normal company jobs, and most importantly, transforming every time they hold you would be rough. Yuki slapped the food bowl down Shigure's face before he could continue. Crude, Yuki said, smiling. I laughed. Kyo-kun, Kagura said, and the 3 of us turned to look at the 2 of them, Shigure's face still being covered by the bowl. Today's the day you come out and say it. Do you like me or not? Huh? Kyo gasped. I like you. I like you best in the world. I love you best in the universe. For you, I'd cook good food every day, and I forgive affairs as momentary lapses. Wait, Kyo started. Affairs as momentary lapses. I wanted to laugh, and as it was, a smile was coming over my face. However you look at it, it's clear that I'm the only one who loves you this much, Kagura said. I started to put the first fixed door back on its hinges. I'm sure the only one. Don't you agree? When Kyo didn't answer a split second after she finished talking, she grabbed his shirt front, shaking him. I said, don't you agree? Her eyes were slowly turning into red hyperbeams again. Kyo-kun loses his assertiveness with girls, huh? Shigure said. Kyo's ears were sticking out of the side of his head again. I hoped he never lost his cool in front of the girls at school. Ah, but you like him too, don't you, Toru-kun? You're a cat fan. No way, a rival? Kagura asked, her eyes still red, but she dropped Kyo and she fell off the porch. Pardon? Toru asked. Kagura popped up in front of Toru's face. I stayed where I was, but I watched the situation carefully in case Kagura tried to take a swing at Toru. But I won't lose. The power of my love can overcome any obstacle. Toru-kun, what do you like about Kyo-kun? I like all of him. All of him. Oi, Kyo said warningly from the porch. I accept his good points and his bad points. Even if he turns into his true form, I'll accept it without... I stiffened, turning away from towards the completed door, trying to concentrate on how good of a job I had done. You could barely tell it had been broken before. Kyo was across the room, a hand slapped across her mouth before she could speak another word. That's enough, he said quietly. Say one more uncalled-for word, and I'll make you pay. The whisper traveled down my spine. There was a moment of silence before I heard a fist connect with a jaw, and Kagura shouted, "How the hell will you make me pay?" "Elizabeth," Yuki called. I hit the floor again, feeling the cool breeze as Kyo crashed into the door again, and went flying out, landing headfirst in the fish pool. Yuki was there again, helping me to my feet. "Are you all right?" I nodded, then looked towards the door. I rolled my neck in frustration. Perhaps I should have waited to fix the doors after Kagura left instead of before. I bent down to fix the door again. "Elizabeth-kun, let Kagura-kun get that, okay?" Shigure asked, looking up from his newspaper. I hesitated, unsure, so I went into the kitchen to help Toru with the dishes. We sat on the porch fixing the doors. Kyo's hands were trembling with anger. Damn it, why am I doing this? I helped Toru put a door in place while Shigure returned from reading the newspaper and said, "No complaining. You're partially at fault here." Kyo leapt up, facing Shigure, fists raised. "I'm not even slightly at fault. Start pitching in, you damn rat," Kyo said, turning to where Yuki was reading a book, his back against one of the wood poles. I leaned over Yuki's shoulder to see what he was doing. "No," Yuki said, snapping the book closed and handing it to me. I was slightly surprised, but took it, reading the cover. "Can't you even clean up your own messes, you stupid cat?" "Say what? Fight me right now," Kyo said, his eyes narrowing, his fist raised. "Hey, Kyo-kun!" Kagura fought for his attention below him. "Yeah?" Kyo asked, almost civilly. "Look, look!" Kagura pointed to where she'd fixed a cat-shaped head with the special paper we were using for the doors. It was plastered to the door. "Oh, how cute!" Toru exclaimed. "Quit playing around. This is all your—" Kyo shouted, but stopped as his stomach rumbled. "I know it's a little early, but why don't I start making dinner?" Toru asked. "Wait just a minute," Kagura said, reaching out. "Yes?" Toru asked slowly, turning, her long ponytail flicking over her shoulder. "I'll cook," Kagura said. "What? Why you?" Kyo asked. "For my beloved Kyo-kun," Kagura said, flicking him to the side, destroying another door. "You like to read?" Yuki asked quietly, standing next to me. "Very much," my phone said. I handed the book back to him. "But I have another door to fix." "Don't bother," Yuki said with a sigh as Kagura headed into the house, leaving her cat backpack outside on the porch. "Kagura and Kyo can fix them. None of this is your fault." "I like feeling useful," Kyo said, but I sat down next to him anyways. Yuki let me read, looking over my shoulder. Whenever I couldn't understand a word, English took precedence over Japanese on the island. I would point to the word and he would tell me how it was pronounced and what it meant. Then I stored it into my mind for a time when I would speak again. I entered the brightly lit living room, looking slightly overwhelmed at the food on the table. There were at least 12 dishes on the table, and I wondered if that was supposed to be significant for something, or if it was simply because she wanted to make a lot of food. Most of it I didn't recognize. There was some bread, a salad, some chips, also known as French fries, some sort of dish with tomatoes, onions, and lemons, a soup of some sort, and the rest was unknown. "Wow! This is amazing! You're a great cook, Kagura-san!" Toru said, eyeing the full table. Kagura stood there proudly, hands on her hips. Yuki looked at her passively. Shigure, meanwhile, was in the kitchen, looking at how empty the refrigerator was. "Hee," Kagura said. "It's amazing, but how many people were you planning to feed?" Yuki asked. "Leftovers?" my phone questioned. "The fridge is empty," Shigure whispered from the kitchen. "I was so excited to feed my beloved Kyo-kun, I got carried away," Kagura said, clasping her hands together like a little girl. Then again, that was quite how she acted. I picked up a piece of bread, biting into it. It tasted really good. "Speaking of Kyo-kun, where did he go?" Toru asked. I pointed upwards. "I'll go get him," Kagura said. She turned away, flitting upwards. I sat down on the table. Shigure and Toru sat across from me. Yuki sat next to me. None of them were eating, so I didn't eat either, though I would have liked to have some more of the bread. I heard shouting upstairs, and there was a loud house-shaking crash. I was surprised the roof didn't cave in on us. It does seem to float down from the ceiling, landing on the table, and consequently the food. Not the bread, though. The bread was fine. And then the ceiling crashed down on the table. I felt Yuki's hand on my arm, wrenching me backwards. We waved away the dust and smoke, and I saw Kyo-kun laying on the broken table. Food was splashed on the walls and floor, wasted. Shigure put a hand to his head. I wondered what he was more upset about, the roof or the food. Kyo-kun? Are you all right?" Toru asked, standing up. Sheesh, the food is ruined, Yuki said without a care in the world. Shigure was too busy groaning to let out a word. Kyo-kan, Kagura called down through the hole. Why do they all break my house? Shigure cried. Huh, so it was the house, not the food. Surprising. I'm sorry, I'll make more right away, Kagura said, somehow appearing behind Shigure, though she had only been above us moments ago. Maybe she'd dropped down without my noticing. Not likely, though. There wasn't much that escaped my notice. Not the tiger's eye. With what? The fridge is empty, Shigure said. Ow, Kyo said, sitting up. Just go home already. Kagura didn't answer, her shoulders shaking. Then she slammed the refrigerator door closed, running out of the kitchen. Kagura-san, what? Toru called after her. I'll go, Shigure said, standing up and walking out of the room. I continued to stare at the floor. Just go home already. There was so much hate in those words. There was so much hate here. Hate between Kyo and Yuki. Hate between Kagura and Kyo. How could I possibly try and live here? How could I possibly have thought that about living here? Hate was everything I was trying to escape. So why was the idea of living here so appealing? Maybe it's because of the hate, a voice in the back of my mind said. You grew up on hate, so you want to live around hate because it reminds you. It comforts you. Elizabeth, Yuki asked softly, his hand hesitating near my arm, wanting some comfort, but not wanting to scare me either. Maybe it was because of Yuki that I wanted to stay here. Yuki, Shigure, Kyo, Toru. On their own, by themselves, they were all great people. Shigure, Toru, and Yuki could get along. Shigure, Toru, and Kyo could get along. So maybe I was reading the signs wrong. I was seeing what I wanted to see, not what was really here. Because the hateful fights they got into, they sounded funny to me. Hilarious even, not full of malice. Elizabeth, Yuki asked, this time in concern, are you all right? I nodded yes. I should get home, my phone said for me. I slid open the door, stepping out onto the porch. Yuki followed me. I'm sorry about today. It's not a big deal. Are you sure you want to stay? Yuki asked. I'm sure. Kagura will be staying in Toru's room. I already stayed one night. I don't need to overstay my welcome. Yuki was silent for a moment and then said, I know I keep pushing this, but I really hate the idea of you living in a tent somewhere. So please, you should start staying here one day, preferably before winter really hits. I hesitated, looking directly in his eyes. I nodded once and my phone said, maybe, I'll think about it. Be safe, Yuki whispered as I stepped off the porch. What will you do about dinner? Don't worry, thanks for your help. Then I stepped into the shadows, making my way back to where my tent was. I jumped into the tree and into my tent. I lay down on the bed after putting my money and school things away. I closed my eyes and went to sleep. I had a lot of things to think about. Chapter 7. Second Move. I woke up feeling rather sad. Toru was leaving the Soma house today. I didn't know why that should have made me sad, but it did. I wondered how Yuki, Kyo, even Shigure were going to take it. My stomach growled, a sign that I hadn't eaten in the past 2 days. But school started today, so I would get lunch there. I had meant to buy more food, but with the weather, I hadn't wanted to risk going outside. But I was used to being hungry, so I didn't really feel it. It was just a dull ache in my stomach. I got dressed slowly in my school clothes. I was careful when I walked across the tent, as the bottom liked to sag a little. One day, I was going to end up putting my foot through the tent. However, I was also making quite a bit of money, and I almost had enough to start renting a small apartment. But I wanted to save. The house market was going down. Maybe I could buy a small house, and then I wouldn't have to pay rent or mortgage. I found myself walking to the Soma house. I wasn't entirely sure why, though. I found myself by Yuki's garden. I saw the baskets of strawberries that had been left for planting. They weren't in bloom, though. Rao-san, Yuki's voice asked. I looked up at him and smiled. Toru moved out, Yuki said. I know, my phone said. I was taking a shortcut. Oh, Yuki said. He looked sad as I came to stand near. But you want her back. My phone stated it like a statement, not a question. Like a fact, not a suggestion. Yuki stared at me in surprise, but I simply smiled back. Then let's go get her. Yuki nodded and we headed up to the house. And then my stomach growled. Yuki looked at me. Did you eat anything this morning? I blushed, looking away from him. Have you eaten anything since you left our house? He continued. I still didn't look up at him. Come on, Yuki said, taking my hand. I looked up at him in surprise, but not fear. I wasn't scared of Yuki anymore. He led me back to the house. "Ah, Elizabeth," Shigure said, reading a newspaper. "What are you doing here?" "She's going to eat," Yuki said. I blushed. Yuki let me prepare my own food, going back into the sitting area and reading the book we'd read together in the corner. Yuki was pacing up and down the walk, groaning and muttering. I saw that the white piece of paper with Toru's address on it was still on the table. I ate quickly, and when I finished, I put the plate in the sink. "You're distracting me. If you want to take a walk, do it outside," Yuki said in the living room. "Just read in your own room," Kyo started back. Anyways, they're way too high-handed, kicking her out for some renovations and then summoning her back when they're finished. I agreed with Kyo, though I knew her grandfather didn't mean it like that. Her grandfather didn't know she'd be living in a tent. He thought she was staying with a friend. I wondered what god, dragon, cow, dog, snake, and bunny thought I was doing right now. It's not high-handed, it's totally normal. It isn't normal at all. They ought to think a little more about what she wants. Yuki smirked. Big talk for the guy who left home without a word and dropped off the map for 4 months. "Say what? Are you picking a fight?" Shigure's face was sad over his newspaper. Yuki snapped the book closed. "You're the one needling me." I hesitated in the doorway of the living room. "Shall I get serious with you?" Yuki asked. "Bring it on, rat boy. Get your ass outside." Yuki yelled. "Come on, both of you. Calm down." Shigure finally stepped in. "I am calm," Yuki shouted. "I'm calm as hell," Yuki snapped. "I see," Shigure said, lifting his newspaper high enough to hide his face from Yuki and me. "Damn it," Kyo said, going and lying down on the porch, his back to us. Yuki put his book down on the table, looking at the white piece of paper on the table. He looked from Shigure to Kyo to me. I gave him a slight nod. "I'm going to take a walk. Elizabeth?" I picked up the piece of paper and I followed him out the door. "See you when you get back," Shigure called. Yuki and I sat down the stairs. "So," Yuki said, "did you foresee me getting Toru-san back in, or something?" I nodded and then let my phone say, "If Toru moves back in, I will too. Should put your mind at ease, right?" "Yes, I'm glad," Yuki said, opening the piece of paper to read Toru's address. I followed quietly, the only way I could. We made it to the block that Toru should be living on. Yuki and I walked around the block once and couldn't find it. "It's hard to find from just the address," Yuki said with a sigh. My ears pricked. I could hear someone a hard distance behind us. "Maybe Kyo?" "I suppose we'll stop at the police box and hey! Hold it right there, rat boy!" Kyo shouts from down the road, and I see him kicking up dust to get to us. Yuki looks so surprised. I laugh. "Give that note back!" Kyo goes to punch Yuki in the face. Yuki lifts one leg, kicking him in the face instead. I sigh in anxiety, and Yuki smiles at me apologetically. Yuki takes us in a circle again, looking at the different names on the house plates. Kyo is fed up with this and says, "Hey, you just took us in a circle." "That's funny. It should be in this block of buildings," Yuki says. "None of them say Honda." "Let me see that," Kyo says. I hold up a hand and they both look at me. "Be quiet for a second." They both looked at me, puzzled. I closed my eyes, listening. Though the wool hat on my head makes things a little denser, I can still hear inside the houses. I listen patiently, searching through each one, until I find a sharp feminine voice say, "I had a private detective investigate." I frown. A younger female voice says, "You were a living girlfriend? Go you! I was so sure I was maturing faster." And then Toru's voice, Why did you hire a detective?" I opened my eyes. I found her. "You did?" they asked together in surprise. I smiled a little, then I started back the way we came. Yuki and Kyo followed me. "Hey," Kyo followed. I stopped in front of the house, and Yuki spread the plastic that was covering the nameplate. It said Honda. "Huh, you did find it," Kyo said, "but it's completely under construction." "The outer walls are," Yuki said. "Let's at least talk to Honda-san." Yuki pushed open the black metal gate. "Yeah," Kyo says. I follow through last. Yuki knocks on the front door. It was so soft, almost I didn't hear it. "They're not answering," Yuki says in surprise. I try not to laugh. "Maybe they can't hear you." "Move it," Kyo says, walking past Yuki, who glares at him. He takes a deep breath and shouts, "Excuse me!" Yuki's eyes widen and he slams a hand over Kyo's mouth, shoving him to the floor. "What the hell was that for?" Kyo shouts. "Might be going too far," the first woman's voice says, and I know Yuki can hear it too. "But they say Kyoko-san used to get quite violent, and you know the phrase, like mother, like daughter. I was worried." The three of us crept to the side of the house. Large green, hanging curtains were in place with just a small space for us to look through. "If you're going to live in this house, you need to be sure not to do anything indiscreet, all right?" the woman continued. Kyo took one side, Yuki took the other. I knelt by Yuki's shoulder. There was a young man in there wearing glasses. He was sitting smugly at the table. There was an older gentleman who was standing closest by Toru, a woman behind the counter, and a woman sitting on the couch in front of us, a pocky stick in her mouth, and her body language said she was bored. "Say, Toru-chan." The young man at the table got up, walking over to her. "Those people didn't do anything indecent to you, did they?" He leered towards her, and I flinched back. Both Yuki and Kyo's faces turned angry. They both lunged toward the window, and I grabbed their collars. Toru's grandfather slapped the man across the face, for once an act I was okay with. Gramps? Are jeering and taunting all you people know how to do?" the grandfather asked. Yuki, bless his heart, turned to look at me. "Are you okay?" he whispered. I nodded, offering him a smile. "What's going on in there?" Kyo asked. "Like I would know," Yuki said. "Wandering won't get us anywhere. Let's just go get her and bring her back," Kyo said. "Please don't think too badly of them," the grandfather continued. "They're just unpleasant people, that's all." "Gramps! You're not helping." "Oh? Did I say something wrong?" the grandfather asked so innocently I started to laugh. I quickly stopped, though, not wanting them to look out the window. "What the hell was that for?" Kyo asked. I realized Yuki and Kyo were still arguing. "Shut up," Yuki said, putting a hand against Kyo's mouth. "The important thing here isn't what we want. It's what Honda-san wants." Kyo hit Yuki's hand away, but said nothing. "No, I don't deserve to think I need more," Toru said, sounding downcast. "You're giving me a roof over my head again. I have to be grateful for everything. I'm blessed, so—" She started to cry, and I put a hand to the window, wishing to comfort her. "So I shouldn't say that I want to go home. I shouldn't miss being with the Somas so much. I wanted to stay." I squeezed Yuki and Kyo's shoulders softly as they both stared at her in wonder. "I wanted to stay at Shigure-san's house with Soma-kun and Kyo-kun. I wanted to be with them." Yuki and I are through the window before anyone else can contemplate where we came from. Yuki in front of Toru's face, leaning in, me behind her. Kyo wrenching the green shades apart, shouting, "Huh?" "Okay then, come on home," Yuki says. "Soma-kun?" "Who is this?" the woman shouted, maybe an aunt. "Soma-kun? What are you doing here?" Kyo was there, grabbing her by the head. "Let's go," Kyo said. "Kyo-kun, you too, Rao-chan." "Your door was unlocked, so we let ourselves in," Yuki said pleasantly to the rest of the family. I stayed in the room with him, even as Kyo let himself and Toru out. "Are Honda-san's things upstairs?" "Now just wait a moment. What's this about?" the maybe aunt asked. "We've come to fetch Honda-san." "Wait, are you from the house where Toru-chan was playing live-in girlfriend?" the young man asked stupidly, looking at me then back at Yuki. "Which means you're a boy!" Yuki's eyes flashed, and I didn't bother holding him back as he flicked the man in the forehead so hard his head jerked back, his glasses flying off. He fell to his knees in pain. "You haven't earned the right to call her Toru-chan, you lowlife." Yuki turned to me. "Let's go, Elizabeth." I said nothing, turning my back on Toru's family, and followed him up the stairs to where Toru kept her things. I helped him back, like I had before. "So I guess this means you're coming to stay with us," Yuki said, smiling at me. "I thought you'd be angrier," my phone said, at the man. Yuki picked up the bags. "I am angry, but I don't need to hurt anyone either." I stared at him, marveling. If anyone had insulted me like that in front of dragon, snake, or cow, they would have ripped their heads off. Not necessarily because they loved me, but because I was their prize. An insult to me was an insult to them. "Are you all right, Elizabeth?" Yuki asked. I smiled. "Yes, though I still feel like I might be intruding if I stay over." "Don't," Yuki said as we headed down the stairs. Kyo had Toru's hand in his, starting to walk forwards. "You're not intruding at all." And then Yuki took Toru's other hand. "Let's go home." Yuki turned to me, the bag slipping onto his wrist, holding his other hand out. I felt my eyes widen in surprise, and hesitantly, I reached out and took it. Home, I thought. I had never thought I would ever be excited to go home. When we entered the house, Shigure was waiting, and he clapped his hands upon seeing us. "Congratulations on successfully capturing the princess. 2 of them. I blushed. You're making us sound creepy, Kyo grumbled. Make it rescuing, Yuki said from behind me and Toru. I'm back, Toru said shyly. Yep, no problem. Leave all the fallout to me, Shigure said, sounding delighted. Kyo walked past him. Oh, but I couldn't do that. I couldn't cause you more trouble, Toru said quickly. Hey, no worries. After all, if you come back again, the efforts of those 2 who stole your note and ran off won't be in vain. Tch, Kyo said from behind Shigure. I laughed a little. I have to say, I've never seen Yuki-kun go to pieces like that. I turned to see Yuki blush horribly and jumped forward and exclaimed, I didn't go to pieces. Liar, Kyo said. Your face was screaming regret. In an instant, Yuki was kicking him in the face for about the 3rd time today. That was your face. Damn, Yuki. Yes, stupid cat. Shigure turned to us. Clearly, this isn't a perfect home, but it's yours if you want it, Toru-kun, Elizabeth-kun. Stupid is as stupid does. Yes, Toru and I said together, though I said it by phone. Since you are, what's wrong with telling you this? Yuki sneered. Today's the day I take you down. I'd like to see you try, Yuki said calmly. Ugh! I smiled. I finally had a home. Now, I had to make do with it as I could. Chapter 8. Sleepovers. I was standing with Toru, Arisa, and Saki by the rice ball stand. Today was the Culture Day festival, and the rice balls were selling out quickly. However, I had all the doubts that it was actually the food. Thank you for your business, Toru said, bowing slightly as people walked away with rice balls. These are selling like crazy, Arisa said, arms crossed over her apron. Everyone that was working at the stand except Saki was wearing yellow aprons with the word onigiri on them, with 3 rice balls. Kyo was standing behind us, also not wearing an apron, holding a cat-shaped rice ball. Saki, on the other hand, was wearing a black witch's cloak and a black witch hat tied off with purple ribbon. Rice balls are easy finger food, one of the girls behind the stand said, in answer to Arisa's comment. And we're Japanese, one of the boys said. I wondered what that had to do with it, and then blushed, realizing that I was quite set apart from them in that aspect. It's thanks to you for making such good ones, Honda-san, Raul-san, one of Kyo's friends said, smiling at us from behind the booth. No, you're giving me too much credit, Toru said, waving her hands. Elizabeth did a lot of the work. I rolled my eyes and signed at her. Take the credit. And the cat ones are cute, one of the girls said. I looked behind me to see Kyo staring at the cat-shaped rice ball in his hand. He looked angry at it. Pausing for a moment, I realized he was wondering if it was cannibalism, and I laughed. But the biggest contributor to our class sales has been... One of the student council representatives said, looking over her shoulder. We all turned to look at the screaming gaggle of girls, holding up phones, snapping pictures, and squealing. I looked over and saw just how unhappy Yuki looked. He was wearing a pink dress with a white sweater to go over it. He looked quite a bit like a girl than he usually did. His lovely silver hair and purple eyes framed his features perfectly. He met mine in Toru's eyes and looked away from us. I felt sad, as I knew he was ashamed we were seeing him like that. And then there was Minagawa, trying to be the president of the Prince Yuki Flan Club, jumping in front of the cameras and shouting, "Could you not take photos without permission? Yuki clearly doesn't like it." I wasn't sure why Yuki felt indebted to the senior girls to wear it. I wasn't even sure I would have worn it, but I had always felt encumbered by dresses. Though I didn't know how to fight well, I still stood a better chance defending myself in something stretchy than something cumbersome. But I knew perfectly well that if Kyo made a remark about Yuki, he would be able to defeat him. "Do you think I made him angry somehow?" Toru asked, noticing Yuki turning away from us. "Nah, just ignore him," Kyo said from behind us. Kyo walked forward smirking. He's just got a huge complex about his girly face. I couldn't blame Yuki. No one would have confused Kyo for a girl, and even back at Toru's house, the man who had been rude to Toru had thought Yuki a girl at first sight, even without the dress. How can I rectify this?" Toru asked, looking alarmed. Kyo looked surprised. Arisa, Saki, and I watched as Toru continued to fret. "I've silently been thinking, he's so cute." "Don't sweat it. That could happen to anyone," Arisa said, looking at Toru in concern. "Right? He looks exactly like a girl," Kyo smarted. At that moment, someone leapt down onto Yuki's shoulders and said, "Du lieber Himmel, you look like ein Magend." "What the heck?" Arisa asked. I looked at Toru, who looked surprised, Saki, bored, and Kyo shocked. I myself found that I was looking forward to talking to the cheerful boy again. "What's he doing here?" Kyo asked, still staring at Momiji in surprise. "Hmm? Do you know him, Kyo-kun?" Toru asked, turning to Kyo. "Momiji, don't wander off on your own," a new voice said. I turned and saw that there was a rather handsome man standing there, but I didn't get a good look at his features as I sensed a Zodiac spirit. Dragon. I leapt backwards, almost hiding behind Kyo, turning my face, hoping he wouldn't see me. I was trembling. A dragon. A dragon was here. "Hi, Harry," Momiji said from Yuki's shoulders. Harry? That wasn't a particularly Japanese name, but I didn't dare look at him again in case he sensed my presence. A violent shiver passed through me. "Hi, Yuki. You look well," Hari said, and judging by the sound of footsteps, I could tell he was walking towards Yuki. "You too, Kyo," the man said, and I flinched, hiding behind Kyo even more as I sensed him looking at Kyo. Everyone in the room was looking at Hari and Momiji. Kyo turned to me. "Oi, are you all right?" "He's a dragon," my phone said, lifted to his ear and the volume low so only Kyo could hear it. "He destroys memories and roots through people's minds." Kyo said, looking at me in surprise, and also probably taking in the fear on my face. I wondered just how much of it showed. Kyo turned back around, stepping slightly in front of me, and I felt a relief at his protection. Momiji leapt down from Yuki's shoulders. "Guten Tag! I'm Momiji Soma. I'm half Japanese and half German." I felt a little bit of relief at hearing his voice. Momiji was nice enough. "And this is Hattori Soma." Ah, so his name was Japanese. "We're related to Yuki and Kyo." "Are they really?" Toru asked in amazement to Kyo. I tried to stand up a little straighter and peeked around Kyo's shoulder. I almost met Hattori's eyes and quickly ducked behind Kyo again. "Yeah," Kyo said slowly. I glanced at Toru, who was beaming. Her eyes were shining. "With that out of the way, Yuki, when did you become a girl?" Hattori asked. I bristled at Hattori. That was just plain mean. Or was it a joke? Yuki bristled too, clenching his fist, so I assumed that it was a mean jest. "You've seen me naked dozens of times, and you can say that with a straight face." "Yuki-kun, does he mean?" One of the fan club girls shrieked, probably wondering if it meant he was attracted to boys. "No," Yuki said, sounding even more embarrassed. Then, to my surprise, Hattori yanked out some sort of device, plugging one end of it in his ears, and the other he put to Yuki's chest. "Now take a deep breath." A dragon as a doctor? I supposed if he could do surgery in one's mind with memories, he could do just about anything else to the body. Was I judging him too harshly, perhaps? After all, I had met Dog, Shigure, and he was nice enough. And everyone else in the Zodiac that I had met were terribly nice people. Maybe I should wait and judge for myself after getting to know him. If I could dare to get to know him. "He's a doctor," Yuki said. "You don't have to examine me here." "I do, because you broke your promise to come once a month for a checkup," Hattori explained. Toru immediately rushed to Yuki's side, and I darted out behind Kyo's back to protect her. The dragon could immediately make her forget about the Somas and the curse. "Soma-kun, are you ill?" Toru asked quickly. Yuki was glaring at Hattori. "Yuki has bronchial problems," Hattori said, not minding apparently that he was sharing this with every person in the cafeteria, to then disperse as rumors into the school. "He had frequent attacks when he was young. Are you Toru Honda?" "Yes, pleased to meet you," Toru said with a smile. She bent into her usual formal bow when meeting someone. "I see," Hattori said. I determinedly stared at Yuki, who was still glaring at Hattori. I was still shaky, still scared of the dragon's power, but I also had to remind myself that Hattori had to touch me to see into my mind, and I was far away. Then I remembered that sometimes they didn't even possess the power to use the animals. Yuki, Kyo, Shigure, none of them had the powers that the Zodiac back on the island had. Maybe Hattori couldn't erase or go through memories either. "You really are a normal girl." I bristled at the implication. "Hattori!" Yuki said, stepping in front of Toru angrily. And then a scream broke everyone's attention from Hattori. Yuki and Toru. Momiji had climbed the signpost for the rice ball stand. "You shouldn't climb up on the sign!" the same girl who had shrieked exclaimed. Momiji didn't seem to mind, though, wearing long red socks, maroon slippers, tan shorts, a teal winter coat, and a black hat with a pink flower on it. He had a rice ball in his hand and was munching on it. "What are you doing, you idiot?" Kyo asked, stepping forwards, leaving me with no shield if Hattori were to seek me out. "Oh no, I'll be right back," I heard Toru call out, and she ran over. "Why are you here?" Yuki asked Hattori the minute she was out of earshot. But I was not, listening in with my super tiger senses. Take your complaints up with Momiji. He brought over a festival flyer, and then Akito wanted to come. Akito has a 39-degree fever, so I used my Dr. Veto, but I ended up having to come in exchange. Relax, I didn't come to do anything to Toru Honda. I shivered at the implication, wrapping my arms around my chest. I'll tell you one thing, though. The threatening look is ineffective while you're in that outfit. I laughed aloud, forgetting that no one knew I could hear their conversation, and quickly turned my back on Yuki and Hattori. Get your butt down here, Kyo shouted. Keep your opinions to yourself, Yuki smarted. I was starting to realize that Hattori just had a dry humor. Kyo had a hand holding Momiji by the collar. I quickly followed him and Toru behind a curtain, leaving everyone else in the main room. Kyo hit Momiji on the head, who cried, "Owie!" You sit here and be good. Kyo hit me, Momiji cried. Kyo-kun, Toru exclaimed. Oh, it's Toru and Elizabeth, Momiji said, stopping the tears immediately and turning to face the two of us. How are you? I came to see you two, Momiji said, running over to us. Good afternoon. You're in the Soma family, then? Toru asked pleasantly. Nice to meet you, my phone said. Ja! Fate brought us together that day, huh? Momiji asked, smiling. He was so cute. You three have met, Kyo asked. Yep, at Papa's building, Momiji said, spreading his arms wide. Huh? Toru asked, confused. I smiled. That's Papa's building and my hangout. He's the CEO. Wow, my phone said. What? He is? Toru asked, looking frantic. I wasn't entirely sure why, though. Maybe because it had caught her by surprise. Hey, you know the Zodiac secret, right? I nodded my head while Toru said, yes. Yay! That means it's okay if I hug you, Momiji said, throwing his arms wide. Momiji leapt towards Toru, thankfully, but Kyo reached out, grabbing him by his hat and pulling him backwards. Hold it, Romeo. Remember where you are. Keeping Toru all to yourself just because you like her? Momiji asked so honestly it was adorable. I bet you hug her every day. Kyo's face turns red. As if I do that, Kyo shouted, letting Momiji loose. Momiji jumped up, hugging his arms around Toru. I tensed, realizing that just about the whole cafeteria was probably waiting for us to emerge. I pocketed my phone immediately as there was a pop of yellow. The minute Toru fell to the ground, I grabbed the bunny. People looked through one side of the back, so I leapt up with lightning speed, flying over the curtain, landing on the other side, back in the cafeteria. Luckily, everyone else was too busy to see me as I ran away. For just a split second, I looked over at Yuki and Hattori. Were standing. Yuki was staring at me in surprise, but for just an instant my eyes met Hattori's. For just a split second, I felt a warmth spread through me. His eyes were a dark blue, almost indigo, and filled with something warm. His black hair covered part of one eye, and I realized he was handsome, more handsome than I had realized. Then, there was a bubble of pressure on my tongue, and I felt something lift off of me. Our connection broke as I darted out the doors, heading for the roof. I could hear the girls behind me asking about Momiji's clothes that I had left behind. I could hear Yuki distracting them by asking for false pity. God's voice spoke in my head. When you find happiness, you will cease to speak. And when you meet the person who will break your heart, you will speak again. I suppose that it was fitting that a dragon would break my heart, but the feelings of love for Hattori Soma were gone now, a fleeting thing from God's curse. I collapsed to my knees on the roof, breathing heavily. I wanted to speak, to see if the curse had indeed been lifted, but I would not speak in front of someone else, especially Momiji would tell the others. I could speak in a heartbeat. I had to wait, to bid my time and come up with a story. Though I was now surprised, I wondered exactly when God had put the curse on me. If he had done it after I had escaped, it meant he still had power over me, even when we weren't anywhere near each other. That was a scary thought. Or maybe he cursed all of us on the island, in case one of us escaped. Kyo was soon up the stairs, along with Toru carrying Momiji's clothes. You damn brat! Do you even know what you've done? Kyo asked. I'm scared, Elizabeth, Momiji said as I hugged him into my shoulder. Hattori was there too, and I finally saw that he was wearing a black suit, white tie and blue tie. White shirt and blue tie. He had a hand to his forehead. So you're the rabbit, Toru said, and I let Momiji go, and he hopped up to Toru's shoulder, and she hugged him too. I can't believe this. It's a good thing Yuki distracted everyone, and this young lady got Momiji out there. I couldn't look at Hattori, though I felt a slight blush, a young lady. I was afraid that if I looked at him, I might find myself feeling love again. Kyo tisked. For all he complains, I guess he likes his girlie. Yuki sent him flying, just as I predicted he would. Shall I give you an even higher flight? Yuki asked, standing to his feet. However, I had to agree with Hattori. Yuki didn't look nearly as frightening in his pink dress. You damn rat! Where did you learn to jump like that, Elizabeth? Yuki turned to me. You did really splendid. I quickly signed. When you live on an island full of dangerous Zodiac warriors, you learn to protect yourself. Kyo, Yuki, Hattori, and Momiji all looked at Toru for explanation, but Toru hadn't been watching me. I sighed, pulling out my phone, which relayed the same message. Dangerous Zodiac warriors, Hattori asked. I blushed and nodded. Hey, does that mean you could defeat Yuki in a fight? Kyo asked with pleasure. I tilted my head for a second, pondering. Maybe, I signed, and this time Toru signed for me. Does this mean you still haven't gotten your voice back? Momiji asked, still a rabbit from Toru's shoulder. You should have Hattori look at you and see what's wrong. I flinched just slightly, and Kyo said, She doesn't have to, she doesn't want to. Oh, I almost forgot something important, Hattori said, and despite my attempts at not looking at him, I glanced slightly now. He was talking to Kyo and Yuki. Yuki, Kyo, line up right here. What? Yuki asked. Do it, Hattori said in a hard voice, and I flinched again. I took a few steps back, so I could observe, and also be far away at the same time. What's this about? Kyo said as he and Yuki stood next to each other. Fill in the blank. Macaroni and cheese? Kyo and Yuki said together. They were just barely smiling, and Hattori took a lightning-fast photo. Akito told me to bring back a photo, Hattori explained, moving the camera away from his face. I laughed lightly, and my phone said, Kyo, how did you fall for that? See you, Hattori said, turning away. He glanced at me for half a second, and I dropped my gaze. I had no right to look an elder in the face, even if he came after me in the Zodiac. Momiji hopped onto Hattori's shoulder, saying, Bizbald! I waved to him a little and smiled. Hattori, get back here! Elizabeth, use your ninja warrior moves on him. Kyo started after Hattori and Momiji, and I decided I should leave with him too. I knew Yuki kind of wanted to talk to Toru. I leapt over the stair railing, leaning on one of the stairs in front of Hattori. Wow! Momiji exclaimed. Momiji, you can't speak as a rabbit. I stepped aside, letting Hattori pass, but he paused, catching my gaze. I kept my head down respectfully. Rather quietly, he said, You don't have to bow to me. My eyes widened and my head snapped up as to look at him in surprise. Our eyes met for a second. They weren't warm as they were a minute ago, but guarded, like winter. Hattori! Kyo shouted from above. Hattori continued to walk, and I stared after him. Did you get it? Kyo asked, breathing. I shook my head. Kyo continued after Hattori, who was farther down the hall than I thought possible. Maybe the dragon wasn't so bad, after all. I joined Arisa, Saki, and Toru up on the sidewalk overlooking the school and students as they started to take down the cultural festival decorations. Toru had just finished explaining how she came to live with the Somas. I shared my story rather quickly, too. No, family. I lived in a tent. Yuki invited me. The end. I'm sorry I didn't tell you before, but I'm all right now. They're all very good people. Please don't worry. I believe bolt from the blue is the appropriate expression here, Saki said. She was still wearing her witch outfit facing Toru and I. Arisa, on the other hand, was looking outwards toward the school courtyard. Toru, the entire time, was bent in some sort of apologetic bow. I was sitting down slightly behind her. I wondered if Arisa was mad at us for keeping this secret, but I really hadn't wanted anyone to know I was homeless. I hated pity when I didn't deserve it. I was free. I was out of the cage. I didn't care if I was living in a cardboard box. As long as I wasn't stuck on that island. As long as I never had to saw those people ever again. But I probably would. I wanted to go back for Bunny. I knew I would have to go back before the year of the rabbit. I wanted to keep her safe, but that was this upcoming year, and I wasn't entirely sure how I would be able to get back. Maybe if Yuki and Kyo helped me, but I wasn't sure if I wanted to put their lives at risk. I did notice how strangely talkative you've been with the prince and carrots, Arisa said, finally turning away from the metal bars. So that's why. Perhaps we should invite ourselves over, Saki said. What? Toru asked, and I felt a spike of fear go through me. I'd like to personally confirm whether it's an appropriate environment for you two, Saki continued. Great idea, Hanajima. Let's go right now, Arisa said enthusiastically. Wait, if they don't expect us, they may not have snacks on hand, Saki said. Trust Saki to think about food. Okay, fair point, but I'm worried here, Arisa said, and I melted, even though I knew they were mostly worried about Toru than me. But I also knew that while they cared more for Toru, They still loved me as a friend. Agreed. Luckily it's a school holiday tomorrow, Saki continued. Toru argued, and I tried to think of a good excuse for them not to come over. Of course. I didn't foresee any problems, but still. Let's sleep over tonight. Strike while the iron is hot, as they say. It'll be fine. We'll go home and get ready first, and we won't cause any trouble, Arisa said. I noted she was still wearing her onigiri apron, but said nothing. I had been looking forward to being alone when I got home. Home. Huh. But either way, I wanted to test my voice. It looked like that was going to have to wait. Toru explained what Saki and Arisa wanted when we got home, and when they got ready to show up, the four of us waited at the front door to greet them. Arisa was dressed in a long purple jacket, and Saki was wearing black, as always. Yo, Arisa said, looking more like a gangster than anything, with her black choker and her blonde hair covering her right eye. The rest of the hair was done up in a bun. Saki, on the other hand, would have looked particularly normal if she was wearing any other color. A black skirt and a black shirt with a black ribbon. Even her suitcase was black. Good evening, Saki said. I signed good evening to both of them. Hello, glad you came, Shigure said cheerfully with a raise of his hand. He was also wearing black. I'm sorry this happened so suddenly, Toru whispered beside him. I was on his other side. Saki and Arisa didn't catch her words, but I did. Nah, it's fine. Hey, are you sure about this? Kyo asked from behind Shigure. Shigure turned to face Yuki and Kyo. Kyo was wearing red, Yuki was wearing blue. Their colors suited them, making both of them far more handsome than in their school uniforms. Word on the street is never underestimate Wave Girl. Que Sada, it'll work out. You're such a warrior, Shigure said, smiling, raising one of his fingers. A dog, Saki said. Yuki, Kyo, Shigure, and I all nearly jumped out of our skin. Is here, Saki finished. I spun to see a tan dog sitting between Saki and Arisa. Huh, well, look at that, Shigure said, a tick in his right eye, and he was panicking now. Bad boy, you can't come in. Toru was smiling. Kyo was breathing hard. Yuki had a hand to his face, and I felt like I might faint from the excitement. I reached up, touching the edge of my blue beanie hat. My ears had perked up, and I tried to get them to lay flat. After a while, we settled in the living room, Toru serving the rest of us tea. She sat at the head of the table, I sat at the other. Saki and Arisa sat with their backs to the kitchen. Kyo, Shigure, and Yuki sat across from them. Yuki was closest to me, across from Saki, staring politely like Shigure. Kyo, on the other hand, was turned away slightly. My phone was on the table in case I needed to say anything. Hey you're Shigure-san, right? What's your job? Arisa asked, looking at Shigure. Me, Shigure said, pointing at himself, and I smiled into my tea. I'm a writer, a novelist. Toru stood up where she was sitting between Saki and Arisa in shock. Arisa looked at her like she was crazy. You're a novelist? Why are you shocked? Arisa asked loudly. You didn't know, did you? Saki said. You said it was high literature, right? Yuki asked, looking at Shigure, who looked pleased with this conversation. I snorted. Yep, that's right. He reached into the folds of his robes. Stories like this. It was a manga called Summer Sigh, and I felt my blood boil at it. Fireworks seemed to go off around the rest of us. Oops, sorry, wrong book. This is the real one. It was called Palpitations with a navy blue cover. Very simple. I wondered what it was about. I just wrote this one for fun, Shigure said, holding up Summer Sighs. So the fact remains that you wrote it, Arisa said, slamming a hand down angrily on the table. Saki, on the other hand, reached out to take the book. But authors are so impressive. I never dreamed I might personally know one, Toru said, hurrying over to Shigure's side, almost radiating pleasure. I know, right? Shigure asked, cupping his chin. I rolled my eyes. Toru, his ego will just get bigger if you feed it, my phone said. Honda-san, he'll get a big head if you praise him too much, Yuki said seriously, but smiled at me. Shigure's already got a big head, 24/7. I laughed lightly. Oh, I just thought of something fun, Toru said. Wait just a minute. She dashed away. I heard her going up the stairs. Well, I need to go out for a while, so you'll have to excuse me, Shigure said, getting up from the table. I knew he would be going to Akito tonight. You young people enjoy yourselves. I'll be back in a moment, I signed, and got up as well, stepping outside for some fresh air and jumped to the roof. It looks like Toru and Elizabeth are fitting in pretty well here, Arisa said softly. I'm glad for that, and I know Toru only kept it from us so we wouldn't worry. But we swore to her that we'd help her if her back was ever against the wall. Maybe that sounds overdramatic to you, but the thing is, Toru was the first friend we ever had, all three of us. And she saved us in a lot of ways. So I hate that we couldn't help her this time. It's like Toru does all the work and she can't count on us for anything. I watched as Shigure left the house, looking back once before he continued down the stairs and out of sight. Like, are we worth being friends with? Even Elizabeth, sure, we've only known her for a few months, but she didn't have to be homeless all this time. We never knew she didn't have parents, even. We know she's not the kind of girl who sweats stuff like that, Kyo said, and I wondered if he was talking about me or Toru. No, it was Toru they were talking about. Definitely Toru. Honda-san isn't the type to ask for the moon, and neither is Elizabeth, Yuki said softly. I could hear Toru's feet on the stairs and into the sitting room. Sorry for the wait, let's get started. I leapt from the roof, entering the room. Rich man, poor man. That's a great idea, Toru-kun, Saki said as I took my spot near Yuki. Nice, I'll make a sucker out of carrots again, Arisa said with a smile. Kyo slammed a hand to the table, a muscle twitching at his cheek. I'll show you, and if you win, you better dye your hair black. Fine, then if you lose, you bleach your hair until it's white, Arisa shot back. Beside me, Toru knelt next to Yuki. Will you cut the cards for us? This is my natural color, you fake blonde. Natural color? Where do you get off having hair like that? Fight me! Yuki tucked his hair behind his ear. A girly move, I supposed, but he was also blushing, so it might have been nervous habit. Sure, Yuki said. The game progressed. Despite everyone's protest, I stayed out of the game, preferring to watch. Toru ended up the poor man, and I thought I might have a better grasp on the game. After a while, Yuki retreated to bed. Toru, Saki, and Arisa soon followed. Up till now, Toru and I had been sharing the rather large pink bed that Shigure had bought for us. It was large enough that we were both very comfortable, but I wasn't entirely sure if all four of us could fit it. Besides, I didn't plan on sleeping tonight. Instead, I jumped to the roof and lay down there. Below, I could hear Toru recounting a story about a hat and a boy to Saki and Arisa. You've had it rough since you were little, huh? I heard Arisa's voice down below. No, not at all, Toru said, as I knew she would. I've just recently learned how lucky I am. I get to live with the Somas. I had a loving mother, and I have 3 wonderful friends named Hana-chan, Uo-chan, and Rad-chan. I can't tell you how much it means to me that you're always by my side. It would be a sin if I weren't properly grateful for that. I love you too, and Elizabeth too. I smiled up at the moon, one tear falling down my cheek. I wondered what it would be like to see the world through Toru's eyes. I kept my eyes open, staring up at the stars. I would try to be like Toru. I was down in the kitchen before the others. I hadn't gotten a wink of sleep, but I didn't feel tired either. I started to cook bacon. Toru joined me a few moments later and started eggs and toast. Working together, we got breakfast finished in record time. The rest of them had fried eggs, and I had my scrambled eggs. We also each had a tomato and lettuce. We also had chopsticks. I had gotten much better at using the tiny things to eat with instead of a fork or a spoon or knife, but I looked rather clumsy using it compared to the others. Kyo and Yuki were up soon, and Kyo before Yuki. Kyo grabbed the carton of milk, drinking straight out of it, standing on the porch. Oi! I've told you before, don't drink straight from the carton, Yuki said from the kitchen. He sounded grouchy. Oh, good morning, Soma-kun. Morning, Yuki, I sighed. Lay off, you snide rat, Kyo started. Yuki kicked the back of Kyo's leg, and he buckled. Milk sprang up into his face. That was the last carton. Go buy more for all of us, Yuki said, his bath towel still on top of his head. Milk was splashed all over the floor, and I gave an exaggerated sigh while the cat part of me urged to lick it up off the floor. I held my breath instead and turned around so I couldn't see it. You jerk! Kyo screamed behind me. Today's the day we settle this. Bring it, a cat and a rat, Saki said, entering the kitchen. Toru, Yuki, Kyo, and I started. My ears popped up, and I turned my back to the refrigerator, sure my tail was poking through. I tugged my hat down. That's what they're like, Saki continued, not noticing our reactions. Ooh-chan, Hana-chan, good morning, Toru said, positively sweating. Why do you say that? Arisa asked Saki. There's a cartoon about a cat and a rat who are always fighting, remember? Tom and Jerry, I questioned, signed. Still, this seems like a fun household, Saki continued. Good. I decided that if it were a bad environment for Toru-kun or Elizabeth-kun, I'd do all sorts of things to you. When you say things, Kyo started. What things? Yuki asked. You two both have quite good waves, Saki said dramatically. Huh? They asked together. Oh, you don't realize. That's good too, Saki said. Arisa put an arm around my shoulder, hugging me close, reaching for Toru too. Well, we're counting on you to look after them, Saki said, completing the hug. I felt rather taken aback and emotional, something I wasn't often. Ooh-chan, Hana-chan. Toru's voice was shaky, and I knew she'd probably start crying. I felt like crying, and I stared down at my feet instead. Thank you so much. Let's have breakfast, Saki said, pulling out a chair. We'll come visit again soon, Arisa said. Yes, I'd like to investigate the Soma family's strange ways, Saki agreed. Whoa, you've got to be kidding, Kyo fumed. Toru called to them, and I turned to look at her. I promise to be very careful about you-know-what, but they're both really, really good people, so fine, have it your way, Kyo said, turning away while Yuki smiled at the both of us. Thank you, I signed. Yuki knew what this meant by now. They're your friends, after all. At that moment, the telephone rang. Despite the advances in technology, Shigure still had an old black rotary telephone. It was far more complicated than my iPhone, but I guess it did its job. Toru went to go get the phone. I listened in carefully, wondering who it was. Hello? Is this Honda Toru? The voice on the other end asked. It sounded familiar. Yes, may I ask who Soma Hattori? The dragon said. We met yesterday at the festival. I'll cut to the chase. Come to the Soma estate on your next day off. Pardon? Toru asked. I have something important to talk to you about. Tell no one about this. If you come over, I'll give you the camera with the festival day picture on it instead of giving it to Akito. I trust you know what will happen if you don't show up. I will, Toru said. Good. And who knows, you may even get to meet Akito. He hung up. I resigned myself. I could not let Toru go alone, and that meant I would have to walk into the dragon's den. Chapter 9. Dragon's Den. It was rather easy, tailing Toru without her noticing. I'd become skilled at the art of hiding in the shadows, like a predator hiding from prey. Being free of my cage had given me rein to become more and more like my animal. But it also helped that she was wearing a red coat, so she shone like a beacon against the black coats of everyone else. I myself was dressed rather warmly for cold weather. My coat was a dark indigo color, buttoned up to my throat. I wore knee-high black boots, so my legs were warm as well. I had traded my normal light blue beanie cap for a blue hat, not unlike one that people thought French people wore. It was flatter than the other hat, but it completed the outfit better. Now I stood at the corner of the sidewalk on the street opposite Toru. She was hesitating in front of rather large doors that separated the Soma estate from the rest of the world. It really was a grand place, the walls extending as far as I could see down the block on either side. Toru was hesitating, probably because she was uncertain of how Hattori was going to treat her. As I had not gotten any sleep last night, as I hadn't felt I needed it, I had not had any dreams or visions of today, but I didn't dare risk falling asleep and waking everyone in the house as I screamed in my sleep. Hello, Toru, Momiji called high up on the wall, beaming down at her and scaring her quite terribly. You came right on time. Momiji disappeared and the doors opened, revealing one long path down the center. Houses stood on either side of it, and trees lined the path as well. Momiji stepped in front of the opening. He was wearing another hat, a more tan yellowish color, navy blue shorts, a white shirt, and a thin teal blue cover over his shirt, complete with a light blue bow. His clothing was very different than most. Perhaps it was the German in him. Welcome to the Soma estate, Momiji said to Toru. Thank you, Toru said. Hari's house is this way, Momiji said, starting to march away. The doors closed behind them. I darted across the street, leaping high up onto the wall. I watched carefully as Toru and Momiji made their way down the street. I listened carefully for anyone or anything, but the place was strangely quiet. Not even the outsiders were making noise. Strange. But of course. New Year's was around the corner. I had no idea what I was going to do. This was the year of the rabbit, my last chance to get Bunny to safety before the next New Year's came around. Unless the god wouldn't kill anyone until I was back. After all, a missing tiger made an imperfect and out-of-balance Zodiac. Killing Bunny might result in something terrible. Maybe God wouldn't risk it, but I doubted it. Once Toru and Momiji were almost out of sight, I leapt from the wall to the roof of the closest house. I didn't dare follow them down the path. There was nowhere to hide, and there was no reason for anyone to know where I was. Momiji and Toru eventually stopped in front of one of the houses and leapt to the roof of it, crouching down, lying flat, to hear everything inside. "Welcome," the dragon's voice said. He sounded very indifferent to the meeting, much like he had at school. Was the walk here that exhausting? I could hear Toru's heavy breathing down below. I looked over and saw there was an orange tree. Oranges still on it. I was surprised. No, Toru said. "Well, come in. Momiji, bring us something to drink." I could hear Hattori walking along in the house. "Ja," Momiji's excited voice said. "Thank you for inviting me," Toru said. I had to be very careful in this house. The other ones had flat roofs, but this one was triangular shaped, making purchase harder. I finally made it to where I could oversee his garden, which was rather nice, like most of the gardens here. "Toru?" Momiji's voice broke the silence down below besides footsteps. "Are you sick? Should Hattori give you a checkup?" No, I'm absolutely fine." Toru's voice was loud enough that I probably could have heard her without my tiger senses. "Well, go ahead and have a seat," Momiji said. There was some more silence, more footsteps, and then nothing but breathing. Finally, Toru said, Hattori-san, did you have to take off work at your clinic for me?" "No, I don't treat anyone outside the Soma clan. I'm the family doctor. About half of it consists of babysitting Akito." There was a shift in Hattori's footsteps that sounded like he had turned towards the garden. Babysitting. Dragon would never have dared use that word about our god if he was ever sick. But I suppose Dragon's mind was much safer than any other mind in the Zodiac. His thoughts were safe. "Constantly getting sick is Akito's specialty," Hattori continued. "Plus, all the Somas are super busy today, so nobody will come in for exam," Momiji said. "Huh?" Toru asked. I tisked up on the roof, sliding my foot down to the gutter, being very careful. I wished I could hide myself better, but if Hattori was facing the garden, now would be a horrible time to try and hide it. "They're getting ready for New Year's," Momiji exclaimed. "It's a big event, so outside people help too, not just inside ones." "Outside? Inside?" Toru asked. I supposed it would be confusing to an outsider. Not that I was exactly inside either. "Yep, see, we call the main family inside. Remember the tree-lined road you walked down to get here? We call the people who live there outside. I think there are about 100 of them, and about 50 on the inside." There are a lot more houses for only 150 people, especially if a lot of these people were mothers and fathers with children. But perhaps the clan had been larger and had only gotten smaller since then. "All 150 of us are Somas." That's amazing," Toru said in a voice that meant she was trying to understand the information Momiji had given her. "The only people who can live inside are Zodiac members like us, or people who know our secret. Shi-chan and Yuki used to live inside too. Kyo was outside, though." "Of course he was," I whispered to the air, but even with my tiger hearing, my voice was too low to discern anything from it other than it was hoarse. I needed to find a place alone so I could sing again and hear my voice. Not that I was a good singer, but it would be a good exercise to using my voice again. To put that another way, even among the family, only a small number of people know the Zodiac secret. Hattori's steps turned away from the garden, and there was a squeaking sound of a chair on wheels behind turned. Another thump told me he had sat down in the chair. "It's outrageous for a complete stranger like you and your other friend to know it. Ordinarily, I would wipe your memory right away, but Akito didn't order me to, and even permitted you two to live among us. I would have asked your friend to join us, but she did not seem like someone who would come here willingly. So what I tell you, you should repeat to her. Do you have a fun life at Shigure's house?" "Yes, very much," Toru said. Hattori was aware of my fear of him. Strange that he'd taken it into consideration. "I recommend that you move out. Stay away from the Somas from now on, you and your friend. Our possessed family isn't fun and games like you think it is. We're monstrous, loathsome, cursed. Leave before you regret ever associating with the Somas." I felt a sadness inside of me. Not because of the thought of leaving Shigure's house, which I didn't plan on doing now that I had finally moved in, but because his words resonated with me. Monstrous. Dragon, snake, cow, dog, boar, cat, god. Loathsome. Rat, monkey, rooster. Cursed. Sheep, horse, bunny, tiger. "Akito is trying to use you," Hattori finished. And then the doorbell rang. "Wait here a moment," Hattori said, and I heard him walk from the room. Toru, Momiji said, and I listened to them instead of Hattori and his visitor. Hari's almost blind in his left eye. He was? A strange burst of pity burst through me for the dragon. He used to have a girlfriend. Her name was Kana. She was really nice. They even got engaged. But Akito got angry, super angry. Akito said they weren't allowed to get married and then got violent and injured Harry's eye. I wondered how God had hurt the dragon, how he had almost blinded his eye. But you know what? Hari never blamed Akito. Of course not. Why would a creature blame God? God was their everything, and we could not blame God for our misfortune. We brought it upon ourselves. Kana blamed herself instead. Another tug of pity. She said it was her fault that he got hurt. She blamed herself so much it turned into a mental illness, so Harry ended up erasing Kana's memories. He couldn't stand to watch Kana fall apart anymore, so he erased her memories of when they were in love. Kana left. Harry was crying, but even then he didn't blame Akito. I found that a tear had fallen from my eyes. I, the tiger, the caged animal, was weeping for the dragon. "Why not?" Toru asked. "Because that's the curse," Momiji and I said together, though I was too far away for anyone to hear. Harry doesn't want there to be any more people like Kana. He doesn't want you or Elizabeth to get hurt like Kana did. I heard someone fall to their knees, and I heard Toru start to weep as well. "Wait, are you crying?" Momiji's frantic voice filled the air. "Did I make you cry? I'm sorry. I'm really sorry." So we were both crying for the dragon, for Hattori-san. I could not continue to think of him as a dragon, as an unfeeling demon, for he had loved and had his heart broken. He was more human than I. "It's not that," Toru whispered. "It's just that Hattori-san is so kind. I'm glad I met all of you, even if I have the life I do now because I'm being used for something. I want to say thank you for it. The only thing I know I'll never do is regret meeting Soma-kun and the others. I'm who I am now, thanks to them." "And me?" Momiji's voice was soft now, neither of them realizing that someone had opened the door down there, listening as I was. "Are you glad you met me?" "Of course," Toru said as another tear fell down my face. "Don't worry, I promise we're not using Toru-kun or Elizabeth-kun." The new voice made me lose balance, and I found myself falling off the roof of the house. It took all my willpower to duck, so that I landed on my feet very low to the ground. "Elizabeth-chan!" Toru shrieked. "Nice of you to drop in, Elizabeth-kun," Shigure said with a smirk. I got to my feet, eyeing him, and then signed, "Puns aside, how much did you suspect I was already up there?" "Not until I rang the doorbell," Shigure said, "though admittedly if you wanted to listen in to whatever Hattori had to say, you could have just gone through the front door." I flushed and signed. I wasn't invited. Shigure chuckled. "And that stopped you?" He turned to Toru. "Anyways, Hasan here just phrases things way too dramatically." "What brought you here?" Toru asked, standing as Shigure moved past Hattori, who glared at Shigure. "My gut! It told me to come, Toru-kun," Shigure said. "We authors need to have a keen sixth sense." I snorted as I stepped into the house, pulling my jacket tighter around me. "Stop lying. You only came to check on the New Year's prep," Hattori said, looking away from Shigure towards me. "Momiji says you have a speaking problem." I flushed as Shigure said, "The common folk are so quick to envy geniuses. Tragic, really." "Stop drifting aimlessly and grow up," Hattori said, turning his attention from me. "They don't act like it, but they're BFFs," Momiji said to Toru. "Hasan, you'll go bald one day if you keep being such a worrywart. I keep telling you Akito-san means no harm to Toru-kun, but you never believed me, and now you've scared her. What if she actually moves out?" "And Elizabeth Rao?" Hattori asked. They were being quiet. Neither Toru nor Momiji could hear them, and I acted as such. "Akito-san is certainly interested in her background and learning more about other Zodiacs." Before I knew what I was doing, I had flown across the room, pinning Shigure to the wall with my arm, glaring at him angrily. I know," Shigure said, seeming only slightly ashamed, and more so at being caught than anything else. "I know I said I wouldn't tell Akito-san about you, but it just slipped my tongue." "Elizabeth-chan?" Toru asked uncertainly from the room. I lowered my arm, jerking away from him, and back into the main room where Momiji and Toru were. Toru drifted up to Hattori and said, "I'm okay, really. Thank you so much for worrying about me. But I plan to keep living with..." Hattori pulled the camera out of his pocket, placing it on her head. "That reminds me. I should give this to you before I forget. It's the camera from the Culture Festival." "Why?" Toru asked as I turned my back on the lot of them, staring out to the garden. "That was our deal," Hattori said. I told you that if you came here, I'd give you the camera. What's on the camera? Just hearing Shigure's voice grated my nerves. Be quiet, you hack novelist, Hattori replied. Come to think of it, I haven't introduced you to Akito-san yet. It's all right, I don't mind. So Hattori-san, you're one of the Zodiac? Toru asked, and I peered over my shoulder to see what Hattori's facial expression would be. What year are you? Shigure burst into laughter, much to my surprise. Great question. It's hilarious, really. Hattori darted behind Shigure, a black cloud settling over him, and said, I'll call up some publishers and tell them every embarrassing thing you've done since you were 4. Sorry, Shigure choked out to Toru. Can't tell you. But he was the dragon. How could he not want her to know that? He's the dragon, my phone said, and the 4 of them turned to me. The dragon? Shigure asked. How'd you figure it out? Momiji asked. The hair, my phone said. Almost every dragon has black hair. They all stared at me, so I turned my back on them. It took a moment for speech to begin again, and when the next person spoke, it was Hattori to Toru. I'm sorry for today. Apparently I do nothing but make people cry. There was another pause, and then footsteps approached me. Rao-san. I turned to face Hattori, though I was barely able to look at his face, much less his indigo-colored eyes that I now only realized matched the color of my jacket. Would you be all right to an examination? If you would like. Perhaps I could find a remedy to help you speak again. I thought about it sincerely. Perhaps I could pretend with his methods that it was how I recovered my voice. It would find an explanation for my returning voice at least, better than any flimsy excuse I could come up with. I nodded once, resigning myself. Hattori led me into an adjoining room. I sat down in a chair. He sat across from me. Why? My phone asked. I thought you only cared for those that are part of the Soma family. Indeed, Hattori said, but I would like to make a difference in everyone's lives. He reached out and I flinched. His hand wavered. You don't like men, do you? Hattori asked. I blushed. My childhood wasn't a particularly good one where men are involved, but when I can get to know them, I can relax eventually. Hattori kept his hands at his side. You lived with another Zodiac family. I nodded. On an island south of Sri Lanka. It is not on any map, for anyone who lands on the island is taken captive. No one was allowed to escape. How did you? The Zodiac people have heightened senses that correspond to their animals. Dog would be the bloodhound, so I used vinegar to lead them on a false trail. I escaped by boat. It was a 4-day row while they chased me. They never caught up. I escaped into a bus. They thought I went into the forest. What animals chased you? Dog, boar, snake, cow, dragon. I see, Hattori said. The others were normal animals, humans, except God. You don't call them by name. Names can be used against them. Even the other animals don't know their names. Only God knows the names of the animals. And themselves, of course. Their parents are under sworn oath to never reveal the name to anyone, and it is not even spoken amongst themselves. The Zodiac animals are always called by their respective animal. They are dehumanized. They are not human. What did the dragon of the Zodiac do? I flinched. He had a natural obsession with me, unfortunately. That's why you're scared of me more than the others, Hattori finished. I looked up at him, meeting his eyes for once in shock. He smiled, and I felt warmth in my cheeks. He had a wonderful smile. He lifted his hand. I must touch your face and neck to gauge your speech muscles. Do you mind? I hesitated, and I forced my body to relax. He would not hurt me. This was what he must do. Sometimes, he said, leaning forward and lightly placing his hands on my face, the best way to heal something is practice. I am not saying you should just let men, or anyone, touch you. But if there is someone you trust, perhaps you get used to casual touches and gestures. So when you meet someone that you deserve, you will be ready. I found myself focusing on his words rather than his hands, which pressed against my throat. He felt his fingers about against the base of my throat for a while feeling my pulse or something. I wasn't entirely sure. How long have you gone without talking? I thought about it. 4 months. Was there an accident? I shook my head. He frowned slightly, moving his long fingers around to the back of my neck, and then felt around my entire neck. Then his fingers removed, taking their welcoming warmth away with as well. It is strange. There seems nothing wrong with you. He was silent for a moment, studying me, but not in a way that made me want to hide from him. He was just perplexed, and as a doctor that probably frustrated him. Perhaps it's in your head. I shrugged. He seemed hesitant in asking this question. What did the dragon do? I shuddered, remembering the dragon's hands on either side of my head, pressing, searching in my mind, corrupting memories. He could erase people's memories, Certain memories, their whole existence. He could search through the mind, latch onto painful memories, and force you to relive them over and over again. He could put memories into my head that weren't there, weren't real. He was the torturer, the one God always handed people over to. That is why I followed Toru here after I overheard your call. I was afraid you might have his powers, might be the same. I was afraid for her very much, but I think I was wrong. I don't think you would hurt her. Or you, Hattori said. I would not hurt her or you. Will you remember that? I nodded. One last question. I nodded again. What type of dragon did he become? A Komodo dragon. All of the Zodiac animals changed with every new birth. The type of animal they became depended on their future heart. Komodo dragons and other more dangerous dragons are for the cruel dragons. Sea dragons and dragonflies are for the pure and kind-hearted dragon. God doesn't like those much. A lot of the animals are like that, except cow, which is always black and white. Good tigers are orange and black. Icy-hearted are white. The dog breeds depend very much on the dog's heart, ranging anywhere from a poodle to a Doberman. Rooster and dragon probably have the most variety as a rooster. Rooster is not limited just to his name, but all the birds, even those that don't fly like penguins. Even the cat can take different forms. Hattori nodded, standing. Yes, Shigure said that your god killed often, I believe. Not my god, my phone said quickly. But yes, the more lives that are slain for the Zodiac animals, the shorter the lives, the stronger the Zodiac bond. Of course, every Zodiac varies. Not all Zodiacs have powers of their animals. Not all of them even turn into their animals. I should have taken Bunny with me when I left. Her year is coming up and she will surely die. Hattori eyed me with something I didn't recognize, and I looked away from him. I'm sorry you had to grow up like that. I stared into his eyes in surprise. Kyo, Yuki, Shigure. None of them had said that. Not even Prince Yuki or Perfect Manners Toru. Thank you, my phone whispered, and I stood too. We should get going, Hattori said, and I walked from the room. I took a moment to get my bearings and followed him. Momiji, Toru, and Shigure were talking in the other room, and they all looked up expectantly at us, but Hattori said not a word about me and said, we should get going. He traded his doctor's jacket for a black winter jacket. Momiji and Shigure walked us outside. Okay, Elizabeth-kun, Toru-kun, I'm going to take a peek at the New Year setup. And I have to go to the dance rehearsal, Momiji said. Dance? Toru asked. It's like an annual ritual for us, Shigure explained. Hattori, you're not allowed to do anything pervy to Elizabeth or Toru-kun, Shigure added. I whipped my head away from him, looking at the floor, at the reminder that this year was the year of the rabbit, and the stupid idea that Hattori would do anything to either of us made my emotions out of balance. Hattori turned without a word. Time to go. We're right, Toru said, and we followed after Hattori. Bizbald, Momiji called after us. Hattori continued to walk, his hands in his pockets, but Toru and I stopped. I smiled and waved. Toru said, I'll see you later. Then Toru and I ran to catch up with Hattori. So did your voice change? Toru asked. I shook my head and my phone said, but I don't mind too much. Sometimes not hearing my voice reminds me of home. Oh, Toru said and fell silent. I had not realized how tall Hattori was until Toru and I were walking somewhat next to him, on either side. I wondered how he felt, knowing that there was a girl on either side of him. Of course, if he bumped into me, nothing would happen, but he didn't know that. Hattori-san, are you and Shigure-san BFFs? Toru asked, apparently to break the silence. Hattori's face was immediately drawn, mortified. BFFs. His sudden darkness made Toru panic. Huh? Momiji-san told me that. I'm stuck with him, that's all, Hattori replied. I wondered if that was true, or if he would just hate to admit that he and Shigure were friends. Hey, watch your feet, Hattori said without looking back. I leapt down the 5 steps, landing on my feet with ease. I preferred jumping stairs to walking them. Toru, on the other hand, didn't listen, her foot slipping. Hattori reached out, grabbing her as they fell down the stairs, one hand covering the back of her head, so she didn't hit it. Without thinking, I reached out, taking Hattori's shoulders in my hands. I also yanked Toru's hand so she stayed on her feet. However, the hug transformed Hattori into a brilliant color of purple and blue. Hattori's cloud disappeared, and I saw a seahorse laying on his clothes. I felt a wave of embarrassment, remembering what I had said in there. Sea dragons and dragonflies are for the pure and kind. I wondered what he thought when I said that. Hattori-san, water! Wait, does he need salt water or fresh water? Which one, Hattori-san? She started to gather up his clothes frantically and took off running before I could even comprehend what was going on. "Toru!" my phone called out. I ran after her, quickly catching up and stopping in front of her. "Toru, give him to me." I took the seahorse into my hand. I laid it down on the bench. After a few moments, he turned back into a naked man. "Gah!" Toru asked, jumping away. I sighed, grabbing his long jacket and laid it across him. He looked peaceful as he slept. I regretted judging him so harshly when I met. Toru and I waited. One tear slipped out of his left eye. Without thinking, I reached out, cupping his cheek in my hand. He was soft, yet firm. So strange. The tear evaporated as it reached my hand. "Hattori-san! Hattori-san!" Toru called his name. His eyes opened, and yet I could not bring myself to move my hand from his face. "Hattori-san, are you all right?" Hattori shifted his head to look at the two of us, and I dropped my hand quickly, turning my back to the bench he was laying on. "I'm cold," he said simply. That's because under your coat you're, naked," Toru said. I glanced just briefly as he sat up, taking in his abs, and saw all the way down to his navel before turning back around, cheeks bright red. "So you saw?" he asked simply. No, I just..." Toru freaked. "You saw my Zodiac form?" he re-asked. Yes," Toru said. The gloom settled around him heavily. I laughed cheerfully. "Huh?" Toru said, confused. I don't think it's weird, though. It's very cute, and there's the surprise factor." I laughed again, and my phone said, "That doesn't help, Toru. Remember what Yuki said, guys don't like to be called cute." This sent Toru into a rant of apologies until she realized that Hattori had no shoes. "Oh, your shoes! I'm sure they were by the stairs. I'll get them right away." She ran away as she shouted these words, leaving Hattori and I alone outside. I sat down on the bench next to him, pulling my jacket tighter around me, shifting my long hair over my shoulder. I nodded. Cold?" he asked quietly. I nodded. It was never cold on the island unless it rained. I've never seen snow. I get colder more easily than most people. It never results well in my health. I heard 3 sets of footsteps coming past us. I straightened up, looking away from him. "You're finally getting married, eh?" a voice asked, and I recognized it as one of my teacher's voices, Professor Mayu. "Congratulations, Kana." "Thank you," Kana said. I did not look over my shoulder, staring straight ahead at the river that passed by. "So what's the lucky man like?" a third voice asked. My heart feels calm when I'm with him. His face isn't quite as handsome as Hattori-san's, though." I flinched and shot him a look, wondering what he thought about that. "What a thing to say," Mayu said. "Come on, him not loving me back doesn't change the fact that he was my dream man," Kana said. I leaned forward on my elbow so that Hattori could not see the tears welling up in front of my eyes. How terrible for Hattori to have to hear this. I wish I'd gotten to say hi to him today. "Hey, no cheating on your honey," the third woman said. "No chance of that," the other teased. "I'm madly in love right now." My hand reached out to comfort him, and then I retracted it. Who was I to give comfort to this man? We didn't even know each other. He would feel no comfort at my touch. And then his hand reached mine, holding it for a second before letting it go. "Thank you for reaching out." I gazed at him and then looked away, not saying a word by hand, mouth, or phone. I got up, going to stand at the railing that overlooked the river. "Congratulations," I heard him murmur. "Congratulations," I whispered to the river. "To finding happiness, Kana." "Congratulations for what?" Toru asked behind both of us, holding his shoes in her hands. "Never mind," Hattori coughed. "Oh, it's snowing, Hattori-san," Toru said, putting his shoes down and running close to where I was standing. I could feel the flakes against the skin on my face, burning where it melted. I looked upwards to see it. No wonder we felt so cold today. The white flakes drifted around calmly, burning white fire. "Hattori-san." I looked down to see his eyes had just popped open at a memory. I knew because it was the same habit I had. "Is something the matter?" "No," he said, lowering his head slightly and closing his eyes again. Then he stood, hands in his pockets, and joined Toru and I at the wooden fence. "What do you think comes of snow when it melts?" he said. "Let's see," Toru said. My fingers moved over the keypad. "Spring comes," Toru answered. "Spring," my phone said. Hattori looked between the two of us, looking shocked, before we turned to Toru as she continued. "No matter how cold it is now, spring will come again." I looked up at the sky again, closing my eyes. "It never fails. So mysterious, isn't it?" "Yes," Hattori said, and I looked out of the corner of my eye to see him smile. "It is." And in that moment, I realized God was right. This man truly was going to break my heart. "Thank you for walking us to the gate," Toru said with a bow to Hattori. I followed suit and signed thanks with my hands. "Sorry I put you through some trouble," Hattori said. "What? Are you still here?" Shigure's voice called through the empty courtyard. "Shigure-san," Toru called. I tugged on Hattori's sleeve and held my phone up to his ear. "Please don't tell Akito what I told you. I told Shigure that gods aren't supposed to know about other clans. It can create Zodiac wars. I think your promise holds more than Shigure's." He looked at me. "Of course," he said softly. "Ha-san, have you been sexually harassing Elizabeth-kun?" Shigure joked. I inhaled deeply, trying my hardest not to flinch. "Practice," the voice in my head said, though it sounded a bit like Hattori. Besides, Shigure was just joking, though cruelly. "What?" Toru asked. "No, nothing like goodbye," Hattori said. He must have good patience not to hit Shigure like I might have. "Let's see each other again soon," Toru said with a wave. He raised his hand in farewell, and I raised mine, though he didn't look back at us. "It was a pain for Hattori to summon you here like that," Shigure said. "And I can't believe you fell off the roof." He laughed and then said, "But he's not a bad guy, really." I could hear a car somewhere, and I was surprised. This didn't really seem like a place that had cars. "I know, he's a very kind man," Toru said. Then I heard the car come closer, and I saw it round a bend. "Okay, let's go home. I'm hungry." I looked in the windows as the car drove by, catching a glimpse of one driver and 2 passengers. Farthest from me was a red-haired man, though not as orange as Kyo's. It was more a red-brown. I got no Zodiac power from him. Not high Zodiac, anyways. Just a taste of Rooster. But not enough that he could possibly be Zodiac host. The other had a very powerful aura, God. And then the car was gone, leaving Toru and my hair flowing in the breeze. "Hey Toru-kun, Elizabeth-kun, what's for dinner?" Shigure called behind us. I turned and walked before Toru said softly, "Shigure-san, what's the curse? Shouldn't I be doing something to help?" I hesitated, watching Shigure's face. His eyes narrowed for a second, and then he smiled. "You can help by being yourself. I don't think I should tell you about it yet. I'm sorry." We walked back home in silence. Upon arriving home, we found Yuki and Kyo fast asleep in the living room. The room was extremely warm, and a blanket had been placed under the low table, resulting in a rather sleepy room. Yuki's head was on the table, and Kyo's head was on one of the sitting pillows in the floor. I was surprised they had fallen asleep in front of each other. I guess it's true what they say. A katsu can put even a demon to sleep. Toru and I laughed behind. Shigure patted away, and said loudly, "Wake up, you two. Don't you want dinner?" I went upstairs and put my jacket, boots, and hat away. I switched out the hat for my normal one, tucking my brown hair behind my ear. I thought back to Hattori's words about moving out of the Soma house. They didn't apply to me. I already knew about the curse. Each one worked differently. My Zodiac curse was on time. The longer a Zodiac lived, the weaker the curse. If we all lived until we died of old age, I doubted I would even be cursed at the moment. Instead, the shorter we lived, the stronger. That's why we all usually died before we were 25, and I was 21. I looked out the window at the falling snow. I'm home. Chapter 10. New Year's. I was so glad today was the last day before break. Not exactly because I was happy that it was the last day of school. I actually really liked school. No, I was more excited because today I had 2 after-school activities. I was doing 3 after-school activities: swimming, volleyball, and tennis. I was honestly surprised that I had made all 3 of the teams, although tennis wouldn't be done until March. But I supposed having a Zodiac host made you more powerful. Maybe some would think of that as cheating, but I tried very hard not to tap into any of my extra powers when swimming a race or launching volleyballs over the net. It was actually a lot of fun. There had never been a sport to play on the island. Sure, sometimes we kicked around a ball, which here and most everywhere was called football, but never to this great amount of sports. Swimming had been the hardest to get on. I had spent a lot of weekends learning how to swim before I tried out the team. But the tiger wasn't afraid of the water, and that helped a lot. So all in all today I had a swim practice and a volleyball game. The swim practice was first, and I dressed in my school swim team suit. I pulled the goggles over my eyes and the swim cap over my hair. My swim coach hated my hair. The shorter person's hair, the lighter, and the fast that I could move through water. The fact that my hair almost reached my knees was a bright, big thorn in her side. But in the water, it didn't seem to hinder me any, so there weren't too many arguments. But I knew the instant she got a pair of scissors near me, she would start cutting. I lined up with the other girls, waiting. "Freestyle drills, go!" Coach yelled. I was last in the water, as anchor because I was the fastest swimmer. I waited patiently as each leader of each line divided into their lane and started swimming. Some of the girls weren't in any lanes or lines, not being freestyle swimmers. Some were backstroke, some were breast, and some were butterfly. Freestyle was my strongest stroke, with breaststroke, then backstroke, then butterfly coming after. I hit the water, zooming out of my dive, reaching up with one arm and started to swim. When they introduce you to swimming, they tell you to do 3 strokes, then turn your head to the side and breathe. But after a while, you find your own rhythm. 10 strokes, breathe. 10 strokes, breathe. 10 strokes, breathe. Now hold your breath and do a flip, kick off wall, start back. After practice, I quickly headed to the showers to wash off, and then I quickly headed home. I had about 3 hours before the volleyball game, and I needed to eat something light and get dressed. I could have done that at the school, I supposed, but I liked Toru's cooking much better than the vending machine. When I arrived home, it was to find the 4 of them in the middle of the New Year's cleaning. "Ah, Elizabeth-kun, how was swimming practice?" Shigure asked. He was bending his back to stretch it, 2 stacks of large books at his feet. "Good," my phone said, "but I have a volleyball game each night at 8, so I need to get something to eat and go back. What are you doing with those books?" "I have to get rid of them. The main house yells at me if I try to ship them back," Shigure complained. "Do you not have room for them?" I questioned. "Nope, books just stack up around the office," Shigure said with a sigh. I paused for a moment and then asked, "Why don't you just get a bookshelf to put all your books on? Then you could organize them and they wouldn't be all over the floor." Shigure thought for a moment. "I suppose, but then I'd have to move all these books back in." I started forward to pick up the books, but he waved me away. "No use wearing yourself out before your game." Shigure-san, I know it's terrible of me to ask so much of you, but you see, my grandfather contacted me and said that the family is going to Hawaii. So, would it be all right if I stayed here for New Year's?" "Well, of course, but..." I heated up Toru's leftover rice balls, keeping my eye on the clock. I had on my blue and white volleyball uniform already. My blue shirt was short-sleeved with a white 3 on it. My shorts were white and barely came down halfway down my knees. My pads and other volleyball utilities were in a duffel bag at my feet. "I won't go home," Yuki and Kyo shouted together at Shigure in the other room. "I haven't gone home in 4 months. You think I'll do it now, just for New Year's?" Kyo asked, eating whatever Toru had fixed for them with chopsticks. "If I show up for the banquet now, what was the point of me leaving there?" Yuki asked with a much calmer disposition as Kyo. I started to eat the rice balls hot, swallowing with milk. Shigure tried to reason with them. "At least put in an appearance so you don't upset—" "I won't go home!" They both shouted at him again. "This'll be trouble," Shigure muttered. "What's wrong? I've been hearing arguing voices," Toru asked, approaching the room now. "Listen to this, Toru-kun. They're both refusing to go to the main state for New Year's," Shigure cried. "I have to go," my phone said, while Kyo said, "Don't wheedle like a toddler. It's disgusting." "See you when you get home, Rao-san," Yuki said with exhaustion. "You aren't going home?" I heard Toru ask as I left the house. I shrugged my indigo-colored winter jacket over my arms and started down the stairs as quickly as possible. It was too bad we didn't have a car, I thought as I started to finish the last flight of stairs. Then I would have gotten there much quicker and warmer. "Elizabeth," a voice called. I looked up and saw Hattori leaning against a black car. I blinked in surprise. Had I wished this into existence? "Shigure-san called me and said you were going to a game. He said I should pick you up so you didn't wear yourself out before it." I blushed, heading towards the car. "Thank you," my phone said. He opened the passenger door for me and I slid inside, placing my bag by my feet. "Elizabeth!" another voice screamed behind me, making me jump. I spun. "Momiji!" "So what kind of game are you playing?" Momiji asked excitedly, leaning over the shoulder of the seat to talk to me. Hattori started to drive again. "Volleyball." "Oh, I didn't know you knew how to play volleyball." Momiji sounded so excited. I blushed. "I do volleyball and swimming right now. Later in the spring I'll do tennis." "Are you good?" Momiji asked. "I suppose you'll have to see for yourself." I judge myself more harshly than others do. I don't think I have the same skill as the others. I'm sure you're fantastic, Momiji announced as we continued to chat back and forth. Are you staying for the game, or was this just a drive here? I asked Hattori. We're staying for your game, Hattori said with the same level of excitement that he delivered everything else. And we'll drive you home, too. I nodded, thank you. I climbed out of the car, joining 2 of the other volleyball girls with a wave. I felt nerves in my stomach and wondered whether I should have even asked that. Hattori was going to watch me play? Somehow that made me even more nervous than the fact that I was actually going to be playing one of the hardest teams in the country. Of course, a lot of people say we might actually have a good chance of winning this year because the team was unusually good this year. I agreed. We had a lot of really good players on the team. Out of the public eye, I stretched myself, warming up. I practiced hitting the ball against the wall and pretended that the bounce back was an incoming serve. It worked a little, warming me up just enough to help me relax. Come on, Raul-kun, one of my friends, Yua, called out. The game is going to start. I always ignored the start of the game, standing respectfully for the anthem, the announcing of the teams, and their names and numbers. It made my heart twist unpleasantly, hearing Elizabeth Rao, number 3, be called. It always made me wonder what the fuck I was doing here on the court. And then we lined up into formation and the game started. There was no doubt about it. The other team was superb, and that just brought my competitive streak out. Our teams had even scores throughout the entire game. 1-1, 2-1, 2-3, 4-4. Every time they scored a point, we managed to score one and vice versa. The game went on for a long time. The other girls' hands and wrists were turning pink and red from hitting the ball from great force. Besides a small bruise on the outside of my arm, I felt more energized than ever by the time they blew the whistle for halftime. Our team was ahead by 1 point. I sat down quickly, pulling out a water bottle. Electrolytes was the only word I could think of at the moment. Isn't he hot? One of the girls on my team giggled to another. I sighed. They were always like this at the games, looking at the brother or boyfriends of girls on the other team. Do you think that's his son? The second whispered back. Oh no, the first giggled. They're far too different. How old do you think he is? At least his 20s, the second gushed. I flicked my eyes over to them. Idiots. They could never be with Hattori and Momiji. Who do you think you came for him? I don't know. I've never seen him at a game before. Maybe he's related to Raul-san. I've never seen anyone come and swatch her for her before. Oh, what if he's dating her? The other asked in horror. Not likely, the first snorted. Why would you date someone who can't even talk? Because she's beautiful, Yua's voice snapped, making me look up. The other 2 looked quite abashed and now embarrassed that I had overheard. I had nothing, not bothering to whip out my phone to tell them to fuck off. Instead, I got up, taking Yua by the arm and dragging her away from the other 2, shaking my head. They have no right, Yua fumed, and I smiled at her. I'm not dating him. He just brought Momiji along because he's my friend. Yua was still fuming by the time our coach was calling us back to the court. Yua, my phone said, don't let them get to you. Let's win this. Get your head back into the game. Yua took a deep breath and placed a hand on my shoulder. I didn't flinch. You're right. Let's go. The rest of the game was a flurry of furious serves, hard slaps, grunts of frustration and energy, and points that never seemed to give the other team a big enough advantage. The other team seemed furious. They hadn't even scored 8 points, and they were used to getting at least 15 or more every game. They realized they had found a formidable opponent. I served the next ball, sending it flying over the net and making 2 girls almost crash their heads together in an attempt to send it back. Another point to us. They were going to start falling apart, their emotions out of check. But I could also feel the emotions of our team falling apart too in excitement. If we won this game, we won the championships, something our school had never done before. Only you and I seemed to be keeping our head in the game, and we darted around the court, hitting the ball back over the net whenever one of our teammates seemed to be in danger of missing. And so the game ended with us winning, 14-10. We had won. We all cheered, jumping, hugging and jumping each other. The crowd of students that had watched us were cheering too. I wondered if anyone would try to hug Hattori and Momiji in their excitement. Probably not. They weren't dressed like they were cheering for any team. We made our way to the locker room. Most everyone left quickly for a party that would take place at someone's house, but a few girls, like me, stayed behind to take showers. I didn't plan on going to the party anyways. After I got out of the shower, I changed into a more reasonable outfit of blue jeans, a long-sleeved blue shirt, and my indigo jacket. I still wore my volleyball sneakers, not having packed other shoes. I pulled my hair down from its bun, letting it flow behind me. I pulled on my blue beanie hat, tugging it over my human ears. Yua was waiting for me, bouncing up and down with energy. We started into one of the less crowded hallways. Wow, Elizabeth, I can't believe it. Your speech was really helpful. You would be a fantastic coach. Right. A familiar voice drawled behind us, and we turned to see the same two girls from before there. A great coach. If she could talk. The two of them laughed. Don't you have better things to do? My voice asked. She has to use a phone to talk, the first snorted. Strange. I hadn't realized you could be on bad terms with your teammates. She's right. Don't you have better things to do, Sara-san? Ichiki-san? Oh, go away, Yua-san, Ichika said. Well, Ron-san, say something. I gritted my teeth. I most certainly wasn't going to reveal I could talk now. I'd rather not be able to talk than be like you, my phone said, and even the electronic box sounded cold towards them. Sara flushed angrily. I could sense a heavy dragon and rabbit presence. I turned to walk away, and out of the corner of my eye saw Sara's fist flying towards me. It never hit, though. Hattori-san was there, flat. He didn't move an inch when Sara's fist connected with it. Hattori said nothing to them, narrowing his eyes slightly at her before turning to me. Let's go home. You're her boyfriend? Sara gasped, gasping with big eyes. Hattori did not answer, putting a hand on my shoulder. I turned and walked away from them without another word. My cheeks hot for some reason. Are you all right? Hattori's quiet voice asked me. I nodded. Thanks. His hand slipped from my shoulder, and I found myself being disappointed. No, the voice in my mind berated me. You can't afford to be disappointed. Don't be stupid. You can't like this man. Not that way, at least. Elizabeth, Momiji called, waiting by the car. I smiled and waved back. I climbed into the car next to Momiji this time so we could talk face to face. Hattori started to drive back to Shigure's house. You were amazing, Momiji gushed. The way you hit the ball, and... He chattered on and on about my moves, making me blush slightly, and I also taught him volleyball terms like serve. Nothing bad happened between you and those girls, right? Momiji asked as we neared the house. I shook my head. Hattori interfered before things escalated. Good. I wouldn't want you to get hurt. Don't worry. Even if she had hit me, it would not have hurt, my phone said, and I looked out the window. The rest of the ride was spent with Momiji talking about New Year's and asking what I was going to do. No idea. New Year's has never been a particularly fun time for me. I don't know what I will do. I could feel Hattori's eyes on me in the rearview mirror. I didn't acknowledge him. We're here, Hattori said quietly, pulling up to a stop. Thank you for the ride, my phone said, and I climbed out of the car, shutting the door quietly behind me, starting up the stairs. I stood with the others as Toru said, All right, be careful of crowds. We'll be fine. It's New Year's Eve, so no one's out and about, Shigure said. Make sure you lock the doors, Honda-san, Yuki said. Right, see you when you get back, Toru said. Okay, see you later, Shigure said, sliding the door open. I slung my bag over my shoulder, wrapping the coat around me tighter. Take care, Toru called. I waved half-heartedly, checking my purse to make sure I had the plane ticket, and then followed Shigure down the stairs. They turned right. I went left. I said not a word. I hurried as fast as I could to the airport. I knew during New Year's that God's power was great. He would be able to pinpoint my location for a whole week. That is why I was flying out of Japan. I would land in California before midnight, meaning that they would think me in the States. I would continue to travel by car or bus till I reached the other side of the States. I had another plane to catch in a place called Cincinnati, in Ohio, and then London. The week would end while I traveled Europe, and I would fly from an Italian airport to Japan. Hopefully. I made it to the airport. There was no trouble, as I had no bags to check into luggage. I waited patiently in my seat, waiting for my plane to be called. It finally was, and I walked on, handing my ticket to the flight attendant, and found my window seat. I pulled out the headrest and a book, and immersed myself for the ride. It was so warm in California that I shedded my winter jacket while finding a hotel to stay in tonight. Even if God found me, it would take them a while to get off the island, unless they were always stationed somewhere. That worried me. God could have easily gotten people off the island before New Year's. Would they have prepared for this? For me possibly being in America? I didn't get much sleep in my bed. I checked out sooner than I had to, taking the bus from California to Colorado. I settled in with music and a book. Meanwhile, my senses were searching relentlessly for other Zodiac spirits. Of course, every person had a Zodiac scent for whenever they were born, but Zodiac hosts were much more potent, and I couldn't sense any potent auras. The good thing about being in another country where no one knew me was that I could speak to people, converse with them, or ask questions. Steadily over the next couple of days, I made my way to Ohio, catching the plane ride and finding myself in London. I spent the next day, day 5, sightseeing. Big Ben, Buckingham Palace, St. Paul's Cathedral, and walking across the Tower Bridge. I also saw the House of Parliament, a place that I thought far too grand for some nasty politicians, and also walked around Piccadilly Circus. That was the first time I sensed another Zodiac presence, Dragon. I darted into a building, looking out the window. The scent of dragon was out there, and I surveyed the courtyard very quickly, pinning it on the man standing in the shadows. He made his way around the courtyard, searching. No doubt he had sensed me as well, to a lesser degree as he wasn't a tiger. And it was him, Dragon, from my nightmares. I darted through the buildings, avoiding crowds and guards, and found the back door. I ran as far from the garden as possible, pulling my hood up trying to hide my face. I had everything on me, and so I found a bus that would take me north. I took a boat across the channel to Belgium. I stopped in France, saw the Louvre? I don't know how to pronounce that, and inside of it, the Mona Lisa. It really was an impressive piece of art, and it was so strange to stand in front of it. Not only that, but the whole structure, the Louvre, I don't know, was impressive. The whole structure was made of glass and was triangular-shaped, with stairs leading underground to the actual museum. I found a French bakery near the Louvre, getting some macarons to eat. I hadn't eaten in days, my fear of dragon driving me farther south, and then I sensed Dog's presence. This was even more dangerous, as I knew he would be able to start smelling me the minute he found me. It had been a trap. They'd known I would go south. I crept to the left, trying not to draw attention to myself. It was so much more dangerous on land. And that was when I bumped into a male cop. I was gone in an instant, running as I transformed. I didn't even stop to pick up my clothes. At least my bag was still around me. I sprinted into the alleyway, my paws hitting the concrete. I heard the screams. Dog would be on me in a moment. I made my way out of the city, avoiding police and pedestrians alike while Dog ran somewhere behind me. There were a few times I wanted to slow. If they get a hold of you, you're going back and then you're gone. I ran faster. I turned human. I stumbled on my own 2 feet, completely naked, but in the country now. Tiger? Dog thundered behind me. It'll only hurt worse when I catch you. Stop running. I could sense him about 60 yards back. What I needed were trees. If I could get into the trees, I would be in my territory, and I would escape. Unless they brought Monkey with them, then I was screwed. And then I smelled Snake, and I threw myself sideways, his invisible blade scratching across my stomach instead of plunging into it. Snake had illusioned himself invisible, making himself a dangerous opponent. And now I was hurt. I darted for the trees. I smelled nothing but Dog and Snake, but I couldn't trust smell now that Snake was around. I leaped through the trees, dancing through them, making my way farther south. Italy. I just had to get to Italy. The trees provided camouflage and speed for me, and their angry insults and frustrated groans started to fade. But I kept my senses alert, sensing for Monkey. The courtyard started to fade, another city coming into sight. I slipped from the trees into a random house. No one was inside, and I quickly threw on jeans and a shirt. I tied my hair into a braid, a new hat firmly on my head, and my bag slung over my shoulder. I jumped from the window and made my way for the bus station. The French bus was a bright green, very easy to track, but it was also headed for Italy, so I took it. It peeled out of the parking lot, leaving Dog and Snake behind, tasting the air differently for my scent. They looked very much how they had the first time. They'd entered the city, drawn and exhausted. The smells of the other people, food, exhaust, fumes, and animals were overwhelming to Dog's senses, who had the attention span of, well, a dog. Snake, on the other hand, was cold-blooded. All these warm-blooded bodies were overwhelming his senses and making it very difficult for him to latch onto his prey. And then I was gone, again, trembling in my seat, grasping my knees in my hands. Today was the 7th day. If I could just make it to the Italian airport and get out, I was fine. I was safe. Until next year when I had to start the frightening routine all over again. And the year after that, and after that, and after that. The bus trundled peacefully through country and city, never stopping until we reached the Italian border. We waited peacefully, a bit excited, as we waited to get through the border. I checked my stomach. I had bought a box of bandages and Band-Aids at the convenience store inside the bus station. I had plastered my stomach with Band-Aids and then wrapped one of the white bandages around it, tying it with a tight knot. The blood was seeping through. I had to find a bathroom and change it. I waited impatiently until our bus finally pulled through. 20 minutes later, we pulled into a bus station. I waited patiently until the others climbed off the bus, and then followed. I made a beeline for the bathroom, stepping into a stall and dropping to my knees. As quickly as I could, I undid the white bandage. Hesitating, I ripped the Band-Aids off, gritting my teeth at the sting and pull of skin, especially cut skin. They were blood-soaked, and I threw them in the metal container that was meant for pads and tampons. The blood had mostly crusted along the cut line, but there were still some parts where it was bleeding. I wiped up most of the blood trails, using only bandages this time instead of the Band-Aids. When I got back, I would have Hattori. No, that would lead to questions. Of course, they'd already have questions about me being gone for so long. Nevertheless, this would lead to more questions than necessary. I stood up, lowering my borrowed shirt from over my stomach, and made my way outside. I fretted, angry about losing my indigo coat. I really liked that coat. I would have to buy another one, and another blue beanie hat. Then I walked from the bus station. The airport was across from it, and I entered quickly. I bought a ticket for a trip. It would lay over in India, then Korea, before making it to Japan. I paid and hurried through the airport. I ate at a Chinese restaurant called Panda Express, feasting on delicious orange chicken and fried rice. It was delicious. Then I boarded the plane, which took off. There were no more difficulties during the trip until I got home. The wound was infected, as per my luck. I walked home, feeling the pain shooting through my stomach. I was so dizzy and stressed. I knew I had to make it to Shigure's house, to my house, before I turned into a tiger. Walking up each step was pure torture, and I collapsed against Shigure's door. I slid it open. Yuki was just coming down the stairs, and I collapsed to my knee, falling to the floor. Elizabeth! Yuki's voice started to sound dim. Shigure! Call Hattori-san. That was the last thing I heard. Be fine as long as she keeps taking this medicine, a voice whispered in the room. Does anyone know what happened? No, Yuki's voice. She didn't tell us her New Year's plans, and when she didn't come back after a few days, almost a week. I blinked my eyes open. My shirt was pulled up just under the curve of my breast, revealing my sewed stomach to me. I groaned, feeling the need to throw up, but didn't. I moved to pull my shirt down, and Hattori grabbed my hand. You can't put anything over this yet. I have to bandage it. What happened? Yuki asked, sitting on the end of my bed. Snake tried to kill me, my phone said as my fingers flew over it. Snake? Yuki questioned. From your Zodiac, Hattori asked. I nodded. God is very powerful during the week of New Year's. I knew he would try to track me down. I left Japan, went to America. They found me in Europe. Snake created an illusion to make himself invisible. He got me with his knife, but I escaped. But why do they want you so badly? Yuki asked. I groaned as I tried to sit up, feeling Hattori's hands push me back down on the bed. Nonsense, you must stay still. No one has ever escaped. It shows God is weak. If I escaped, others might think of doing it. Things will go south. Oh, Yuki said. He and Hattori exchanged a look, and Hattori said, You talked in your sleep. Shit. I moved my mouth and then frowned. I mean, I get it. I was feigning, but still, a good performance, a good show. I moved my mouth again, and tears welled up in my eyes. I turned my head from them. Don't worry, Hattori said softly. It just reinforces my theory that it's in your head. I think you'll come to speak eventually. I nodded my head. I'm going to sit you up so I can bandage your waist, Hattori explained, and did exactly as he said. I gritted my teeth in pain, squeezing Yuki's hand tightly. Hattori deftly wrapped the white cloth around my stomach, pulling it tight. There. Thank you. How much do I owe you? My phone asked. Nothing, Hattori said, getting to his feet. That's stupid. How are you to make a living if you don't take payment? Hattori's lips twitched into a smile. Judging by your attempts, I doubt you were planning on coming to me in the first place. I blushed. Get better, Hattori said, picking up his bag. I'll be back to check on you over the next few days. I would suggest you stay in bed until I come back. I nodded. I finally judged that I was in Toru's room, technically our room, but I spent my nights on the roof. I was laying on the pink bed. Are you really all right? Yuki asked as he helped me move backwards so my back was resting against the back of the bed. I nodded and my phone asked, How did you guys get me up here? Hattori carried you in his arms, keeping you away from his body. Shigure continues to tease him relentlessly about it. Yuki sighed. Also, Toru is downstairs making you those eggs you really like with cheese. Is there something you want to drink? Just milk. Okay, Yuki said. I'll be right back. I looked out the window after he left. I could see Hattori and Shigure talking near the stairs. Then Hattori turned, walking down them. Shigure came back to the house. Elizabeth-chan? Toru's voice filled the room along with the delicious smell of eggs and cheese. My stomach growled loudly. Are you all right? How are you feeling? You scared me badly. Hana-chan and Uo-chan have seen you too. I'm okay. How long have I been unconscious? 2 days. Hattori and everyone was very worried. He thought we might have to take you to a hospital, but I didn't think you would like that. He stayed by your side for 2 days. I blushed, but let my phone say nothing more than, He is very kind. Yes, Toru said. Here. She put the plate of food on my lap. I dug into it and Yuki brought me a glass of milk. Hattori-san left medicine for you to take, Yuki said, pointing to a couple of bottles on the table. Toru even wrote out a timetable for what times you have to take your medicine. Just let us know if you need anything else. Thank you. You are all too good for me. My phone said, and my eyes filled with tears. Oh, Lizzie-chan, Toru said affectionately, tossing her arms around me. Careful, Honda-san, Yuki said. Oh, right, Toru quickly withdrew her arms and the pain ceased. But the good news is, Hattori-san thinks you'll be healed enough to go back to school next week, but he'll write you a doctor's note so you don't have to do the endurance run. I nodded. The next few days passed rather uneventfully. Toru sometimes came in and we talked and laughed. Sometimes Yuki sat next to me and we read together. That was the way Hattori found me the next time he came to visit. Yuki was sitting next to me. I was leaning over his shoulder, pointing to a word I didn't know in Japanese. Miscellaneous, Yuki replied, like a group of unrelated objects. We looked back over at Hattori. I raised a hand in welcome. Yuki handed me the book. I'll be back after your checkup. I set the book on the table and waited expectantly. You like to read? Hattori asked as he opened up his book. Very much, my phone said. I enjoy English books the most. That's what I grew up reading. But I'll read whatever I can. He was mostly quiet as he asked me to lift my shirt slightly, which I complied with, tying it into a knot below my breast. He started to unwrap the bandages. If you're a seahorse, why is your hair black and not yellow? The question startled him. I don't know. I've never thought about it. I looked up at him, watching him as he looked down at me, concentrating on his work. Your eyes are indigo, so they match the color of the depth of the sea that sea dragons are found at. Hattori paused, having fully unwrapped the wound. He said nothing, pulling out a fresh bandage. I'm sorry for how I reacted before. I had no right to be scared of you. I just assumed because you were the dragon it meant you were cruel and dangerous, but you're not. Don't worry about it, Hattori said, wiping some liquid over my wound. I closed my eyes, relaxing to my full extent. If my ears were showing, they would have been lying flat in pleasure. His hands were warm and calm against my stomach, soothing. And then they were gone and back again, brushing my stomach casually as he wrapped the bandage around my waist. Here's the note excusing you from the run at your school, Hattori said. I opened my eyes and took the piece of paper from his hands, putting it down to pick up my phone. Thank you. Of course, Hattori said. If you feel like it, you can start getting out of bed, and as such, as tomorrow. Take it easy, though. I nodded. He hesitated, and then he was gone. Before we begin, this audio recording will contain, in the beginning, a few prompts about rape. If you are uncomfortable with such a subject, please skip to about the 2-minute-ish mark, maybe 2:10. And it should end at the part where it says, and then my eyes snapped open. So, please heed this warning. If you are uncomfortable with that prompt, please skip to about 2 minutes or 2 minutes and 10 seconds, and thank you. Audio recording starting now. Chapter 11. Cow. I was trapped in a nightmare. I was curled up in a cage, my arms wrapped around my knees. My head was tucked in. I was freezing, naked, sitting in the metal cage. Iron, probably. I shouldn't have been cold because blue flames were shining outside the cage. I wouldn't look at them, though. You know you wouldn't have to be so cold if you just married me, a soft voice said behind me. I wouldn't look at them, though. I didn't look up or behind me. I could take care of you, much better than dragon or snake. Snake is far too cold for you, and dragon is far too hot. I'm the happy medium, tiger. Come, stay with me. I shivered, wrapping my arms around me tighter. Oh, little tiger, how I quite enjoy fucking with you. Cow's voice was closer, still soft so he hadn't turned black yet. Even you would admit that you prefer me to the others. He was probably right, but I would never tell him that. It's no good hiding from me, little tiger. Cal teased. A pain in my head caused me to fall backwards, crashing to the floor of the metal cage. My long black hair in Cal's hand, my hateful orange eyes on his pale gray ones. Much better. And then he tied my hair to one of the bars so that I couldn't move without hurting myself. He walked around to the other side of the cage, reaching in with one long hand. I clenched my legs together, which did not improve his mood. Open up, tiger, or I will burn you with fire. The threat always worked. Weakly, I spread my legs apart and closed my eyes, squeezing tears out as I felt one long finger touch the inside of my leg. He traveled up my leg until he reached my core. I felt one finger penetrate me, and I tried not to pull away from the invasion. Don't move, don't move, don't move, the voice in my head chanted. Don't make it worse. Elizabeth? No, how had he found my name? And then my eyes snapped open. I found Hattori above me. But I reacted rather embarrassingly, jerking away from him so hard I snapped my head against the wooden bedpost. I gritted my teeth in pain, tears coming to my eyes. I dropped my eyes, clutching my head in my hands. Are you all right? You were screaming in your sleep. I reached for my phone and typed with shaky fingers. Bad nightmare. You said something about fire, Hattori said quietly. I flushed. There was blue fire in my dream. I hate fire. Is everything all right up here? Shigure asked, appearing in the doorway. I nodded. Oh, good. For a second I thought Hattori-san might be torturing you, Shigure said lightly. I flushed and Hattori sighed, sounding exasperated. Do you ever have something that's not nonsense coming out of your mouth? I laughed lightly, still stressed. You missing the endurance run, Elizabeth-chan? Shigure said. I gave her a note, Hattori said with a sigh. Yuki-san said he would give it to their teacher today. Everyone's at school? Mm-hmm, Shigure said. And also, Tori-san, Akito called. She requests your presence. Hattori sighed, lifting a hand and putting it against my forehead. I stayed still, realizing just how close his face was. I didn't even dare breathe, staring into his eyes. You're warm, Elizabeth. Take your medicine and drink lots of water. I nodded. Hattori dropped his hand and was gone with a simple goodbye. I slid my legs out of bed, getting to my feet and slowly making my way to the kitchen. I felt much, much better. I made myself breakfast, made a lunch for Shigure, who retired to his study, and sat outside to eat even though it was chilly. But it wasn't as cold as December, and I was wrapped in warm clothes. Then I rested myself with a reading book. It was in English and called Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone. I hoped it was good. I heard them before I saw them, and looked up from the book. I was almost finished with it, it was that good. I was glad there were 6 more books. But my joy at the Wizarding World vanished when I saw and sensed the cow. I darted into the house quickly, peering out the door carefully. It was indeed a cow, black and white, carrying Yuki on its back. Kiao walked behind it, and Toru was hugging its neck. I walked up to the front door, and I heard Shigure burst into laughter. So you decided to come home looking like that? It ain't funny, Kyo's voice growled. I bet people were staring. Shigure continued. He burst back into laughter, and I poked my head around the corner and saw the cow was chewing on Shigure's purple rose. It was hell chasing them off, Kyo said furiously. The cow, Shigure, Toru, and Kyo made their way up the stairs. After a moment, I followed. Shigure led the way to Yuki's room, which was clean and neat. Shigure laid Yuki down in the bed, sitting on the end of it. Toru and the cow stood over him in worry. Kyo leaned against the bookcase. He's fast asleep. Looks like this attack wasn't a bad one. He has a fever, but he'll be fine. Thank goodness, Toru said. Sorry about this, Toru-kun. You can go back to school. It's okay, Shigure said. No, I'll stay here and watch him, Toru said fiercely. Going to school is important, but not at the cost of abandoning someone sick. Well, colds are dangerous. They shouldn't be taken lightly. I know my mother would agree. While Kyo's head turned towards her, I looked away. She wasn't talking about her mother. She was talking about her father. Well then, I suppose I'll go pick up everyone's things at school, Shigure said, standing. Oh, you don't have to go to the trouble, Toru proclaimed. Don't worry about it, it's nothing, Shigure said. Kyo-kun, call Hasan. Why? What should I have to do? There was a burst of teal and purple behind Toru, much prettier than when Cow transformed. He was all black and white. I'll do it, the beautiful boy, who appeared very calmly. I found myself staring, cheeks turning red. His body was almost perfect, muscles, abs, tone, everything. His face was heart-shaped, his eyes a warm brown. His white hair spiky but fluffy look with a bit of black in the back. The fact that his hair was more white than black meant there was more goodness in him. He looked solid. He wore a simple necklace, and his ears were pierced. Toru screamed when she turned to see him as he was naked. Where's the phone again? He asked still calmly. Don't wander around naked, you disgrace! Kyo shouted after him. Okay, I'm off. Take care of Yuki-kun, Shigure called from outside, leaving Toru to go over to the window. Toru opened the window and called down, Shigure-san! Yes, thank you for doing this. I quickly left, finding some slacks and a red shirt of Kyo's, and gave them to the boy. He thanked me and put them on, then he went downstairs to make a call. I felt strangely calm in his presence, which shouldn't have been right, as he was the cow. But then again, like with Hattori, I didn't want to judge him just yet. He finally put the phone down, and both Kyo and I waited. I hadn't listened into the conversation like I had with Toru. What did Hattori say? Kyo asked. He chewed me out for some reason. A mystery, the boy said. Well, you did disappear for 3 days, Kyo amended. So what now? Rat Boy seems to be doing better. You want to finish the fight? Nah, no point. You're really strong, Kyo. I'd better toughen up some more. He was so calm in his disposition. Perhaps that was why I was drawn to him. "Hey, where do you get off putting me through all that, and then just doing I'm done?" Kyo said furiously, jumping to his feet. He grabbed the boy around the neck and dug an elbow into his head. "And now you're back to light Haru again, you brat." "Owie," the boy said. Toru came back down the stairs. "What? You're not Dark-san anymore?" He looked up at her. Nope. He reached out of Kyo's embrace and asked, "How's Yuki?" "He's still sleeping. I'm going to make him an ice pillow," Toru said and turned to me. "Elizabeth-chan, this is Hatsuharu-soma. Haru-san, this is Elizabeth Rao." Haru turned to me and bowed low and calmly. "Nice to meet you." "Yes, the same to you," my phone said. Haru then turned to Kyo and said, "Don't attack him in his sleep, Kyo." I giggled. "As if I would." Kyo snapped back. "I'm going to win against him, fair and square." "Huh, this is lame. I'm going back to school." He padded out the doors in his t-shirt, shorts, and barefoot. He would catch his own cold if he didn't warm up. I went and sat in the living room. Toru and Haru stayed in the kitchen. Toru was filling a bag full of cold water that she had already filled with ice. "Are Yuki and Kyo getting into fistfights every day?" Haru asked Toru, leaning against the kitchen counter. "No, they do argue every day, though," Toru answered, turning off the sink. I looked up from my book. I wasn't sure what it was about Hatsuharu, but he had my full attention. So strange. "Huh, I guess they get along a lot better now," Haru said softly. Toru dropped the ice bag. "What? Better?" I laughed softly from the living room. I could understand her. If this was better, what had it been like before? Haru lifted his necklace up to his eyes, staring at it. It was just a silver leaf. I wondered if someone special had given it to him, like a girlfriend, and then I wondered why I cared. They both used to be more uptight, and they gave off stay-away vibes, but it feels like those have lightened a little. Oh, maybe it's because you're with them. "Huh? No, I haven't done anything to deserve No," Toru protested, but I was with Haru on this one. It probably was Toru. I knew they had returned to her on New Year's instead of going back to the main estate. Akito must have been furious with both of them. And everyone that really knew her loved her. I loved her. She was my first friend, the first person I trusted with my name. I lost my voice because the moment she had spoken to me I had felt happiness. Haru and Toru walked upstairs, and I stopped listening to their conversation. I returned to the book, hoping to finish it before bedtime. Not that going to sleep would help any. I didn't plan on falling asleep anytime soon, not after last night's dreams. I would probably try finishing off the entire series tonight, or at least try to get to book 4. The Harry Potter series was just so good. I wondered if Yuki had read it, and if I could find it in Japanese for him. I snapped the book closed and got up, putting it in my room and grabbing the second book. I almost ran into Hattori on the stairs. "Careful, Elizabeth," he murmured, moving past me and making my cheeks flush. I hurried to the sitting room. When Shigure and Kyo came home, they too had fevers. Hattori had put them to bed too, while Haru, Toru, and I sat next to each other and Hattori stood over them. "This is what you get for playing poker all afternoon on a cold winter day," Haru said, leaning on his elbow, staring down at the black dog and orange cat unsympathetically. I barely looked up from my book, laying down on my back, holding it above me. Why was this series so good? "The whole family wants me to die of overwork," Hattori muttered under his breath. I laughed lightly, setting the book aside. I got to my feet, leaving the room to go outside. I would have to go get my things. I had left a lot of stuff in my tent when I had moved in with Shigure and had never gone back for it. I considered my tent my secret base, much like Yuki considered his garden a secret base. I knew Hattori was following me, keeping a long distance back because the sun was only just setting. But I didn't mind. Maybe it would be nice to have someone discover where I'd stayed for a long time. I came to the base of the tree and looked up. It was still there, still stable, still untouched. I grabbed 2 of the branches, knowing that I had to climb more human-like instead of jumping from branch to branch. I grew parallel with my tent, opening up the entrance and climbing inside. Everything was still here, left untouched. I gathered one of my school books, my spare beanie hat, jamming it on my head, my spare indigo winter jacket over my arm. I left everything else behind, deciding to keep it like this in case I needed somewhere to escape from. I stepped outside the tent, carefully keeping my jacket under my arm, zipping up the tent. I eased myself down to a less stable branch to fix the bungee cord so that this tent stayed where it was. It must have come loose in the last storm. I double knotted it when the branch underneath me broke. Well, thank goodness for my inhuman reflexes. Though the jacket and book fell, my hand reached out, grabbing not another branch but another hand, jerking me onto the same branch as him. I stared at Hattori wide-eyed. "Do you always take unnecessary risks?" Hattori asked, trying to keep the space between the two of us. One of his hands was gripping the branch above him tightly, his feet firm on the branch the two of us were standing on. The other arm was firm around my waist, my hand grabbing the same branch. I flushed, pulling out my phone. This is where I lived before Yuki pretty much made me move in. Hattori looked up at the tent. It seems extreme. I didn't want anyone to be able to find me. Understandable, but it would greatly relieve me if you put your feet on the firm ground. I nodded, tucking my phone into my pocket, and maneuvered my way down the tree. Hattori joined me soon, picking up the jacket and book. Here, he handed them to me. The jacket flatters you. I flushed, again, ducking away from his compliment. Let's head back. It wouldn't do for you to catch a cold either, Hattori said, heading back toward Shigure's house. I followed. Chapter 12. Chocolates. I had left the house early that morning, leaving a note for the others that I would meet them at school. But as Valentine's Day was coming up, I needed to figure out a way to make what I wanted to. I knew Toru wanted to make chocolates for everyone, but somehow I wanted to leave something permanent behind. But what? And how to make sure it was the same for everyone and not single someone out. I wandered around the store until it caught my eye. I picked it up, surveying it. Yes, it had everything I needed. So I bought it and went up to school. I met up with Saki, Arisa, Toru, and Yuki at the shoe lockers. The four of them were standing in front of Yuki's locker. What are you doing? I signed to Arisa. I wanted to check out the prince's locker and see how much chocolate he has, Arisa said with a grin. I smiled back. Saki opened Yuki's locker, revealing a pair of his shoes and one singular bag of chocolates. I was surprised. The bag was cute, of course, a little yellow thing with a nice green bow wrapped around it with a card designed with hearts. Huh? Arisa asked in obvious surprise. There's only one? That ain't right. I thought for sure I'd get to see it in the prince's shoebox. See what? Yuki asked curiously. A big mountain of chocolate spilling out. You know, like a manga, Arisa said, and I laughed. I get it, Saki said. Something familiar to the cuckoo phenomenon must have happened. Just as a cuckoo chick will take over a shrike's nest and dump out its eggs, each girl here has tossed away the previous girl's chocolates in order to draw attention to her own. In that trash can lies the proof. Yuki, Toru, Arisa, and I looked over to see a trash can across from Yuki's locker that was filled from top to bottom with brightly wrapped presents. I dropped my mouth. That was a lot of chocolate. I turned to Yuki and signed, Cuckoo? Shrike? Types of birds, he whispered to me, and I nodded my thanks. You're right, Toru gasped, looking shocked at all the chocolate. Geez, that's mean, Arisa said. One of the chocolates fell off the pile onto the floor. Yuki looked rather overwhelmed. And I am the hawk, which swoops in to seize the final chocolate, Saki said, reaching in and taking the bag. But those are Yuki-kun's, Toru said hesitantly. Yuki said nothing, though, and Saki took this as an answer to take the chocolates for herself. Hey, an unfamiliar voice called out in the hallway. I recognized it as an older boy from Class 3D, Rao-san. The others looked at me in surprise, and I felt my stomach tingle unpleasantly. Yuki saw the expression on my face. The boy, tall with black hair and a kind smile, presented me with a small, almost perfectly wrapped box. I tried to seem surprised and took it from him and signed thanks. Toru translated for me, and the boy ran off. Ah, you're popular too, Elizabeth-kun, Arisa teased. I wonder if you're more popular than the prince. Undoubtedly, Saki said, making both Yuki and I stand there with gloom drifting over our shoulders. I should have stayed home, my phone muttered for me. I'm going to the classroom. I walked off, leaving the rest of them there at the lockers. I put the small box of chocolates in my backpack. There weren't as many people in the room, mostly girls and a few boys. I found on my desk a small stack of chocolates. I flushed. At least boys weren't cruel. Their names were written on the inside of the tags, and no one had tried to throw the others out. I wasn't entirely sure what the right thing to do was. I certainly didn't want to hurt anyone's feelings. I read all the tags, smiled, and put them in my backpack to eat later. But despite this, I certainly didn't plan on dating anyone. I hope they knew that. Kyo entered the room soon after, taking his seat and staring out the window. His friends, both of which had their backs to me at the moment I'd entered the room, turned to talk to him. Kyo seemed in a bad mood, though, or maybe a sad one. Arisa, Saki, Toru, and Yuki entered the classroom soon after as well. Toru, Arisa, and Saki came to sit around me at their desks. We watched as the other girls, always radiating evil and planning, stood around watching Yuki, either quite unabashed or discreetly. But either way, their glowing white eyes seemed to find Yuki. I glanced up at where he was sitting. I could almost see sweat dripping down the back of his neck as he felt the glares. Damn, girls are scary this time of year, Arissa muttered, staring at them. They look ready to pounce on people from the shadows. Suddenly, a high-pitched girl's voice was saying, "Kyo-chan," drew our attention towards Kyo. "Here, I'll give you some chocolates." It was a small thing, nothing compared to what Yuki and I had gotten. Just a small red bag with some green flowers on it. Sometimes I think small means they like you more. Kyo and his friends looked completely taken aback by her affection. Okay, Kyo said, and I was surprised he didn't sound mad at her. Wow, Kyo-kun is popular too, Toru said. Arissa seemed ready to tease him relentlessly. What a player, and she called him Kyon-chan. Are you giving those 2 chocolates too? Yes, and I'd like to give some to Shigure-san and the others too. I'll give you 2 yours on Monday. And you'll get yours tomorrow, Liz-chan, Toru exclaimed. I like the nickname a lot. I look forward to it, Saki said, and I nodded. Thank you, Arissa said. Way to go, Kyon-kyon, his brown-haired friend teased. I'm jealous, the black-haired one said. Out of the 2 of them, I would have rather dated him. I liked his voice. Is today Valentine's Day? Kyo asked hoarsely. Huh? I mean, technically it's tomorrow, but... Kyo stood up before he could finish his sentence. I'm going home. No, it'll be dangerous there, too. A trip? Right, I'll go on a trip. Sweat dripped down his face from anxiety. I'm going to disappear for a while. He rushed for the door and ran smack dab into a hardcover book that teacher Mayu lifted up to block him. So you want to skip my homeroom, eh? Mayu asked as Kyo sunk to the floor holding his face. Shiraki-sensei, Toru gasped, probably because Kyo was stinging in pain. You punk teacher, Kyo shouted at her as she tucked her book nonchalantly under her arm. Say, what? You think you can get away with calling me names, carrots? Sensei asked sarcastically. I'm ready to dye your hair black at any time you want. I got the gray away right here. She whipped out a box of black hair dye, meant for a girl, by the way, and shoved it into Kyo's face for him to see. Ah, I love my teacher. She was unlike any other. Go sit down if you don't want a makeover, she said, walking away from him. Kyo pouted on the floor. After school ended, I waited patiently for Yuki. Kyo and Toru had left together, or so we figured. I see you got a lot of chocolate, Elizabeth, Yuki said with a smile. I blushed, scowling at the ground. I don't think it would be fair for me to be in a relationship where someone can't understand me. If someone really cares about you, they will overcome boundaries to understand you, Yuki said, shutting his locker. We walked through the hallway and out into the glass door out to the courtyard. And then I heard screaming, both male and female. Well, no, more like shouting. And then Kyo ran past us, kicking up a trail of dust in his wake. Kagura ran past us, after him like a boar. Well, yeah. I figured, Yuki said with a sigh, and we started our walk back to Shigure's house. I holed myself up in Toru's room, reading the very last Harry Potter book. It was sad how many creatures died. I hoped no one special died in this book. We, the characters, had already lost Mad-Eye, Moody. I hope no one else important died. As long as Lupin, Tonks, Kingsley, McGonagall, and the other professors and Ginny survived, I would be fine. Oh, and the Weasleys, of course. I could hear bits of the conversation downstairs if I listened hard enough. Kyo-kun, cut the commentary, Shigure's voice was saying now. Damn it, I should have fought my way out this morning, Kyo said. So, did you give him chocolates? Shigure asked. Nope, I came today to invite him out, Kagura replied. Let's spend the day together tomorrow, okay? I want to give you your chocolates tomorrow too. Huh? Kyo said indignantly. Wow, Toru's voice was a new one. Does that mean it'll be date? Oh, Toru-kun, you're so silly, Kagura replied. Kyo was quickly, no way, nope, not going. Kagura's voice became dangerously quickly. We're doing this. I smirked, trying to turn my attention back to the book. Creature was a prick. I said no. Why should I have to do that? Kyo replied. And with you. Kagura took a moment to answer, and her voice was sad when she did, but I knew that just meant she would throw a tantrum soon. You're so mean. Would it kill you to be a little nicer? Don't cry, Kyo said, his voice sounding weak. Sheesh, if you're going to flirt, could you do it somewhere else? Shigure asked, and I knew he was worried about his house. Why you, Kyo started. I know. How about this? Kagura asked quickly. Yuki-kun, here's your tea, Toru said. We'll bring Yun-chan and Toru-kun, Kagura said, and make a double date. Thank you, Yuki replied to Toru before either of them had heard what Kagura said. Hey, nice idea, Shigure said. I know, right? Kagura asked. Wait a second, Yuki said, sounding flustered. I'm not going out with damn Yuki, Kyo said furiously. Wow, I've never been on a date before. You wouldn't mind? Toru asked, and I knew they both wouldn't say no because they couldn't refuse her anything. I waited, counting the seconds. 1, 2, fine, whatever, Kyo said. While you're at it, Shigure said, Kagura, you should ask Haru-chan or Momiji-chan if they want to go out with Elizabeth. If I had been drinking anything at that moment, I would have spit it out. I don't think, Yuki started, but Kagura said, That's a great idea. Bloody hell, what had I got myself into? I went downstairs sometime after Kagura had left. Kyo and Toru had left the house, and I started to make chocolate. I knew there was a specific consistency that I needed to get it before I shaped it into Zodiac chocolates. The chocolates would be tiny, they would be able to fit in the palm of my hand, and they were 2-dimensional rather than 3 the way I would have wished them. But I had no artistic skill to try and shape the chocolate without a template, so this is what I had to do. I just had to be glad that there was an animal template with all the animal shapes I needed. Toru and Kyo eventually came back, and Toru joined me in the kitchen to make her own chocolates. I didn't pay attention to what she was doing, and she didn't pay any attention to my chocolates. She knew I was keeping them a secret. After I molded the chocolates into animals, or in Toru, Saki, and Arissa's preference shapes, I set them in the fridge to cool and harden. They weren't hollow, so I was going to be able to decorate them. A few hours later, I took them out of the fridge and set them down on the table. I had practiced chocolates that I worked with first, decorating them with a special type of frosting, seeing how best to apply it before turning it to the real thing. I started with Kyo's cat-headed chocolate first, painting it in orange and using small chocolate chips as the eyes, half of a pink marshmallow for the nose, and chocolate fudge for the mouth. Then I set it back on the tray. Yuki's rat was complete with a tail. I painted it with a white frosting color and the same attributes as Kyo's, marshmallow nose, chocolate chip eye. The dog was black frosting that I got to stick up in small waves, giving it a shaggy appearance. I used licorice this time for the mouth, a jelly bean for the nose. The bunny was far more fun to decorate with yellow frosting and red sprinkles for the eyes, a white marshmallow for the tail, and cotton candy for the inside of the ears. The boar was far harder to make, using chocolate icing for. I had melted the chocolate chips for the eyes, adding a hint of white food coloring to attempt to make it lighter, to a light degree of success. But there wasn't much that I could give detail to, so I set it aside with the others. The cow was fun to frost, smoothing the entire thing with vanilla icing and then topping it with a lighter layer of chocolate in some spots. I even used a string of licorice and just the smallest pinch of fondant for Hatsuharu's necklace, and I used drops of chocolate for the earrings, which then made me go back and use green drops on the rabbit ears of Momiji, which left me with the seahorse. I used a tan color, bordering yellow. I used a small brush on the gills to create lines. I used fudge drops for the eyes. It was a simple animal, but I decided to touch the back fin with a bit of green to emphasize he was a sea dragon, not a sea horse. Arissa's chocolate was a red butterfly. The outline of it was done with black lining frosting, and the majority of it was painted with red frosting. Saki's was a witch's hat with black with purple trim in the form of some sort of fruit roll-up sweet. Toru's was in the shape of a rounded triangle. I decided to make it into a rice ball using white marshmallows to make it bumpier and give it a rice ball look, and I used the black part of an Oreo for the black spot. I finally stuck them back into the fridge with plastic wrap of it, and just had to hope that they didn't try and peek at them. I also needed small boxes to put them in, and decided to take a trip down to the store just for that purpose. I took Toru's grocery list along with me, picking up everything she needed along with a small decorative plastic boxes and thin, trim ribbon. My walk back to the house was equally uneventful, and I stocked the groceries away and went upstairs. Toru was already fast asleep. I picked up my book and settled myself in the corner. I did not plan on going on a date tomorrow. Momiji was far too cute and small to be taken seriously, and with Haru, I sensed that he was already with someone. And besides, I had no pleasure with being with anyone. Besides, a date was romantic, a double date was bordering imposing, and a triple date was a crowd. But I didn't mind much. If I was going on a date with someone, I'd choose Hattori out of all of them, though admittedly, Haru really was quite hot. I pushed my thoughts aside, throwing myself quite firmly into the book. I was quite excited to come to the closure of the book. I didn't get a wink of sleep that morning and was the first one in the shower, washing my hair, and then spent an hour combing it out before going downstairs to cook breakfast for everyone else. Yuki came down before everyone else. "I'm not going with you guys," my phone said immediately. "I didn't think you would," Yuki said, sitting down at the table. "Fried or scrambled?" "Scrambled, please. I like the way you make them," Yuki said, making me blush. I slid scrambled eggs on his plate with bacon, and I set it down in front of him. I read while we ate, my eyes unable to do anything but speed read as the Battle of Hogwarts started. I spent another part of the morning wrapping the chocolates and keeping them in the fridge. The colors of the boxes and ribbons aesthetically matched that of their animals. Kyo, Yuki, and Toru were about to set out for their double date. Yuki had called Kagura to tell her I wasn't going, and Shigure teased both Yuki and Kyo about it. Are you sure you don't mind delivering the Valentine's chocolates to Hattori-san and the others?" Toru asked Shigure as Kyo put his shoes on. "Don't worry, I won't eat them," Shigure said, and I giggled. "No, that's not what I meant," Toru protested. "Sweet girl. I just thought you seemed busy with work. Leave it to him," Yuki interrupted. "There's no need for you to go near the main estate." "Ah, but, Toru protested softly. Shigure and I exchanged a look. "Yuki-kun is right," Shigure said. He put a hand on Toru's head. "You could have a blast on your date." "Okay," Toru said, nodding her head a bit. I thought I saw something in Shigure's eyes, looking at her. "If you're coming, get a move on," Kyo said. "We're right," Toru exclaimed. "Well, Shigure-san, we'll see you later." The telephone was ringing. "Sure," Shigure said. Toru shut the door. "See you when you get back." I could hear the answering machine in the background as Shigure started to walk towards it. "No one is available to take your call. Please leave a message after the beep." And then a high-pitched beep. There was a frantic feminine voice on the other side of the phone. "Sensei, one more thing. I don't mind if you screen my calls, but don't run away." And then it clicked off. I heard Shigure sigh and say, "That's an interesting to say," putting it like that. The way his voice was now, when the kids were out of the house and he thought no one could hear him, was shiver-inducing. And then his voice lightened up. "It makes me want to live down to your expectations." I rolled my eyes. Shigure stepped out of the room and came towards me, lifting my chin up with a finger. I stared back at him. Ordinarily, this had been someone I wasn't used to. I would have jerked away. But I was starting to get quite used to Shigure. Already had in a way, and I was used to his teasing flirtations. What am I going to do with you? Those shivers went up my spine again, because for just one moment I could imagine it. Us in his bed, completely naked. I almost found myself wanting my lips to touch his because he was such an interesting man. I found I almost wanted to explore his body that I knew, under his robes and teasing attitude, was a serious romantic and probably a really lovely body. Because despite my mere fear of men, I truly was a romantic and longed for a relationship where I could be fulfilled. I was a woman after all, and Shigure wouldn't transform, neither would I. But I also knew that it wasn't really Shigure I wanted, despite everything. And plus he was teasing. He wasn't being serious. He smiled cheerily, tilting his head, and said, "How about you come to the main estate with me? That way you can help me deliver Toru's chocolates." I nodded once, reaching up to touch his hand slightly before moving away, and up the stairs to find something suitable to wear, because I just knew if I didn't wear something proper, Hattori would see me. "Look, Hassan, Valentine's chocolates from me," Shigure said, standing directly in front of Hattori's door. Hattori slammed the door in Shigure's face. I burst out laughing. Timidly, Shigure opened the door. "I'm sorry, I lied. They're from Toru-kun and Elizabeth." "Come in," Hattori said with a sigh. Shigure entered, slipping off his shoes. I was dressed in tight blue jeans, black leather boots up to my knees, a blue t-shirt underneath, my indigo jacket buttoned up, but not all the way. My hair was braided simply over my shoulder, and I wore a blue beret on my head. "Rao-san," Hattori greeted me with a slight bow of his head. I signed to Shigure, who said, "She says hi, and call her by her first name. She hates her last name." I scowled at him, and Shigure sighed and said again, "She prefers to go by her first name, but you can call her whatever you want." I blushed, threw my hands up in the air, and stormed past Shigure out to Hattori's garden. I heard Shigure chuckle behind me. "You shouldn't tease her," Hattori lectured him. I studied the water feature that was in Hattori's garden. I had never really understood what these bamboo water things were. I would have to go to the library and research it soon, or maybe I would look it up online. Meanwhile, I eavesdropped on Hattori and Shigure's conversation. "The conscientious girls," Hattori said. "That's an understatement. There's some from Momichi and Hakon, too," Shigure said. "Elizabeth's an artist. I didn't even want to eat my chocolate. It was too cute." I blushed. Toru-kan planned to bring them here herself, but I offered to do it. And Elizabeth came along for lack of anything better to do. I scowled fiercely at the ground. He made it sound like I came here because I was bored, not actually because I actually wanted to come. But maybe it was better that Hattori didn't know I wanted to see him. Because guess what? She, Yuki-kan, Kyo-kan, and Kagura are on a double date today, Shigure announced. "That's unexpected," Hattori said. It was the first time he didn't sound annoyed, angry, or ignoring something. Shigure said. He sounded almost interested and perhaps a bit surprised, but I supposed he'd watched them all grow up. Seen Yuki and Kyo's inability to even be in the same room, the way that Kagura smothered Kyo and Kyo tried to avoid her. It was understandable that he should be surprised. "Isn't it?" Shigure sounded like an old woman gossiping. "It's totally Toru-kun's influence. Gotta be." Shigure and Hattori moved to the table and I could hear cups chinking. And tea was poured. Hattori said, "I can imagine her influencing them. She has a way of softening people." I felt a stab of jealousy and then brushed it away. I was trying not to let Hattori break my heart, not give in easily. And besides, what should his opinion of me matter if I wasn't going to let him break my heart, huh? You know, I maybe kind of picked on Kyo-kan yesterday, and he got pretty freaked out. "Don't freak him out," back during lecturing Shigure. But when he came home with Toru-kan, he was back to normal. Shigure continued as though Hattori hadn't interrupted him, but maybe he was used to it. "She's practically their tranquilizer, though Elizabeth does pretty good at herself at calming a room." "You certainly look satisfied. Things are going just how you planned them." "What's with the criticism I'm detecting here?" "Like hell you're not using her, you bold-faced liar," Hattori said plainly. It was time like this that I both regretted and savored my hearing. Tidbits like this. Hattori had tried warning her. And me. "You and Akito are both using Honda-kun and maybe Elizabeth-kun as a pawn to play for your respective ends and gains." "Do you remember that morning we dreamed?" Shigure asked, and I was startled by the turn of the conversation. Was Shigure going to say nothing in his defense? "The morning you, Aya, and I all cried." For a moment I felt eyes on my back. Was I being too still out here? I hadn't moved in a while, so I bent to peer at the contraption. There were bamboo screws in it, so that it could move up and down easily. "It turned painful for you two afterwards," Shigure continued, though his eyes did not relent, making me think that it was Hattori's eyes on me. Hattori's pain was obviously Kana. I wondered who Aya was, which animal he or she was, and what their pain had been. I wondered if they were almost blind in their left eye too. Shigure continued softly, "But me? I still have those feelings inside me, that affection, that fervor so thrillingly sweet and sad. That vow is still right here. I'm not bothered about deceiving or using a few people to get to it, even if it ends up hurting someone." I felt a tear drip down my face. He was just like the others. So why? How? Could I still like him? It was irrational. I waited for Hattori to speak, and yet somehow I knew there would be no lecture now. Only acceptance. Despite what he had said to Toru and I, he truly was Shigure's friend. "I do feel bad about that sometimes, you know," Shigure said when Hattori sighed. "Especially when I'm looking at Toru-kan and Elizabeth-kan, because they are really good girls. I think Toru may be a little too pure for me, though. Sometimes she forces me to realize that I might be the dirtiest of us all. I really am dirty, of course. Elizabeth's far better. She holds dark secrets. So, Hattori, I'm jealous even of you. Maybe I'm the most cursed one of all." "Doctor, it's time for Akito-san's checkup," a new feminine voice said. Shigure's voice was immediately excited and childish. "Okay, doctor, I'll go and perform a great job as your substitute." "Saw that coming," Hattori replied. "Watch over Elizabeth until I get back," Shigure said as they both left that room, moving closer to the front door. I closed my eyes to listen better, sitting down in the grass, my legs out in front of me. I laid down, looking up at the sky. "Thank Honda-kun for me when you get home," Hattori said, his voice not as close as it had been before. Sure, Shigure said. "Whatever ending you're headed for," Hattori finally spoke, "be prepared to lose a tooth. I don't know whether it will be you, Yuki, Kyo, Honda-kun, or Elizabeth, but you're sure to end up eating a punch from at least one of them." Shigure laughed. "True enough. I'm not looking forward to the pain, but I'll reap what I sow." "I won't be your ally in this," but I won't work against you either, Hattori's finished. I sighed, leaning over on my side, trailing a finger in the freezing cold water, another tear falling down my face. See you later, then. Shigure. Paused at the opening of the door. Don't let Akito get a cold. Shigure closed the door without another word. My hands, Hattori said to no one but himself, are dirty too. Kana. His footsteps came towards me until he was bent down next to me. He took my hand from the water. You'll get frostbite. I flushed, feeling his warm hands around my cold one, and he raised one hand up to my cheek. You're freezing. Come inside before you catch a cold. I stood, letting him lead me back into the house, and he closed the doors against the cold. I sat down on the couch, and he sat next to me. I quickly pulled out my phone in case I needed to talk. And then I tossed the phone onto the other chair. Hattori looked at me in surprise. I didn't come because I was bored, I said softly. You're talking, Hattori said bluntly. I'm getting used to it. Can you sing? Hattori asked, and I looked at him. I don't mean right now, sorry. I meant can you sing? Oh, I don't know, I said. Why? You have a beautiful voice. I sat there for a moment, cheeks flushed with pride, and looked away from him. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable, Hattori said quickly. No, it's not. No one's ever complimented me before, that's all. I whispered and then corrected myself. Well, I mean, not someone who isn't my friend. I mean, not that you're not my friend. I understand what you're trying to say, Hattori said. I turned to look at him. I felt a sudden wave of exhaustion and blinked my eyes to keep them open. You look tired, Hattori immediately said. I haven't slept since New Year's, I whispered. At all? I nodded. That's 6 weeks without sleep. How are you functioning? Hattori asked, sounding concerned. A medical mystery, I sighed. I paused and then said, I've always been able to go long periods of time without sleep. Besides, when I sleep I either have nightmares or visions, and neither one is appealing. Visions, like seeing the future to a rather successful end, yes. Hattori handed me a cup of tea, which I took and tasted. It was a bit bitter, but I drank it anyways because I was hungry. Will you tell me more about your island town? Hattori asked. What would you want to know? What was your life like before you were brought to the main estate? Outside the village? Both of my parents were descendants of shipwrecked captives. Me and my triplet siblings were born early. They died. I survived. My parents were cruel. I traced a new scar on my arm without realizing that I was doing it. I was mostly telling him exactly as it was, just admitting that I was Zodiac. God liked to change this around for the Zodiac. All marriage pairs, whether there's a lull of killing for marriage at least, are between Zodiac members. If there are more female than male, they are allowed to choose males out of the townspeople. However, more males than females result in all the leftovers going to the last female chosen. But things got a bit shaken up, and God said the males could choose a singular female from the town to share between the 3 leftover males. I paused for a moment. They were all extremely handsome, of course. The girls in town were ecstatic. They didn't know what they were really like. You were chosen? Naturally, I said bitterly. I knew it would happen the minute Dragon appeared out there with Snake and Cow. Dragon had had his eyes on me for years. This was just his chance to make it official, even if he had to share me. I squeezed my legs tightly together. Were they all bad? No, not all of them. Bunny and Tiger were very nice, and Bunny's husband wasn't too bad, Monkey. You said something about punishments. What were those like? I flinched and said, God was undoubtedly cruel, horrible. Every animal had a punishment crafted to their fears. Tiger was the only one I really saw punished. She was always being punished. She could never keep her mouth closed, always spitting insults back. Maybe that's why. Why you stopped talking? I nodded. They would keep her in a cage made of metal so she couldn't break through. The tiger hates to be confined. And surrounded her with fire. The tiger hates fire. They kept her in there for hours. All the other Zodiacs knew not to disobey God, and the cat was never punished so he could get away with things. But Tiger? Maybe it was the rebellious, fiery spirit in her. I don't know. Hattori was silent, swirling his own tea. You can ask me whatever you want. I promise I won't go into a panic, I whispered. How much did they hurt you? Concern or curiosity? I wasn't sure. Which one did I want it to be? Besides the rape, I asked softly, quite a bit. Never usually physically, mentally. I'm sorry. It doesn't matter. I'm free. As long as I keep moving every New Year, I'll be free. That doesn't sound right. Neither does losing your sight in your left eye because you fell in love. Hattori was silent. I'm sorry, I didn't mean that, I whispered. I shouldn't have brought that up, it's none of my business. No, you're right, Hattori said, leaning back in his seat. What does it matter? I put my cup down. I should go. I stood. Wait, Hattori took my arm, and I spun around, not realizing how close he was and our noses almost touched. But I didn't jerk back. I seemed frozen in place. His indigo eyes were so close to mine. I could feel his breath on my lips. I wanted him to kiss me. Shigure opened the door. Hattori jumped back, and I collected my thoughts, turning to him. Ready to go, Liz-chan? Shigure asked, coming towards me. I turned from Hattori, picking up my phone and stuffing it in my pocket. Yeah, I'm ready, I said. Shigure stared at me in surprise, and then was next to me in an instant, my face in his hands. Ah, Hassan, you fixed her. My face started to burn in his hands. I hoped Hattori didn't see me as a player. Now I knew he was going to break my heart. I wasn't going to be able to stop it. I'm not a toy, I muttered, not pulling away just yet. No, you're much cuter, Shigure continued cheerfully, squishing my cheeks in his hands. I pouted. Don't tease her, Shigure, Hattori said, his hands in his pockets, glaring at Shigure. I was used to being fought over, sure, but this seemed much more romantic than when Dragon, Cow, and Snake fought over who got to be where in bed every night. I pulled away slowly, nodding to Hattori. I'll see you around, and I walked out of the room. I'm serious, Hattori said as Shigure's feet started towards the door. Leave her alone, Shigure. What's this? Do you care about Liz-chan, Hassan? Shigure teased. I guess you're not the only one. I blushed where I was sitting, putting on my boots. I zipped up both sides. Shigure came to stand next to me. Ready to go home? I nodded. Ah, you should speak more. You have such a sweet voice, Shigure said. I blushed. Upon approaching the house, I could see Kyo laying on the ground in Kagura's arms. Meanwhile, Toru and Yuki were standing behind a woman who was raising a blade to her wrist. I wish you wouldn't die in front of my house, Shigure said from behind her. Toru started, but the gray-haired woman interrupted her, crying, Sensei! Once we were inside the brightly lit house, Shigure introduced the sobbing woman was his book editor, Michan. Sensei, you jerk! You dummy! I told you not to run away, Michan sobbed. So it had been her voice on the phone, I didn't run away. I just went out for a bit, Shigure sighed. Right, Liz-chan? I nodded, forgetting about just saying yes. Shigure teased. I can't hear you. Yuki scowled at him. That's the same thing, Michan's tears erupted. Michan, que sera, sera. Whatever will be, whatever won't be, Shigure said. Here's some tea, Toru said, much quieter, handing Michan a cup of tea. Oh hey, Hassan sends you his thanks, Shigure said, beaming at Toru. I'm glad he accepted them, Toru gushed, standing up. So where are mine? Shigure asked. I'm making them now, Toru said. Oh, she hadn't made all of them yesterday? Or the day before, whichever day it was. The days were all starting to blend together from staying up. I'll be happy if you enjoy them. I saw Shigure's eyes widen again as Toru headed out of the study. I knew he was thinking about what he had said to Hattori about feeling bad about deceiving Toru. I suppose this was one of those moments. Your hand, Sensei, move your hand, moving fingers, Michan cried the minute I stepped out the door. Sure, Shigure said quietly. I ignored the rest of the rather loud conversation. I hadn't given Kyo or Yuki their presents yet, so I took them out of the fridge and found both of them upstairs in their respective rooms. Kyo was lifting weights. Yuki was reading on his bed. Here, I whispered to Kyo. He stopped weightlifting to look at me. I made this for you. I mean, I made them for everyone, of course. This one is just yours. You're talking? Kyo asked. I blushed. I found it today, talking to Hattori. Kyo took the present out of my hand. Good night, Kyo-kun, I whispered, leaving the room before he could say anything back, and headed down to Yuki's, knocking softly on the door. Come in, Yuki called, and I stepped inside the room with the last gift of chocolate. Oh, hi, Elizabeth. Yuki truly was beautiful, especially in his own settings. I hesitated and then moved forward, holding out the box. I made Valentine's Day chocolates. This is yours. Yuki stared at me for a moment and then smiled. I'm happy you found your voice. The words pierced my heart, and I lowered my head so he didn't see me crying. Elizabeth? Thank you, I whispered, and I leaned forward, putting my forehead on his shoulder. Thank you for saying that. I stood there for a moment, crying before I pulled away, wiping my face. Good night, Yuki. Good night, Elizabeth. I left the room and made it to my own, falling asleep for the first time in 6 weeks. Chapter 13. White Day. The bell rang and Sensei Mayu called out, "Time's up. Okay, pass your papers to the front." I stretched in my seat as my exam paper was passed to the front of the class. Math, physics, science, and history. I wasn't entirely sure about physics, but I was pretty confident about everything else. I got up from my seat, heading towards Toru, as she said rather excitedly to Yuki. "Filled in a lot more answers than usual." "Oh yeah? Good for you," Arisa said, putting a hand on Toru's head. Sometimes it felt like she was treated like a pet. I grinned. "Yes," Toru said excitedly, while Saki put a hand on her shoulder and said, "I knew you had it in you, Toru." "Yuki-kun tutored me," Toru said as I finally reached them, coming to a halt beside Yuki. "He explains things very clearly. Thank you very, very much," Toru said, bowing to Yuki. No, it was no big deal," Yuki said with a smile. Half the girls started glaring at Toru with evil intentions now, and I didn't blame them. Yuki was dazzling. "Say, Hanajima-san, I bet you could totally ace tests," one of Takeo's friends called. It was the cute black-haired one, whose name I still hadn't learned yet. "You've got the wave thing, and you seem pretty brainy. How did your midterms go?" "Let me see," Saki said, and I sighed because I knew she was going to get dramatic because of the tone of her voice. "As I recall, I had to take review lessons every day, and the school called my parents." "Yes, I remember my mother crying." As predicted, both of the boys seemed rather wary and nervous. What about your wave powers?" "The logical conclusion is that I'm so dumb that my powers can't make up for it," Saki said with a straight face, and I giggled quietly into Yuki's shoulder. Not literally into it. I didn't feel like getting stabbed in the back by a fan club member, but fairly close, and Yuki grinned at me. Don't worry, Hanajima. You won't be the dumbest one in the room," Arisa said, throwing a glance at Kyo. "Hey, you better not be talking about me," Kyo said, opening his eyes. He'd been relaxed in his chair, his hands in his pockets and his legs propped up on the desk. "Duh. Who else would I mean?" Arisa asked. Kyo was immediately standing and saying, "I've never taken review lessons and my parents have never been called in." "Yeah, Kyon is a surprisingly good student," the brown-haired friend said. Now that I thought about it, I was pretty sure his name was Yusuke. The black-haired one was Hiroshi. "What's with the surprisingly? Wow, even though he sucks at competitive stuff?" Arisa teased. "I'm going to throttle all of you," Kyo threatened. "Kyo-kun has been holed up in his room lately. He must have been studying, huh?" Toru asked. "So it would seem," Yuki said softly. "Honda," Sensei Mayu called, and we all looked over. "Come here a sec." "Well, that's my cue to leave," I said softly. "I have tennis tryouts." "Oh, good luck," Arisa said. "You'll definitely make the team," Saki said. "Good luck," Yuki said, touching my shoulder lightly. And with a wave to Kyo, I left the room, making my way to the bathroom to change, and then to the tennis court to try out. I felt a little bare in the outfit. It was a rather short skirt with a top shirt very similar to the volleyball one, although I suppose there was nothing showy about the shirt, as there was some sort of silk shorts attached to it. I pulled my brown hair back into a ponytail to fit the white hat on my head. It was a thin band and a visor to keep the sun out of my eyes. There were quite a few girls trying out for the team, but I felt confident. I had been practicing since the beginning of the year when I wasn't practicing for volleyball or swimming. Swimming wasn't over yet, but volleyball was, and I felt better when I was handling 2 sports instead of 1. I guess I just really liked to keep busy. Of course, I also had homework and my part-time job with Toru, so it was a bit of a busy schedule, but I didn't feel overly rushed. Some of the girls were using school rackets. I wasn't one of them. I had my own racket which I had been using to practice, so I was quite used to its weight and swing. The coach had us try out, as doubles, playing 2-on-2 and seeing how we all did. I found that a lot of the girls were quite terrible, but just as equally so, there were as many girls who were quite good. By the end of the tryouts, all of us were out of breath and sweating. I would have to take a shower before heading off to work. The coach said he would post the girls that made the team in the next couple of days at school on the board in the cafeteria, and after that we were free to go. I hurried back up to the school to the showers before getting dressed in my clothes and making it to my job. I got there just as my shift started, signed in, and stared at the bottom floor, making my way up. Toru worked bottom down, so we usually met somewhere in the middle. Of course, she had also been here longer. I hope she didn't do more than her fair share. Of course, she also needed the money more than I, though if our tennis team traveled any, I was going to need money for travel funds. Escaping New Year's was going to be a hefty chunk out of my paycheck every year. I worked quickly and thoroughly until I came to about the 16th floor and found Toru working with Momiji. I smiled. Momiji! Elizabeth, Momiji said happily. Toru-kun told me you found your voice. I'm so happy. Thanks, Momiji, I said shyly. Oh, by the way, I'm going back to Shi-chan's house with you guys tonight, Momiji said. I smiled and then continued on my work. Momiji threw the doors of the living room open with a "Gutan abend." I think Gutan meant good, so maybe abend meant night. I wasn't entirely sure. I would have to start studying German, too. I'm home, Toru said. I said nothing. Though my voice had come back, I didn't use it much. I preferred being quiet, even if I liked being able to express myself at the same time. Yuki and Shigure were the only people in the room, wearing shades of blue. Yuki was wearing light blue and Shigure was wearing navy. Shigure, of course, had a newspaper in his hands. Ah, here you are, Shigure said. Welcome home, Yuki said. I've never been to Shi-chan's house before. This is exciting. Kyo walked into the room at that moment, a towel around his shoulders. I could smell cinnamon and jasmine rolling off of him, so I assumed he'd gotten out of the bath. Ugh, the noisy brat is here. You look fresh out of the bath and feeling good, Momiji said with a smile. I loved the light blue color of his beanie hat. Kyo was immediately grounding his fist into either side of Momiji's head. Your hyperness gets on my nerves. Wah, Kyo is picking on me, Momiji cried. Once we had settled down and each had a cup of tea in front of us, Shigure asked, So, Momiji, did you tell them why you're staying over tonight? Nope, not yet, Momiji said excitedly. Question for Toru. What day is tomorrow? The 14th? Toru asked hesitantly, shooting me a look. I shrugged my shoulders and drank my tea. Bingo, Momiji said. Tomorrow is White Day, so I'm giving you a hot springs trip. White Day? Hot springs? Whoa, what? Toru asked. Yes, Momiji continued. I'll name it Heart of a Traveler. Me and Toru's leisurely hot spring adventure, Momiji announced, and I almost snorted tea up my nose at the ridiculous statement. No need to name it, really. Shigure sounded like he was drowning, and I shot him a grin, which he returned. I hadn't forgotten everything he'd said to Hattori, that he was using Toru and I for something he wanted to gain, and that he liked me better because he thought I was hiding dark secrets. Technically it was true. I probably had a darker past than half of this Zodiac put together. And I wondered, maybe it wasn't a bad thing that Shigure was using us. After all, if I suspected right, and I usually did, Shigure was using us to break their curse, and being a Zodiac member, I couldn't help but want them to free them, even if it didn't free myself. Oh, that one, Yuki said in answer to something Momiji had said. A hot spring trip is so expensive, and I'd be going without Mom, Toru said, to which I immediately turned away, my back to the table, facing the outside. I really, really hated when she talked like this. Shigure quickly took control of the conversation. Whoa, Toru-kun. It's just a hot spring, okay? It's not Paris or anything. But, he's right. And if you're happy, your Muti would be happy for you, Momiji said, quickly claiming the other side of her. Or do you not want to? I do. I'm happy. Yuki, Elizabeth, and Kyo will come too, Momiji said, and I looked over my shoulder at him. Where did you get off just deciding that, you brat? Kyo asked angrily. Aw, don't say that. Let's go, Momiji said, shaking Kyo's shoulders. What about you, Yuki? Are you against it too? I'll go. Why not? Yuki asked with a smile. Yuki says he's coming. That makes me want to go even less, Kyo shouted. Oh, Shigure said, and we all turned to look at him. Sorry to change the subject, but Toru-kun, is it true you're a month behind on your school trip deposits? I got a call from your grandpa last night. Apparently your homeroom teacher contacted him. He said he'd be happy to pay it for you. Oh no, he mustn't do that, Toru quickly exclaimed with flushed cheeks. Last month was a lot happened. But I could pay with my job earnings this month, so it's fine. What? What had happened in February that had been so expensive? I've already told our teacher too. I'm sorry I troubled you with that, Toru said. But Toru-kun, you work all the time, so why was last month... And then it hit Shigure, Kyo, Yuki, and I at the same time. I could almost feel that their thoughts were in sync with mine as I thought, she spent it on Valentine's chocolates? Where are you going on your school trip? Momiji's voice broke through my black haze. We don't know yet, Toru said. Kyo exploded over her in rage. Ah, yes? Toru shrank back from him, and slowly, his rage started to settle bounced a bit, dropping from 10 to 3 in a heartbeat. Kyo's hand was shaking as he pointed up the stairs to the bathroom. "You. Bath. Now," he said. The muscles in his cheek was twitching too. "Huh? Okay, I'll go take my bath," Toru exclaimed. She practically ran from the room. "Good boy. Way to manage your anger," Shigure complimented him. "But yeah, of course she paid out of pocket for the chocolate ingredients." "Why didn't we catch on?" Yuki asked. "Because she always smiles to hide her feelings," Kyo shouted, and then pointed her finger at me. "You better not be behind in your tuition, either, over those chocolates." "I'm not," I said in an utterly bored voice. "Shigure, can I go look at your books?" "Be my guest," Shigure said, and I stepped in his room, shutting the door behind me. I heard Kyo smash his fist on the wooden table and continue on his rant. "How are we supposed to know? And those obligation chocolates or whatever. What's the point of doing that if it makes life worse for her? She should have used that money on clothes or shoes or her trip deposit. She's an idiot. She'll be way in the hole someday. She'll lose out on 70% of life." I stopped listening and scanned Shigure's bookshelves. I had finished the Harry Potter series a long time ago, crying my eyes out at the end when I found Lupin, Tonks, Severus, and Fred all died. Basically all the people I'd wanted not to die. And The Cursed Child had been okay, but I decided I really didn't like plays. They were very cringy. Despite the crying bout, I had read the books over and over again, but I finally decided I needed something new. All of Shigure's books were Japanese-based, so I would probably need Yuki's help during the book. There was a book called Pride and Prejudice that looked interesting, though also old, and I decided it would be hard enough reading Japanese without the old verb tenses and such. I finally found a book that looked suitable for my needs, The Red Pyramid. Reading the back, it had something to do with Egyptian gods, and I looked inside. I saw it was actually written in English, which was pleasing. I found there were 2 more books, and I took all 3 of them, sure that I would finish all of them tonight. About the traveler who was swindled out of everything but her head, and still cried and said, "Thank you," Momiji's voice said. The living room had gotten very quiet since Toru and I had left it. Of course, I had heard the story about the traveling idiot before, so it wasn't new. It was a story God had told us girls once, because it was a lesson to tell us we should always give whatever the men wanted to them. But I had never thought that was what the original story had meant to convey, and now I was hearing what Momiji thought. And what I decided was, what a lovely person. It's a waste of time to think about loss or life getting harder. The traveler never thought about that stuff. Even if other people think that makes her an idiot, I just don't. That's all. Even if other people think it's worth tricking her, I just won't. I just want to make her happy for real. Yuki, Kyo, what about you? Do you think she was an idiot after all? What do you think when you close your eyes? Neither answered, and I sat down in the corner of Shigure's room to read, but I found myself closing my eyes instead, and then I found myself slipping off into sleep. Some time later I had a strange dream that almost felt real. I could feel soft but firm hands on my shoulders, laying me back on a pillow, pulling a blanket over me. The same hand swept my hair back, soft lips brushed mine for a second, and a voice that sounded like Shigure's and Hattori's put together whispered, "Good night, my little tiger." I blinked my eyes open the next morning, looking up at the ceiling. It was unfamiliar, so I had never woken up here before. Or maybe I had just never looked up at the ceiling in this room. I sat up, finding that I was still in Shigure's room. The books that I had picked out were still by my side. I sat up, feeling the blanket fall off of me. What in the world? I was disoriented and nauseous. "Ah, you're awake." I blinked my eye at Shigure standing in the doorway. They already left for the hot springs. I told them you weren't feeling well. I nodded. "Wait, how? You fell asleep in my room. Instead of attempting to carry you upstairs and transform, I let you sleep in here. Don't worry, I slept down in the living room." "Oh," I blushed. "No, I didn't care much about that. I just didn't understand how I got here." Shigure bent down, putting a hand to my forehead. "You feel warm. Let me get the thermometer." He was back very quickly, making me stick it under my tongue so he could check. "Yes, you're running a temperature. I could call Hattori." "No, it's okay," I whispered. "I get this every year. I already know what to do. Sleep, chocolate chip ice cream, and not a lot of water." "All right," Shigure said, rubbing his hand through his hair. "I think we already have ice cream in the house." I nodded. "I bought it last week. Hopefully Kyo didn't eat all of it." When I got to the fridge, it was still there. I took it out, filled a large glass of water, and made my way upstairs with the books tucked under my arm. What a day to get my fever. Now I had no idea if the words whispered in my ear last night were indeed from a dream or if Shigure really had said them. But for what reason did he have to call me a tiger? Even if he hugged me and I didn't transform, which he had no reason to do in the first place, how had he guessed tiger? I collapsed in Toru's and mine bed after setting everything down on the bedside table. Here, Shigure said, bringing in a pitcher of water and setting it next to my already full glass. That way you can refill your glass without having to get up. Let me know if you need anything. Shigure really could be caring when given the chance. I drifted on and off all day, and the next time I woke up, Haru was sitting on the end of my bed. Haru? I asked uncertainly. Oh, hi, he said. What are you doing here? I asked, sitting up. I was coming over anyways, Haru said with a shrug. Sensei said I should check on you because you didn't want Hattori to come over. I flushed. I really hoped Shigure hadn't said that to Hattori. Has he spoken to Hattori? No, at least I don't think so. It's not that I didn't want Hattori to come over, I murmured. I just didn't want to waste his time on something I already knew how to take care of. I see, Haru said. You are kind. I flushed, looking at him in surprise. Haru stood. I'm going down to the living room to read. Do you want to come? Ah, yes, I said, getting out of bed and grabbing one of my books. I took Haru's arm as balance. He was wearing a long-sleeved black shirt, which seemed very fitting, almost seemed to show his muscles through it. He was also wearing long black pants and something red around one of his legs. I wasn't sure what it was, but he looked incredibly cool, or hot, I wasn't sure. Thank you for the chocolate, Haru said, and if I don't see Toru-kun, thank her for me as well. Yes, I will. Haru and I settled in the living room to read. What do you think of my return gift? Shigure asked, and I looked over to see two maid dresses, pink and blue, hanging on the door. This old man will be thrilled the day they wear this and call me master. I flushed, realizing the blue one was probably for me, and I buried my head into Haru's shoulder. Haru said nothing, resting his head on mine, returning to the sex manga that Shigure had written, and said, Try not to get arrested. I laughed. Shigure jumped. Oh, Liz-chan, I didn't see you there. I smirked and turned back to the book. What an interesting white day. Chapter 14. Akito. Toru and I stood by the windows of the school. We'd become second-year students now that it was spring semester, and I knew that Momiji and Hatsuharu were now first-year students. Of course, I was feeling a bit strange because I was so much older than the others. Of course, I was still 21, but I still had to remember that the kids around me were 15 and 16 now. A 4 or 5 year gap, but still enough that I felt like someone would be able to point it out. The new first years were adorable, Toru announced. You two should have come to the opening ceremony to see them. Kyo was reading a manga. Arisa was sitting with her back to the window, a mask over her face. Not worth it, they said together. I'm already in hay fever hell, Arisa said. I'd blow a fuse for real if I had to sit out there with no escape. Just take some medicine, Kyo said to get her to stop complaining. It doesn't work. Maybe I took too many drugs in my reckless youth, Arisa said. Gangs were very interesting in my opinion. There had never been any on the island. There were the peasants, and then there were the elites. Nothing in between. No uprisings, no nothing. There was too much fear from the lower class and too much power in the upper class. I had always hated being worshipped like a god. That was why I tried to be so nice to the people, tried to be more like them. What drugs are you talking about? Kyo asked. Anyway, where's the prince? Arisa asked Toru, ignoring Kyo. He's still busy with his work on the ceremony committee. Arisa laughed a little. Sounds rough. I bet he's getting first-year love attacks right off the bat. The prince might end up as student council president this year. The current president's got some issues anyway. I heard a car pull up outside, which was in itself unusual, as many cars didn't usually come on to the school grounds. I looked out the window and felt a chill over my spine. It was the same black car that I had seen on the Soma grounds. I quickly sensed for presence. God was certainly in the car. It was the strongest presence there, and it masked any other presence that was there. But I didn't think there was. I knew somewhere else in the school was Shigure and the others. Dog, rat, cat, god, rabbit, and cow, all under the same roof. And tiger, I added as an afterthought, but I didn't really count. Toru was also staring at the car until Saki asked, Toru-kun? I picked up waves from the adults' seating area that seemed to be Shigure-san's. Oh yes, he's here. Some new Somas entered as first years, Toru explained. I flashed back to when we were eating dinner and Shigure had laid down his chopsticks, announcing grandly that Ha-kun and Momiji are essentially younger brothers to me. Clearly, I must attend the ceremony and witness their glorious debut. I had snorted. The other three had given him suspicious looks, and he had asked, "Why are you giving me those blatantly suspicious looks? Surely you don't think that I, Shigure, am attempting to ogle high school girls? It's terrible how kids these days lack all lyrical sentiment. Just terrible," Shigure said. "Idiot," Saki said now. I laughed. "Hold on, you're saying there are more Somas here now?" "Yes, 2 boys. One of them was at the culture festival," Toru said. "Kion, go get them," Arisa commanded. "Yes, bring them here," Saki commanded. "Why me? Just send them. You're planning to go say hi now. Anyway, I bet," Kyo said, pointing a wavering finger at me and Toru. "Yes, I am," Toru said with a smile. I nodded my head simply. Saki was towering over Kyo with her dark waves in an instant. Why should Toru-kun or Liz-kun be troubled with such errands? "But troubling me is fine," Kyo snarled back, even though he was probably just a little freaked out by Saki's waves. "Yep," Arisa agreed. I really was planning to go say hello, so it's completely fine," Toru said. "But would you like to come with me, Kyo-kun?" Toru asked, looking over to where Kyo was massaging his shoulder. Saki must have gripped him hard. "Come on, why should I have to go see them, even at school?" Kyo grumbled, and I rolled my eyes. Toru put on that shining naiveness to her, leaning forward at Kyo. "It might feel a little different, seeing them at school. It could be fun." Without a word, Kyo was leading Toru out of the classroom. I followed. I listened in on Arisa and Saki for a moment and heard Arisa say, "He's getting worse and worse at saying no to her." "It's entertaining," Saki said, and I tried not to laugh, as that would lead to awkward questions about why I was laughing. Kyo eventually had to ask 2 girls for any boys by the name of Soma, as Toru had no idea where their class actually was. He leaned against the wall, his eyes closed, waiting. Toru was somewhere else. I was looking out the windows into the courtyard. I didn't miss anything, and I was very aware that the black-clothed figure leaning against one of the school posts. Akito. God. Hattori's eyes. Hate boiled up inside of me, and I didn't even take notice as 2 boys started to talk behind my back about Toru. Akito didn't look up at me. I wondered if he even felt my eyes on him. And then I heard Momiji calling, "Hello, Toru, Elizabeth." I turned to stare at Momiji, who was wearing a girl's uniform, running towards us. I sidled over to Kyo and Toru, looking at him stunned. Why in the world was he dressed like a girl? Was this a normal thing? First Yuki, now Momiji. Do boys usually dress like girls at school? How strange. I'd have to research it later. "Momiji-kun!" Toru cried out happily. And then Kyo banged Momiji on the head so that he was on the ground. "Are you stupid?" Momiji started to cry, and Toru said, "Kyo-kun, calm down." Kyo was shaking Momiji now. "How am I supposed to be calm when he comes to school like this?" Kyo roared. So it wasn't normal. Noted. "Yo." I looked over at Haru's voice and was immediately swept away. Holy shit, he looked hot. He was wearing the standard boy's uniform, except he was missing the tie. His shirt wasn't fully buttoned, showing off the start of his shoulder muscles and also displaying the jewelry. There was the feather, leaf necklace, another necklace with a black square, and also a black collar with a silver buckle. "Oh, Hatsuharu-san," Toru said. I tried to get my brain back into my head to say, "Hi, Haru-san." "What idiot wears a girl's uniform of all things? It's creepy," Kyo raged about Momiji. Something about Haru's outfit seemed to piss him off too, though he didn't say anything. At least not yet. Momiji was still crying, Toru hovering over him. "Even hot mess Haru over there is better than that." If it looks good on him, I don't see the problem," Haru said calmly. "It looks good on me, right?" Momiji asked, his tears disappearing with Haru's words. Momiji looked like a girl, so I wasn't entirely sure what to say. "Yes, it suits you," Toru said firmly. "Suits you doesn't mean it isn't a disgrace," Kyo said gloomily. Haru and I turned to approaching footsteps on the stairs. Haru spread his arms wide as a welcome to Yuki. "Sheesh, I can't believe you're wearing that, Momiji," Yuki said. So it wasn't just Kyo being mean. Haru kind of slid over, grasping the front of Yuki's clothes. "Haru, you too," Yuki sighed. I wondered what was wrong with Haru's outfit. Was it because he wasn't wearing a tie? Because his shirt wasn't buttoned all the way? I kind of liked it. A lot. "Yuki-kun, are you done with your committee work?" Toru asked. "No, not yet. I came to check on these 2 while I was making rounds," Yuki said. "Hey, Toru, guess what?" Momiji asked. I changed my mind. He was rather cute in the outfit. "I got told not to run around or horseplay at school because I might crash into a girl. So while I'm at school, I'm gonna play it cool." I sighed. "Cool? Is that outfit cool?" Kyo blew up in Momiji's smiling face. Your dubiousness is justified, Kiyosoma of Class 2D. Another more foreign voice said from behind us. Your orange hair bothers me, but a boy wearing a girl's uniform is unprecedented, brazen, shameless. I saw it was, well, whatever the student council president's name was, flanked by 2 girls. The 3 of them were all wearing glasses, so I wondered if Yuki would have to get glasses too. The teachers may allow it, but I shall not. The 3 of them stood almost identically, feet spread, hands on their hips. You couldn't see their eyes behind their glasses, not even me with my sight. They reflected instead, for I am Student Council President Motoko Taki, otherwise known as Commander of the School Defense Force. Another idiot appears, Haru said calmly by my side, and I laughed. Just what do you think you're doing, Hatsuharu-sama? Your hair is white, and you're practically jangling with jewelry. The audacity. President Taki, that's his natural hair, Yuki said from the other side of Haru. Ooh, Yuki-kun, how nice to see you, Motoko said, his voice changing from the yelling to sweet simpering that I hated even more. But more importantly, natural? Part of it is black. Even so. Yeah, well, he looks all the hotter for it, I smarted. I had barely spent a minute in this boy's presence, and he was pissing me off. Nonsense, Elizabeth Rao. It's against the code, and just because you can magically talk now doesn't mean that you can disrespect higher authority, and your hat is against the dress code. I tugged the hat down over my ears, lest my tiger ears stick up in anger. I saw a cloud start to drift over Haru's eyes, and I knew that if this man stayed any longer, he'd snap and become Black Haru. Now what's the meaning of your appearance? Is that your natural self, eh, Momiji-soma? Momiji pointed a finger at himself in confusion. Have you no male pride? Makoto shouted. If you're like this at your age, your life is on a fast track to failure. I wondered if Makoto was blind as he couldn't see the rabbit ears sticking out of Momiji's head. Maybe he thought they were part of the costume. But this uniform looks better on me, Momiji said, and I thought he might actually cry real tears. Please don't be too harsh on him, Toru said, stepping in front of Momiji. I hoped it would give him time to calm his ears. I'm not being harsh, Toru Honda. I'm expressing an opinion in accordance with common sense. Shut up, Haru said, and I sighed, closing my eyes briefly before opening them back up again. Haru was towering over Makoto, anger radiating off him in waves, also power and dominance, and despite my hate for violence, Haru looked incredibly sexy. Quit playing King of the Hill, you human trash. What? Makoto fell on his butt. Everyone looked afraid or worried, even Momiji at Haru's sudden blackness. I hesitated, wondering if I should step in, and then decided not to. Hey, Haru, Kyo said quickly. Fine. Let me ask you, Hatsuharu, Toru said, are guys wearing neckties never muggers? Oh, so that's what this was about. Are guys without piercing never bullies? Do guys with black hair never murder people? His face grew angrier as he walked forward toward the president still sitting on his ass. He grabbed the front of his shirt, pulling him up to his face. Who do you think you are, eh? God? I winced. Well, ain't that something? Give us a few words. God, go on, Haru said, shaking Makoto. Mr. President, the girl said. Hey, cut it out, he's got no training, Kyo said. Butt out, you stupid cat, Haru shouted. Don't call me stupid, you damn brat, Kyo shouted back, and Haru dropped Makoto from his hand. Say what? Don't act like you're so great, Haru said, getting into Kyo's face. I drifted closer, ready to break it apart if things got physical. I was stronger than both of them. You ran from our last fight with your tail between your legs. Last fight? Well, that must have been the day Yuki got sick. You're the one who called off the fight, Kyo said. They were almost nose to nose. What, are you on his side? You think he's right? Haru asked, pointing a finger back towards where the president was laying in the arms of the girls. You're both wrong, nitwit, Kyo shouted. Hey, ladies, Haru said, kneeling by the girls. I tensed. Don't drag them into it, Kyo said, a hand over his face. What do you think? Haru asked. Take Momiji there. Don't you think he's fine in that uniform? Both of them turned to look at Momiji. He'll grow eventually. What's the harm in waiting to dress like a man until then? He'll be a real looker, trust me. He's fine, they said together, looking at Momiji and raising their arms to him like a god. This was enough to get the president to his sitting position, shouting, Don't let him brainwash you. Haru was back, standing with the others, rubbing Momiji's head fondly. Well, what's the matter with you? This is unheard of. I kind of wished I was a cow, so I had an excuse to go black and karate chop the boy down the hall. It's always best to wear what looks good on you, huh? Unacceptable. That's pure selfishness and unfair to other students. You just won't quit, Haru said. Okay, then. What if Yuki wore a girl's uniform? President Taki's face turned from angry to blushing, tears streamed down his face as he looked at something in his head the rest of us couldn't see. It's fine, President Taki said. It's not fine, Yuki said, bristling. Haru, I'm cutting ties with you if you don't give it a rest. Rhetorical? It was just rhetorical. Don't be mad, Haru said, touching Yuki's chin. Magnificent, President Taki said. Don't imagine it, Yuki bristled. Oh dear, I seem to have gotten carried away, President Taki said. I looked around. Yuki had his back to us, gloom and embarrassment radiating from him. Toru looked phased out. Momiji was just standing there, the glasses girls kneeling by him, crying, holding their arms out to him. Momiji sucked on his lollipop. Kyo stared at Momiji and the glasses girls, and I had no idea. Haru had his arms resting behind his head, stretching. I was leaning against the wall, waiting for the drama to end. You're a formidable opponent, Hatsuharu-sama. He spun around, pointing a finger in Haru's face. Can you prove that's your natural color, then? I stepped in between the president and Haru. You really should calm down before something happens that you can't forget. And then Haru's fingers were on my chin, pressing me into the wall. Don't worry, I'll come back for you. I shivered and blushed. Haru grabbed Makoto's tie, dragging him towards the men's bathroom. There was some silence. We waited. I drifted to Toru's side, joining the others in their huddle. And then he screamed. Makoto walked out calmly, stood there, and wiped off his glasses. I saw that his eyes were brown. He looked younger without them. In a very calm voice, he said, Inconvertible proof. I see. I still have much to learn about the world. He didn't. Haru couldn't have. Holy crap, he did, didn't he? Haru came out of the bathroom looking smug, tossing his head to look at me. I shivered, knowing he was still Black Haru and wondering just what he had planned for me. I wondered if I might actually like it. I could still feel his lingering heat on my face where his fingers had grasped me. You win for today, Makoto said, his face still drawn, but his glasses back on his face. His girls ran away with him as he shouted, But I'll get you next time. See you later, Momiji-kun, the glasses girl shouted back. What did that kite come here to do? Momiji asked. I just stared at him. Haru came over, finger under my chin, tilting me up to look at him. I smirked, which surprised me. How did you prove that was your natural hair color? Toru asked, and Haru turned to her, dropping his hand. Would you like to find out? I'm in if you are, Haru said, cupping Toru's cheek. I sighed. He was such a player when he was black. Huh? Toru asked. It's fine. We don't have to be hugging each other, too. In a flash, both Yuki and Hyo slammed Haru, their chests heaving. Toru asked. Never mind. Don't worry about it, Honda-san, Yuki said. Haru moved up to a sitting position. I'm kind of tired now. He held his head. I burst out laughing, giving him my hand to help him up. Oh, yeah. You're tired, huh? Kyo asked. Both he and Yuki were hunched over, their shoulders still heaving. Haru took my hand as the bell rang, getting to his feet. I left all of them there, walking away. I had to go through the courtyard to get back to class, but upon exiting the doors, I found that Akito was still out there, leaning against the pole. I wondered if Shigure or Hattori or whoever had brought him was still looking for him. I didn't think there was a way I could get across so that I could avoid him. And then Toru came out, walking along, talking to herself. And then Akito said, You look like you're having fun. I started, my eyes bugging out of my head as I hid behind a pillar, trying to breathe. Akito wasn't a man. Akito was a woman. No wonder she hated that Hattori had found love. I heard unfamiliar footsteps and guessed that Akito was walking towards Toru. Akito-san? Toru asked hesitantly. Akito's footsteps had stopped. That's right, she said. Toru Honda. I'm very pleased to meet you, Toru said, and I knew instinctively that she had dropped into a low bow. Well, you strike me as feminine and gentle, Akito said. I darted from the pillar to the staircase and then under the cherry tree, watching from a distance. Thank goodness you seem to be a good person, and most importantly, you're quite cute. Akito tucked her arms behind her back, leaning forward slightly. Toru was still in a deep bow. Toru immediately popped up at these words, waving her hands, looking frantic. What? Oh no, you flatter, Akito laughed. Don't get flustered. You really are cute. Sorry it took me so long to introduce myself. I'm just rather shy of strangers. Are you angry? No, not at all. I glanced up, seeing Yuki staring at the two of them in horror. I felt bad for him. He took off running. Oh, good. Well, let me formally introduce myself, then. I'm Akito, the current Soma family head. Pleased to meet you. I was hesitating between hating her and liking her. She obviously had secrets, hiding her identity as a guy. And of course she had hurt Hattori, almost causing him blindness, where sight was so important to a doctor. But if that was a one-time thing, then maybe she wasn't so bad. And she seemed so polite towards Toru, and I couldn't find any insincerity in it. Oh no, the pleasure is mine, Toru exclaimed. But then why would Yuki be so scared of the idea of Akito meeting Toru? I'd like us to get along well, Akito said, and maybe you could introduce me to Elizabeth Rao. And please take care of Yuki and the others. Akito! Yuki's frantic voice rang through the courtyard. Ah, Yuki! Akito's voice didn't change at all, making me frown slightly. I've missed you, Yuki. You know, it feels like it's been forever since I last saw you. You're looking grown-up and taller. What did you do? Yuki asked. What did you do to Honda-san? Nothing. I was just saying hello. Her voice was all the same, making me shiver. She seemed even more dangerous than my god, for you could always tell when he was lying or telling the truth. But I couldn't tell the difference with Akito, not even with my extra senses. She was dangerous. My only relief was that she didn't seem to have any powers of her own, except, of course, the bond. Right, Toru-san. Wasn't I just saying hello? Yes, Toru said. More importantly, Yuki. And here her voice dropped a little. There's something I really wanted to ask you. She held one of Yuki's cheeks in her hand, and from where I was standing I saw his eyes widen in terror. I gritted my teeth. I wondered if I would get in trouble for tackling Akito. Why did you skip New Year's? Why would you do that? And when I've become so generous lately, too. When you do things like that, it seriously hurts my feelings. Do I have to re-educate you, I wonder? At the word re-educate, my body froze. I hunched over, hands on my knees, trying to breathe. She was horrible. I hated her. The words brought up my own re-education of iron chains and manacles, fire, cages, nightmares, and my memories being resurfaced and replayed. I turned around and threw up, twice. In your special room? Will I be forced to spend long days teaching you proper disposition again? I could sense dog, and I knew Shigure was nearby. I hoped he didn't see me. I moved away from the tree, moving closer to them, but also farther down the path, watching and listening. Toru pushed Akito away from him. I'm sorry, we have to go back to our classroom. I stalked forward between Akito and Toru and took Yuki's hand, dragging him along, not giving Akito a second look. Yuki came with me and Toru quickly caught up. Once we were back on school grounds, I let go of Yuki's hand. Toru, Yuki, and I stood there for a moment, none of us looking at each other. I'm going home, I said, turned, and walked back the way I'd come to get to my locker and things. Because I sprinted, I made it home before Shigure, and then I made my way to the Soma estate, knowing he'd been at Hotori's house. I stuck out like a sore thumb, still in my school outfit, so I stuck to the shadows and rooftops until I was sitting snugly on Hotori's roof. Shigure and Hotori were sitting underneath me, talking. Shigure spoke first. Toru-kan is ugly, apparently. On the car ride home, Akito said she's really ugly. The worst, and that she's stupid and pathetic. She believes Yuki will come back to her in the end because she's still scared when he sees her. If you lock a kid up in a dark room and psychologically torture him for that long, I guess that would be too traumatic to forget. But Akito doesn't understand, Hotori said, and my heart spiked listening to his sexy voice. Just as there are people who inflict pain, there are people who try to soothe that pain. If nothing else, that gives us courage. Plus, there's the other thing. Toru-kan is so cute. You just gotta love her. I almost snorted, giving myself away. That sounds criminal coming from you. At this, I had to press a hand over my mouth to keep from laughing. There was a pause, and Shigure said, Akiko doesn't think much of Elizabeth either. They met? No, but they saw each other. Akito also thinks she's ugly, though I can't really say she saw much of her. Elizabeth was watching near the cherry tree, somehow. I think she was able to hear them because when Akito said something to Yuki, made her throw up. I blushed. She has had a hard life, Hotori said with a sigh. I doubt she wanted to end up near another Zodiac. I just wonder how she was able to hear so far, Shigure murmured. I have excellent hearing, I said from above. There was a bit of silence, and then both of them on their feet, standing in the garden, looking up at them. I jumped down from the roof. You should do that again, Shigure said, leaning towards me, and lift your skirt. Hotori slapped a hand against Shigure's mouth, closing his eyes in an annoyed way. Idiot. I smirked. I admired Hotori's figure, a fitted black vest over a white long-sleeved shirt, black slacks, so hot. How did you get here? Shigure asked when Hotori pulled his hand away. I walked, I said. Why? Hotori asked, settling himself back down on the porch. I paused for a moment. Why had I decided to come here? I didn't feel like staying at school, and, well, I usually don't have a hard time reading people. But I couldn't tell if Akito was being serious with anything she was saying, so I decided to see if she was being truthful. Doesn't sound like it. You could have asked me at home, Shigure said, standing up and leaning towards me. Would you have told me the truth? I asked, leaning towards him just slightly. For a price, Shigure said with a smirk, running a finger across my cheek. Hattori seemed to grit his teeth. That's what I thought, I said with an eye roll. I started to walk away. Elizabeth, Shigure called. I turned. How are Momiji and Haru's first day at school? I smirked, thinking of everything that had happened between Haru and the club president, and then I blushed and grinned, thinking of Haru leaning in my face. I kind of wished I kissed him. Eventful. And I walked away. Chapter 15. Snake. I was resting on the roof, reading a book. I loved laying on the roof because it was relaxing up here, and the only person that might have interrupted me was Kyo, but he was downstairs somewhere. I was reading the Kane Chronicles series that was in English, and it was really good. I really liked Amos, and the last name Kane was really nice. Maybe I'd change my last name to that. Maybe not. Shigure and Kyo were downstairs doing who know what, while Yuki and Toru were down at his secret base. I wondered when their strawberries were going to be ready to harvest. I had never had a strawberry before. Fruit wasn't very abundant on the island, and I hadn't really had much fruit besides apples and grapes. And that was when I heard Toru scream. I didn't even think, throwing my book through my window as I jumped from the roof, taking off down the path. I knew Shigure and Kyo hadn't heard her as I had the better hearing. I sprinted down the dirt path, finding Toru kneeling in the middle of the road, clothes in her hands, shoes in front of her. Yuki appeared from behind her, having also sprinted to find her. I skidded to a stop. Toru? Handa-san, what's wrong? Yuki shouted at her. Something crept underneath my clothes, Toru said, freaking out. I wondered what kind of animal it was and inhaled. Snake. The pale white snake popped up from underneath the collar of the back of her shirt. I lost it, jumping backwards, thinking of my own snake, even though I knew it wasn't him, and screamed before fainting. Bloody embarrassing. I woke up to a hand on my forehead that was all too familiar, and I was starting to hate that it was. At the same time, I longed for his warm, soft hands all the time, it seemed. Did I do to her? Shigure's voice asked, sounding concerned. His voice was near the end of my bed. Nothing, Yuki snapped, standing somewhere near my head. She just screamed and then fainted. It's from her past, Hattori's voice said, now with a sigh, closest to me. But it wasn't an annoyed sigh, though I felt bad for dragging him out here again. Damn it. I groaned, opening my eyes and tried to sit up. I found I was in the living room. Toru's face was over mine in an instant. Ra-chan, are you okay? It's Elizabeth, Toru, I said weakly, trying to sit up again. I felt Hattori's hands on my back helping me up. What happened? You fainted, Kyo said from the kitchen. Thank you, genius. I could have figured that out myself. I snapped, standing up. You asked, Kyo snarled back. I felt tiger energy just asking to be released to tackle him. Strange, this side of me was usually dormant. You should refrain from wasting too much energy, Hattori said, also standing. He was wearing his white doctor's coat again. I'm sorry, you shouldn't have had to come out here for this, I muttered. He was surprisingly eager, Shigure snickered from the other side of the table. Damsels in distress do Tori in. Hattori ignored him and said, let me know if you need anything else, and promptly left the room. It took me a minute before I rushed from the office after him. Wait, I shouted. He turned, and his angelic face looked just fucking beautiful in the mid-afternoon sun. I shoved money in his hands. You need to stop treating me for free, I muttered, withdrawing my hand and stepping back when he tried to give it back to me, especially when I have an accident every other day. Elizabeth, take it back, Hattori said, but I turned on my heel, closing the door behind me, and then for good measure, locked it. Bye, Tori, I said, and walked away. I heard a new voice talking in the living room, and I joined the other four to listen in. Cold in that moment, I sought warmth. The voice was grand, older, perhaps around Shigure and Hattori's age. Actually, now that I think about it, he probably was. He sounded nothing like the snake that I was used to, and I found myself relaxing. Now that I smelt it, the snake odor wasn't the sour smell that I was used to. This one was more pleasing? Musky, perhaps, and he was a white snake, so he was pure. When a warm human body approaches me at such a time, I must latch on to it. It is instinct, is it not? Aya said, sliding the door open, and my mouth dropped. He had pure white hair that reached past his buttocks. His eyes were yellow and beautiful, enticing and hypnotizing. He was wearing a red smock with a black shirt underneath. He was the most beautiful person I had ever seen. More beautiful than Yuki even. No wonder his voice was so enticing. Greetings all. How have you been, my brother? He stopped, leaning against the door to lift 2 fingers to his forehead in greeting. Brother? Oh, Yuki. Damn, they had zero resemblance. Not an acceptable excuse. Consider yourself lucky we didn't call the police. Yuki smoldered, walking over to Aya. I tried closing my mouth. I really did, but honestly I couldn't. What did that jerk do to you exactly? Kyo asked Toru, who was also finally shut her mouth. Oh, just, Toru said hesitantly. Huh, so Konkichi really does live here, Aya said, his large yellow eyes around now as he buttoned up the circular buttons on his smock. I told you not to call me that, Kyo shouted. Well, Kionkichi aside, I said stop it. Missed you since New Year's, Giri-san. Aya's voice had softened from being grand to friendly. Shigure looked younger now that Aya was here. It was so strange. Miss you since New Year's, Shigure said, also lifting his hand in greeting. You better not have cheated on me during our time apart, Guri-san, Aya said, shifting his fingers so that only his pinky finger was pointed toward Shigure. Wait, they were together? My mind was reeling. No man would do such a thing while he had you in his life. Aya, Shigure said, reaching out to him. And then they both dropped their serious, hot, romantic vibes and made thumbs up, moving and said, Great, together. Wait, so they weren't together? I was so confused. Anyway, this is Toru Honda, Shigure said, motioning to Toru. And this is Elizabeth Rao, Shigure said, moving his hand to me. You came here to meet them, right? Yes, indeed. I apologize for the incident earlier, Aya said, his voice rising just slightly, but not back to his usual grand talking, yet. Aya turned to me, and I stood up unsteadily, moving towards him. I truly am sorry for the fright I caused you, he murmured, taking my hand and kissing it. I flushed so red that I thought I might start radiating heat. I am none other than Yuki's older brother, Ayame. Shit, even his name was hot. We're right, I'm pleased to meet you, Toru said quickly, freaking out like she did every time she met a new Zodiac member. Nice to meet you, I murmured quietly. I see, so you are the princesses, Ayame said. Huh? Toru and I asked together. The bells in this shabby den of beasts, the captive princesses, Ayame said, looking smug, his hands on his hips. Why was everything he was doing so beautiful? Nah, we're not holding them captive, Shigure said, waving his hand at Aya. Would you stop making fun of them? Yuki said, asked angrily. How rude. Whatever you may think, I am paying them the utmost respect, Ayame said seriously. And then in an instant he was sitting at the table, tapping with his hand, and said, All right, princess, make some tea, and bring us lunch as quick as you can. That's not respect, Yuki bristled. My head was reeling at the sudden mood swings this man was going through. Serious, then flirty, then smug, and then serious again. I kind of wish Hattori had stayed, because I felt like I might faint again. I stumbled towards the kitchen, hoping to get a glass of water. I needed air. I needed to escape. That's how you treat a handmaid, not a princess, Shigure scolded in the other room as I downed a glass of cold water. My head started to clear and I felt much better. Is it? Bring lunch at your leisure, then, Aya said. That wasn't the issue, Kyo joined in. Oh, why must these be so complicated? Fine, then, Aya said, getting up from the table. Toru-kun, Elizabeth-kun. Yes, Toru asked. I just tilted my head to the side. We shall eat out, Aya said, grabbing first Toru's hand and then mine, dragging us from the room. Fear not, it shall be my treat. I stumbled over my own 2 feet as I followed him. Not surprisingly, I wasn't thinking about his touch or my wrist. Surprisingly, I wasn't thinking about how much I feared his touch. His hands were soft, yet firm, and his grip was tight, but not hurtful. Toru made sounds of protest while I kept silent. We made our way down the stairs, and I was glad I had my balance now, for I was sure Toru would end up tripping down the stairs on her own at the rate we were going. But we didn't go far from the house, stopping at a small restaurant called Dukaki Ramen. I felt just slightly out of breath, and as we stepped inside, it was fairly warm inside, something I was sure Ayame was grateful for, so I said nothing. We sat up at the counter, something I had never done. For one, I felt uncomfortable with my back to people, especially on a stool where any man walking by could touch your ass and get away with it. For another, we were at the front of the restaurant, so my anti-spotlight nerves were getting to me. Go ahead, order what you like, Aya said. I shall be having the goiza lunch plate. He was braiding his long white hair, and I heard a man walking past us ask, Is that a woman? I think it's a man, his partner, a woman replied. Right, Toru said, looking rather exhausted and overwhelmed at this turn of events. The rum must have knocked the breath out of her. You don't need to worry about Yuki and the others. They're not children, Aya said. They'll manage lunch on their own. Toru was sitting on one side of him, and I was sitting on the other. I tried not to look at him. For some reason, I felt guilty for thinking all these wonderful thoughts about Ayame, like I was betraying Hattori. Well, that was ridiculous. There was nothing between Hattori and I, except when I acted like a fool and they needed him to suggest whether I needed to go to the hospital or not. And you almost kissed him on Valentine's Day, a thought in my head said. I gritted my teeth. Bloody stupid. So stupid, it didn't mean anything. But they're giving me a home, so... Aya turned, putting a hand on the other side of Toru's face to turn her towards me. Are you saying you cannot accept a meal from me? Toru's cheeks were turning red under Aya's touch, and I was starting to feel strangely jealous. Idiot. No, of course not. Good, Aya said, turning away from her. I nudged him and pointed to the orange chicken and fried rice plate that I would like. Cook will have 2 gyoza plates and 1 orange rice plate, Aya said, both hands twisting his hair like a woman's hands around... Oh shit, I'd never thought like this before. I found myself blushing more profusely than before. Yes, sir, the cook said in front of us. When the cook placed our glasses of water in front of us, Toru said, I'm surprised, to be honest. Yuki-kun never mentioned having a brother. He wouldn't have mentioned it. As you can tell, we don't get along. Well, he added with a sad chuckle, perhaps it's more accurate to say that we aren't close. We're 10 years apart, and Yuki was more or less quarantined from birth, partly because he was sickly. I did as I pleased, and spared him hardly a thought beyond occasionally remembering I had a brother. He put his water glass down and continued. By the time I noticed it, the rift between us had grown deep, with steep cliffs on either side. So, I hear that Yuki met with Akito at school. Oh, yes, I whispered. So did you, too, Toru, didn't you? I can't tell you the details myself, but to Yuki, Akito is a source of terror. It's more extreme than the fear the rest of us feel. I worried that meeting Akito might have made him depressed, so I actually came to check on Yuki more than meet the 2 of you. I admitted, but he seems fine. I smiled. Even though some might have found the words offensive, I found them sweet. He was being honest, which I treasured, and he was here to check on his brother, even if they weren't close. I reached out, putting a hand over his, and squeezed it. I was disappointed, frankly, Aya said, staring down at our hands, and I went to move mine away when he grabbed it, squeezing it back. I wanted to take advantage of the chance to act brotherly. Do you regret letting the rift grow between you? Toru asked hesitantly. There was a slight pressure on my hand as he said, things we didn't understand as children become strangely clear as we age. What we should have done, what we should have said. He stared at his calm glass of water. We start to realize those things. What I feel may be closer to repentance than regret. Perhaps I want to let my ignorant younger self off the hook by repenting now. He squeezed my hand one last time, moving both his hands up to cup the glass of water. I used the freedom of my hand to drink my own water. I didn't feel disappointed at the loss of contact. He was speaking from his heart. He was trying to be honest, trying to sort his feelings, and I respected him immensely from that, even if he seemed a bit of a airhead sometimes. Perhaps, he said with a slight smile, that's why children say adults are high-handed. You know, my mother once said that she only understood how parents feel after becoming a parent herself, Toru said, and he looked over at her. I closed my eyes, letting my senses open. The smell in the air made my tongue water with saliva, but I could taste the tea I'd had for breakfast in it, thanks to my enhancement in senses. The cup in my hands was smooth and cold, fragile, with particles left from my skin on the glass, and I could hear conversations all around us, even as I listened to just Toru. But she also said that what she had to understand, what she mustn't forget, was her childhood self. The first time she did a flip on the jungle gym, the first time she got yelled at. She said if she could always remember how she felt as a child, she could still communicate with children when she grew up or became a parent. Even if she couldn't understand 100%, she could at least meet them halfway. I glanced out of the corner of my eyes to see Aya staring at Toru with realization in his eyes. Toru must have noticed and misinterpreted because she immediately freaked, saying, So what I'm saying is, it's not too late. You and Yuki-kun can meet each other halfway. She looked so determined, and all Aya did was keep staring. She quickly looked away, gloom settling over her, and said, I'm sorry. No, I was just impressed that you said that. Yes, my mother is the best in the universe, Toru said, glowing. I smiled at my water, knowing that wasn't what Aya had meant. I could see now, with his hair parted and tied, that he was wearing very small red hoop earrings. Somehow they just made him more beautiful. I nearly groaned. I needed to clear my head. I was one of the last people that should be thinking about men right now, especially Zodiac men. Anyway, I can see why Yuki is doing well, Aya said, smiling. Maybe there's still time for us, eh? I guess I'll give this a shot. Good, I whispered. I think it'll work. Here you go, the cook said, interrupting us, setting 3 trays of food in front of us. I saw the beautiful plate that had fried rice, white rice with scrambled eggs, peas, and square carrots, with lots of beautiful chicken on it, the brown chicken with an orange glaze over it, freaking delicious. Here's our food. Let's dig in, shall we? Yes, Toru and I said, giving him identical smiles from either side of him. I snapped my chopsticks apart, carefully taking one of the pieces of chicken between them, throwing it into my mouth. Pure bliss settled on my tongue, and I relaxed immensely. "And you two keep being friends with Yuki, too," Aya said softly. And that was that. He mostly talked to me after that, asking me about interests, books, hobbies, my life before this. I told the truth about everything, though I skimmed details about my life story. Just because I told the household and Hattori didn't mean I was comfortable with every Zodiac member knowing about other Zodiacs. Of course, I blushed immensely when he said he would show up at one of my tennis matches. I could only imagine the girls' faces, although my tennis team members were much nicer than the volleyball ones. I told him I was thinking about joining the gymnastics team, and that would be offered as a club next year. They never had a gymnastics team before, but they thought they might try it out as Japan didn't have many gymnasts. I thought it would be incredibly cool. I had watched gymnasts in videos before, and they looked like they were having fun, especially on the floor. "That sounds interesting," Aya commented, and then said, "I think you'd be good at it, though." I blushed. After we finished eating, Aya paid, and we left. "We're home!" Toru called into the house. Yuki dashed out from the living room. "Honda-san, Elizabeth, are you two all right?" He seemed rather frantic, a worried expression on his face. "Yes," Toru said with a smile. "Were you three able to eat?" I smirked. "Forget that. Did my brother cause you trouble?" Yuki asked frantically. Toru had an arm crossed over her stomach, where she was probably stopping Aya from falling down to the ground. I was a little uncomfortable with the situation, but Toru didn't seem to mind. "No, he bought me and Elizabeth lunch," Toru said. I could hear Kyo's soft footsteps on the stairs. Yuki sighed, relieved. "Say, Yuki-kun, do you hate your brother?" Toru asked. Yuki sounded taken aback and didn't answer right away, leading Toru to frantically say, "Never mind, I was just wondering, I'm sorry." "I guess it's more like I find him difficult," Yuki said slowly as Kyo started down the hallway. "I can never really tell what he's thinking." Suddenly, Aya's voice sounded through the air. "If you find me difficult, you can simply overcome the difficulty. Now is the time for us to meet each other halfway." I started to giggle at the shocked looks on Kyo and Yuki's faces. It truly did sound like Aya's grand voice was coming from nowhere. And then Aya swirled up out of Toru's collar to look Yuki in the face. "My brother!" Kyo's face had gone black, and Yuki was still in shock. Toru blushed and said, I'm sorry, he transformed right after we left. He said the snakes die if they got too cold." Yuki was starting to bristle, his face also turning black. "And I'm a snake," Aya said, twirling in midair. Yuki's eyes popped open, and he hit Aya, crying, "You're no brother of mine, you scum!" "Ah, Yuki-kun!" Toru freaked. Aya laughed grandly and said, "One cannot alter the truth, Yuki." "Oh, hi, welcome back, you three," Shigure said, coming out of his study to see what the fuss was all about, adding a wink towards me. I shook my head in amusement, heading up to the roof to read. Over the weekend, I got along quite splendid with Aya. We would take walks, and he would tell me about his business, which he owned, which was something, with creating fantasies. He would also sometimes tell me his fears or dreams or hopes that he had. I reciprocated, telling him about my life in more detail, what I hoped to accomplish over the years, and how badly I wanted to save Bunny. "But you would be in danger if you went back to the island?" Aya asked. He could be serious when he wanted to, and now was one of those times. "Yes, but I think it would be worth it if I could save her from that life," I said softly, reaching up to catch a leaf that was floating down off the trees. We were silent for a moment longer as I shredded the leaf between my fingers, before we moved on to less serious conversations. I had finally reached a deep sleep in Toru's room, when I was awakened by Kyo's threatening yell. "I'm going to kill you!" Toru and I both joked awake. I grumbled, slumping back down into the pillows. Toru got up, probably to go and make breakfast, and so I got up as well. I quickly donned my school skirt and blouse, pulling my hair up into a ponytail, and then headed downstairs to help Toru in the kitchen, waiting for Kyo and the others to emerge from their bedrooms as well. Kyo was fuming mad. Apparently Aya had slept in his room, and then had promptly hugged him when the alarm had gone off, wanting to sleep more. I had no choice but to do that, Aya explained as we were sitting down to breakfast. I pulled my beanie hat over my head, letting my hair out of the ponytail. I felt much better this way. Yuki locked his door to keep me out. "You could have slept in Shigure's room," Kyo shouted. He was seated directly across from Aya at the head of the table. Shigure and I sat on one side, I closer to Aya, and Yuki and Toru on the other side. "Gure-san never lets me get any sleep," Aya said simply, making me choke on my food. I still wasn't used to their banter, and whether or not they were not serious about that or not. "Come on, honey, not in front of the kids," Shigure said, lowering the newspaper just once, looking sheepish. "Cut that out," Kyo said angrily. "How long are you going to be here anyways?" I noticed that Yuki's eyes were closed, a muscle twitching in his cheek. He must be trying so hard to ignore Aya. "Not to fear," Aya declared grandly. "I'll sleep in Elizabeth-kun's room tonight," Aya said, leaning forward to put a hand on my shoulder. I saw Shigure's hand twitch a little on the newspaper like he wanted to hit his hand off. "Go home!" Yuki and Kyo both snarled at him. Toru looked rather overwhelmed at the bickering between the three of them, flirting between Shigure and Aya, and also the affection he showed not only me, but her as well. And Shigure seemed to have a strange protectiveness over me whenever Aya flirted with me. But I wasn't sure if that was because he wanted Aya to flirt with him, or if he wanted to flirt with me myself. These Zodiac men in this particular Zodiac were much different than I was accustomed to. At school, I ran into Yua, who was chatting excitedly about my swim meet tonight. "I bet you're going to take first," Yua said excitedly, flipping her black hair over her shoulder. "I can feel it." I laughed, but said nothing, dipping my head towards her instead. I preferred not talking, now that I knew there was a type of peace to it. I had never talked as much as I had around Aya over the past 2 days. Near the end of school, I met up with Momiji, Toru, and Haru to talk. I found them in the middle of a conversation about Ayame visiting our house. Toru and Momiji were at the top of the stairs, sweeping, while Haru was sitting down near the bottom of the steps, although he was still listening into the conversation. "Aya lives outside too," Momiji was saying to Toru before he gave me that cheeky smile of his. "Hello, Elizabeth." "Hello, Momiji-chan," I said, returning the smile before joining Haru on the bottom of the stairs. "He does?" Toru asked. "Maybe I'll come over and see him," Momiji said. I played with the ring on my finger, looking off into the distance. "I heard you have a swim meet tonight," Haru said slowly. I nodded. "I shouldn't get in the way of their brotherly banding, though," Momiji added as an afterthought. "That's bonding," Haru corrected him quietly. "How is Yuki? Did he seem glad?" Momiji asked. I guessed it wasn't a secret that the two brothers didn't get along. Well, Toru said slowly, but Yuki was already walking by us. "Oh, it's Yuki," Haru said, looking up with interest. Yuki didn't even look up as he walked by glumly. Was he really that bothered by Ayame's presence? I didn't seem to find him bad company, but then again we all had our demons. I didn't know their past. For all I knew, there was a horrible gap between them that just couldn't be fixed. "Is he sick?" Momiji asked quietly. Toru asked in surprise, and the question, Right, I understand the situation," Haru said, getting to his feet. "Is it okay for Aya to ignore his shop, though? He's the owner," Momiji said. "Wow, Ayame-san runs a business?" Toru asked excitedly. "His assistant is running it right now," I called over to Momiji. "He sells like wedding dresses," Haru said next to me, "and nurse and maid outfits." "Is it a clothing store?" Toru questioned Momiji uncertainly. "Aya says he sells men's dreams," Momiji said, holding the broom behind his back. I sighed. Haru looked over at me. "It's nothing," I said with a small smile. "I should get ready." "We're home," Toru announced as the four of us went into the living room. Kyo and Yuki flanked us so close they were almost touching us. "What good boys you are, coming straight home after school," Aya said, a cup of tea in his hand. He and Shigure were sitting across from each other at the eating table, books with pictures open on the table. "Were you that eager to talk to me? Personally, I prefer more time alone with Toru-kun and Elizabeth," Aya said, making me blush. "What were you looking at?" Toru asked, coming to kneel at Aya's side. I made my way around, sitting close to Shigure, who smiled at me warmly. "A photo album from our high school days," I answered her. I leaned forward, trying to get a good look at the pictures. "Tori-san is in there, too. See?" I looked at the picture that the three of them were in. Hattori was in the middle, standing straight and bored, Aya's arm around his shoulder. He was wearing black, and his hair wasn't covering his eye. Aya, on the other hand, was wearing white, a small smile on his face. Shigure was sitting on Hattori's other side, his hand raised, a small smile on his face as well. Hattori was the only one not smiling. Was he unhappy, even back then? "Young and handsome, right?" Shigure asked. "Yes," I whispered. "Yes," Toru said with more excitement. "So your hair was already long back then." "Indeed, although it was against school rules," Ayame said. "Yuki, you come look too. It's a chance to get to know me." Yuki and Kyo had taken up opposite ends of the table, both with their backs to Ayame. "I'll pass," Yuki said harshly. "You're so stubborn. Well, you leave me no choice. Now I am forced to explain why I was permitted to keep my long hair." Ayame said grandly. "What? Why?" Kyo asked angrily. "Yes, it all happened at the beginning of freshman year." "He just really likes telling this story," Shigure muttered in my ear. His warmth was distracting me, drawing my attention away from Ayame for a moment. His voice was drowned out, and it was like Shigure and I were in our own bubble. I'm not surprised, I said, my lips twitching up into a smile as I met Shigure's gray-blue eyes with my own. They were hard to read. He likes to talk, but you know he really is trying here. Shigure's lips moved into a small smile. Yes, I know. If only Yuki were more receptive, eh? But you seem to be getting along with him. I smiled. I like him a lot, which is surprising, you know, but we really get along well. Your royalty, Ayame-san? Toru's voice rang out, breaking Shigure and mine bubble, pulling us back to the present. Both Kyo and Yuki had a hand over their face in exhaustion. Obviously he was lying, you dolt, Kyo said, drawing his hand away from his face at that moment. Ah, the memories, Shigure said, nodding his head. Unbelievable, Yuki hissed. I'll tell you something even more unbelievable, Shigure said brightly, turning his body towards me to face Yuki. Aya was the student council president. That's amazing, Toru said, while both Kyo and Yuki gasped, although I wasn't sure why. He was more popular than you would think, Shigure said with a smile. People liked his good looks, sure, but what appealed to them most was his sensational behavior. School rules and events changed a lot during his tenure and got more fun too. Maybe he had a talent for leadership. Another surprise. I would have thought Hattori would be council president. Personally, I thought Tori-san would have been a better choice for the job. Aya said, echoing my thoughts. It's a lot of responsibility. Do you remember what happened on our school trip? That's not something I'll ever forget, Shigure said, winking at me. What? What happened? Yuki asked in actual interest, and I felt giddy. Yuki was genuinely curious. You see, a few of the students decided to visit, well, the pleasure district, Ayami said. I felt my cheeks burned, and I almost burrowed into Shigure's side. I knew exactly what a pleasure district was, and it seemed like a nightmare. What? Kyo, Yuki, and Toru asked in sync. Meanwhile, Shigure seemed to sense my uncomfort, putting his hand in mine under the table. I held his hand in both of mine, running my nail lightly across the lines in the palm of his hand, calming myself. Now, do not judge them without hearing their side. Any red-blooded boy might find himself doing the same thing, I said, holding up a hand. Also, we didn't go along. We were already bored with that whole scene, Shigure said in such a bored tone that I didn't register his words for a moment until my hands tightened around his. And then in a stroke of bad luck, the teachers found out. Aya continued, ignoring Shigure. They wanted to expel these students. Naturally, I protested this in my capacity as president, and so a meeting was held between the students, their guardians, the principal, and the teachers. As he continued the story about how he said the students should direct their lust towards them, I felt myself calming down, laughing a little at the story. You should have seen Hattori's face, Shigure whispered in my ear. He looked so embarrassed to know Aya at that moment. I actually giggled quietly at Shigure's words. I wish I had seen Hattori's face. A brilliant story, is it not? Aya asked in a much calmer voice as the story ended. I nearly erupted into giggles again as I took a look around the table. Toru looked absolutely enchanted by the story, while Kyo and Yuki looked utterly scarred. It's a moronic story! Kyo shouted at him. Excuse me, Shigure said quietly. They all escaped expulsion thanks to that speech. Why? Kyo said angrily. Because Ha-san smoothed things over. Afterwards, Shigure answered, and I grinned. Well, Yuki? Aya said, drawing himself into a standing position, his arms moving grandly above his head. Do you understand your brother a little better now? Yuki's voice looked passively annoyed. Get out, he said with a small smile. Even that didn't work, Aya said, and I was now starting to trace patterns into Shigure's hand instead of tracing what was already given to me. I should tell you about the chairman's statue, then. Not necessary. Get out, Yuki said. It all happened one summer day. Get out! Oh boy. I went to school only to find that the statue of the school chairman that stood in the courtyard had been painted fluorescent pink. Get out! Shigure, do something about this guy. Kyo said. What? Why? This is fun, Shigure said. I laughed. I agree with Shigure. Obviously, the teachers were hell-bent on finding the perpetrator. Yes, this is fun, Aya said. Well, it was painful for us. Kyo responded. The thing is, he basically never listens to me either, Shigure said, rubbing the back of his head with the other hand, as I still had his captive. If anything, he only listens to hey. Hattori's voice sounded behind us. I clenched my hands around Shigure's, looking behind me. You left your door unlocked, so I let myself in. Our eyes met, and then his eyes moved to mine and Shigure's hands before snapping back up to Aya. He looked dashing in his brown suit and green tie. His black hair was in front of his blind eye as always. Why did he have to look so good? Slowly, I let go of Shigure's hand. Hattori-san, Toru gasped. My goodness, Shigure said, sounding pleased. Tori-san, what? Why the unexpected visit? Aya said. Hatsuharu told me to come collect you, Hattori said. I smiled, looking down at the ground. Good old Haru. Why don't you call it a day and go home, Ayame? Hattori continued. Okay, bye-bye, Ayame said, standing by Hattori's side in a second. Huh? All four of us said together. Yuki, it's a shame all the commotion left us so little time to chat, Aya said, but have no fear, for shall visit you again, my beloved brother. All right, Tori-san, let us go. Gere-san, see you when I see you. Yep, I'll drop by your place, Shigure said. Farewell to all, Aya said, grandly swaying out of the house. He turned his head, winking at Toru. I smirked at her blush. Bye, Toru said without anything else to say. And then Aya was back, taking me by the hand, almost yanking me out of the house. Walk with me, Elizabeth. I saw Hattori's startled face, but I said sure. Hattori's face became surprised, but I pretended not to notice it. I was thinking, Aya said as we walked a few steps ahead of Hattori, across the walk down towards the stairs. You need to come by my shop sometime. I think I should work on something for you. Oh, I said, blushing red. Let me see, Aya said, turning his head towards me, taking a good look at me in the light. I don't suppose you have a favorite color? I thought about it for a long second as we started down the stairs. I was barefoot and I could feel everything beneath my feet, just the way that I like. Blue, I finally said, like the sky. Yes, I think you would look beautiful in blue, Aya seconded. Okay, so are you and Shigure, I hesitated, trying to find the right words, together? Aya laughed. Oh no, that's just a thing we have done, and we'll always do. I think he likes you, though. I blushed again, very aware of Hattori behind us, but he was to break my heart, and that meant he didn't like me, right? I don't think so. You holding his hand, Aya pointed out. It's a stress technique, I said. When certain topics come up, he knows. I trace the lines on his palm, and once I can start tracing my own shapes, that's when he knows I've calmed down. Aya thought about that. How does he know? I don't know, I said, shrugging. We reached the bottom of the steps. Can you hold your arms out for me? Aya said. I blushed, but held them out to the side. His hands made quick work, circling my neck, making me freeze before they moved away, sliding down my hips. Ayame! Hattori barked. Just taking measurements for your gift, Aya said, taking my hand and kissing it. Something fit for a princess. My head was reeling. Good luck at your swim meet tonight, Aya said, and then spun on his heel, walking away. Are you all right? Hattori asked, concerned in those indigo eyes of his. I slowly lowered my arms, blinking. Yeah, I said, blushing furiously. Yeah, fine. Good night, Hattori. Good night, Elizabeth, he murmured. I moved past him, dancing up the stairs, back to the house, getting ready for the swim meet. Momiji was right. I won. Little did I know, Hattori was in the crowd. Chapter 16. Memories. I was on the roof of the house reading when I heard Toru's voice interrupt the quiet of the day. Shigure-san, maybe I go out on the afternoon of May 1st? Toru asked. That's perfectly fine. I'll be out on an errand that day as well, Shigure said. I wondered if he was going to the main estate, and I wondered if I could go with him. What for? Are you hanging out with Saki-chan and Arisa-chan? Nosy, I thought fondly. Yes, it's the anniversary of Mom's passing, Toru said. It took me a moment to register that, because her voice was so cheerful that I didn't know how those words could have even been spoken. We will go visit her grave, Toru continued. I see. It'll be the first anniversary, huh? Shigure asked with kindness. Yes, we won't be doing anything special, though, Toru said. Sorry, I won't be able to go, Shigure said, sounding legitimately sorry. Oh, no, I didn't expect you to. Can I join you? Yuki asked. Oh, but I want to pay my respects to your mother. Thank you very much. Mom will be very happy, Toru said, her voice still cheerful. Kyo-kun, go along if you don't have any other plans that day, Shigure said. Nothing more was said, and I turned back to my book. Are you done after taking these out? Momiji asked. Toru and I were cleaning up his father's building, and he was helping out. This and the trash from the break room over there, Toru said. I'll get those, Momiji said, running away as I tossed one of the teal bags into the bin. Oh, but, Toru said, but he was already gone. It's okay. This is fun, Momiji said, reappearing from behind the wall before disappearing again. He likes this. It's okay, I said quietly. I moved on to another room, one of the last ones, while Toru went to finish up with Momiji. I went to meet up with them again, and I heard Toru ask, Which one of your parents is German? Mutti, Momiji said in such excitement I felt myself relaxing and moving around the corner to join them. Muti is... Toru struggled with the word. Momiji turned to face her, holding up a finger. It means mama. So your mother is, Toru said in excitement. I love the way she could find excitement in everything. Here's a picture, Momiji said, rummaging in his overall pocket. Come look, Elizabeth. I moved closer to stand next to Toru. The woman's picture was on the outside of his blue and green wallet. She certainly looked a lot like Momiji with the blonde hair. She was extremely beautiful, and I wondered if she was a model or something of that sort. She's so beautiful, Toru said, eyes bugging out of her head as she held the wallet. She met Papa. Oh, Papa is from the Soma family, Momiji explained. She met Papa when they were in college and they got married. I don't know how Papa managed to attract such a pretty person. I laughed a little, helping him fix the trash can lids on the cans. I see, Toru said uncertainly. And guess what? I have a little sister. Her name's Momo. She looks just like Mama. Oh, I wasn't aware that you had a sibling as well, Toru said, sounding astounded. Ja! She's in 2nd grade. Oh, but Mom isn't possessed by a Zodiac spirit. Toru and I each took a trash bag and walked back to the main area as he continued. But yeah, she's so spoiled. She follows behind Mama like a baby chick, and she's not very good at speaking Japanese, but the way she talks is a little clumsy and it's super cute. He sounded so excited and I felt myself smiling. He clearly loved his family very much, and I wished I could know what that felt like. Unconditional love. Mama and Momo usually come and pick Papa up, Momiji said. Oh, it should be about time now. So you could go home together, Toru asked. Yep, it'd be wonderful if I could, Momiji said, and I felt my happiness for him start to dissipate rapidly. But Mama doesn't know about me. Momiji started to walk off. Momiji-chan! A woman's voice came down the hallway. I saw Momiji's shoulders stiffen just a little. The voice was from behind us, and I turned to see his mother. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. And a little girl there. Is that you, Momiji-chan? She was wearing a dark purple dress, probably close to maroon, looking like she should be going out on a date. The little girl hid behind her legs, wearing a light pink dress with a yellow bow in the back. I thought Momiji looked more like his mom than the girl did, but it was all about perception. What are you doing here, of all places? It's so late, the woman continued. Momiji laughed, hands behind his head as she walked past us and said, My friends work here, so I came to play with them. I see. This isn't a playground, you know, Momiji's mother said. You're right. I'm sorry, Momiji said, sweeping himself down into a bow. The little girl ran up behind her mother to grab her skirt. The little girl looked over her shoulder at Toru and me. Her eyes were large, round and brown. She truly was adorable. Won't your mother be worried if you get back so late? His mother asked. I felt pity stab at my heart, and I trashed my trash bag into the trash bin. It's okay. I'm going home now, Momiji said, still cheerful. That's good. Don't take any detours. She still acted like his mother in a sense. That was either nice as a relief, or it was torture. Okay. Let's get going, Momo. I don't want to keep Papa waiting, Momiji's mother said, turning to her daughter, taking her hand. She walked past us and said, Thank you for keeping this place clean. Yes, Toru said quietly while I said nothing at all. The little girl stopped walking for a moment, looking over her shoulder, and her mother tugged lightly at her hand. Come, Momo. Gluck, Momiji cried when they were gone. Today's not my day. She saw me. He was running his hand against the buttons of the vending machine. I'll have to go apologize to Papa later. Momiji-kun, Toru said softly from the entrance of the waiting room. Yep, Mama doesn't know about me. She forgot. You mean Hattori erased her memories, my head said, but didn't say. But why would Hattori do that? Her memories were wiped. Mama thinks I'm a kid from another Soma family. Children possessed by a Zodiac spirit are born 2 months before full term. Yes, that's why I killed my 2 siblings. Because they were not Zodiac, and the early birth killed them. God liked to remind me that I killed my own siblings, even if it was not really my fault. You find someone you love, get married, and have a child together, Momiji said, his back to us, arms crossed behind him, holding his elbows. But then your child becomes a strange baby animal when you embrace them. I wonder how devastating that must be for a mother. He turned, walking towards the glass windows. Most mothers of children possessed by Zodiac spirits are either excessively overprotective or reject their children. Mama rejected me. Her whole body rejected me. She tried not to look at me, but even so, she was always on edge and screaming things hysterically. Thinking about it now, I realized she was broken, like Kana. I took a few steps towards him, wanting to comfort him somehow. She tried to take her life, and the doctors told my father she might get better if she forgot about me. So my father begged me to let her forget about me, that he would love me enough to cover for both of them. Hattori asked if she really wanted to forget. He asked if she would regret it. She said that her biggest regret in life was giving birth to me. and so I was erased from Mama's memories. Mama quickly got better. She was able to smile again after 2 months. Both Toru and I joined him on either side near the glass, watching the perfect family of 3 walk away, each parent holding the little girl's hand. Toru was crying, and I was close to it as well. "I wonder," Momiji said, turning his back to the glass and sliding down to sit. "I wonder, was I able to save Mama?" I felt my heart break as I thought about it. But for me, I've decided to live my life bearing all my memories, even if they're sad memories, memories that only ever hurt me, memories that I sometimes wish I could forget. If I can bear and face those memories and work hard to accept them, then one day I believe I can become someone who isn't defeated by those memories. I want to believe I can. I want to believe that there isn't a single memory that's okay to forget. So the truth is, I didn't want Mama to forget about me. I wanted her to try her best for me. But that's my own selfish wish. He lifted a single shaky finger to his lips, a small smile dancing on them. So that's a secret. Toru's tears were freely flowing, and she launched herself forward to hug him. I dropped to my knees, my own tears starting to spill freely, pulling Momiji into a 2-way hug, before he transformed into a rabbit. Momiji was on her shoulder when the yellow dust cleared. "Yes, me too," she said shakily. "I believe that too." Did I? Could I believe that too? I mean, there was a lot of stuff I wish I was gone. Stuff I wish I couldn't remember, but... I looked over at Momiji on Toru's shoulder. Maybe I could. I finished braiding my hair over my shoulder, taking a look at myself in the mirror. My plain black dress was short-sleeved and light, crossing my knees by 2 inches. I had never been to a funeral or gone to visit a grave before. The bodies of our dead were either burned into ashes or taken out to sea and dumped. It depended on who it was. I nervously tied 2 black bows into my hair before leaving the room. I arrived at the gravesite at the same time as Toru, Kyo, and Yuki. Toru was carrying a picnic basket, and I was relieved to see that we were dressed similarly. "I'm glad the weather cleared up," Yuki said, commenting on the beautiful weather today. "I was worried since it's been a little drizzly." "It might be because Mom is happy," Toru said. I shuffled my feet. Toru was a little eccentric, that was for sure, but these comments were always what made me feel uncomfortable. But maybe it was more about the fact that I had never known a loving mother. "Toru!" Arisa's voice rang out in the distance. I didn't hear Toru's response as I took in Saki and Arisa's dress wear. Arisa was wearing some sort of... what even was that? A trench coat? Meanwhile, Saki was wearing a black dress that looked like something someone would get married in, if the marriage colors were black. She even had a veil over her head, a bouquet of flowers in her hands. "Hey, perfect weather to visit a grave, huh?" Arisa asked, hands in the pockets of his outfit. "It is," Toru said cheerfully. Kyo lunged forward, a finger pointed in Arisa's face. "Wait! Why the heck are you dressed like that?" Yuki's face was drawn, and I knew that it was just my friends being completely eccentric instead of normal. As usual, I grinned. "What's wrong with it?" Arisa questioned. "I thought it might be too plain," Saki said softly. "That's not what I meant!" Kyo almost yelled. "Ooh, Tani-san, is that a biker gang coat?" Yuki asked, sounding both curious and appalled. "Oh? Sounds like someone knows his stuff. This belonged to Kyoko-san before she passed it to me," Arisa-san. She spun around to show the red butterfly on the back. "It's the esteemed coat of the Crimson Butterfly." Crimson Butterfly?" Yuki asked. "That was Mom's name when she was still active," Toru explained. "The crew's all here, so let's get a move on," Arisa said, turning back around to start walking. I trailed behind the others, taking in this gravesite. Everything was very neat and clean. Large gravestones were set up on what seemed like altars of sorts. Each one had its own, with a name on it. Some had flowers in the metal cups, while others stood empty. Everything was also very gray, except for the flowers. It seemed fitting. "Been Grandfather," Toru was saying as I finally caught up to them, halfway down on one of the aisles. "Grandfather knows Mom's favorite food." I noticed the food that was sitting up on the altar. What was it there for? "Oh, the one we met?" Kyo asked. "Yes. Is he related to your mom or dad?" Kyo asked. "He's my father's father." "Right. Kyoko-san was estranged from her parents," Arisa offered. "What happened to your father?" Yuki asked. "They tell me he caught a cold and developed fatal complications. I was still very young, so I don't remember it well." Her, Arisa, and Saki moved forward. I moved away, back towards the tree that sat in what seemed the middle, sitting on the bench that was provided, looking out over the whole thing. "Are you all right?" Kyo asked. He moved away as well, though he was still farther from me, standing near the black iron fence. "This doesn't trigger you at all?" I was quiet for a moment and then spoke to his back. We didn't have funerals. The Zodiacs were burned, alive. Anyone else that was allowed to grow old and die were taken out on the ships, a ball of iron chained to their feet. They were given an ocean burial. Meanwhile, the Zodiac's ashes were put into a jar and labeled. Their given name, their animal, their year of birth, and their year of death, along with age. That's all that becomes of them, all that remains. Kyo was silent, and I sat there in quiet some more until Saki came over. I walked past her, back towards the other three. They were starting to get the blanket out, and I helped set up the food. Toru went to get Kyo and Saki, dragging Kyo back by the arm. Kyo turned, seeing the blanket and food spread out, and he said in horror, "What? Don't picnic in the cemetery?" "What? No worries. Kyoko-san is happier if we're rowdy," Arisa said, chopsticks already in her hands. I noticed Saki had lost her veil. "What will we do if the priest sees us?" Kyo asked. "Priest? We'll just apologize," Arisa said, deadpan, while Yuki turned his face towards me, looking annoyed. "Just have a seat, Kyon. I can't relax with you standing," Arisa continued. "Sheesh, fine," Kyo said, sitting down and crossing his arms. "Kyo-kun, what would you like?" Toru asked. "Anything." "Okay." "Uutani-san and Hanajima-san, were you too close with Hana-san's mother?" Yuki asked as we helped ourselves to the food. "She was good to us," Arisa said. "She was a legend, so I looked up to her, even before I met her in person." "A legend?" Yuki questioned. "I told you earlier, she was the legendary Crimson Butterfly," Arisa explained. "They say whenever she rode her motorcycle, the red taillights resembled a fluttering butterfly." Night started to fall. We split up. Kyo, Yuki, Toru, and I were headed back home. Saki and Arisa were headed the other way. Toru and Yuki talked a bit while we walked. Kyo and I were silent. Once I was back home, I went into Shigure's study, which was still empty. Wherever he had gone, he had not come back. I picked out a new book, settling myself down in his room, enjoying the peace and quiet. I read late into the night, and he was still not back when I fell asleep, my head hitting the softness of his pillow, the book folded, open, on my chest. Chapter 17. Hattori, POV. "Wow, it's so beautiful, and so wide," Honda-san said next to me. I was impressed by her excitement over what seemed like such a simple, trivial thing. On the other side of me, Elizabeth's eyes reflected the lake as she smiled softly. "Are lakes really that special?" I asked. "Yes, it's my first time seeing one in person," Toru said. Her hands together, she turned to smile at me. Elizabeth nodded slightly, her fingers touching the glass for a second before retracting. As I was leaning on the glass with my arm, I risked a glance at her under my arm before quickly retracting my gaze. I heard Shigure laugh behind me and say, "It's the sort of cabin Jason might show up at, don't you think?" "Jason?" Kyo asked, and Elizabeth turned to face Shigure, interest on her face. "Jason's a new type of bear. You're so oblivious, Kyo-kun," Shigure teased, and I rolled my eyes. "Of course I knew that," Kyo shouted. "It's not," I said, because Elizabeth looked confused. "Is it a bear from overseas?" Toru asked behind me, and Elizabeth looked at her. I sighed, head in my hand. Elizabeth moved away from me to sit next to Shigure. I groaned internally as my heart seemed to clench at that. Was I jealous? Surely not. It's a bear?" she asked softly. I groaned aloud and saw her cheeks flush with embarrassment. She ducked her head away from me, and I saw Shigure smirk. I turned back to the window, staring out the glass, feeling frustrated. "Oh yes, it's a huge bear," Shigure said. "Shigure, why did you suddenly want to come on this trip?" Kyo asked. "What?" Shigure asked. I turned back to the living room. Elizabeth was already reading a book, oblivious to the world, and I could almost feel a small smile creeping up on my face. "You must have an ulterior motive," Yuki said. "It saddens me how you suspect me so," Shigure said, and Elizabeth cracked a smile. "I just wanted to go on a trip with everyone. Elizabeth didn't get to go on the last trip anyways. If you're so bored to torment me, go take Toru-kun for a walk to the lake. What? What's wrong with you two?" They were being rather silent, even under the circumstances. So moody. I can go by myself." Elizabeth looked up, but before she could answer, Shigure interrupted, saying, "We need someone sunny to cure your cloudy moods. I know. I'll call it Aya," Shigure said, already standing by the phone. The way Elizabeth's eyes brightened made that jealousy boil under my skin. I didn't understand it at all. Kyo and Yuki were soon standing over Shigure, death glares on their faces. "Call him and you die," they said together. I felt exhausted with their anger and Shigure's idiocy. But it worked, and soon the three of them were out the door, although Elizabeth remained behind. I sighed again when I saw the book she was reading was about wildlife. She was frowning, focused on the bear section. Shigure wasn't being serious, I said, sitting on one side of her, my heart skipping a beat when she looked at me with those brown eyes. Jason is a character out of a movie, not a bear. Her blush was lovely. You ruin all my fun, Shigure said, sitting back down on the other side of her. I wondered if she was okay with the both of us on either side of her, but she said nothing, simply flipping the page to Africa and started reading about big cats. They should have just gone the first time I asked. Those two have been a bit down since yesterday, Shigure said. Shigure, did you want to suddenly come on this trip to torment your editor again? I asked coolly over Elizabeth's back. She was bent forward over the book now, and I found myself in her. Maybe that was why I couldn't take my eyes off of her. I'm not tormenting her. I'm teasing her just a bit, Shigure said cheerfully, fanning himself with that stupid fan of his. You're terrible, Elizabeth muttered under her breath. I feel sorry for your editor, I muttered. After a few rounds of going back and forth, I finally convinced Shigure to call his editor. I could hear her frantic pleading on the other side of the phone. I leaned my head back over the couch. When will you finish? Okay, it'll be fine, Shigure said with a sigh. Why does this happen every single time? I finished the manuscript. I was just joking. You sure? You better do it. Please turn it in. Yes, yep, okay, bye, Shigure said, putting the receiver down and turning to me. I sat up, crossing my arms across my chest, glaring at him. I called my editor, as you told me. Of course you did, I responded. Aw, man, now this is no fun at all, Shigure said. I opened my mouth to say it's no fun for me at all either, except Elizabeth suddenly slumped sideways, her head falling onto my lap. Her eyes were closed, her eyelashes fluttering, her breathing was deep, and I realized she had just fallen asleep. Shigure smiled, moving to sit next to her on the couch again. I was wondering when she was going to fall asleep. I looked at him. How long? 3 weeks, Shigure said with a sigh, running his hand through his hair. She fell asleep a little bit in my office yesterday, but when I went to move her back to her room, she woke back up and didn't go back to bed. Why was she in your office? I asked before I could stop myself. Shigure shrugged, unconcerned. Reading from the looks of it. Are you uncomfortable? I can move her if you want. I'm all right, I said. Shigure was quiet for a moment, setting a stack of books down on the table. You like her? A statement, not a question. I looked at him. Of course. I like Toru as well. Shigure sighed. You know that's not what I meant. She's 14, Shigure. I am not a pervert, I said. I don't think she is, Shigure said, and I looked at him. What? It doesn't make sense, Shigure said, shaking his head. She said she was raped for 4 years. Yes? I almost flinched, but nodded instead. And she's been here for almost a year. That means she was 9 when it started, Shigure pointed out. Unless she's lying about her age. I did the math. At the youngest she's 19. At the oldest she's 21. I looked down at her sleeping form. I could see it now. Now that he had said it, her features were more filled out than the others, but the timid way she carried herself, used to carry herself, created a facade, that she was younger, that she was 14. If she was 19, that meant the men had started abusing her when she was 15. If she was 21, that meant at the age of 17. And also if she was 21, that meant we were only 5 years apart. Why do you think she didn't tell her true age? I asked. So she could go to school, Shigure answered simply. He picked up the book called Summer Size, turning it in his hands. He roused out, taking the book off her chest, folding up, setting it on the table. He stood, grabbing a blanket, coming back to cover her with it. She turned slightly, curling into my chest. I held my breath, afraid a movement would cause me to transform. I wrote this, Shigure said, holding out the book. Give it a read. Tell me what you think. End of book later. You like it? Shigure asked. I lowered it slightly, the knuckle of my middle finger brushing Elizabeth's cheek on accident. It's revolting. Her face was so soft. I handed the book back to Shigure, and he handed me another one. You didn't write this, did you? I asked before opening it. You wound me, no. The quiet afternoon continued till I heard gasping. I looked down, setting the book aside. Tears were streaming down Elizabeth's face, her chest heaving. Shigure looked up from his own book. He set the book aside, getting down on the floor next to her head, slipping his hand into hers. I watched her fingers clench around it, shakily tracing the inside of his hand. He waited patiently, and I watched. She'll talk after this, Shigure said, his lips lifting into a smile. It's always the same thing, and she never remembers. Her fingers started to relax, and she whispered, Shigure. He moved his mouth close to her ear and whispered, yes? I almost kissed Hattori on Valentine's Day, she whispered. It sent jolts through my heart, flush creeping up my cheeks. I could remember the movement, my shock at her being able to speak, the beauty of her voice, grabbing her wrist to spin her towards me. Our lips had been inches apart, and if Shigure hadn't interrupted, I was sure I might have kissed her. Kissed her without knowing her, kissed her without having taken her out on a date, kissed her without any regrets before or after. I wasn't used to the feeling and it scared me. "Is that right?" Shigure asked, winking at me. I scowled. I wanted to, but I couldn't. Why? God said he'd break my heart. Elizabeth POV. Dragon stood by my head, both hands on either side of my face, caressing my cheeks. "Such a pretty little thing," he whispered near my forehead. My wrists and ankles were locked down to the platform of the cage underneath me. Blue fire shone on all sides of the bars. One hand remained on my face, while the other hand traveled down my neck, my collarbone across my breasts, tweaking them between his thumb and pointer finger. I clenched my teeth together, giving him no satisfaction in his ministrations. "You're mine," Dragon whispered in my ear, removing his hands from my body. "Ever since I laid eyes on you, I've wanted you in so many different ways. And now I will finally claim you as my own." He moved down to the foot of the cage, lifting the bars upwards, climbing into the cage with me. Against my will, I whimpered in fear, eyes trying to stay trained on him as he knelt down in front of me, his knees in between my legs. His hand jerked his cock as he prepared himself for the final act in the bonding ritual, bonding me to cow, snake, and dragon. Cow and snake were already done, leaving me sore and sensitive to dragon. "I'm going to make you feel good, okay, tiger?" He smirked, lining himself up with my entrance. I whimpered again, wishing I could just shake my head and say no. He looked down, sliding into me, making me grit my teeth again. Slowly he positioned his entire body over me. I squeezed my eyes shut, hoping to escape some other reality. "Look at me, tiger." The voice had changed, a mix between nice and angry. A mix between dragon and someone else. Not wanting to be punished, I opened my eyes. Hattori's face loomed in front of mine, though it didn't match the rest of his body. I screamed. I jerked upwards, cutting off my scream once I came face to face with Shigure. I looked around, quickly taking in that I was at the cabin of the lake, sitting, or lying down. I must have fallen asleep. Hattori was behind me, his indigo eyes wide with concern. I flushed, realizing my head had been in his lap. "Elizabeth?" I jerked my head back to Shigure. "Are you all right?" I nodded jerkily and quickly. "Fine, I'm fine." I tried to get up off the couch, my legs collapsing underneath me. Hattori and Shigure both caught me, helping me back onto the couch. Hattori knelt in front of me, one hand on my knee, the other reaching up to lightly touch my forehead. "I'm fine," I mumbled. "Just bad dream." "Which one was it this time?" Shigure asked. "It was snake last time." "Dragon," I whispered, and Hattori dropped his hand from my head quickly. I reached out and took it. I'm sorry. I know it's not you. I didn't mean to. It's all right, Elizabeth," Hattori said, staying where he was. He squeezed my hand gently before letting go and sitting back down next to me, his body turned to face me. "Are you sure you're all right?" I nodded. "Yeah, it was just different this time. It started out a memory, and then it changed into something different. I don't usually wake up screaming. I don't think." "Well, as you rarely sleep, I wouldn't know," Shigure said. "You should go upstairs and sleep more." I stared at him. "No thanks, I'm okay." "It wasn't a suggestion," Hattori said from behind me. "Come on." He took me from under the elbow, helping me stand, leading me from the room. "Hattori, I really don't think. Humor me," he said gently, standing behind me as I walked up the stairs. He opened the door to mine and Toru's room. "Just try, okay?" I looked into his indigo eyes and sighed, bowing my head slightly. "Okay." "Good," he said gently. "Let me know if you need anything." He closed the bedroom door behind him. I hadn't gotten any sleep last night. I had tried, for maybe 3 minutes. My eyes wide open, remembering Hattori's face above mine. I knew it wasn't him. I knew he wouldn't even do something like that. Honestly, I wasn't even sure if he could do something like that. Hattori seemed like the kind of man who was a virgin. Unless he had slept with Akito. That was possible. Of course, that led to an onslaught of jealousy, making me toss and turn before I sighed, sitting up in bed, grabbing a book and reading for the rest of the night. I avoided Hattori's gaze the next morning, probably confirming his suspicions that I didn't get any sleep last night, as I sat down for breakfast. Later on, Yuki, Kyo, and Toru were going down to the lake. Hattori was fast asleep on the couch. I pulled a blanket over him, gently extracting the book from his hand, setting it on the table. "You're going to the lake? Don't fall in, Kyo-kun," Shigure called over his shoulder from where he was sitting. "I won't fall in," Kyo said angrily. "Oh, Hattori-san, we'll be going now." Toru drifted off as she saw he was sleeping. "Oh, is Ha-san sleeping?" Kyo asked, sounding surprised. "Yes," I said. "Hattori actually sleeps?" Kyo questioned. So Hattori was a lot like me. He looked so peaceful in his sleep. His face was relaxed, his hair carelessly covering his face. "Kyo-kun, all people need to sleep," Shigure said, shooting me a look. "I know that," He just doesn't seem to be the type of person that falls asleep in front of others, Kyo pointed out. Oh, that is true. It doesn't happen often, Shigure said. I saw a smile on his face. I smiled too. He's tired and going through a lot. I tucked the yellow blanket over Hattori, unsure why I was still kneeling by his head, but I couldn't stop staring. You're so kind, Elizabeth. You'll be a wonderful wife, Shigure teased from the table. Huh? I questioned, looking up startled. He is right. That was wondrously attentive, Aya's voice said from behind me. Allow me to praise you. No one answered for a moment. Knowing that things were probably going to get very loud, I found my hands traveling to cover Hattori's ears. What's wrong? You're all so quiet, Aya said, his voice still loud. It's because you popped out of nowhere, Yuki yelled. You just don't learn. Where did you slither in from? Kyo joined in. I looked over my shoulder to see Aya standing, towering over Toru, a hand on her head. She looked dazed, though that could have been because he was moving her head like a bobblehead. I came in through the door, of course, Aya explained, and I snickered. How dim-witted of you, Kichi. You're the idiot. Ayami-san, nice to see Hanta-san. He's dangerous. Don't get near him, Yuki said, stepping in front of Toru. I rolled my eyes. Greetings all, Aya said, still standing next to me. I understand you must be moved to tears to see me again, but please, calm your hearts. I stand here before you thanks to the cooperation of an interested party. Interested party? Yuki and Kyo asked together before turning to look at Shigure. What? Hey, wait, it wasn't me, Shigure defended himself, both hands raised. Fear not, Guri-san. Even if the world turns against you, I shall always be on your side, Aya exclaimed. Chitame mon amour, bon voyage. I leaned my forehead against Hattori's chest, making sure my hands were still firmly covered, his ears lightly. Aya, you are all I can depend on. Ayonging asaminika. They high-fived. So why the heck are you here? Kyo yelled. Now, settle down there. As Kenpachi-sensei once said, people are made to support one another. And that's relevant how? Yuki asked deadpan. Isn't it a great line? Aya asked. You just wanted to say it! Yuki and Kyo cried angrily in unison. I'm tired. I'm exhausted with you just being here, Kyo said. If you have no reason to be here, go home, seriously. How rude. I always have a reason to be here. He dashed forward, clasping Yuki's hands in his own. Yuki, today's the day we'll deepen our brotherly bonds. I'll drown you in the lake before that happens, Yuki deadpanned again. Yes, I see. We brothers will be together even in death, Aya said. I felt Hattori stir underneath me, a hand reaching up to cut my face. I tilted my head up, seeing his eyes open. I gave him an apologetic smile. Tried letting you sleep, I whispered, moving away from him. Drowned by yourself, Yuki cried angrily. Excuse me, Toru said. Hattori thumped his book against the back of Aya's head. I told you not to bother people too much, Ayame. Well, hello, Tori-san, Ayame said, smiling. Hattori lowered his book a fraction of an inch, but kept it raised in case he had to hit him again. Hattori-san, did we wake you? Toru asked. How could I get sleep with all the ruckus? Hattori asked, moving one hand to his hip, the hand with the book dropping to his side. Could I just comment on how hot he was with that white buttoned-up shirt, the messy hair? Oh my god, he was so fucking hot. I was so doomed. Sorry for waking you, Shigure said. Elizabeth tried, Hattori said with a sigh. I would have been quieter had I known you were sleeping, Ayame said in his loud voice. Hattori put a hand to his head. I wondered if he had a headache from waking up so suddenly. He moved across the room to pull a chair next to Shigure, dropping into it. Well, what are you doing here? Huh? I went to the family main estate, and a maid who was 53 years old said you had gone with everyone to the vacation house, so I decided to join you, Aya said. I just arrived, comfortably by car, of course. Yuki, Kyo, aren't you taking Honda-san to the lake today? Oh, is that true? Then make haste and take your leave, Aya said, his voice lower and more serious. I don't know why you're dragging your feet, but you need to be slicker if you're going to escort a lady. As both Yuki and Kyo were giving Aya looks that could kill, Toru spoke up. Oh, then, we'll be heading out to the lake now, yes. I moved away as well, folding up the blanket that I had draped over Hattori, letting it lie over the arm of the couch, grabbing a book, and heading outside. Once out of view of the windows, I leaped easily onto the roof, finding a cozy spot with my back against the chimney, and started to read. A little while later, the three of them came outside, sitting down at one of the picnic tables on the deck. This is for you, I heard Aya say, and the sound of paper being slid across the wood. What's that? Hattori asked. A photo from Kana-kun's wedding, Aya said. You can decide if you want to look at it. I paused in my reading, wondering if he would or not. Not that it was any of my business. What? You went, Aya? Shigure asked, sounding surprised. Non, Mayu-kun gave it to me, Aya said. Mayu? You saw Mayu? Shigure asked. Indeed, I saw her. The Mayu-kun who broke up with you after a month, Aya said bluntly, and called you a mere ripple on the water. Ah, the Mayuko, who was good friends with Kana in college and dumped Shigure after a month, Hattori said in recognition of the name. Ugh, I was young back then, Shigure grinned. At any rate, Ha-san, you didn't end up going to the wedding, huh? Is it because you didn't want to see her? I was afraid she might get flashbacks. I didn't overwrite her memories with others, Hattori explained, so it would be problematic if she happened to remember something. Would it be problematic if she remembered you two could fall in love again? Ayame said, his voice passionate. Stealing the bride from the groom, Shigure questioned, dramatic, like a story straight from a movie. Not Hattori's style, though. He was more of the suffer in silence type. It's over for Kana and me. We can't start again, Hattori said. Being together would only bring sadness. I like to think that we still love each other. However, I don't want her by my side, nor do I want to see her. All I can do is pray. He still loved her. That was a pity. I didn't understand anything about love, though. Maybe it was normal to still be in love with a past lover, especially if it wasn't really a breakup, but rather protecting the other person. I cannot accept that, Aya said, sounding angry for once. Yes, I'm biased in your favor, but I still need to say that I cannot accept this. Kaya-kun is being unfair. She's forgotten everything and found happiness, while you're burdened with having to remember everything on your own. I cannot help but feel that she's gone ahead and left you behind. You think so? Hattori asked. I wouldn't say that. Tori-san, you are too kind. It's one of your good points, but you are far too kind. That's why you endure needless suffering. Yeah, and people push all the bothersome things onto you, Shigure said. Fine, Aya said, slamming the table, and I heard him stand up. I won't tell you to start things over again with Kana-kun. Instead, I shall make one thing perfectly clear. Tori-san, I want you to be approximately 2,000 times happier than Kana-kun. 2,000 times? Why 2,000? Shigure questioned. 1,000 times is too little, Aya said. His voice was loud enough that even if I hadn't had my super hearing, I would have been able to hear him. I tilted my head to the side slightly. I looked over my shoulder at the right moment to see Hattori smile and then give a slight laugh. You should show this aggressive side of yourself to Yuki. Should I? I see. Well, anyway, I hope that next time you can meet someone who won't make you feel sad to be with, Shigure said, and I smiled, looking back at my book. I hope so, too. A woman that brings you joy. Well said, Guri-san. You're such a poet, Aya exclaimed. I'm a novelist, not a poet, Shigure pointed out. There was a period of short silence before Shigure said, Oh, they're back. Seriously, Hattori, Elizabeth, and I will not bring her into this, Hattori said firmly. Regardless of my feelings, it would be wrong to bring her back into the Zodiac life she wishes to escape. I cannot do that to her. What was that supposed to mean? Aya went out to greet Yuki, Kyo, and Toru. Why, hello, welcome back, Yuki and friends. I am not his friend, Kyo snarled. By the way, Yuki, hey! I received some advice from Tori-san. From now on, I will be more aggressive about deepening my bonds with you. This is not doubt the greatest method. Elizabeth, we're going to have dinner, Shigure shouted up towards me. I snapped the book closed, leaping from the roof. They both started out of their seats before seeing me land safely on the deck. Aggressive? What do you mean by that? Didn't have to shout, I said with a smile, swinging my hair over my shoulder. I could hear the entire conversation. You see, Yuki's my younger brother. I'm Yuki's older brother. By the truth, I have a proclamation. Yuki, since I'm your older brother, you must obey me. Not in a million years, Yuki shouted. Hattori had his eyes closed, a faint blush on his cheeks that hadn't disappeared since I had announced I'd heard the entire conversation. Shigure continued to fan himself. I heard Ayame scream as he went flying through the air. Ayame doesn't get it at all, Hattori said, without opening his eyes. Not at all, Shigure said, looking over his shoulder at me. So, how good is your hearing? I paused and then smirked, putting my book down gently on the table. I came up behind him, putting my hands on either side of his body. I saw Hattori's eyes narrow, saw the jealousy brewing behind them, but kept my eyes on the side of Shigure's face. Though I was smiling cheerfully, my words were harsh. Let me put it this way. If you are using Toru for some sort of means, and it ends poorly, you will eat a punch from me. I leaned backwards, picked up my book, and went inside. Shigure and Hattori were quiet for a moment. Shigure chuckled nervously. She likes me. I told you, Hattori said, his voice cool. He sighed. Guess I'll have to be careful what I say when she's around. Yes, you will, and so will I. I guess she might know that you like her, Shigure said, sounding amused. Hattori sighed. Then she also knows I won't act on it, and that is final. And so it happened. He broke my heart. Chapter 18. A Quiet Day. I hooked my elbows on the side of the pool wall, letting the rest of my body dangle in the water. I was wearing my personal swimsuit, a dark indigo color with bows on the sleeves. It was a one-piece bathing suit. I didn't understand why two-piece bathing suits were such a novelty. Man, it totally feels like summer now, Arissa said next to me. She was wearing one of the two-piece bathing suits, a purple and black one. In summer, you gotta go to the pool. This is the life. She hung her head back, the sun hitting her face. I laughed a little. I know Saki had crept up on two of those girls, and they were rather scared. Did you find your hair tie? Arissa asked, taking note that Saki's hair was all spread out on the water, and a bit in her hair. No, it must have drifted away, Saki said, trying to sweep some of the wet curls behind her ear. It's a shame. Now I can't enjoy the pool. Arissa laughed. You like the pool too, huh? I nodded as well. Hana-chan! Toru's voice called out in the distance. I turned to see Toru making her way towards us wearing the school-issued bathing suit, her hair done up in a cute loop braid. I found an extra hair tie. You went looking for one for me? Saki asked, coming near the pool wall to get the hair tie from Toru. Thank you, Toru-kun. You're welcome, Toru said, kneeling by the wall. Suddenly, Arissa burst into tears, slamming her head down onto her arms. I raised an eyebrow. Ooh, Chan, what's the matter? Toru cried out. Eventually, Arissa stopped crying, the three of us sitting on the steps out of the pool in the sun, watching as Toru kicked in the water with a board. Arissa, you must get used to it, Saki said, sitting a step up from Arissa and I. You see Toru-kun in her school swimsuit every year. Is that really what had caused her meltdown? Why? Yeah, I know, but they were mandatory in secondary school, Arissa said. Ooh, Chan, Liz-chan, Hana-chan, the water's deep here, Toru said, hopping on her tiptoes and waving. But we can wear our own now, Arissa said. But isn't it adorable, though? Saki asked as she raised a hand to wave back at Toru. I'm not saying it's unflattering or embarrassing, but it's the feeling I get seeing a grandpa and grandma buy convenience store food. They probably think nothing of it, but I can't stand watching them. It's so sad, and I start crying for no reason. Toru came appearing at the bottom of the stairs. She did look a bit like a little girl in the school uniform. I wondered if I looked like that. Mine was very simple after all, even if it wasn't school-issued. The tears just start flowing. Urs's voice rose and cracked. Yeah, I actually cry when ringing them up. She turned over, her knees on the stairs, her head back on the concrete, and she pounded her fist lightly on the top stair. Girls stopped on the stairs to stare at her. Saki and I were unfazed, and Saki said, Arissa, you cry so easily. I laughed quietly. I know, Arissa said, stopping her cry and looking over her shoulder. What? I asked. But she kept her lips sealed until we were back in Shigure's house. I have a great idea, Arissa said grandly in Shigure's house. I was suddenly nervous. The tension between Shigure and I were non-existent. Our relationship hadn't changed a bit. I was glad for that. I suspected that he was trying to free themselves of the Zodiac curse, and how could I blame him for that? But if Toru got hurt during it, I would make sure he felt my fury. We're about to shop for Toru's new swimsuit, Arissa said. She was wearing a red skirt and a black blouse. I came down the stairs in my blue skinny jeans and a red blouse, a book in my hand. I decided it would be a present from all of us. You better be in. Kyo sat at one end of the table and Shigure sat at the other. Yuki sat near Saki's feet, who was standing next to Arissa. Toru was nowhere in sight. What? Kyo asked after a second of silence. Why are you deciding things for us? And why a swim... Quit blushing, Arissa snapped, and I smirked. Don't you all make Toru do all the housework? Besides Elizabeth, show her some gratitude once in a while. Swimsuit, Shigure said. Nice, I like the sound of that. I love summer. You should get yourself one too, Elizabeth. See, the writer's all in, Arissa said while I snorted quietly on the other side of him, keeping my focus on the pages of my book. Ignore the pervert, Kyo said, his cat ears popping up for a second before he quickly flattened them. Well, I'm fine with buying a present, Yuki said, looking up at the two girls towering over him. But why a swimsuit? He was also blushing just a bit. Right, you don't know, Saki said. She was wearing a black dress, and I quite liked it. It's because Toru-kun still wears her school swimsuit. Shigure spit his drink out. That's gross, Shigure, Kyo said, flinching away from the table as he was across from where Shigure's drinks ended up. What are you doing? Yuki sighed. Sorry to keep you waiting, Toru said, appearing in the front doors outside the living room. She was wearing a gray skirt with a yellow tank top, a pink shirt over the top of that. Before Toru could even finish her sentence, Shigure was on his feet, grabbing her by the shoulders. Toru-kun, Toru-kun, please buy one. Please go buy a proper one. You will, won't you? I'm begging you. I couldn't bear it if you don't. He's weak when it comes to Toru-kun, too, Saki said in a deadpan voice. Elizabeth, do something about him, Kyo demanded. I didn't even bat an eyelash. At least, not until Shigure was kneeling by my side, snatching the book from my hand. Please tell me you have a proper one. I don't, I said, just to get a rise out of him. He almost wailed. You have to get one, you have to. I sighed. All right, old man, whatever you say. Once we were actually in the bathing suit shop of the mall, I took to the task of trying to find something that would compliment me. But I had no idea of what sort of bathing suit would look good on me. And despite my better intentions, I couldn't help but think of what Hattori might like in the back of his head. A one-piece bathing suit that was modest, something sexy, bright colors, dark colors. He had said that my indigo coat suited me, but at the same time, Aya seemed to think that sky blue was my color. Stop, I scolded myself, shaking my head to clear the thoughts. It doesn't matter. Picking one will be harder than I thought, Arisa said as we scanned the walls. There's so many types, Toru said. Perhaps a one-piece? Saki questioned. Hey, you two, Arisa called over her shoulder. I turned to see Yuki and Kyo, their backs to the rest of the store, looking out the glass front windows. Their heads were bent like they were ashamed to be here. Was it really that bad? Do you like bikinis or one-piece swimsuits better? Arisa stalked over to them when they didn't answer. Hey, come here and help out. I turned back to the swimsuit selection, scanning the different ones. What if you made Hattori jealous? The question was suddenly stuck in my head. But how? Find something Shigure would like. And so I spotted it. It was perfect. It was a two-piece bathing suit with lacy frills along the edges. It was tight-fitting and would show off my body amazingly. That would satisfy Hattori, while the coloring was a dark indigo that matched both his eyes and my rain jacket with small white flowers etched on it as a design. I picked it out, holding the color up against my face. Oh yes, that one suits you, Saki said, so I bought it. I have to go early, I said, telling them all with a small apologetic smile. I'll see you guys back at home later, at school. I smiled, waving, and left. I bought some orange chicken before I completely left the mall, eating it as I walked. I made my way to the library. Shigure had a lot of books, but most of them were on subjects rather than experiences. I wanted to find something with adventure, something like Harry Potter. After roaming the shelves, I found myself a good selection, reading tidbits out of the backs or the first chapter and writing book names down on a slip of paper. Once I had a good 20 or so names of either books or series of books, I folded the piece of paper up, sticking it in my pocket and making my way back outside. I walked across town to the bookstore, finding it open for a few more minutes. I quickly entered to take advantage of this, heading straight to the section labeled English. I was better at English than Japanese, but if I had to get the books in Japanese, it also meant more time to spend with Yuki. I didn't mind. I found about half of the books in the English section and a few books in the Japanese section. I bought all of them and was soon laden down with bags. I bid the shopkeeper a good night before heading out into the now dark streets. Japan got very quiet at night. There were almost no cars on the road, and the sidewalks were scarce of anyone. Despite this, I simply stuck earbuds in my ears, playing baby metal through the wires. I kept it down low so that it didn't damage my hearing, and headed towards Shigure's house. It was a bit cool, especially for a summerish day, but at the same time the sun was down and I was in the shadows. Nearing Shigure's house, a car drove past and away. I looked after it with interest, and then away. Suddenly a hand reached out to grab me, yanking me into the alleyway between the thrift store and a restaurant. My earbuds pulled from one ear, and I heard a voice say, "Isn't she pretty?" I took notice that there were 4 men. They were lean and tall, though not heavily muscled. 3 of them were heavily tattooed. The other was heavily pierced. I felt a tremor of fear run through me, and also some satisfaction that if things went south, I was going to become a tiger and bite their heads off. "This won't end well for you," I warned, letting my bags fall to my feet. One of them snickered. "Sure thing, pretty thing." Pretty tiger. I swallowed. The man with the tattoo of an A on his arm was the first to try and grab me. I quickly dodged to the side, grabbing his arm, yanking it down over my knee. I heard a successive snap, and his scream lit the city. The others looked around nervously. One of them backed out and started to run away. I narrowed my eyes at the other 2. "Well?" They both lunged at me at the same time. I kicked out at one, successfully dodging his blow just to get one in the face from the second one. Pain shot up the right side of my face. Not that I wasn't used to it, but it had been a while. I hit the ground and rolled, quickly hopping to my feet to dodge another fist and kicked him in the stomach. There wasn't much power behind it, and he stumbled backwards a little, tripping over his broken-armed friend. The second grabbed my arm, flinging me towards the wall. I fell to my knee as I hit the wall, gritting my teeth in pain. "Leave her alone," a familiar voice filled the alleyway, and I sighed in relief. The others spun their heads toward the man standing at the entrance of the alleyway. "Get out," one of the men stupidly snapped. "She's ours." Yuki's eyes narrowed before he lashed out. In a series of less than 10 offensive acts, all 3 were on the ground, knocked out. "Are you all right, Elizabeth?" Yuki asked in concern, kneeling before me. He reached out, carefully taking my chin in his hand. "I'm all right," I whispered. "How?" I heard a scream. Yuki said simply, "Come on, let's get back up to the house." I got to my feet. I had a slight limp, as my ankle hurt terribly and my face felt like it was starting to swell, but things could have gone worse. Yuki grabbed my things from the middle of the street, carrying them in one hand, while he let me lean on his other arm. "I'm sorry," I muttered. "I hadn't meant to be out so late." "It's not your fault," Yuki said, pausing as we reached the stairs. "Can you make it up these?" I sighed. "Have to." We went slowly. Each step was excruciating with my left ankle. I was nearly in tears by the time we got to the top of the stairs. I was also shaking, though I wasn't entirely sure why. Yuki helped me into the living room. Kyo and Toru were nowhere in sight, but Shigure was there, reading the newspaper. "Welcome home, Yuki-kun," his voice trailed off as he took in my state. He laid the newspaper down on the table and stood up. "What happened? What's wrong?" "She was attacked," Yuki said. "I think we should get Hattori over here." "No!" I injected angrily. "It's just a bruise. He doesn't have to come out here for that. I just need some ice." "I'm talking about your ankle," Yuki said, helping me sit down on the floor. I rested my back against the wall, sighing in obvious relief from being off of it. "No, it's fine. I'll take care of it myself in the morning," I muttered. "Nonsense," Shigure said, moving out to the hallway. "I'll call Hasan. He'll be over the minute your name is even mentioned." I gritted my teeth, but that just caused me to cry out in pain. "Can I get you anything?" Yuki asked. "Ice pack," I muttered. Yuki went into the kitchen, grabbing an ice pack and bringing it back to me. "Here. Thanks." I could hear Shigure on the phone. "Yuki-kun says she was attacked on her way home. What are her injuries?" "Something's wrong with her ankle and a bruised jaw," Shigure said. "She said she'd take care of the ankle in the morning, but if it's broken, I think it would be better to get it set now. Don't you agree?" "Why don't you take her to a hospital?" I sighed, knowing that was his response. "I don't think she'd take kindly to being taken to a hospital," Shigure responded. "I don't need a doctor," I shouted loud enough to make sure that he heard me, even though it made my jaw ache. Shigure chuckled under his breath. "Well, she's saying she don't need a doctor. I could probably wrap her ankle Don't I'll be there in 8 minutes. Don't touch her," Hattori growled on the other end before hanging up. "Ah, Tori, you're so predictable," Shigure muttered under his breath. I counted to 480. Hattori still wasn't here. However, as I reached the number 532, Hattori came in through the living room door. He was wearing a plain white shirt and black ankles, just like back in the lake house. He knelt in front of me. "Which ankle?" I sighed, tapping my left knee. He nodded, and to my surprise, he pulled down the zippers on my boots with ease, carefully sliding my foot out. He also removed my sock, making me blush, and then took my foot in his hand. I gasped, before gritting my teeth, before crying out in pain again, reaching up and squeezing Yuki's hand in pain. "It's not broken, but it's definitely sprained. You're going to have to keep off of this for a week or 2, Hattori said. "Yuki, get me a pillow." Yuki let go of my hand, moving to grab a pillow before handing it to Hattori. Hattori put it under my knee, propping my leg up. Hattori rummaged in his bag, pulling out a bandage and started wrapping it with care. "How's the face?" he asked, indigo eyes searching my face. I lowered the hand holding the ice to my face so he could get a look, flush creeping up my cheeks. "Hurts. Headache," I mumbled, trying not to move my mouth. I was so embarrassed. I seemed to get hurt every other day, and now I was showing I could even hold my own in a fight. I was blinking back angry tears, turning my head so I wasn't looking at him. Yuki was still kneeling there, concerned. I wanted to tell him that he could go to bed, but I didn't want to be alone with Hattori. I had nothing against him. I just didn't want him to hear the sound of my heart breaking. I hated God. I hated him so much for doing this to me, for making me know that Hattori would have broken my heart. I wished I hadn't known. It would have made everything easier. I closed my eyes, wondering if I could just fall asleep. "Hey, this is the one time I don't want you to sleep," Hattori said gently. "I need to make sure you don't have a concussion." "Right," I muttered, fluttering my eyes open to meet his face. I heard his breath hitch again before he started to wrap my face. Fucking saint. Not that I blamed him again. I closed my eyes again. "Elizabeth," Hattori said gently. I could feel every bit of his fingers, the pads of them, the ridges of the fingerprints, the softness, the gentleness, the caring. I could have had it. I could have. but I'd opened my mouth, told him everything, and now as long as he was Zodiac cursed, I would never be able to be with him. I opened my eyes more slowly, staring down at my knees. I wanted to reach out, take his hand, start tracing lines, but I was starting to realize that maybe it was my weakness that made him think he couldn't be with me. I was going to have to be stronger. I had to be less timid. I had to put myself out there more. So I just sat there, waiting as Hattori did his doctor things, occasionally commenting on one of my injuries. Once he was done, Shigure came back, relieving Yuki so he could go to bed. "You can sleep in my room tonight so you don't have to go up the stairs." There was just the slightest twitch of a smirk on his features, and Hattori's cheek twitched. "She can't sleep tonight," Hattori said, his tone the same as it always was. "Possible concussion." "Poor thing," Shigure said, putting a hand on my head. "Not a little girl, you know," I mumbled. I didn't want to be seen as a poor thing, especially not in front of Hattori. "I was under the impression you were 14, Shigure said. I felt a flush creep up on my cheeks, and I averted my eyes. Never said I was 14. "How old are you then?" Shigure asked. I was quiet for a moment, and then sighed. 21, but I wanted to go to school, I mumbled. "I understand," Shigure said softly. "What were you doing out so late anyways?" he asked, changing the subject. "Books," I said. "I was looking for some new books to read. No offense, but your selection is rather limited in the adventure genre." Shigure chuckled. "You should have had someone go with you." "I didn't mean to be out so late," I replied. "But if I need to get more books, I'll ask you to come along, okay?" "Good," Shigure said, squeezing my hand. "Get some rest." And then there was Hattori me. "Will you take my memories?" I blurted out. Hattori looked towards me, surprised. "What?" "I don't—" "They're holding me back," I said, sounding frustrated. "This person that I am, I'm damaged. I can't move on. I'm never going to find what I want like this." "But if you—" "Absolutely not," Hattori said firmly. "You're judging yourself too harshly. It has been less than a year since you got off that island, right? And you're already relaxing in this house of boys, no longer flinching when they put a hand on your shoulder, right? You're strong. Those memories are a part of you, Elizabeth." I was quiet for a moment, wiping my eyes dry before tears spilled over them. "What is it you want to find?" Hattori asked quietly. "Love. Real love." I laughed a little. "I mean, there's guys that like me at school, you know? But that's just my looks. They don't know anything about me. And Shigure's a flirt, but it's not anything real. No one can truly love a broken girl," I whispered. "But maybe if I wasn't broken, then I could be loved, and enough," Hattori said. He almost sounded mad. "You're not broken, Elizabeth. When you meet the right guy, even if he learns everything about you, it'll just make him love you more." His indigo eyes were honest and sad. I nodded for better argument. It was comforting, hearing that from him. I was deluding myself. We were never going to be a thing. I needed to stop all this. I needed to move on. Nothing more was said. I watched as Hattori slowly fell asleep at the table. I watched the peace that settled over him, his hair shifting into his eyes. I closed my eyes. If this was the closest we would be, then I would be okay with that. I hoped he was happy one day, even if I was nowhere in that future, because that was what loving another person was, right? Chapter 19. The Other Tiger. Exams started to roll around. I was back in swimming, and I had another tennis game coming up soon. Hattori tried to talk me out of it, but I shut him down. It was an important tennis match, and there was no way I was missing it. I was back in Shigure's house reading one of my new books that was called Divergent. Shigure was there too, sitting with his legs crisscross applesauce. My head was in his lap as I laid down. We were both extremely comfortable until Haru, Toru, and Yuki came back. Shigure put the newspaper aside when he saw Toru's bleeding hand, and I sat up, moving to position my back against the wall in order to be more comfortable. Then I both smelled and saw the other tiger, which was just a baby, really, in Haru's arms. "Oh no, you got bitten," Shigure said calmly, leaning over the table as Haru started to calmly bandage Toru's hand. Yuki sat on the other side of the table. The tiger was curled up, her back to us in the corner. Yes," Toru said, sounding shaken. It surprised me." "Kisa, come here and apologize," Yuki said harshly. I'm fine, really," Toru said. "Kisa? Yuki-kun, Sachan doesn't talk," Shigure said in his rare serious voice. "Huh?" Toru questioned while I looked up from my book. "She can't talk," Haru said. "She stopped talking altogether shortly after entering middle school. According to Torini, it's a psychological issue. It made her lock all her words away. Things happened that made her stop talking and going to school. Then today, she ran away from home." "What?" Toru gasped. That's why I was looking for her, Haru explained. I was surprised to find her as a tiger. Did she bump into someone of the opposite gender? Toru questioned. It seemed like she was just excited. So what actually happened to cause this? Yuki questioned softly. Looking down at the table. You know, Haru said. What? Toru asked. Bullying, Haru said. Suddenly, Kisa was on the table, biting into Haru's arm that was propped on it. Toru screamed. Shigure's eyes widened a little bit, and I couldn't see Yuki's expression. I simply raised an eyebrow, closing my book and setting it aside. That hurts. What, are you mad? Haru asked calmly, telling me not to shoot my mouth off. Yeah, right. You know how worried I've been? Your parents are looking all over for you right now. Kisa released her hold on his arm, blood dripping from 2 points, leaping from the table and running off outside. Oh, what should I... Toru said, half rising to go after her. Oh, you're bleeding, Hatsuharu-san. Calm down, Toru-kun. She won't go far. We need to stop Kisa-san's bleeding. Shigure said, smiling. I'll go stop Kisa-san's bleeding, Toru exclaimed. Calm down, Shigure said. You're too calm, sensei, Haru said, touching his arm. I stood up, moving to his side, crouching down and started to wrap his arm with the same tenderness that he had done Toru's hand. Hakon, did you quietly turn dark? Shigure questioned. Just grumpy from the pain. Haru explained. I could feel Shigure's presence behind me. Don't know what to do with Kisa. You seem pretty worried, Yuki spoke up. I didn't know you were so close. Haru and Shigure looked at each other over my shoulder, and then all three of us turned to Yuki and asked, Jealous? No! Yuki slammed his fist onto the table. I finished tying off the bandage, standing up to go look for Toru and Kisa. He's no fun, I heard Shigure say behind me. Nope, Haru said shortly. I found Kisa first before I found anyone else. She was curled up by the boilers. I padded across the grass and sat next to her. I stayed silent, saying nothing. Kisa didn't look at me at all, but I knew she had to know of my presence. After a few minutes, I whispered, I couldn't talk for about 6 months. I had to sign everything to get my word across. I was teased relentlessly for it. It's not fun, not being able to be taken seriously. It's not fun being bullied. It hurts. It's like you want to disappear into the ground and never be seen again. Sometimes you get your wish, and everyone turns to ignoring you, and that just hurts more. Everything seems hopeless, and you just want to run, or to stop everything. But then you find something. It doesn't have to be a large thing. It can be a very small thing, or a person even. Just one little thing. It draws the light into you. It pulls you forward. You look forward to it, or him, or her. You want to start being seen. You want to start being there, or with that person. They save you. But if you can't start talking right away, you eventually find your way. I fell silent again. For all I knew, she had slept through my speech, but at least I had said it. I continued to sit there. I could hear Toru's footsteps running all over the place until they got closer and closer. Toru approached without a word, coming to stand behind Kisa and said, Kisa-san? So this is where you were, Kisa-san? She stuck her hand out, perhaps to reach for her. Kisa turned around and bit her bandaged hand again. It doesn't hurt. Not at all. No, not one teeny bit. Nope. Anyway, will you come inside, Kisa-san? A woman approached. She had short black hair and was wearing a dark purple shirt. Blue jeans. She came to stand on the other side of Toru. Her face was drawn and sad. Kisa, she said, making Toru look up at her. Kisa, my daughter, I've been looking for you. Her voice was soft. It could have gotten lost on the breeze had there been wind. Shigure-san took the trouble to call me. Tell me, what are you doing? Why are you doing this and causing trouble for everybody? What are you thinking? Do you enjoy making trouble for me? So why didn't you tell me about the bullying? Why did you run away from home? Why won't you speak? I could hear more footsteps approaching, soft, almost silent ones. Yuki, but I didn't look away, focusing on the three in front of me instead. I'm so tired. I can't take this anymore. She couldn't tell you. Toru and I spoke at the same time. Kisa's mother looked at both of us. I fell silent, letting Toru do the talking. It's hard to tell someone when you're being bullied. I couldn't tell my mom either. She found out after a while, though. For some reason, I began apologizing like crazy. I smiled a little. That sounded like Toru. I felt so ashamed. I started to feel ashamed of myself for being bullied, and I was embarrassed for my mom to find out. I was scared she wouldn't love me anymore. I was scared. So when my mom said it's okay, I was so relieved. She said that there was nothing to be embarrassed about, and I cried again, this time in relief. Kisa-san might also feel this way. She didn't want you to hate her. She couldn't tell you because she loves you. Kisa's mother looked away, tears falling from her eyes. There was a soft poof of golden dust from Kisa. A small hand stroked Toru's injured one before pulling her hand to her face. Small tears dripped out of her tawny eyes. Her golden hair was curled around her face. She was adorable. Toru hugged her, and I smiled. "Stay here. Kisa will?" Kyo's incredulous face asked as we sat in the living room. Haru was still here as well. "Some things happened today, and I decided to take her in for a while," Shigure said. "What things?" Kyo questioned. Haru was reading something called Mogeta. "Probably can't hurt," Haru said without looking up from the book. It looked like her mom was nearing her limits too. Might as well give them time apart to heal. "I have no idea what's going on," Kyo said with a sigh. "So where's Kisa?" "Sachan is stuck to Toru-kun like a burr," Shigure said with delight. "Huh?" Kyo questioned. I giggled at his confusion before turning back to the book I was reading. Later that night I went upstairs to the room, finding Kisa asleep in Toru's lap. Yuki asleep on her shoulder. Toru was also asleep where she was sitting, a small smile on her face. Carefully, I picked Kisa up in my arms, settling her down in Toru's large bed. Then I moved Toru as well, catching Yuki's head with my leg as I put her in the bed as well, close to Kisa. I knelt down, shaking Yuki's shoulders gently. "Yuki!" Yuki's purple eyes blinked open. "Oh, Elizabeth. I would carry you to your bed as well, but I don't think that would go well," I joked in a whisper with a smile. He smiled too, getting to his feet. "Night, Elizabeth." "Night, Yuki," I said. I turned off the light in the room, closing the curtains as well. I curled up in my own bed, burrowing into the blankets and falling asleep. Over the next 3 days, Toru, Kisa, and I were inseparable. As Toru and I worked on the chores, Kisa followed us around. I didn't mind. I was teaching her sign language, and I no longer spoke in the house anymore, reverting back to how I was. Toru and I loved to smother her with love. Seriously, she looked so adorable that every time I even caught a glimpse of her large round eyes, I just hugged her tightly before pulling back and signing that I loved her. Toru basically did the same, except that everything she did was more verbal, with squealing and basically screaming I love yous. "Hey, I'm hungry," Kyo said from the living room. "Oh, okay," Toru said, releasing Kisa from her newest bout of hugging. I smirked, ruffling Kisa's hair affectionately. "Kisa-san, what should we eat tonight?" Kisa lowered her head. "Kisa, you can't even say what you want to eat," Kyo said, asked harshly, in my opinion. Now, Shigure said, leaning on Kyo, his elbow on the back of his neck, bending on his weight. "Ignore everything this idiotic and weak-willed fool says. Que sera, Sachan?" "Hey, get off, don't touch me, it's creepy," Kyo shouted roughly, lifting up to try and throw Shigure's weight off. "Come on, no need to be shy," Shigure teased. I squatted down and started signing different foods to her. She had picked up on enough, watching my hands. She clumsily signed back, "Scrambled eggs and chives." "Scrambled eggs and chives it is," Toru exclaimed. I went over to the fridge, pulling out the box of 24 eggs. I quickly scrambled up 16 of them, because Kyo, Shigure, and Yuki had large appetites. I let Toru cook the chives on the side. Once the scrambled eggs were done, I quickly put them in a large bowl, covering the top layer with cheese that quickly melted. Toru finished off the chives, putting them in the scrambled eggs, much to mine and Kyo's distaste. I quickly rightened this by giving the top layer of eggs with chives to Kisa, Shigure, Yuki, and Toru. I served the bottom eggs with no chives to Kyo and me, sprinkling more cheese over our portions as such. The night moved on, and I wondered what would happen next. Maybe I should actually get some sleep. Toru and I walked out of the building, now dressed in our school uniforms, having changed out of our work clothes. We had barely gone off the path leading up to the building, when I heard a sweet voice say, "Big sis!" Toru and I both turned, seeing Kisa and Yuki there. Yuki was leaning against the railing. Kisa was running up to us. "Big sis!" She stopped running, standing there and smiling. I smiled too, staying my ground. Toru gasped, dropping her bag and running towards Kisa. "Kisa-san!" Toru was crying now as they both sank to their knees on the sidewalk. I smiled softly, same as Yuki. I walked over to Yuki. He seemed determined about something, and I knew that he was going to accept the student council president position. "You'll make a great student president," I whispered, slipping my hand into his. He stared down at me in surprise and then smiled. "It's been a while since you've dreamed the future." "Yes," I said simply. "Yes, it has." Yuki squeezed my hand, and we stood there like that until Toru and Kisa broke apart, ready to go back to Shigure's. I held Kisa too and whispered, "I'm proud of you." I drew back, taking Yuki's hand again, and the four of us walked home. Back home, I headed out into the forest, back to the tent. It was still up there, looking faded from all the time in the sun. I climbed the tree steadily, unzipping open the tent and coming inside. Compared to my room in Shigure's house, this seemed minuscule. I sat down on the sleeping bag, grabbing the wooden box filled with my magical cherry sours. I hesitated, rolling one of the candies between my fingers before popping it in my mouth. I watched my life flash before my eyes. My mother and father, angry with me for the death of their other children. Their excitement at being brought in the main estate. The punishments, the beatings, the hurt, the emotional, the physical, the mental, the psychological abuse. I saw Bunny's face again, pointed and soft, her big black eyes staring up from underneath her eyelashes, long black hair going straight down her back. And then it came to an end, a glowing white. I still saw myself in the wedding dress, but the face was no longer faceless. I laughed, shaking my head. Stupid. Utterly stupid. Why had I done this to myself? Had I really thought anything would change? Time. What I needed was more time. I looked around the tent, looking to see if there was anything I needed to bring to the main house. No. I climbed out of the tent, zipping it back up, dropping to the ground in the swoop. I started my walk back to the house. There was a reason that the last thing you see from the magical candies was called a wish, a dream. Because it never came true. I would never marry Hattori Soma. Chapter 20. Shigure is a terrible tease. The doorbell rang and my head perked up. I moved to get up, but Shigure held my shoulder down, keeping my head in his lap. I stared at him curiously. We had been relaxed in his house. Everyone else had been gone today. The house was dark, including his room. Shigure had his back against the wall, his legs crossed. My head sat in his lap as I laid down, eyes closed, face towards the ceiling. It had been a very quiet afternoon until now. "Sensei, I'm here to pick up the manuscript," a familiar woman's voice said outside the house. I sighed. Really? Shigure said, keeping his hand firmly on my shoulder. "Come open the door, please. Really now, pretend not to be home again. Sensei, come on." She started knocking on the door. "Sensei!" There was a pause before the knocking became pounding and her voice started to shout, "Sensei! I know you're there! Sensei!" Her breathing was becoming even more frantic and I sighed, moving to get up again. Shigure planted both hands on my shoulders. "Be a good girl, Elizabeth, and let me have my fun." He'd gotten bolder ever since I had told him that I was 21. I rolled my eyes, sighing. "You're cruel." "It's just a little teasing," Shigure said. His phone lit up and he picked it up on the third ring. "Hello there," he said cheerfully. "Sensei, where are you right now?" "Well, I had a craving for takoyaki from Octopus Dude," Shigure lied, twirling a strand of my brown hair between his fingers. "What? Today's the deadline." "Oh, was it today?" he asked seriously. Then he hung up. I shook my head. Terrible. Shigure smirked. "Sensei, you idiot! I'll catch you and turn you into a boiled octopus." Shigure laughed quietly. There was a bit of silence, where I turned onto my side, resting my head on his knee, and then there was a large ruckus outside that didn't seem to be his editor. "Who?" I asked, and sat up. This time Sensei let me, getting to his feet as well. Phone still in his hand, he led the way out to the living room, opening the door. Standing by his side, I saw that Toru was on her knees, picking up some books. Meanwhile, a young man that looked like a woman, having the scent of the monkey, had his hands on his head. He was wearing a green kimono with pink ribbon. He looked exceptionally like a girl and was extremely pretty. "Oh," Shigure asked as the doors were opening. "Why are you here, Richan?" He paused in the middle of whatever he was doing before panicking again, bowing repeatedly and saying, "I apologize. Someone like me shouldn't be visiting. I'm sorry. I'm sorry." I raised an eyebrow. Interesting. Shigure managed to get Richan into the house, sitting on one side of the table while Shigure and I sat on the other. "This is rare. You're usually pretty timid, but you decided to visit." Yes, I'm sorry I caused so much trouble for Toru-san earlier." Richan apologized, book still laying by his feet. Toru walked into the room at that moment, carrying a tray with 4 cups of tea on it, handing them out. "No, not at all. I'm so glad to meet you." "So, what prompted this sudden visit?" Shigure asked. Am I intruding?" Richan asked earnestly. Shigure tilted his head to the side, gave him a charming smile, and said very simply, "Yeah." Then he had to reach out to grab the sleeve of Richan's kimono as he tried running away, practically screaming, "I'm sorry! I'll go home immediately!" "Just kidding, it was a joke. Ow!" he exclaimed as I nudged him in the ribs. "So, why the sudden visit?" he asked again once Richon had sat down. I sipped calmly at my tea. First Mitchon, now Richon. Shigure loved teasing people, especially those who got easily flustered by it. Horrible man. Well, I heard that most of the Zodiac members already met Toru-san and Elizabeth-san. Richon started softly, so I thought it would be rude not to properly introduce myself. "I'm pleased to meet you. I'm Ritsu-soma." He turned his face to Toru and bowing and saying, "You met my mother before turning her to me and bowing." "It's a pleasure to meet you," I said. "I'm Elizabeth Rao." "Pleased to meet you too. I'm Toru Honda," Toru said. Ritsu turned to the books that were stacked next to him and said, "Oh, it's not much, but I brought this." "What is it, a gift?" Shigure asked excitedly. "Yes, I considered getting fruit, but I didn't know what you like, so I got some books on fruit instead." He slid the books onto the table. "Ooh, thank you," I said excitedly, pulling them towards me. I've been wanting to grow a fruit garden for a while now. Both Shigure and Toru were silent, and he noticed. "Whoa, what? Oh, I'm sorry. Is it a bad gift? Have I caused you trouble?" "No, not at all," Shigure said. He quickly reached out as Ritsu tried taking off again. "I'm sorry. I'll go buy some fruit." "I'm just kidding. Ow!" I had nudged him again in the ribs again. Ritsu threw himself down on the table, burying his face in his arms. I knew I shouldn't have come. "Don't say that," Shigure said, his nose already buried in one of the fruit books. "Yes, I really wanted to meet you, Richon-san," Toru said excitedly, "so the fact that you came to visit makes me truly happy." "Thank you very much," Ritsu said, wiping his eyes. "I see you still take after your mother, the way you panic so easily," Shigure said. "You'll be a working adult soon, you know." "Yes, I'm sorry. Don't you also feel like you should toughen up?" "Yes, of course. I want to have more confidence in myself. And one day, I hope to be overflowing with confidence like Aya Nissan," Ritsu finished. I chuckled a little, think of Aya's overflowing confidence indeed. Overwhelming, almost. "Ah, that's impossible," Shigure said with delight, waving his fan around. "Now, why? Is it such an unreasonable dream?" Ritsu questioned with panic in his voice. "Aya's self-confidence is far beyond human levels," Shigure explained, and I smirked. I see," Ritsu's voice was small. "Anyways, you apologized too quickly, Richon." "Sorry," Richon muttered, proving his point. "See, you did it again," Shigure said, his voice hard, pointing his fan in Richon's face. "Let's do this. As the first step to a better you are now banned from reflexively apologizing. Toru-kun, you'll cheer Richon on, right?" "Huh? Oh, yes." "I will take on the challenge," Ritsu said with excitement. "I'm home," Yuki called, the sound of the front door being opened. "Oh, Yuki-kun came home at the perfect time," Shigure said. "Richon, time for your first test." "But I need to prepare myself emotionally," Richon said. "Richon-san, you can do it," Toru said quietly as Yuki came around the corner. "Oh, Ritsu." "What are you doing here?" Yuki asked. Ritsu immediately failed, grabbing his head and crying. "You're right. The likes of me shouldn't be here, should I?" "No, that's not what I meant," Yuki said quietly. "Richon-san," Toru said firmly by his side. Richon calmed down, taking a deep breath, and said, "Yuki-san, you're starting to look so much like Aya Nissan." "Have a nice day," Yuki said, walking away angrily. He was immediately tense again. "What? Did I say something wrong?" "Not at all." Yuki's cool voice came flooding down the hall. "Oh no, I'm sorry," Richon said. Shigure was smirking, and I sighed, nudging him in the ribs again. The door opened again, and Shigure was alert. "Oh, it's Kyo-kun." "Richon, pull yourself together and try again." Yuki was standing there still. Kyo came to stand next to him, making a questioning sound in the back of his throat at the sight of Richon. "What are you doing here, Richon?" Kyo asked. "You're right. The likes of me shouldn't be here. I came to introduce myself to Toru-san and Elizabeth-san," he said, calming down in the middle on his own. "Oh?" Kyo questioned. Kyo-san, I'm glad for you." "Huh?" Kyo looked surprised. "You get along with Yuki-kun enough now that you can live together." "We don't get along!" Kyo and Yuki yelled together. Ritsu immediately freaked at their ferocity. "I'm so sorry!" Shigure was sniggering behind his fan. I rolled my eyes. "I take back that you get along. I'm sorry, I'm leaving now. I knew someone as worthless as me should be visiting here." He spun around, hands on the table, to address Shigure. "I'll be taking my leave now. I apologize for staying so long." He spun to get out of the way, while Toru stood up and said, "No, wait!" They crashed into each other, and I winced. Ritsu suddenly disappeared in a flash of brilliant green. Toru fell backwards from the fall. But you're a woman. Why? I thought only males transformed when I hugged them. What?" The dust cleared, showing a horrified monkey sitting on Ritsu's clothing. I had never had much to do with Monkey from my own island. I couldn't remember if he had an illness like this. We didn't interact much, even as kids. I'm so sorry, the monkey screamed. I'm exhausted, I muttered under my breath for only Shigure to hear. He sniggered again, and I elbowed him in the ribs. You're going to bruise me, he complained, waving his fan in front of his face. I smirked. Maybe it'll bruise that ego of yours as well. Once everyone had settled down and Richon was dressed, Shigure finally decided to explain things to Toru. Okay, Toru-kun. Here's the thing. Richon is male, but he's worn girl clothes since he was young. Kyo was leaning against the door. Toru and Yuki sat across from each other on the wide sides of the table. Shigure and I on the long side, backs to the kitchen. Ritsu sat on the opposing side. Oh, I see, Toru said. But why wear girls' clothes? Wearing girls' clothes makes me feel calmer, he said. At the beginning, I just wanted to try it, but once I realized I felt more at peace that way, I couldn't stop. I'm sorry. I'm embarrassed of myself. Please don't be. It suits you, really. You're beautiful. I groaned into Shigure's shoulder. Toru-kun, I don't know if that helps much, Shigure said nervously. You'll be working soon, though, Yuki said, and I shifted to look at him. Will you go to work wearing girls' clothes? I suppose I shouldn't, should I? Kyo groaned. Hey, why don't you kids go change clothes? No sense in staying in your uniforms, Shigure said suddenly. Though I wasn't in my school clothes, I knew he wanted us to clear room, and I got up, stepping into his study. A few moments after doing this, I heard running footsteps up the stairs, Mitchon's voice ringing out angrily. Octo-sensei? I snickered. Oh, someone's there, I heard Richon say outside the study doors. Richon, close that door, Shigure said in a serious voice, the sound of fists planting themselves firmly on the wooden table sounding out. Now! Oh, okay, Richon said. I heard the sound of the doors being shut. Octo-sensei! Michon cried out again. She was much closer than last time. Her body crashed against the doors as she yelled. Sensei! I know you're there! Hurry up and open the door! I slid the door to the study open. Come out, Sensei! You're dead, I said cheerfully. Shigure Nissan, who is that? Richon asked, turning away from the doors. I know you're there! Octo-sensei! She's what people call a stalker, Shigure said. Sensei? What? A stalker? Richon gasped, horrified. I sighed. Shigure. She figured out where I live. I don't know what to do, Shigure said sadly. He immediately cheered up, proclaiming, So, Richon, will you send her away for me? Richon, this may be another chance for you. If you could send the stalker away without any problems, this will be a huge step in the right direction for you. Shigure. All right, I'll do it, Richon declared before heading to the doors. Okay, good, Shigure said cheerfully. His fan unfolded. He covered his face with it, showing that his tongue was sticking out. I walked over to him and kicked his leg. Seriously? I questioned him sternly. You're playing on Richon's want to become better, and you're teasing Richon's love for work and deadlines. You're a terrible person, you know that. Ah, but who would I be without that terrible personality? Shigure questioned. Hattori, I said with a grin. Very true. Hattori's quite a bore, Shigure said. I heard Richon utter a little scream, and I sighed. I stood up from where I was sitting. Shigure grabbed my wrist, pulling me down to sit next to him. Let him try. I rolled my eyes. I have a feeling this is going to end badly. Suddenly, Mitchon's voice ran from outside. He's holed up in here with a girlfriend! I sighed. Told you. I heard the sound of the door attempting to be slammed, 2 people fighting to open and close the door. No, I'm a relative of Shigure Nissan's, Richon tried. A relative? No way I'm going to believe that lie. I'm not lying. Sensei, come out, please. You're done, right? Please, come out. Stop, please. You started this, I said with a sigh. You're done, right? I know, isn't it wonderful? We haven't done anything. You're such a child, Shigure, I said with a sigh. The door finally slammed shut, and there was peace and quiet for a moment. I sighed. I think once that they've settled down, I'm going out. Ah, you should go to Hattori's place, Shigure said with a smirk. I glared at him. Why? To talk to him, Shigure said, rolling his eyes. Duh. Don't duh me, I muttered. Besides, he doesn't want to talk to me. I shouldn't force myself upon him. You should do exactly that, Shigure said. He's afraid of hurting you. If you make the moves, then he'll know he isn't. I thought about that for a moment. It didn't seem right. Besides, I had the feeling that he was still deeply in love with Kana. Suddenly I heard Ritsu scream again. What? I have a swim practice in an hour, I said with a sigh. I should probably get ready. Ooh, I'll come, Shigure said, a smirk sliding onto his face. Huh? Ritsu shouted from outside. No, you'll stay here and give Mitchan that manuscript, I said firmly. Mitchan-san? Toru's voice rang from the front hall. Are you walking? Shigure asked. I nodded. Yeah, you should get a car, Shigure. Shigure decided to get up and go to the front door. Why, hello, Michan. How are you? I snorted as I got up, moving past Yuki and Toru to go upstairs. I quickly headed to the bedroom, grabbing my swim bag, checking to make sure that my blue swim cap was already in there. I packed a pair of navy blue sweats and white tennis shoes, putting them in the bag on the bottom, folded up neatly. I put in the hairdryer as well, along with my makeup bag, a few extra hair ties and 2 pink towels, and, of course, my school team swimsuit. I spent a few minutes braiding my hair before tying it up in a way so that my swim cap would fit snugly over my head. Then I grabbed my tennis bag, putting in my school uniform, which consisted of a white skirt and a blue top. Also, my white visor with blue stitching. My personal racket and a box of tennis balls. A different, more comfortable pair of tennis shoes meant for sport rather than style. I slung one of the bags over my shoulder across my head, angled diagonally across my body. The other I carried in my hand. I dropped the one at the foot of the stairs, going into the kitchen and grabbing a few water bottles and sticking them in my swim bag. Toru was making coffee at that moment. Michan and Richon both back inside the house. I headed back to the front room, grabbing my tote bag. Shigure called from the living room. I did you a favor, Elizabeth. I ignored him, not wanting to be late. I quickly headed out of the house, racing down the steps and running down the path. I turned the corner, going to hurry down the street when a familiar voice called out, You'll wear yourself out before your practice if you don't run to school laden down with that. I stopped short, nearly tripping over my own 2 feet, to turn and stare at Hattori, who was leaning against the car. Ah, I muttered darkly. Thanks a lot, Shigure. You know, I said, walking over as he opened the door for me, I thought you were a doctor, not my personal chauffeur. Hattori closed my door, moving to the other side to climb in his own seat. He chuckled a little. Indeed, but Shigure called, and I wasn't busy, so I don't mind. Do you know when your practices end? 9, I said, but you don't have to pick me up. Hattori made a noise in the back of his throat. It wasn't condescending or rude, just thoughtful. I know you can take care of yourself, but I would feel better if I knew that you arrived safe at Shigure's house. I hesitated, and after a few minutes I asked, Was there something you wanted to talk about with me? Nothing particular. Why? I shook my head, looking out the car window. Shigure was just talking about stuff. Half the time I don't know if he's hinting towards something specific or if he's just spouting nonsense. But he seemed rather determined that the 2 of us should talk today, so I didn't know if maybe there was something he knew you wanted to talk to me about. It's more than half the time that Shigure is spouting nonsense, Hattori deadpanned. Best to take everything he says with a grain of salt. He pulled up to the sidewalk, and I received another surprise. Haru was there, leaning against the brick wall. He straightened up when he saw the car, waving slightly. Oh, I said in surprise. I'll be back at 9, Hattori said softly. I smiled at him. Thank you, really. You don't have to do this. Honestly, it's not that far of a walk. I insist, Hattori said, and those damn indigo eyes of his made me crumble, and I nodded. I was going to have to find some way to repay him. They have those Uber things, right? So I could literally pay him. And maybe a book? Hey, Haru, I called, waving a hand as I shut the car door, making my way over to him. What are you doing out here? Momiji and I came to see your swim practice, Haru said calmly. He's very excited. Well, thank you, I said with a slight blush. Bye, Elizabeth, Momiji said excitedly as Hattori's car pulled up in front of the school. Bye, Momiji. Bye, Haru, I said, ruffling Momiji's hair and punching Haru's arm playfully. See you tomorrow at school. I climbed into the passenger side of the car, feeling bone-tired. I yawned deeply, leaning my head on the hard plastic of the interior. I must have fallen asleep because Hattori was softly nudging me moments later. We're home, Elizabeth. I grumbled, unintelligibly, sitting up awkwardly. I rubbed my eyes, seeing that we were at the bottom of the stairs. It was dark out already, the stars shining in the sky. I'm so sorry, I gasped frantically, grabbing my bags from off the floor. I didn't mean to fall asleep, I swear. Hattori looked amused. It's quite all right, although you talk in your sleep. I blushed, bright red. Oh no, did I say anything embarrassing? No, just something about Tiger? What about her? I asked fearfully. Hattori frowned slightly. Well, nothing I could really make out except that one word. Was she your friend? I couldn't answer for a moment, staring at the windshield. Then I answered. I hated her. I know that's harsh, but I couldn't. I paused again, trying to get the right words together. I mean, I really, really hated her. She defended Bunny all the time, and that was good, you know? But when it came to me, maybe that's unfair, but... I laughed suddenly, turning cheerful again. It doesn't matter anyways. I'm sorry, I'll see you later, Hattori. Yes, see you later, Hattori said, looking slightly taken aback. I quickly climbed out of the car, grabbing my bags and rushing up the stairs. Everything I said was the truth. I hated myself. That was the simple thing. A simple thought. I hated myself for being weak. I hated myself for defending Bunny and not myself. I hated myself for being weak enough to fall for a god of a man. I hated myself for not having more self-control. But mostly, I just despised myself for being alive. I should never have run. "Ah, you're home late," Shigure said. The house was quiet, the lights out in most of the windows. "I thought you'd be home sometime closer to 9. It's almost 11 o'clock. "I went for a walk," I said quietly. Shigure was quiet for a moment, probably trying to take in my emotions. "Are you all right, Elizabeth?" I wondered how long he could stay serious before he made some sort of joke. I dropped my bags in the corner of the living room, feeling so too tired to carry them up the stairs to my room. "Elizabeth?" Still concerned. I walked over to Shigure, falling to my knees, placing my head against his knees. "I'm so tired." "Come on," Shigure said softly, touching my shoulders. "You can sleep in my room tonight." I didn't want to move, but I did, stumbling after him into the study. He sat down on top of his bed. I fell back to my knees, next to him, my head on his leg. "Did something happen?" "Bad memories," I whispered. "What can I do?" "Just let me cry," I said, tears starting to fall down my cheeks. I hadn't cried once, not in front of anyone at least, since I had moved in with Shigure, Yuki, and Kyo. None of them had ever seen me cry. None of them had ever seen me get close to crying. My tears were long built up to be let loose. They started small and silent, trickling down my cheeks. Soon, though, I was full out sobbing, muffled by his yukata robe, tears streaming down my cheeks. Shigure was silent throughout the entire thing, one hand on my back, rubbing smooth circles gently. The other was on my head, playing with strands of my hair. I don't know how long I cried, but I know he stayed with me throughout the entire bout. When I finally dried up the last of my tears, I whispered, "You're a horrible tease, Shigure. But sometimes I think you're the only one that understands me. Thank you for being here." "Of course," Shigure said, letting go of a strand of my hair, smoothing my hair back from my face. Shigure lay down in his bed, sliding over to give me more room. A random pillow kept between the two of us to keep him from transforming, or so he thought. Maybe, I thought as I tried to fall asleep, it wasn't so bad that I had run. Even if I regretted it, even if I wanted to go back for Bunny, at least I was free, at least I had made a difference. I could still hate the tiger, but I no longer had to hate myself. Chapter 21. The Jealous Lamb. After that night, I stayed in Shigure's room every night. It became habit whether or not he was actually there sleeping with me or not. Sometimes he stayed up all night and slept during the day, in which cases I had the bed to myself at night. Other times he was there, a calming presence during the night. As I started sleeping in his room, I was actually sleeping, seeing the future instead of dreaming the past. Not to mention I wasn't going weeks without sleeping, and anyone could see that I was doing better health-wise. The shadows under my eyes were less prominent, and my eyes, according to Yua, were brighter. However, there was one night where Shigure and I stayed up together talking about a particular book, reading different sections out loud to each other the entire time before falling asleep sometime around 7 in the morning. When we finally woke up, I could hear the sounds of a show on TV. I groaned, stumbling out of bed, straightening my hair. Shigure had already gotten up, putting on a dark green yukata before opening up the doors. "Morning," he said, yawning. "Good morning," Toru replied. "Shigure, it's evening. Maybe you should try getting your sleep schedule together." Yuki deadpanned, a cup of tea in his hands. "Writers don't have to do that, which is why I became one," Shigure said with a shrug. Say, who's this? She looks just like Sachan." Indeed, Kisa was sitting at the table between Yuki and Toru. Shigure knelt next to her, putting a hand on her head and saying, "Shall I buy you some candy, little girl?" "Are you still asleep, or was that some kind of creepy joke?" Yuki asked. "Boo-hoo, Yuki-kun is always so cold to me," Shigure said, holding Kisa to his chest in a hug. "Let her go before your crassness infects her," Yuki said before sipping his tea. I laughed sleepily, plopping down in front of the other three. "Evening, Elizabeth." I mumbled something incoherently that might have been "evening, Yuki," or it might have just been "Ngbanki." "So anyway, how is school going?" Shigure asked, sitting himself down as well. "Good. I'm trying hard. I can try hard now because my mom and everyone else are here for me," Kisa said. Though she was speaking, she was still speaking rather softly, but sweetly, and I loved her. Toru lunged forward. "I love you!" Hearts are dancing in the air, Shigure said with a smirk. Yuki sipped his tea. I went back into the other room to go back to sleep. The next day I went looking for a new job. It wasn't that my job, where Toru and I had been working, was bad, but I wanted to move on to something different, and luckily I had just the thing. I went back to the bookstore that I had purchased the books at before getting attacked. Not the best memories, but I knew they were hiring. I stepped inside the store looking around. It was a rather busy day, lots of customers were in, and the cash registers were swamped. I waited patiently until there seemed to be a lull in customers and stepped up to the front counter. "Hi, I heard there was a job opening?" "Oh, yeah," the young girl behind the counter said, looking strained from the workload. She tapped a packet of papers that were there. "Here's the form. You can fill it out and hand it back in when you have time, or later if that works better." "I can do it now," I said. "Do you have a pen?" She rummaged in the drawer before pulling out a pen without a cap, scribbling it on a post-it note before handing it to me. "Thank you," I said, taking one of the work forms. I moved to the children's section, sitting down on the theater-like set that wasn't being used at the moment before getting to work on filling out the application. The questions were simple, mostly repeats of what had been on the form for working at Momiji's father's building. Once I was done filling out the form, I quickly turned it in to the girl at the front desk, who filed it into a folder. There were no other papers in there, and I wondered how soon I would get a reply to my form, if I got one at all. I roamed the bookstore for a few more minutes, buying a book on American history before heading back home. I decided to stop at a donut shop, grabbing a dozen cinnamon bun-looking donuts, half of them covered in gooey white icing, the other half plain. I walked along cheerfully, enjoying the setting sun. Suddenly a group of 4 men came walking towards me, one of their arms in a cast. I clenched my jaw, wondering if there was a way. "Hey!" one of them called angrily. "You have to be kidding me," I hissed under my breath. "You broke my fucking arm," the one with the green cast said angrily. "I did you a favor. Green looks good on you," I snarked. One of the men drew a knife. I sighed, setting my donuts and book aside on a nearby bench. "You really want to do this? Did you not learn your lesson the first time?" "I don't see that boy around anywhere," a different man snarled. "You were lucky last time. This time is different." "Grow up. What, you just want to kill me?" I snarked. "No, we're going to use you first," the last one said, sounding drunker than the others. His eyes were glazed over, his stance a little wobbly. He was an easy target, most likely. I shivered just slightly, preparing myself. "Go ahead, then. Out on this completely open street where anyone can see you. I dare you." I was so screwed. The man with the pocket knife and the broken arm looked uncertain. The drunk man looked completely out of it, but the other man snorted. "You're just a little girl." He simply walked over to me, reaching out with both hands to grab me. I grabbed his shoulders, bringing my knee up to connect with his most sensitive parts, twice. He gasped in pain, falling to his knees, hands flying to his crotch. The drunk man ambled forward. I simply stuck my foot out. He tripped over it, falling like a drunken mess, hitting his head on a parking meter. "Tch," I muttered. The guy with the pocket knife came next, swinging wildly. I ducked his blows, one after the other, until I finally ducked out from behind him, ramming my elbow into the back of his head. It stung my elbow, and he grabbed the back of his head, spinning round to face me again. The guy with the broken arm took advantage of the fact that my back was to him, running at me silently. I waited until he was close behind, leaping into the air, doing a backflip over him, landing behind him and kicking him in the back. He fell straight towards the man with the knife. He tried yanking the knife out of the way before the guy with the broken arm fell on him onto the sidewalk. I turned, running back to where my things were, scooping up my items and running down the sidewalk. Though they called after me, I heard no sounds of pursuit, and I made it to Shigure's house unharmed. I slammed the door closed behind me, sliding to the floor, panting. After I caught my breath, I headed into the living room, taking note of a new person in the room. Shigure and Toru sat at the wooden table, backs to the kitchen, while a young boy and Kisa sat at their backs to the table, watching the Mogeta anime on the TV. "Apron strings," the character on the TV announced. "What, so he would quit being enemy if his wife eased up on him?" The young boy questioned in a deadpan voice. "Does it not occur to him that maybe he just sucks? What is that line even supposed to mean?" "Let's just quietly watch the anime, Hikon," Shigure said. He glanced over his shoulder. "Welcome home, Elizabeth." "I brought food," I said, setting the donuts down on the table. Kisa smiled up and smiled at me. "Welcome home, big sis." "Hey, Kisa," I said cheerfully, going to the kitchen to get a large glass of milk. Hikon put his cup down on the saucer in front of him and said, "Here, my tea ran out, so hurry up and pour more, or you're not letting me have any more." "What the fuck?" "Oh no, I didn't notice," Toru said. "I can't stand people who have no sympathy for others," Hikon said, shaking his head. "Hiro-chan," Kisa said quietly at his side. "It's fine, Kisa-san," Toru said. "It's not fine. Be more careful," Hiro exclaimed. Right, I'll do my best, Toru responded. Cool your jets, kid, I said, walking back into the living room. She basically runs the house. You could show a little respect instead of acting like a brat. Seriously, what is your problem? I sat down on the other side of Shigure, putting one of the frosted covered donuts on a plate to eat it. Hey, Hiro, she's not your servant, Kyo said, entering the room at that moment. He was wearing a bright red jacket, and I thought it looked good on him. It was nice seeing him in a bright color instead of black or blue. You've got no place acting high and mighty in someone else's house. Why do you come over on all your days off school anyway? Here, Toru said, putting his cup on his plate. Excuse me, when did the cat become the master of the house? Hiro asked. Wait, so this bratty kid had come over before? I must not have been home. I've been out quite a bit this past 2 weeks. Are you contributing something that qualifies you to complain? Hiro continued. I can't stand people who complain all the time while taking no responsibility. I dropped my mouth. Excuse me? Seriously, kid, watch how you talk to people. You're going to offend the wrong person one day, and it's going to get you in a heap of trouble. Was that too much? I didn't even know the kid. Not to mention he was a kid. Maybe that was still a little harsh, but still, that damn bratty attitude. What was with him? Did he think he could get away with saying whatever the heck he wanted because he was a kid? A purple aura was starting to surround Kyo like an angry cloud. If the kid didn't shut it, he was definitely going to get it. Tch, any snot-nosed brat could point out an issue without solving it, the kid sighed, waving a hand through the air. Like you're any better than me, Kyo blew up. He looked ready to lunge across the table at Hiro before Shigure stood up, catching him by the face to hold him back. Time out, Kyo-chan. Hikon is just in a rebellious phase right now, Shigure said cheerfully. What? Kyo complained, trying to jerk his head out of Shigure's hands. He could take his phase or whatever back to the main estate and flirt there. Ah, so this hero was here for Kisa, was he? I smirked. Okay, maybe I had been a little harsh. That's not so easy to do, you know, Shigure pointed out. It takes a lot of guts for Zodiac members to flirt, inside or outside of the compound. It's a whole thing, right? His head was turned towards Toru. I assumed that he had winked or something pervy. Anyways, just let what he says wash over you. Losing your temper only proves that you are still in your rebellious stage, Shigure said. Try to become a mature adult, like me. I laughed out loud. Adult? A different voice questioned from the doorway. You think that a man who can't meet his deadlines is a mature adult? Michan and Yuki stood in the entranceway of the living room via kitchen. Yuki looked exhausted while Michan was crying. Oh my, Shigure said. She was at the front door looking seconds from hanging herself, Yuki deadpanned. Michan leaped for Shigure's throat, grabbing his shirt front, shaking him as she cried, Why? Why won't you ever finish on time? Shigure made unintelligible noises as he was shaken around. I was trying so hard not to laugh, tears were streaming out of my eyes. It's a real mystery, isn't it? I agree. Sensei, you big jerk. Okay, fine, Shigure said, opening the door to his study, walking inside. Really? You're going to write? Michan exclaimed, her crying ceasing immediately. She slithered after him into the study, looking happy as could be, shutting the door. Shigure was suddenly at the door, closing it behind him, proclaiming, Oh, I just remembered something I have to do. I'll be right back. You're kidding. Wait, stop. Michan said, opening the door, running after him. It's so loud in here, Hiro mumbled. Donut, Kisa? I asked, pushing the box over. She took one, eyes widening at the size of them. I grinned. Big, aren't they? And delicious. Kyo, Yuki, Toru, little boy, want some? Oh, thank you, Toru said, taking one of the ones without icing. Kyo and Yuki declined. Little boy? Hiro questioned, a tick above his eye. Well, I don't know your name, I said brilliantly. We haven't been introduced yet. I'm Hiro Soma, Hiro said. Also, I want more team. Elizabeth Rao, I said, before biting into a donut. I said stop that, Kyo barked, hands on his hips. I'll make more right away, Toru announced. And you, stop obeying his every word, Kyo exclaimed. Forget these brats, I'm out. He walked out of the living room, through the kitchen. I supposed he was going upstairs or outside. Probably upstairs. Yuki slowly followed him, and I decided to take advantage of the empty study/Shigure's room, heading in there. I grabbed onto his bed, grabbing a new book, and delved into a world of fighting where mere children fought to survive, using weapons in an arena built to kill all but one. But Shigure was suddenly back, grabbing my arm. Come on. I stumbled after him, avoiding Michan as we took a back way. Shigure basically led me to the Soma estate. Shigure, what are we doing here? I asked, exhausted. Shigure didn't answer, setting a brisk pace until we reached Hattori's house. I sighed. Shigure, seriously. He knocked on the door. Shigure, I was reading. Don't worry, Liz-chan, we can read together tonight under the covers, Shigure said, brightly, teasing as the door was opened by Hattori. He looked absolutely handsome. He was wearing glasses and a white buttoned-up shirt and slacks. Absolutely delicious. I rolled my eyes. "You're insufferable." Hattori raised an eyebrow. "Ha-san," Shigure greeted him cheerfully. "Mind if we come in?" "Not at all," Hattori said, stepping inside. I kicked off my shoes and said, "He's avoiding his editor again." "You ruin all my fun, Elizabeth," Shigure complained, pretending to cry. "Grow up," I sighed, flicking his ear and moving past him. I had no idea why we were here, but it definitely wasn't a conversation I should probably be part of. I moved off Hattori's desk, going out into the garden where I liked to spend most of my time anyways. I sat near the pond watching the small orange and white fishes as they swam around. I dipped my feet into the water, watching as the fish swam around, giggling lightly at the strange feeling of their scales against my feet. I could hear a quiet conversation taking place between Shigure and Hattori as they talked about Hiro and Kisa. Hiro probably didn't realize yet how Akito would react to what he said, and he may have been afraid to stay silent, Hattori said. He told Akito that he loved Kisa, which led to Akito to injure Kisa so badly it took 2 weeks for her to fully heal. "So she got beaten black and blue," Shigure said. I wondered, only for a fraction of a second, why they weren't more worried, why they hadn't tried to do anything. And then I remembered that it was their god. They felt love and contentment towards their god. I knew this because I felt love towards my god as well, even as much as I felt fear towards him. The word is that Hiro avoided her as much as possible after that, Hattori continued, and then Kisa apparently started getting bullied. "It's natural for someone to get cowardly if the one they love is hurt because of them," Shigure said. "He probably doesn't know what to do with his rage at himself or what he did," Hattori continued. Why was everything he said so deadpanned and yet attractive at the same time? He can't blame Akito after all. "And so he's taking it out on Toru-kun and Liz-chan, huh?" Shigure said. "Ah, the absurdity of the young." "You surprise me." "How so?" I heard it sound like Hattori was taking his glasses off. "I'm surprised you didn't know all this already. I thought Akito told you everything." Shigure laughed. "Apparently, even I'm not trusted. Akito can do as Akito likes. Of the two of us, I'm not the one who'll be sorry in the end. You're a child. Yep, sickeningly immature, in fact." "I worry that Akito will eventually take it out on Honda-kun or Elizabeth," Hattori said, "just like Hiro did." "Well, I'd like to see her try with Liz-chan," Shigure said affectionately. "She put Hiro in his place earlier. Maybe she'll do the same with Akito." "I don't want her seeing Akito ever," Hattori said fiercely. "I never want her in the presence of a god ever again." "Is that why you won't tell her how you feel?" Shigure questioned. "Are you afraid she'll become another Kana?" Hattori was quiet for a moment, and then said, "You and Ayame are deluding yourselves, you know? There are no romantic feelings between the two of us. I want to protect her and Honda-kun the way I could not protect Kana. God was wrong. This man wasn't just going to break my heart. He was going to break it multiple times. I wondered if my heart would shatter." "Well, that's a relief," Shigure said. Hattori said, taken back. I was taken aback, too. "Well, it would have been awkward making a move on her if you liked her," Shigure explained, and I rolled my eyes. I wondered if he was being serious or if he was just trying to get Hattori jealous in order to reveal his true feelings. I didn't think there were feelings there. Shigure and Ayame had been wrong. I had been wrong. After all, he sounded so nonchalant when he said he had no romantic feelings for me. Shigure was wasting his time. "You need to leave her alone, Shigure," Hattori said with just the slightest bite to it. "You know perfectly well you're not being serious. You'll just end up hurting her. Besides, she needs to get out of the Zodiac, not get dragged deeper into it by you." "I mean, we can't get much closer than we already are," Shigure chuckled. "Have I mentioned she's been sleeping with me in bed recently?" I blushed brightly, kicking my feet in the water gently. Hattori was silent. I wondered what he was thinking about, what his face looked like. I decided to get up, moving back to the house. "Ah, Elizabeth," Shigure said cheerfully. He was smirking, his fan dangling loosely in his fingers. Hattori, on the other hand, had a stone-cold look on his face, his jaw clenched. "If you want to join the conversation, you can sit here." Shigure patted his knee. I raised an eyebrow while Hattori clenched his jaw even tighter. "You've just gotten worse after finding out I'm of age," I said with a sigh. I walked past him, ruffling his hair to make it messy, and headed into the kitchen. "What part of her abusive life don't you understand?" Hattori hissed in the other room. "You need to cease your perverted teasing with her. Do you understand?" "You're no fun, Tori-kun," Shigure whined. "Fun!" Elizabeth almost snarled. "You love to torment people, Shigure. You're here to avoid your editor. She's been tormented her entire life. You leave Elizabeth alone." Shigure chuckled lightly. "Don't worry, I'm not going to make any advances on her. I just wanted to prove that you do care about her. You can keep lying to yourself, Tori-chan, but you care about her deeply, perhaps the same way you care about Kana. I heard his feet hit the floor, and you're right. I love tormenting people. It's my qualifying trait. You don't have to sound so cheerful about it, Hattori snapped, also standing. Elizabeth, Shigure called, and I appeared out of the kitchen, curious. Yes? We should probably head back to the house, Shigure said with a smirk, folding his fan to stick it in his yukata pocket. And hopefully we'll find your editor alive, I replied coolly. What book do you want to read tonight? Shigure questioned. A smile spread over my face, even as I tried to stay mad at him. Oh, that new one you bought, the one with the zombies. It's in Japanese, so I'll need your help. Sounds good, Shigure said before turning back to Hattori. See you later. Bye, Hattori, I said cheerfully, giving him a huge smile as I made my way out of the room. Bye, Elizabeth, Hattori said softly. He ignored Shigure. Once we were back to walking, he asked, Did you hear the conversations? No, I decided not to listen, I lied softly, though immediately it was kind of hard not hearing the one when I was in the house. He cares about you, Shigure said, a slight smile on his face, but he's being stubborn. I shrugged my shoulders. God told me he would break my heart. I think I told you that once. I knew he would never admit his feelings, even if he had them. Personally, I don't think he does. He doesn't even seem like the type that could fall in love very easily, and he doesn't really know anything about me to fall in love with. Shigure put a hand on my shoulder. Unlike most times, this wasn't a perverted move. This was genuine kindness. You'll find someone, Elizabeth. Even if it's not the one you want, you'll move on, and you'll find someone who will treasure you the way you deserve. I promise. Thank you, Shigure, I said with a small smile. Sometimes, you're not always so bad. He chuckled. I'll try not to ruin that image. I am very terrible. I chuckled too. I looked up at the sky, the sun setting, as he dropped his hand and we continued to walk. Maybe one day I could get all this. I could go to college, become a doctor, heal people the way I wanted to. Maybe one day I would find a man who would love me, even if I turned into a big cat if he hugged me. Maybe one day I would find a man who could carry my burdens of the past with me and erase them without actually having to. It seemed impossible now, impossible when every new year I could be tracked. Of course, after 24 years God would be dead, but still. And maybe, just maybe I could survive all this. And if I could survive this, then I could do anything. After all, I was the tiger. Chapter 22. Saki's Fight. A couple of weeks passed, and there came a day when Arisa, Toru, and I were walking through the school hallways, when Arisa said, Elizabeth, Toru, look. She grabbed Toru's head to make her look down the hallway. Saki was standing, talking to two of the girls from the Prince Yuki fan club. I arched an eyebrow. Hanajima's chatting with Kinoshita and Yamagashi. Oh, she is! Toru exclaimed. We watched as the two girls put their hands in front of them, bowing slightly. Perhaps they become friends. I snorted. No, they want to do a school paper on our waves. Ah, so Miss Future-telling is back, Arisa said with a grin. I was starting to wonder where she had gone. Oh, well, ever since Liz-chan has started sleeping with Shigure, her sleep has been better, Toru exclaimed cheerfully, mortifying me. Arisa turned on me. What? I am not sleeping with him, I said calmly. We share the same room. He's a comforting presence. I would never do that, especially with him. Good, Arisa said, calming down immediately. I have to go over there and beat him with my metal pole. I chuckled. The girls left Saki alone, and Arisa called out, Hey, Hanajima. The three of us made our way over to her as she turned to look at us. Oh, you were watching? She questioned. They don't have a problem with you, right? Just doing waves on the paper? Arisa said, leaning an elbow on me to show I've seen it. Yes, that's right, Saki said. They asked to come over to my house for it. Why'd they want to do an article on waves, though? Arisa asked, looking at me. I shrugged a little. I'm not sure, Saki said, though I've certainly felt unpleasant waves. And you said okay, Arisa asked. Of course I did, Saki said. Of course she did, I said at the same time. I never backed down from a wave fight, she continued solemnly. Now that's what I'm talking about, Arisa said enthusiastically. I rolled my eyes at her excitement for violence. They sound so shady, I gotta get in on this. Could I come too? Yes, of course, Saki said. Toru-kun, Lizzie-kun, are you coming too? I nodded. Yeah, sounds like fun. Oh, sorry. I have to work again today, and Kisa-san and Hiro-san are coming over later, Toru said, sounding apologetic. I see. Oh well, Saki said, sounding all right, even though I knew she was feeling jealous. The bell rang and Saki turned toward the door. Let's get to class. Man, I'm excited, Orisa said, following Saki into the classroom. I saw Toru's hesitation, but didn't think anything of it. She was probably just worried about Saki getting hurt or something, but it was impossible to hurt Saki. Not physically, anyways. I had swim practice after school and headed straight for the pool after the bell rang. I quickly donned my cap and suit, slipping out of my sweats as I waited for the exercises to begin. The other girls were not as quick, taking their time leisurely as they chatted with each other. "Start the drills, Rao-san," the coach said, looking annoyed with the other girls. "Maybe they'll get a sense of punctuality if you're already starting while they get ready." I grinned to myself. The swim coach had never quite praised me so directly before. Sure, she gave me anchor, which meant fastest swimmer, but she was constantly complaining about my long hair. She always kept a pair of scissors on her, threatening to cut my hair if I swam slower at all. Not that I minded. It had sort of become a joke with the swim team now. I quickly crouched on the diving pad before launching myself into the water with a clean entrance, barely making a sound or splash. The sound of someone in the pool's swimming laps quickly drew the other girls from the locker room, and soon the pool facility was filled with girls swimming in lanes, whistles echoing off the ceiling and shouts from the two coaches as they ordered rotations. After practice was over, I pulled the swim cap from my head, the water dripping on the wet tiles. I took a quick shower, washing my hair quickly, before changing into some clothes and heading for the train station so I could take one to Saki's house. I opened the door without knocking. She knew I was coming over, so it was all right. I slipped off my shoes and left them and my bag downstairs before heading up to the staircase to her bedroom. I could already hear voices in there, so the girls were already here. "But your names?" I heard Megumi ask from behind Saki's door. "Yes, how right you are," one of the girls almost shrieked. "We'll ask and leave just like that. Yeah, we really will." So loud. "Senpai, I want to leave now," I heard one of the girls cry, and I knew that they were away from Saki and Megumi because they were closer to the door. "You mustn't. Remember why we came here." "Yeah, we have to at least find out what we came here to ask," a second voice joined in. "But not yet. Not until we ask what her weakness is, even if we get cursed." I smirked. So they had met Megumi. He was a peculiar kid, but I liked him a lot. "Hanajima-senpai, do you have a weakness?" the crying girl asked. "That's too blunt, dummy." Both of the other girls cried together angrily. "Yes, I do," Saki said calmly. There was a pause of silence before the three girls rushed over to the table, I'm assuming based on the pattern of their feet, and said, "What? What is it?" "Not a what, but a who," I thought calmly, leaning against the banister. "I see. You girls must dislike that Yuki-sama has become close to Toru-kun and Eliza-kun recently. And you want Toru-kun and Eliza-kun out of the picture. But I'm in your way. Are you afraid?" There was no answer, and she continued, "Trying to figure out my weakness is a childish way to go about it." That's cheating. You're using our waves to read our minds," one of the girls gasped. "I'm not reading your minds," Saki said calmly. "You're so obvious there's no need," Megumi said, also calmly, and I smiled again. "Liar," the same girl declared. "Stop. It's no use," the leader said. Minagawa. "If she knows, we can get straight to the point. Yes, we utterly despise those witches. I mean Toru Honda and Elizabeth Rao. Well, will you tell them for us? Tell them to keep their distance from Yuki?" "They can do whatever they want," Saki said calmly. "Actions brought on by jealousy are simply ugly." "We're not jealous, we're just mad," the younger, more crying voice said. "Yeah, who do they think they are? What do they know about Yuki-kun? It pisses me off." I opened the door leaning against the frame and said, "A lot more than you, considering I live at his house." The three girls were flabbergasted, to say the least. "That's what people call jealousy," Megumi said simply, referring back to the original statement. "And what do you people know about me or Toru?" I questioned, raising an eyebrow. "You disparage her so much. I feel sorry for her," Saki added, "and over someone as trivial as Yuki-sama." The girls were immediately furious, shaking with anger. Trivial? You dare say he's trivial? Did you hear that, you two?" Minagawa said, pointing a shaking finger at Saki. "Yes, I heard very clearly." "It's because you disparage Toru-kun and Eliza-kun," Saki continued. "You're disparaging Yuki and us," Minagawa proclaimed, still shaking. "Your sleepy-looking eyes prove you're mocking us." Saki opened her eyes and said, "My eyes are always like this." We truly like Yuki. We love him. Do you understand how much Toru Honda and your actions trample over our feelings, especially living with him? They act as if they are the only ones Yuki likes." "You mustn't assume," Megumi said, cutting me off from replying with something snarky, "that liking him gives you license to say whatever you want. You should think again if you believe you can do whatever you want just because you like him. Don't forget that forcing your intense love on someone can burden them or hurt them. Don't forget to respect their feelings and be considerate of them, or else they might end up hating you." Minamami-san, Mio-san, Motoko-san. He caught off. In about 4 seconds, the girls were racing past me, down the stairs and out the door. Saki and Megumi stood up, and the three of us walked down the stairs, standing in the front entranceway quietly. "Did I overstep?" Megumi asked quietly. I chuckled, but let Saki handle it. "No. How did you learn their names, though?" "It was easy. They said each other's names while you were making tea," Megumi said. Saki reached up, yanking out her braid, while saying, "I was actually a little jealous myself. I felt like Toru-kan was being taken by the Somas, and I felt a little lonely. But you're right. I mustn't let that make me selfish. I shouldn't be like those three, right?" I hugged her slightly. "A good example of what not to do," Megumi and I said at the same time. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Saki opened the door. "Hello?" "Hey," Arisa said, Toru under her arm. "Hana-chan?" Toru called, looking like a scared little girl. "Toru-kan?" Saki questioned. I smiled a little bit. "Ran into her at the station," Arisa explained. "Hana-chan? Where are Kinoshita-san and the others?" Toru questioned as the two of them stepped inside, letting the front door close behind them. "It's been a while, Toru-san, Arisa-san," Megumi greeted them. "Hey," Arisa greeted him. "Oh yes," Toru said excitedly. "It has been a while, Megumi-san," Toru said, prancing over to him. Arisa leaned close into Saki and said, "She got permission to go in later to work. Sounds like she was worried about you." I watched Saki's face soften as she turned to look upon Toru and Megumi. "Everybody already left," he was explaining. "Oh, was there any trouble?" "No, it was fine," Megumi and I said together. "Oh, they left already," Arisa groaned. I smirked at her. You should have seen their faces when I said I was living with Prince Yuki. Priceless. Arisa chuckled. "I definitely would have paid to see that. Megumi, did they pick a fight with you?" "No, it was fine," Megumi said. "Toru-kun needs to go to work," Saki finally said. "Want to escort her with us, Megumi?" "Yeah." "We'll all go together," Arisa said cheerfully. My heart pounds as I'm surrounded by older women. Megumi deadpanned. "You act nothing like a middle schooler," Saki said, while Arisa and I chuckled at his words. The next day at school, the three of us were walking through the halls when we came upon the three that had been at Saki's house. Arisa was missing at the moment, probably running late. They all had deep bags underneath their eyes, their shoulders slumped like they hadn't gotten any sleep, or maybe they'd had nightmares. "Ah," Saki said, scaring them shitless as they hadn't seen us coming up on them. "Hello." "Hello," Toru said, bowing. "Hello," I said, smirking slightly. "Hello," Minagawa said stiffly, a slight tremor to her voice. Then she calmed down and said fiercely, "We may have blundered and run off yesterday, but Prince Yuki will never yield to your group." "Huh?" Toru questioned. I snorted. "I ate breakfast with him this morning. I'm a few steps ahead of you." "Do as you like," Saki deadpanned. As they humped and attempted to walk past us, Saki said, "Oh, the curse takes effect after 3 days." I smirked, knowing she was most likely just playing with them. Hanajima-san? You mean the curse really? Well, you'll find out in 3 days, Saki said without turning back to look at them. She then tilted her head to look at Toru and I. "Let's go." We started to walk, and Minagawa called after us, "Demon Queen! You truly are a Demon Queen through and through." We ignored her and kept walking. Once we were out of earshot, I asked, "Did Megumi really curse them, or were you just trying to scare them?" Saki looked at me and asked, "Did you really have breakfast with Yuki, or were you just trying to goad them?" "Touché," I muttered. Chapter 23. A Secret Revealed. The bell rang, announcing the end of the school day. "Your final score should be posted," Sensei Mayu said, leaning against her desk at the front of the class. "Those with a failing score in any subject will have make-up exams on Sunday." There was a collective groan from the students, and Mayu snapped, "I don't want to hear it. You should be thankful to your teachers for giving you the weekend to give you another chance." "That's right," Arisa said, leaning back in her seat. "Don't fail if you don't want to do make-ups." I chuckled, feeling good-natured as I had passed all of my own exams. Although I did feel like the flu was coming on me. That wasn't a good thing. I rubbed my forehead, willing the headache to go away. The class started moving around as we were dismissed. Arisa, Saki, and I met at Toru's desk, where she was sitting in an almost literal cloud of gloom. "Toru, did you fail some?" Arisa asked gently. She gave a single nod. "How many?" She held up one finger. Arisa went from anime crying to be rather happy, cheerful, scoffing. "What? Just one, that's okay. Nothing to be bummed out about." Saki put a hand on her shoulder and said, "That's right, Toru-kun. It's a trifle to me, who failed all subjects." I raised an eyebrow. Shouldn't you be more concerned? You should get more bummed out, Orisa agreed. Isn't this the first time you failed a test, Toru? The prince didn't tutor you this time around? Actually, he did, Toru said hesitantly. Honda-san? Speak of the devil. Do you have makeups? Yuki asked as he walked up to where the rest of us were standing around. Toru screamed a little, spinning out of her seat to kneel near the wall. Raoul-san, a word? Mayu called at the front of the class. Excuse me, Yuki, I said, quickly slipping past him. Yes, Mayu-sensei? I heard you're working at a bookstore now, Mayu-sensei asked. Ah, yes, I said. I can't wait. I can't work my parents' store because of the makeups, and my parents aren't able to either. Would you be interested? It's only a few hours tonight, she asked, and we'll pay you, of course. Ah, yes, I would love to, thank you, I said cheerfully. She handed me a piece of paper that said Shiraki Books. That's the address. What time? I have tennis practice for an hour after school, I said hesitantly. Don't worry, it's only for 5 to 7:30. My mother should be back to close at the store, Mayu-sensei said. I'll be there, I said, bowing slightly. Thank you. I quickly headed to tennis practice, feeling excited. It wasn't every day that your teacher trusted you to do something so big as help her parents' store, even if it was only for 2.5 hours. I was quick to shower and get dressed in my uniform before quickly arriving at the bookstore at 4:45. Her mother was just rushing out the door, thanking me for stepping in. Any time, I said. The bookstore was small and quaint, boxes of books stacked, unopened and unshelved. I got to work quickly, taking out a box cutter, opening it up before taking out the books. The shelving system was first by genre, then by author. Figuring out the genre was a little difficult, and I wished I had Yuki or Shigure here to help me read some of this. However, I compared the words in the books, writing myself a list to help me categorize the books. Once I had the system down, I emptied box after box onto the shelves. There was only one customer over the entire period. When her mother got back, she gasped, and I froze, thinking I had done something wrong. This is wonderful, she exclaimed, looking at the stack of empty boxes lying flat. Oh, you've worked so hard. Thank you. I smiled, hoping she'd lower her voice. My head was really starting to hurt. I actually thought I might be legitimately sick. I'd have to go to the tent tonight if this didn't clear up. I would probably turn into a tiger if I kept going. Maybe I should have skipped out on tennis practice. It was my pleasure, I said easily, wondering if she could literally see my forehead throbbing with pain. Let me see, the older woman said, pulling out the money. Oh, I said, blushing. No, it's all right. You don't have to pay me. It was just a favor from my teacher. Nonsense. You work so hard. The older woman scoffed, handing me 1,200 yen. Well, thank you, I said, tucking the money away into my school bag. If you ever need help again, let Mayuko-sensei know. I'll be glad to. Thank you, Raoul-san, the woman said kindly before I left through the front door. I breathed in the fresh air. Despite the coming summer, I felt a little colder today. Damn, it really just wasn't my night. I stumbled along trying to keep my head down against the wind. It wasn't really the night that was cold, but the wind factor. Just get home, I thought anxiously. Shigure's probably worried anyways when you didn't come home from tennis practice like you were supposed to. Luckily, Shiraki Books wasn't all that far away from Shigure's house. However, I noticed a familiar car parked across the street. Please tell me Shigure didn't call Hattori when I didn't come home right that way, I begged in my head. That would be the worst thing. I really hoped Shigure had called him over for another reason, or maybe Hattori had come over himself. I stared up at the couple hundred steps that I needed to go up in order to get to the house. Suddenly I swayed, my vision dizzy and blurry. I placed my hands flat on my knees, trying to steady myself. Not good at all. I took the steps slowly, a few at a time, wishing I had something to drink or eat. Why was I suddenly so sick? I had been getting enough sleep lately, and I was eating properly. Was it just because I was working so hard at the sports? Surely that couldn't be it, right? Just 50 more steps. 50! I was going to be sick. 20. I really wasn't sure I was going to make it. 10. I stumbled to my knees, dropping my bag. I think I might have blacked out. Hattori, POV. Shigure was pacing the living room. It was unusual. Normally he would be sitting down, reading his newspaper. Well, actually, he had done that already while asking me what I wanted Toru to cook for me in return for helping her out as she was sick. But now he was on his feet, looking out the door every few minutes like it would make Elizabeth appear any faster. Of course, there was a pit in my stomach, too. I really cared for the girl. I could only imagine what was happening now. Had she run into any guys? Maybe even the same guys that had hurt her last time. The more Shigure paced, the more a knot in my stomach tightened. Kyo and Momiji's bickering in the kitchen sounded like background noise. What time was her tennis practice supposed to end? I asked calmly. Shigure sat back down at the table, tapping his fingers on a book on the table. 4:30, he answered with a frown. She should be back by now. Yuki entered the living room at that moment. Yuki, have you seen Elizabeth? Shigure asked. No, Yuki said, frowning slightly. Mayuko-sensei called her over at the end of the school today. I think she might have sent her on an errand of some sort. Mayu? Shigure asked in interest. My interest was piqued as well. Suddenly, Kyo let out a yell. Keisa, come here! Yuki, Momiji, Shigure, and I got up quickly, moving to the front of the house. Kyo had leapt back, and so did Yuki and Momiji, as a tiger lay a few feet away from the door. I froze, wondering how in the world Keisa had called such a large animal to her. Keisa came down the stairs. I don't suppose you called for one? Yuki asked hesitantly. No, Keisa said, amber eyes round. Then what in the world was a tiger doing here? Shigure chuckled suddenly, walking forward. Are you crazy? Kyo asked aloud, echoing my thoughts. Shigure knelt by the tiger's side, putting a hand to its head. Not at all. Actually, everything makes sense now. And then there was an orange poof, and Elizabeth lay there, naked and unconscious. Shigure lifted her up in his arms, tilting her body in towards him. She was hugging her without transforming. The only one I ever saw tortured was the tiger. She never shut up, and she always paid for it. Maybe that's why I stopped talking. The tiger is a coward. I hate the tiger. Everything did make sense now. The reason for running. The year of the tiger was a few years back. Of course she ran instead of being killed. That's why her god wanted her back so much. She was a part of the Zodiac. I quickly followed Shigure into the living room, where he laid her down on a cot, pulling a blanket over her. Elizabeth? He asked gently. Her eyes fluttered open, a brown glassy for the moment. Shigure, how are you feeling? He asked. She sat up suddenly, the blanket falling from her until she realized she was naked underneath. She snatched it up, wrapping it around her. Her cheeks burned red, embarrassment and horror written on her face. You're the tiger, Shigure said softly. She flinched. I'm sorry. It's all right, Shigure said with unusual kindness. You're safe here. I didn't want anyone to know. The tiger is not supposed to be so cowardly as to run away, and I wanted a normal life. I just wanted... She dissolved into tears, her head falling onto his shoulder, and the surge of jealousy that swept through me was nauseating. I knelt, rummaging in my bag, pulling out a thermometer. Will you let me take your temperature? I asked softly. She opened her mouth slightly, allowing me to slide the instrument between our lips. Her watery eyes caught mine, and my heart leapt, but spectacularly. I was doomed. I was totally, completely in love with her. But now I most definitely couldn't act on my feelings. She had tried so hard to escape, and she was still here, still part of it. I pulled the instrument from her mouth as it started to beep, cold, just like Toru. Did you bring extra medicine? Shigure asked quickly. Indeed, I always come prepared, I said, reaching into my bag for the second needle. Are you all right with this? Elizabeth eyed the needle warily, her entire body quivering, and she closed her eyes. Sure. Her hands tightened around Shigure's arm so much she flinched. I eased the needle into a soft spot near the elbow, heart clenching as she whimpered, not in pain, in fear. What else had they done to her that she had not said? I was quick to bandage her arm. Shigure got up, leaving the room to corral the others. Elizabeth avoided my gaze, eyes burning a hole into the floor. Elizabeth? She looked up at me, eyes brimming with tears. I wanted to hold her face in my hands and kiss her tears away. I wanted to hold her until she had no more tears left. I quickly restrained myself. Why did you get back so late? Tennis practice, and then Mayuko-sensei asked me to run her bookshop for a couple of hours. And then I was feeling really sick, so it took me a long time to get home. I didn't want to risk turning out on the streets, so I had to move slowly so as not to make myself sicker with speed, she whispered. I reached out hesitantly, taking one of her hands. Her fingers were immediately tracing the lines on my palm without even thinking about it. I wondered just how much of what she had told me about her past was true, what was false, what was just a little fudged to fit her narrative. So the tiger sees the future? I questioned softly. Yes, because I'm so wise. Her reply was bitter. I'm sorry, I whispered. She blinked away her tears and said, I got lucky. Bunny did not. The girl that she cared for, the one she protected even before herself, probably the reason why she ended up being punished, tortured. You know, I talked to Aya and I told him I was thinking about going back to the island. My breath caught in my throat, my brain went my numb, my sight almost blind. My heart seemed to stop in my chest. Go back? I didn't think I had stuttered in years. Why would you do that? Not to stay, she whispered, and I realized she was partly delirious. For Bunny. To bring her back, I could save her. Her head fell forward onto my shoulder. I forgot everything, pulling her into a hug. You're warm, Hatori. Hold. You don't want to be cold, she whispered before falling asleep in my arms. I should let her go. Lay her down on the blankets, especially as she wasn't wearing any clothes. But I couldn't. My arms didn't want to seem to let her go. I wanted to keep her here, keep her safe, right in my arms. There was no safer place than my arms. I knew it. Shigure's voice was soft, and I looked up to see him leaning against the door, a pink yukata in his hands for her. I looked away, carefully laying her back down on the bed. She fell into me. I was simply making sure she didn't fall over and injure herself. Shigure said, kneeling next to her. Unfolding the yukata, he pulled the sheet back, revealing her to the both of us. I averted my eyes as he slipped the robe around her, covering her and tying it slightly. She's even got the kind of body you'd like, Hassan. I clenched my teeth, taking advantage of her sleeping. You're too easy to goad when it comes to her, Shigure sighed. I closed my eyes, wishing to knock him into space. Go to bed, Shigure. He chuckled. As you wish. He brushed her brown hair back from her face, standing, and then paused. You know, I must say I am a bit surprised. Why? I guess I assumed that she would be a monkey or a horse, maybe even a dog. You know, the way her hair and color and eyes are. She looks nothing like Kisa, but maybe their Zodiac doesn't work that way. With that thought, he went into his room, shutting the door gently behind him. I stared at her sleeping form. I sighed, laying down too, staring up at the ceiling. Her breathing was even. Hatori-san, Yuki's voice said from the living room entrance. I sat up, turning to face him. Yuki, what is it? Is she all right? Yuki asked uncertainly. Yes, she is. I'm sure she'll tell you everything when she's better, but she needs rest, I replied. Of course, Yuki whispered before turning and going. I sighed, laying back down. 2 days later, there was a knock at my door. I got to my feet, moving to the door and opening it. Elizabeth stood there, hands deep in her pockets, looking extremely uncomfortable. Elizabeth, I need to talk to you, she muttered. I stepped aside, letting her come in. She discarded her shoes, padding after me into the sitting area. Do you want something to drink? No, she muttered. I sat down on the couch, and she stood there awkwardly, looking perplexed. I waited patiently, knowing that what she needed was time, lots of it. She swallowed hard and then said, I never meant to lie to you. I just wanted something normal. I know, I replied gently. How much of it was a lie? She sat down gingerly in a chair across from me, resting her elbows on her knees, staring at her feet. When she spoke, her voice was clear enough that I could hear every word. I was born in the village, and that isn't supposed to happen. Zodiac members almost always come from the inside. Either 2 Zodiac members have one, or one of the inside families does, but never the captives. She traced patterns on the back of her right hand with her left. My mother was supposed to give birth to triplets, but because of being born 2 months early, well, as God likes to remind me, I killed them, and for that my parents hated me. But I was their bargaining chip for being brought inside, and it worked. They were brought inside. The Zodiac, they are royalty, and they gave birth to a tiger princess, another rarity. The tigers usually birth to males. The softer, more gentle creatures are for the females. So to be both outside and a tiger was even more offsetting than anything else. My parents had not named me, rather calling me hurtful slanders that I didn't understand. God was the one who Christianed me, Elizabeth. She fell silent and then said, I want you to go in. Pardon? I questioned. She got up, moving to sit beside me on the couch. I want you to see. I cannot explain everything, so please, just look. This was exactly what she had feared from me from the start. Now she wanted me to willingly go in. Are you sure? I trust you, she whispered. I put a hand to her forehead and she closed her eyes. I started slowly, seeing her younger years, her father's abusive hand and her mother's abusive words. Bunny was in her mind too, a younger girl with Chinese features, Elizabeth constantly standing in front of her, protecting her. I watched as she grew older, the way that Dragon's eyes were always on her, how God was constantly locking her in her cage. It was a small thing, big when she was young, tiny when she had grown. The fire was blue, dancing around her inches from her head tucked into her knees. Her hair was black in this, a curtain draped around her, a protective something. Needles were constantly being stabbed into her, none too gently, to draw her blood, find an anomaly, a reason as to why the tiger was born on the outside. Her skin was often bruised from needle marks. Her first banquet to be celebrated as a tiger. She was gifted a blue dress, and she wore it, spinning around happily. The banquet made her look loved, made them all look loved by each other. And then the girls were lined up, being chosen. Dragon, Cow, and Snake stood to the side, their eyes on her, and so she was theirs. I wanted to pull out of her head as it moved on to more mature scenes, of her dress being ripped into shreds, and her hands on her body. It made me sick. It made me want to track them down and kill them. Elizabeth leaned back from my hand. On my first day of school, I met Toru almost immediately, and that was when I discovered I couldn't talk. Later when I was set free, God's words were in my head, saying that I wouldn't be able to talk until I met the person that would break my heart. God said he'd break my heart. At the culture festival, I questioned. She blushed. It's all right, Hattori. It's not like you can help who you like and don't like. You don't have to worry about my feelings in that regard. I had royally screwed up. I should have told her back at the lake house. Instead, I said I would push her aside. I wondered if she'd heard. I thought I was doing the right thing. Instead, I might have broken her heart right then and there. Ugh, and then I had said there was nothing romantic for her when she had come over the other day with Shigure. Idiot. Hattori, it's fine, she said with a small smile. I know you like someone else, so it's okay. Besides, you deserve someone whole. I'm too broken, and I know that. I'm not who you would choose, and I'm alright with that. I've come to terms with it. And maybe it hurt a little bit, but now I'm okay. She placed a finger on my lips, and I quieted. Though her words sounded fine, and her smile was saying she was okay, her eyes were sad. I knew this was hurting her even more. She stood, her fingers still on my lips. Goodbye, Hattori, and thank you. She brushed her lips against my cheek and walked out of the room, leaving me stunned. I raised a hand to my cheek, touching it. My feet were lead. I should go after her. I heard the door quietly close. I stumbled to my feet, almost falling on my face, and then sighed. Maybe this was for the best. Maybe it would be better to let her go. But where was she going? Surely she wasn't going back to the island, was she? I might never see her again. I sincerely hoped that wasn't the case. Elizabeth, POV. My heart screamed at me as I walked through the Soma estate towards the exit. Had I said exactly what would convince him I was okay? I didn't want to lose him as a friend, and if I made it seem like I wasn't okay with him not returning my feelings, then he might not want to see me at all. I hoped he still wanted to be friends. I hurried up the stairs, hearing Kyo and Kagura's loud voices near the top. I sprinted up the last couple of steps before coming to a stop. They were still standing near the top of the stairs, grocery bag in Kagura's hands. Toru and Yuki were standing near the side of the building, looking at the man that stood in front of Shigure's front doors, an umbrella in his hand. He had long brown hair, tied back in a ponytail, and was wearing a navy blue yukata. He wore white socks with his sandals, a fad I still could not fathom, and he stood tall and proud. You look well, Kyo, the man said, lifting his head a little. Master? Kyo said softly. Master? Chapter 24. The Cat's Secret. I'm glad to see you well, Kazuma Dono, Shigure said. He and the man he was calling Kazuma were facing each other, situated on their knees in front of the open door. I'm delighted to hear your work is so successful, Shigure-kun. Kazuma replied kindly. Shigure chuckled. It's going okay. Toru served tea, to which the man turned and said, Thank you very much. It's nothing, Toru replied. Kyo was sulking in the room, his back to the wardrobe. I was very surprised, as I had come to understand that his master was someone he highly respected and enjoyed the company of. Sensei, Kagura greeted, sitting on the other side of the table. It's nice to see you after so long. Yes, and you. It's been a while, Kagura. Sensei, it's good to see you, Yuki said from the open door, scratching his arm awkwardly. The man seemed highly respected, even by Shigure, and that was saying a lot. Who was he exactly? Well, look how tall you are. You've grown, Yuki, Kazumo-san said. Toru-kun, Elizabeth, this is Kazuma Soma, Shigure said. He's Kyo-kun's master, as well as the instructor who taught Yuki, Kagura, Ha-kun, and the others martial arts. Oh, I see, Toru said. May I call you Toru-san? Kazuma-san asked, turning to face Toru first. Oh, yes, she exclaimed. Pleased to meet you. I'm Toru Honda. I've heard much about you, he replied. And you, he said, turning to me. Elizabeth Rao, I said softly, wondering if he knew that I was a Zodiac spirit from another family. But I just go by Elizabeth. We never used endings where I'm from. He nodded. Pleased to meet you." He turned back to Toru slightly and said, "I hear that you know about the Zodiac spirits." "Ah, yes," Toru exclaimed. "I saw Kyo cover his bracelet where he sat." "I see." "Kyo-kun, why don't you get out of the corner and greet him?" Shigure asked. "You haven't seen him since your mountain seclusion, right? Aren't you happy to see him again?" Kyo stood up quickly. He stopped short, glaring at Yuki, before scoffing and storming from the room, Toru calling after him. "Which room belongs to Kyo?" Kazuma asked, standing. "It's upstairs to the right," Toru and I said together. "I can take you," Toru added. "No, thank you. I can find it," he said, moving slowly out of the room. Once he had gone, Shigure and Kagura burst into quiet giggles, and I sat myself down next to Shigure. "That's so like him," Shigure said. "Right?" Kagura asked. "What do you mean?" Toru asked curiously. "You see, Kyo-kun is actually really happy to see him, but he doesn't want to show us that, especially not Yon-chan," Kagura explained, while Yuki scratched the back of his head. "How was your talk with Hattori?" Shigure asked quietly as Kagura and Toru continued to talk. I shrugged. "I don't know. It was very quick. He seemed sad. But I told him he didn't have to worry about not loving me and that I was all right with it." There was a peculiar look in Shigure's eyes that I didn't understand. "Is that so?" "Yes," I said. "I hope we're still friends, though." "I'm sure you will be," Shigure said thoughtfully. "Did you tell him everything you told me?" "Word for word," I whispered, or close to it anyways. "And I let him in my head to see my memories. It was easier than telling him anyways." "You really trust him," Shigure stated. "I do. I trust all of you. The ones I've met, anyways," I whispered. "With my life, even. And Hattori swore to me that he would never hurt me. I will trust him in that forever." Shigure and I slowly moved out of that conversation until after dinner when he and Kazuma went upstairs to talk or something. I helped Toru with the dishes, while Kagura went upstairs to find out where his futon would be laid out. She was up there for far longer than I thought she would be. When she came down, her face was downcast before she quickly fixed it in front of us. She didn't have an answer for the futon, meaning that she had overheard something between the two men that she didn't like. I wish I'd listened in now. Would there ever be a day without excitement? Yuki took up talking to me, asking me about being the tiger. Though I had told him, Kyo, Toru, and Shigure the entire story the morning after Toru and I healed from our colds, he was still curious about a lot of things. There is a difference, after all, of being told other Zodiacs exist and then actually meeting another Zodiac. "Your hair is not amber," Yuki stated. "I dyed it brown when I arrived in Japan," I responded, not mentioning the eyes. "I thought changing my appearance would help distance myself even further from the island." "What was it originally?" "Black, to match my stripes," I responded. Yuki stared at me for a moment and then said, "I bet you looked beautiful with black hair." I blushed. "Maybe one day you'll see me like that." Hattori's hair was black. Would he like— No. Stop. You made your decision. Do not think of him like that anymore. You're done. The rest of them dispersed to bed, and I made my way to the roof. It was going to rain, and I knew I was going to catch another cold, but I wanted to know everything that was going to happen tonight. Besides, it would mean Hattori would have to come over and take care of me. No, wait, can't think like that. "Master, couldn't we have talked inside?" I heard Kyo's voice below me, on the ground. "You know I feel lousy on days like this." "My grandfather was the same," Kazuma responded. So his grandfather had been the original cat. I wondered what happened to him or where he had been. The cat was not loved in this Zodiac like mine. I heard he was often ill on rainy days, because of the cat spirit, or because your true form spirit hates the rain. This true form stuff, we never saw our cat's form before our god promised us it was sight worse than death. We'd been threatened with it before, and it kept us from stepping out of line. All the while the cat wore that stupid smirk on his face. It's about time you fully accept your true form, or you won't be able to move forward. I do accept it! It started to sprinkle very lightly, most of the drops missing me. I accept that. Being born with the cat spirit meant my life was already over. Were they going to kill him at a certain age? That didn't seem like this Zodiac style. And that it's the rats. It's his fault. That he was the cause of all this. You haven't changed. Do you plan to keep on living this way? Plugging your ears, closing your eyes, concealing everything beneath your hatred for Yuki. The rain was coming down just a little harder, drops rolling down my face. I could sense Yuki in his room, Kagura in Toru's room, and Shigure in his office. They were all listening. Is that the only way you can sustain yourself? And then you plan to die like this, all alone, like my grandfather. You said you hate this place, but that's not true. You're simply trying to run away. There was a snapping sound like he had grabbed Kyo's wrist. Kyo gasped, perhaps in shock, maybe fear. The rain had soaked through my shirt now. My hair was plastered to my face, but I did not move. You realize that the warmth from this lukewarm bath comforts you. However, the truth is that you don't want your true form to be discovered. You're scared of what you'll lose if it's found out. You're just trying to run away from this uncertain situation. No, and therefore I'll take away your option to run, and we will learn whether or not you will lose what you've found." My heart was pounding in my throat, which was dry. My nerves were tingling, something telling me to run. "Kyo, let's find out if your life is truly over." I heard Kyo gasp, heard the sound of rain hitting an umbrella. I finally leaned over, observing the scene from the roof. Kyo's wrist in the grasp of Kazuma, Toru standing behind Kyo, a pink umbrella over her head. Then Kazuma's hand was over Kyo's eyes, the other hand sliding off the red and white bracelet. The beads hit the ground. Kyo screamed, "Don't look," and Toru's umbrella took to the skies. His eyes grew larger, turning completely orange while his body started to sizzle and hiss. He grabbed at his back before his red shirt tore, his hands landing on the ground before they turned into huge brown paws. His entire body was brown, thin, made of muscle, and a monster with Kyo's face. My heart beat faster, feeling the danger of the creature, before Kyo's head disappeared with the veins, becoming a full-fledged monster wearing Kyo's pants. But it had antennae that looked like bunny ears. Weren't we all monsters? Creatures in the story tales of humans turning into animals? We were all monsters in a cage. The rotten smell filled my nose, but it was not worse than my own flesh burning. No, the smell of my own monstrous self was worse. "Kyo-kun?" Toru questioned softly. Suddenly Kyo leapt straight into the air, landing on the roof. I rolled out of the way in time as he sprung off the roof, grabbing the edge of the roof to keep from falling on my back. Neither Toru nor Kazuma even noticed, both still looking at the spot where Kyo had transformed. Yuki, on the other hand, opened his window, reaching out to pull me in. "Are you all right?" he asked quietly. "Yes," I whispered, pushing my hair out of the face. I pushed past Yuki with a quick thank you, running down the stairs and out the door. Toru had already left, her figure running off in the distance after Kyo. I narrowed my eyes. Good, she was going after him. Kazuma looked at me, holding the bracelet in his hands. I marched up to him, wrapping my arms around him. I became a full-fledged tiger within an instant and then raced off after Toru. I caught up to her easily, growling. She jumped. I lowered myself. She widened her eyes and then climbed on my back. I took off through the forest with lightning speed, tracking Kyo's movements through the forest. I heard the sound of a mountain slide and charged forwards, coming to a stop at the edge of the woods. Toru scrambled off my back to look at Kyo, who was sitting on a mound of earth, probably the same that he had just made crumble. She had gotten off just in time as I reappeared in my naked human form in a puff of orange. I wrapped my arms around my chest, feeling the rain slick down my back and chest. I wiped my hair out of my face. Kyo had whipped his head towards us, teeth bared. "Kyo-kun," Toru said softly, not paying any attention to me. I did not mind. This was more important. This was imperative. This was the tip of the blade, and we were going to fall off one side or the other. "Stay away!" Even this form could speak. "Why? Why the hell are you following me like nothing's the matter?" "Kyo-kun, I said stay away! What's wrong with you? Are you blind? Can't you smell? We both know I'm creepy and sickening. Why can't you just leave me alone?" He crouched onto all fours, head bent as Toru climbed up the pile to be next to him. "I don't need any of your pity." "Come on, Toru," I whispered to myself. "You can free him." "Kyo-kun, but I..." She raised a hesitant hand, and suddenly Kyo turned, throwing her off the pile of earth. I gasped. "Don't touch me! Get lost!" he growled. She landed headfirst into the water, and I rushed forward, forgetting that I was completely naked. I'm sure Kyo had better things to worry about at the moment. Toru burst out of the water on all fours before I could reach it. "You're annoying. I want you out of my sight. Next time I'll cut your face up. Get lost." He turned around, sitting down with his back to the water. Toru's hand touched her bleeding shoulder. I hesitated near the edge, watching. Toru stood up. She turned. I closed my eyes in disappointment. She started to walk through the water away from me. I watched as Kyo put his head in his hands. I knew he was just trying to chase her away. Suddenly Kyo cried out, falling on his face. "Stop it! Don't force that love on me. I don't need it. Don't need it." Toru had paused in the water. She turned, a determined look on her face, and I smiled. Even as she tripped over her own feet, she rushed through the water, climbing up the pile of earth to hug one of his legs. "Let's go home. We have to go," Toru said shakily. "Back home," she said fiercely. "Stop. Let go. No. Don't you get it? No, I don't get it." She was almost screaming at him. "Let go of me." He raised his arm, bringing her down to the ground again, but she didn't let go. "I'm scared. Right now, even though I hear your voice, it doesn't sound like you," Toru said, trying to get herself back up without letting go of him. "You're in a form I've never seen, and it scares me." But from now on I want to understand. Just like you listen to me when I'm discouraged. From now on I want you to share with me when you are. I want you to tell me when you're hurting or scared or feeling weak, and let me worry about you. Because I want to keep living together. To eat, study, and worry. All those things. I want to continue to live life with you. Toru sobbed her heart out as she said those things, and her words brought emotions alive in me, tears falling down my own face as I crouched on the shore, arms wrapped around my body. Kyo was suddenly human, and he said, it would have been fine if she didn't love all of me, or if she was scared of me. Being scared would have meant she was looking at the ugly part of me. But Mom used love to avoid looking at me. She avoided thinking about it. I wanted her to think it through with me, to worry with me, to say she wanted to live life with me. And he slowly leaned into Toru for a hug, tears falling down his cheeks. I smiled as he became a cat in her arms. The sun slowly spread out, shining as Toru held the orange cat. Kazuma was still there, standing with his beads in his hands as Toru and I came around the side of the house. Yuki ran out, draping a yukata over my shoulders, brushing my wet hair back from my face. Come inside so you don't get sick. He quickly led me inside, and Hattori was already there, waiting with Shigure. Welcome back, Elizabeth, Shigure said with a smile. I returned the smile, even as the cold came on, the water still dripping down my face and body. Hattori quickly made me sit down, warming me and getting the needle for the medicine, while ordering Yuki to go and run me a hot bath. I was home. Chapter 25. A New Beginning. The next morning I was much better. I had even pulled Kazuma-san aside and asked if I might learn to defend myself at his dojo. He agreed to it, saying there was a class I could join and that I was always welcome. After him and Toru left, I sat next to Shigure, reading the paper with him. Hattori had stayed the night and was sitting on the opposite end of the table with a coffee mug. He seemed lost in his head, staring at us blankly, but more looking through us, and neither of us said anything, knowing his mind wasn't here. I wondered where he was. Maybe Kana, maybe Akito, maybe the new person that he liked who I didn't know yet. Or maybe he wasn't a person at all. Maybe he was thinking of last night's events, with Toru accepting Kyo's true form. At that moment, loud footsteps thundered down the hallway, and Kyo threw the door open. None of us even reacted, except for Shigure, who said, "Why, good morning." "Master, where's Master?" he questioned. "He went home," Shigure said simply. "Huh?" Kyo asked, looking from Hattori to Shigure to me, as though he was joking. "Toru-san is walking him back," Hattori said. "What the heck?" Kyo questioned before he ran down the hallway. Shigure looked up for only a second to look at Yuki, who was sitting outside the door, his back to us. I nudged Shigure and pointed to one of the words on the paper. "Cynophobia, fear of dogs," Shigure said, and then chuckled. "Well, you don't have that fear." I smiled but said nothing, continuing to read the article. "I thought newspapers were supposed to be simple," I said, frustration obvious in my voice. "Well, occasionally they throw in a word or two to complicate things," Shigure said. "I thought you learned Japanese on the island." "We did, basic words," I mumbled. "English was more, though, but we don't really learn anything of importance. The average lifespan is 13 years, after all." "How's school, then?" Shigure said. "Better. Yuki helps a lot," I said quietly, but Yuki didn't respond a bit. I was very certain that he was thinking about last night. I sneezed twice and then shuddered. "Still cold?" Shigure asked. "It's all right," I murmured. "It's my fault anyways." "Still," Hattori finally spoke up, "you should keep yourself healthy." "I'll try," I said, flashing him a smile. I grew distracted as I thought about last night. Toru's speech had invoked things in me, things that were not necessarily buried, but forbidden. I hesitated, and Shigure asked, "What's on your mind?" "There were certain thoughts that kept occupying my mind last night," I said slowly, and saw Yuki's head tilt ever so slightly in my direction. Shigure looked away from the paper. "Oh?" "There is someone very important to me on the island," I said. My voice sounded like it was begging already. I needed him to understand. I can't stay here knowing that she's still there. She was always mine to protect, so I've decided to go back. She is the closest thing to family I had. "You could stay here," Shigure said. "I'll never forgive myself if I don't try," I murmured thoughtfully. "It won't be right away. I'm thinking around New Year's. He's going to send out all the dangerous ones away from the island to get me. So it'll be the perfect time to sneak onto the island to get her out." "Are you sure?" Hattori asked. "Yes," I said. "And you'll be going alone?" Shigure asked. "Yes," I said. "Of course I will. I would never endanger anyone else with this. Besides, she's mine. Hattori opened his mouth, his fingers on the rim of the coffee cup, when the phone rang. I picked it up. "Hello, Elizabeth." Aya's voice on the other side of the phone was so loud that Shigure, Hattori, and probably Yuki could hear it as I pulled the phone away from my ear. "Hi, Aya," I said cheerfully. "What's up?" "I finished. Do you want to come over today and try it on?" His cheerful voice said. "I think it's well if I do say so myself." Yeah," I said. "I would love to come up. I would have to come after school, though." "I'll pick you up," his cheerful voice said. "No, you will not," Hattori said in a plain voice. "No, you will not," Yuki said furiously, breaking his rhythm of staying quiet. "Sounds like fun," Shigure said with a chuckle, and then glanced between Hattori and Yuki. "Don't worry, I'll be there," I said, getting up from the table and hanging up. I went upstairs, getting into my school uniform, staring at myself in the mirror. I tried envisioning myself going to school with vibrant, fiery orange eyes and dark midnight black hair. I couldn't. This fit better, this brown hair and brown eyes. I thought of Bunny, how adorable she would look in her school uniform. She would fit right in. I headed back downstairs with everything. Hattori was getting ready to leave, talking quietly with Shigure. "Let me know if the cold gets worse," he said over his shoulder to me. I caught his hand, pressing money into it. "You need to stop treating me for free, especially when it's every other day." "Absolutely not," Hattori said, trying to give the money back. "Aw, you two are so cute," Shigure teased, and we both dropped our hands immediately, turning away from each other. Hattori stuffed the yen in his pocket, sighing. "This is the last time you pay me." "No promises," I chirped as Toru and Kyo came in the door. Yuki had disappeared upstairs. "Good morning, Hattori-san," Toru said cheerfully. Hattori smiled at her, nodding to Kyo, and then left. Toru and I quickly got to making breakfast. Once everything was set, we sat around the table. Yuki had still not come downstairs yet, but the rest of us were eating heartily. Shigure was talking about Kyo taking lessons at Kazuma's dojo. "Morning," Yuki said as she came into the eating room. He was dressed in his school uniform as well. "Good morning, Yuki-kun," Toru greeted him excitedly. "Morning, Yuki," I said. "Morning," Shigure said, for once his face not in his newspaper. "Breakfast is ready," Toru said, although I thought it might be just a mite obvious from the food on the table and that we were all eating. Yuki sat down next to me, giving me a warm smile. Thanks." He and Kyo went to reach for the same pumpkin roll, and their chopsticks clashed. They both stared at the touching chopsticks for a moment before they glared hatefully at each other. I could almost feel electric sparks flashing between each other's eyes. Yuki got up, tossing his sticks hatefully into the garbage. "You're tossing them?" Kyo shouted, shoulders bristling, cat ears popping up. "Idiocy might be contagious," Yuki said simply. I started to giggle. Kyo smarted but looked away, smiling forcefully, still shaking. "Whatever, you snide rat. I'm not going to let you get to me anymore. I'm going to change." I wondered how long that was going to last. Yuki sat back down with a fresh pair of chopsticks, a smirk on his face as he said, "Sure, go for it. Stupid cat." There was a silence around the entire table until Kyo erupted. "You girly boy!" He can't do it, I thought, and it looked like Shigure and Yuki were in line with my thoughts. "You freaking piss me off! I'll hate you until the day I die!" "Kyo-kun?" Toru said nervously. He punched through the door, his red book bag in his hand. "You moron!" He slung the bag over his shoulder, walking calmly out of the house. I sighed, reaching for one of the pumpkin rolls. They really were delicious, with a sort of cream cheese frosting inside the roll and powdered sugar on top of them. Sheesh, he just thought to hell with it, huh? Shigure groaned, waves of depression rolling off of him at the sight of his, once again, broken door. Yes, but at least he didn't start brawling," Toru said. "Very true, he did not try to hit Yuki, nor had he tried throwing the table at him. That would have been disastrous, as all the pumpkin rolls would have gone to waste." "Right back at you," Yuki whispered. "I'll hate you even after you die." I pursed my lips and looked away. Though I wanted to comfort Yuki, somehow, I wasn't sure how to do so, and continued to eat my roll. During free period, I noticed that Hatsuharu and Yuki were out, talking on the balcony overlooking the courtyard. I paused. Yuki was leaning with both arms on the balcony, while Haru only had his elbow propped up on the railing, looking at Yuki. "Don't want to keep her worrying, right? At least not Honda-san." "It's you I'm worried about," Yuki replied. "You're always busy worrying about other people." Haru pushed back from the railing, an adorable smile on his face, as he replied, "I guess that's just my nature. And after all, I want things to get more fun, not more painful." Yuki laughed a little, closing his eyes. "Yeah," he breathed out. Soon, the two of them went separated. Yuki went off somewhere, and Haru went the other way. He came towards me eventually. "Rao-san," he said politely. Hey, Haru, I said softly. How are you? He paused in front of me. I'm good. Are you all right? I looked out the window, leaning against the sill. I think I am. I tried to think of the word that I felt. The summer was coming and there were zero obligations. All of my secrets were out in the open, with the people I loved. I loved all of them. I laughed brightly. I feel free, Haru. Haru smiled and then pulled me into a hug. Good. Oi, Elizabeth, Arisa called down the hallway, and I pulled away from Haru. You coming? Yeah, I said brightly. See you later, Haru. He nodded, moving past me, and I ran down the hall to join Arisa. I called Aya and told him I could come over the next day. I had plans I wanted to join in tonight. Kyo, Yuki, Toru, Haru, and I walked home together after school. Why is Haru coming home with us? Kyo complained. I was invited over for dinner, Haru answered simply. And I will make some of your favorite dishes, Toru said cheerfully. And I'll help, I said softly, nudging him a little. How did this happen? Kyo questioned. It's a secret between the two of us, Haru said, putting an arm around Yuki's shoulder. Whatever, Kyo grumbled. Kyo-kun! Kagura called, a foot coming out of nowhere to kick him in the face as his cat ears perked up. He went flying past Toru, whose face was blank with shock. I'm so happy, she sparkled, reaching down to grab his foot, rubbing it against her cheek. You didn't run away from me today. You just prevented him from running, Yuki mumbled. I giggled. Kagura leapt to her feet, grabbing his leg and started to drag him along. Now let's go, Kyo-kun. Where are you taking him? Yuki asked. Shi-chan called me and invited me to dinner, Kagura said excitedly. What? Don't just come over whenever you... Kyo said, trying to get up. Oh yeah, I'll be going to the dojo again too, Kagura said, so we could be sparring partners, Elizabeth. That sounds like fun, I said, genuinely excited. See, she seems happy, Haru said quietly to Yuki. Kagura's fighting her way forward too, was his reply, in her own way. I'll eat out today, Kyo muttered as Kagura started to drag him away. Stop complaining, let's go, Kagura said excitedly. I slipped my hands into Yuki's and Haru's. Come on, let's go home. Come on, Toru. We all walked quietly after them, the four of us linked by our hands. Toru and I were beaming, Yuki and Haru smiling softly as I pulled them after me. Upon arriving at Shigure's house, we found Ayame waiting in the living room. I shall tell you the truth, he proclaimed grandly. When I received this abundance of crab, I simply had to give some to Yuki. That's why I came all this way. Not many possess so much brotherly love. And of course, I am number one. For once he was wearing something other than his usual red... Was it a yukata or a kimono? I wasn't entirely sure about all the formal names for the clothing. Instead today he wore a purple color similar to the shirts that Yuki sometimes wore. Oh, what's the matter, Yuki? You plainly have a distant look in your eyes, Aya questioned. Yes, I understand, I do. Behind the four of us, Kagura was choking Kyo's neck with love. Your eyes are dazzled by the unparalleled brotherly love I hold for you. You can do it, Yuki. Stay strong, Haru said, putting a hand on Yuki's shoulder halfway through Aya's speech. Guten Abend, Momiji's voice rang from behind us. I turned to see Momiji, Kisa, and Hattori walking towards us. I smiled even larger. Momiji-kun, Kisa-san, Hattori-san, Toru gasped. Shigure called us over, Hattori explained. The more the merrier, I said excitedly. Hi, Momiji. Hi, Kisa. Hiro-chan said he'll come later, Kisa said. I'm so happy, Toru said. Where's Shigure-san, though? He had some urgent business at the Soma estate, Hattori explained. We passed him on our way here. The Soma estate, Toru said softly. I want summer break to come soon, Momiji said. Then I can stay over every night. No way, don't come, Kyo said fiercely from Kagura's arms. Aw, why not? Momiji questioned. Oh, Elizabeth, Aya said from behind me, and I turned. He had a box in his hands. Go and try it on. I want to make sure it fits. I can't relax if someone's bugging me every day, Kyo complained. I blushed, taking the cardboard box from his hands. I walked past Hattori to go into the house, up the stairs to my bedroom. I hesitated before opening the lid and taking out the dress. I sighed, looking at the lovely sky-blue fabric. I quickly undressed and slipped the dress on. It was absolutely beautiful, off the shoulder, decorated with lace and small flowers. The back of the dress was much longer than the front, though both sides went below my knees. I quickly applied some makeup to brighten my eyes and match with the dress. I also braided my hair in a low, slightly intricate bun. There were clips in the box, the same blue flowers on them, and I slid them into my hair as well. I breathed deeply, feeling rather nervous for some reason. As I made my way out of the bedroom, I was barefoot. Would that ruin the image? Should I have slipped on some shoes? I didn't really have any that matched, though. And despite trying not to, I kept bringing my thoughts back to Hattori. Would he like the dress? Would he think I was beautiful? Would he be jealous if one of the other boys complimented me? If they complimented me. I suddenly wished for Shigure because I knew he wouldn't hesitate. I padded quietly down the stairs, my bare feet feeling every uneven crevice in the old wood, parts that weren't sanded quite perfectly. I padded down the hallway towards the kitchen where everyone was waiting and quietly stepped through the doors. So, is it okay? I asked quietly, blushing furiously. You look beautiful, Toru exclaimed. Kisa and Kagura shared the same sentiment. The boys, on the other hand, besides Ayame, seemed very quiet. Ah, you look just like a princess, Ayame declared, grandly swaying over to me. And it fits perfectly. Yes, I always do such a wonderful job when designing these things. Well, Hattori, what do you think? He spun me to face Hattori. I noticed Hattori's face was flushed. His eyes seemed a darker shade of indigo. He flushed darker when Ayame called on him specifically. He swallowed hard and said, You look stunning, Elizabeth. I flushed just as dark as him. So, you do know what you're doing when you make these dresses, Haru said on the other side of me. I turned to look at him, if only to draw my gaze away from Hattori. You look beautiful. Just like a princess, Momiji declared, pumping his fist into the air. Shigure suddenly came up the stairs, Hiro in tow. Both of them looked preoccupied with other matters. Shigure looked upon me and smirked. Well, well, Aya, you've turned her into a work of art, haven't you? I blushed darker, turning my head. Shigure's fingers caught my chin, making me look at him. Perfection at its finest. If possible, I became darker still. I saw Hattori glare at Shigure behind his back before smoothing his features back over, looking away. His cheeks, however, were still dusted pink. Well, at least he thought I looked pretty. Beautiful. Well, let's eat, Shigure announced excitedly, dropping my chin. Yuki was glaring at him. We all sat down. Somehow, because Shigure engineered it that way, I'm pretty sure, I ended up next to Hattori with no one else on my other side. I could barely bring myself to look at him, much less talk to him, but I managed, keeping up polite conversation. The conversation escalated quickly when he found out I wanted to be a doctor. I had a hard time following half of what he was saying, but I tried to commit everything to memory for future use. Later, Toru brought out dessert, mochi and dango, but I slipped away. I walked quietly, humming to myself. I'd forgotten how much I liked the feeling of the earth against my bare feet. I walked the unused path back to the tree of my tent, the place that I had once called home before I had a family. I leapt up onto the branch in one bound, completely conscious of Hattori standing in the tree line. The tent was empty except for the sleeping bag and the box of candies. I grabbed the box of candies in my hands before stepping back out of the tent. I turned on the branch, acting more like a cat than ever as I let loose the tent. The strong wind carried it off, and I watched as it was flung away on the breeze, over the trees, until it dipped low and I could not see it any more. I leapt from the tree. My dress billowed out around me before landing on the ground and settling back around my legs again. I approached Hattori, who was still standing in the tree line. I pressed the box of candies into his hand. New beginnings, Hattori. New beginnings.